Tianming Demon Emperor was also slightly surprised and sneered, "It's worthy of being an immortal bird, and it actually let you survive." The huge figure of Phoenix loomed in the fire cloud and said, "Since I'm not dead, then you are the one who died. It seems that all have arrived. Today, the Emperor will send you on the road together." A faint spirit burst out on the Tianming Demon Emperor, which turned into a whirlpool of heaven and earth, rolled up dozens of mountains on the ground, and took the lead in attacking the Phoenix. Fight together, to suppress the Tianming Demon Emperor. Empress Wanning injected the jade holy qi in her body into the Tiandi blade, awakening the power of the supreme imperial instrument. A suffocating breath came out of the Tiandi blade. The Emperor of Heaven waved his blade and cut it out. She is like holding a groundbreaking magic knife, dividing the whole space into two halves. Taoist Xiaochuan's fingers tied up one seal after another and beat out the Heavenly Emperor clock. With a buzzing sound, the Heavenly Emperor clock, which was originally only 2 meters high, immediately became thousands of meters high, like a huge heavenly clock, trying to cover the Zhenren Tower. Monk Tanqian condensed a 9,999-meter-high golden Buddha, like a golden giant Buddha, standing on the earth and raising his arm, he could touch the sky. A palm print slapped at the Tianming Demon Emperor. In front of this level of fighting, even real people will be instantly crushed to ashes. Ning Xiaochuan, Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong have long been the first to escape from the Holy Land of Light. When leaving Guangming Holy Land, Ning Xiaochuan collected the corpse of Guangming Palm sect by the way. After all, he is the leader of a holy land. He fought for the Terran and died unfortunately. He can't be exposed to the wilderness. Later, when escaping from the Holy Gate, he collected the bones of more than a dozen human beings hanging on the Holy Gate and put them all into heaven and earth bracelets. Ning Xiaochuan plans to give these bones to the survivors of Guangming Holy Land for proper burial. It's terrible. People's combat power can reach such a level. Has their cultivation reached the supreme level? Looking at the collapsed mountains and broken ground, Baozhu Dizong felt that he was trembling all over. This is a kind of fear from the heart, which makes people shiver. The breath rushing out of the sky was terrifying. It was like a group of gods fighting, making the creatures on the ground tremble and fear. Go! Ning Xiaochuan pulled Baozhu Dizong, kicked his feet on the ground, rose into the sky and flew to the horizon. They just flew off the ground, and a red fireball fell from the clouds, like a meteorite hitting the earth, with a roar, hitting a huge crater with a radius of dozens of miles. Chi-chi! The flame spread rapidly in all directions, with the Holy Land of Light as the center, and tens of thousands of miles of the earth burned. It's just a fireball, which makes countless creatures extinct, mountains burned to ashes, and rivers dried up instantly. It's not like the destructive power that human beings can cause. It's like a group of gods fighting to destroy the world. All demon friars began to flee in all directions, for fear that if they ran too slowly, they would be burned to death. After rushing out of the fire, Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if I can suppress the Tianming Demon Emperor with the power of the 4 strong men. Ning Xiaochuan was worried. Baozhu Dizong said, if even they are not opponents of the Tianming Demon Emperor, I'm afraid no one in the whole world can suppress the Tianming Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan also nodded. Even if Tianming Demon Emperor has the ability to connect with heaven, after all, there is only half of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. However, Queen Wanning and Taoist Xiaochuan each hold a supreme imperial instrument, which has a great advantage. Ning Xiaochuan's only worry now is that once it is dawn, the Queen of 10,000 Tones will lose her strength, and then she will be in danger. Hope to end the battle before dawn. This battle lasted for a long time until dawn, and Ning Xiaochuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Just as the sun was about to rise, Queen Wan Yinxian flew down from the void, turned into a residual shadow, and flew to Ning Xiaochuan and others. When she fell to the ground, she immediately sat down cross-legged, as if recuperating. Her body was completely wrapped by demons, which seemed to be corroding her flesh. Ning Xiaochuan walked towards her, but when he reached 10 feet away, he was blocked by a strong breath and couldn't move forward. When Queen Wanyin refined the demonic spirit on her body, the soil within a radius of 10 feet turned black, like highly toxic, making a chi-chi sound. The reason why the earth turns black is that Queen Wanyin forces all the evil spirit in her body out of her body and integrates into the earth. The soil within a radius of 10 feet has completely become a demon soil, with strong demon poison. Human monks, once poisoned by demons, will die without doubt. After the Queen Wanyin forced the demon poison out of her body, her face recovered a little and she walked out of the area polluted by the demon poison. Ning Xiaochuan rushed over immediately, took out a 6-turn Huanyang pill, handed it to Queen Wanyin, and said, "Senior, can't you join hands to suppress the Tianming demon emperor?" Queen Wanyin took the 6-turn Huanyang pill, took it, and then adjusted her breath for a moment. Then she slowly opened her eyes and said, "Why haven't you left yet? This is not the place you can stay?" Then, her eyes changed slightly, the momentum of her body gradually subsided, and her eyes became soft, like a person suddenly changed. She said, "Ning Xiaochuan, where's my sister?" Ning Xiaochuan knew that at the moment, the owner of this body had become Miao Lanxin, and Queen Wanyin fell asleep again. "Lanji, to be sent to a safe place by me, you can rest assured." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Miao Lanxin frowned slightly and said, "We have to leave here now. Can't even your 4 strong men add up to suppress the Tianming demon emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Miao Lan said, "You underestimate the idea of the secondary god. Even if they can suppress the idea of the heavenly dream demon emperor, the heavenly dream demon emperor still has a second idea, a third idea. No matter how we fight, we will lose. Now, we can only try to hold the idea of the heavenly dream demon emperor, and other human monks can plan another thing." "What do you mean?" Ning Xiaochuan was puzzled. Miao Lan said in his heart, "The Holy Land of Light is just a bait to lead the Tianming demon emperor here. The strong of the Great Holy Land in northern Xinjiang have already rushed to the Great Mingzi, to demolish the white bone altar in the Great Mingzi, and to seize the martial heart palace of the Emperor Purple and Jin dynasties. The battle there is the most critical." Ning Xiaochuan said, "It turns out that the Terran friars have long planned. In the north of the Holy Land of Light, the gathering of Xinjiang friars turned out to be just a bait to lure the Tianming demon emperor into the urn. No wonder only the young generation of heroes came to the meeting, and the older generation of strong people are afraid to rush to Demangza. Once the white bone altar in the Big Dream Zay collapses, the efforts of the Tianming demon emperor will be destroyed. If you want to cast the true body of the secondary god, you can only start from scratch. If you can recapture the Wu Daoxing palace of the Zijin emperor and take it to the burial mountain, you may be able to revive the Zijin emperor." Miao Lan said in his heart, "Queen Wanyin lent the Tiandi blade to Master Tanqian. In the future, go and get it back by yourself." "What? Lent the Tiandi blade to Monk Tanqian?" Ning Xiaochuan's face changed. "God! Can you take back the treasure in Monk Tanqian's hand?" However, in order to contain the Tianming demon emperor, now he can only lend the Tiandi blade to Monk Tanqian. Only by playing the power of the Supreme Emperor's instrument can he have the power to fight against the Tianming demon emperor. "We have to leave now." Miao Lan almost recovered from her injury after taking Liuxuan Huanyang pill. However, her cultivation is not as strong as that of Queen Wanyin. She can't stay here anymore and must leave. The Holy Land of Light is now too dangerous. If the brilliance of any supreme imperial instrument falls, it can destroy hundreds of miles of territory. Once it falls on their heads, it is a disaster. I'm afraid it's not that easy to leave." The devouring mouse came out of the ground. Its sharp claws on its hands sharpened its teeth, and its eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. Bang! Bang! Another 11 god-eaters also drilled out of the ground, surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and others in a fan, stood behind the god-eaters, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan and others with hostility. The 11 god-devouring rats are all the strong ones of the god-devouring rat family. They all have the sixth realm of heaven and man with the lowest cultivation, and the strongest ones reach the ninth realm of heaven and man. The mouths of the 11 god-eaters made a squeak call. Not long after, big holes appeared under the ground, and dense giant rats drilled out of the ground. Not only the devouring god mouse, but also the goblin mouse, fire mouse, stone mouse, electric mouse, jade mouse. It's like a rat disaster. There are demon mice everywhere. Squeak. The largest is the stone rat, with a body of 7 meters, like an elephant, without a nose. The smallest is the electric mouse, which is only as big as a thumb finger. However, it is extremely fast. It is like a dot of light flying around on the ground, which is impossible to prevent. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Devouring god mouse, are you finished?" The god-devouring mouse sneered, "You killed my grandson, shouldn't I take revenge on you? Are you sick in the head?" The god-devouring mouse was killed by Wang Pinrandan. "What's my business?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The god-devouring mouse's face became ferocious and said, "Okay. I won't settle this account with you. As long as you hand over the half of the Supreme King's instrument, I'll let you go. What do you think? What if I don't give it to you?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold. Devouring god mouse Sinhan smiled, "What a joke. Do you think that just because you little dolls are also opponents of a demon king? When I behead you, that half of the Supreme King's weapon is still my thing." The cultivation of devouring god mouse is indeed terrifying, reaching the realm of real people, so that the venerable god and man can only look up. However, it is absolutely impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to hand over the star halberd. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan knew very well that even if he really gave the star halberd to it, it would never let Ning Xiaochuan and others go. Fight. Isn't it a demon king? Kill the demon king and drink the demon blood. Niao Lanxin was very strong and did not bow to anyone. Even in the face of a demon king, he had to fight. She took out a jade crystal ice coffin and held it in the palm of her jade white hand. A pure white cold jade gas emanated from her body. Yu Xingqi. The jade Holy Spirit dissipated in all directions and covered the ground, making the ground covered with a layer of jade light. Every inch of soil is like turning into jade. The greatest talent of the rat clan is to escape from the ground. Niao Lanxin turned the ground into jade to cut off their retreat, so that they would not escape into the ground at any time, making people defenseless. What an arrogant human woman, my king wants you to be a pet. The fire rat king turned into a human shape, with long red hair, revealing 2 sharp front teeth, and his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws. He grabbed it towards Niao Lanxin. The fire rat king is an animal king who sits down after Shiji demon. His cultivation has reached the 7th weight of heaven and man, and he commands the whole fire rat family. Niao Lanxin's eyes sank, and the jade crystal ice coffin in the palm of his hand immediately became more than 2 meters long. Ancient divine patterns appeared on the surface of the coffin. That is the real divine grain. The grain burned by the gods has the residual power of the gods. Under the blessing of divine pattern, the weight of the coffin increased by countless times, like 10 million kilograms, hitting the head of the fire rat king directly into the neck, and the demon bones of the whole body were shattered into powder. The creature of the rat clan was shocked. This human woman is not easy to provoke. She is a cruel person. There are also some creatures of the rat clan who look familiar to Niao Lanxin and look like the human imperial concubine, but they will never regard Niao Lanxin as the imperial concubine. If it is really an imperial concubine, as long as she blows out one breath, she can blow them all into powder. The god-devouring mouse stared at the jade crystal ice coffin in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and his eyes lit up, the god-engraved lines, "Did this coffin ever bury a god? In this way, it is another treasure comparable to the Supreme King's ware, and heaven has treated me well. Let's kill this demon king together." Xiaohong, fit. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong immediately turned into a red fog, wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body, and condensed into a fiery dragon armor. Xiaohong has cultivated Dragon Yuan, just like a dragon finally cultivated Dragon Balls. After she and Ning Xiaochuan combined, they condensed into a dragon armor, and their strength superimposed together, becoming more powerful. When the god-devouring mouse saw Ning Xiaochuan, who rushed up, his eyes showed a sneer of disdain. "I have passed the real disaster, and my cultivation has come true. Can you human beings compete? Human boy, last time I let you get back alive, this time you're not so lucky." Ning Xiaochuan held the dragon sword in his hands, rolled into a large fire wave, jumped up, and waved a sword at the god-killing mouse to cut down. The god-devouring mouse didn't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan at all, slapped it out and hit the dragon sword. With the body of the demon king, it collided with the dragon's sword with its bare hands. Bang! A huge evil spirit hit Ning Xiaochuan's body, causing his blood to billow and fly more than 10 meters away. Although the god-devouring mouse still stood firmly in place, its palm was cut off by the dragon's sword, and 5 bloody fingers fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, it broke its demon king's body. This boy suddenly became so strong? By the way, it's the dragon cub. He and the dragon cub have merged. The devouring mouse's eyes became dignified, and he felt that he underestimated Ning Xiaochuan. If he was a little careless, he might capsize in the gutter today. It runs the demon Yuan in the body, and the 5 broken fingers immediately grow again. Niao Lanxin and Bao Zidi hid quietly, and they had stood in the other 2 directions of the God-Eater mouse, surrounding the God-Eater mouse in the center. 6 Samsara. Bao Zhudizong folded his hands, read golden Buddhist texts from his ruddy lips, and flew out of the position of his heart 6 illusory world shadows. In every virtual shadow of the world, there is an inferior supreme weapon, emitting a stinging Buddha light. The 6 virtual shadows of the world kept rotating and suppressed towards the god-eating mouse. Niao Lanxin also beat out the jade crystal ice coffin, emitting white jade-like brilliance, wrapped the devouring god mouse, and a god pattern flowed out of the coffin, like an iron chain. When Bao Zhudizong and Niao Lanxin restrained the god-eating mouse, Ning Xiaochuan took 36,000 pieces of ground product basalt from the heaven and earth bracelet, drove them into the ground, and arranged a Xinglua Shanhai array, which completely wrapped this area in the array. If they fight alone, Ning Xiaochuan and others are not the opponents of the God-Eater mouse. However, the 3 of them work together, but they can compete with the God-Eater mouse. The devouring god mouse also felt frightened. You know, the gap between heaven and man and human is extremely huge. With its demon king level combat power, even in the face of 10 heaven and man's 9th heaviest human strongmen, it can easily kill them all. However, the 3 human young people in front of them are not the 9th highest cultivation of heaven and man. After joining hands, they make it extremely difficult to fight. Each rat clan, don't you help the ancestor suppress these 3 humans? Devouring God, the mouse said. At first, the creatures of the rat clan did not plan to fight at all. In their view, the ancestors were enough to easily suppress the 3 human generations. However, the ancestors did not easily suppress them. Those 3 human young people are too strong to compete with the demon king. All the creatures of the rat clan shot one after another, some spit out flames, some released thunder and lightning, and some hit a mysterious weapon. All of them attacked Ning Xiaochuan and others. There is a saying that too many ants can kill elephants. Although the accomplishments of each rat clan are not high, the victory lies in the large number. If they attack together, even a demon king should avoid it. Ning Xiaochuan immediately fell back to the ground and attracted the Xinglua Shanhai array, and 36,000 pieces of ground xianqi immediately rushed out of the ground, suspended in the void, emitting bright light, just like a vast sea of stars. Xinglua Shanhai array operates, involving all the rat families in the array. Suppressed by the array, their magical powers and mysterious tools were all offset in the array, and Ning Xiaochuan was not injured. Niao Lanqin and Baozhu Dizong restrained the god-eating mouse, while Ning Xiaochuan went to kill the strong among the rat families. As long as all the strong ones in each rat clan are killed, it is not enough for each rat clan to fear when the group of rats has no head. At that time, the three of them can go all out to kill the devouring god mouse and kill this demon king. Among all the rat families, there are not many strong ones, among which there are two elders of the rat family, who condense the demon fetus and achieve the cultivation of the eighth realm of heaven and man. They attacked Baozhu Dizong at the same time, thinking that Baozhu Dizong's cultivation was the weakest and could get rid of her. When Baozhu Dizong saw two strong rats attacking, he immediately separated his hands and made two killing Buddha seals, which seemed to be incarnated as a Buddha who destroyed the world, and slapped at the two rat elders in the eighth territory of heaven and man. Poof! Poof! The flesh bodies of two rat elders in the eighth realm of heaven and man were pierced by her, and the demon blood dyed the earth red. Even her simple Buddha clothes were stained with a few drops of crimson blood. Niao Lanqin glanced slightly at Baozhu Dizong, and couldn't help but look at her with new eyes. In her heart, she secretly said that this female nun looked extremely beautiful and harmless to humans and animals, and her hand was even harder than mine. Ba. Baozhu Dizong whispered a Buddha's name, and a light spot of Buddha's seal appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. A relic golden sword flew out of her eyebrows. The golden sword light pierced the void and pierced the ear of the god-eating mouse. Niao Lanqin was also unwilling to be outdone. He summoned a white jade sword, like a fairy flying outside the sky. A sword stabbed thousands of sword shadows, leaving 7 or 8 sword blood marks on the devouring god mouse. What a strong sword formula! Ning Xiaochuan killed the strong man of the 13 rat clan in a row. He looked back and saw the sword formula played by Niao Lanqin. His heart was also slightly surprised. Little girl, you actually learned the Dao Mia Jianju, created by the Emperor of Heaven. It seems that you are a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven Mountain. Good, very good. The devouring mouse looked at the sword marks on his body, and a burst of anger broke out. Dao Mia Jianju was created by the Emperor of Heaven himself, and Tiandi Mountain ranks second only to the seal of Emperor's life and death. In the history of Tiandi Mountain, there are no more than 10 disciples who have successfully cultivated the Dao Mia sword formula. Even the crown prince of the emperor, who is extremely talented, has not successfully cultivated the Dao Mia sword formula. As for the more powerful seal of Emperor's life and death, no one except the Emperor of Heaven has successfully repaired it. The power of Dao Mia Jianju is a little more powerful than that of Mishi Jianju. However, there are a total of 3,000 roads in the way of destroying the world, and the ranks of sword way of destroying the world and demon fire way of destroying the world are not high in the 3,000 way of destroying the world. It is not surprising that the sword formula of destroying the world is stronger than the sword formula of destroying the world. After all, the sword formula of destroying the world is one of the most powerful magical powers left by the Emperor of Heaven. However, the Dao Mia Jianju is far from those magic powers that rank high in the 3,000 Mishi Dao. For example, the Death Robbery Dao, the Destruction Reincarnation Dao, the Killing God Dao. Those are the really powerful unique skills in the 3,000 Mishi Dao. The devouring god mouse was really angry, and the demon blood in his body was boiling. The power of the real person completely burst out, shuttling through the void, and flying Niao Lanqin and Baozhu Dizong out. Go to hell. The devouring god mouse has a ferocious face and sharp claws, and one claw stabbed at the heart of Baozhu Dizong. Ning Xiaochuan saw that Baozhu Dizong was about to die under the claw of the god-eating mouse, so he immediately rushed to support. A sword stabs out, displaying the sword formula of destroying the world. A huge female demon phantom appeared behind him, and a monstrous evil spirit rushed out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. Bang! The sword stabbed directly into the palm of the god-eating mouse and blocked its claws. This time, the god-devouring mouse had been on guard and wrapped its palm with the demon aura of Jinyuan. Therefore, its palm was not pierced by the sword. Hey, hey! Human boy, I want you to die. Devouring god mouse suddenly disappeared from the original place. The next moment, it appeared on Ning Xiaochuan's head and patted it with one claw. Ow! Ning Xiaochuan heard a dragon sing behind him. A huge dragon claw pinched the god-eater and directly threw the god-eater out. A red dragon head, dozens of meters long, rose from the back of Ning Xiaochuan, stared at a pair of dragon eyes, and roared at the god-eating mouse. Damn, it's the dragon cub again. The devouring mouse tore the void open with a claw, and once again escaped into the space and disappeared. Is it going to escape? Niao Lanqin beat out the jade crystal ice coffin, but he hit an empty one and didn't hurt the god-devouring mouse. In the Xinglua Shanghai array, it can't escape. However, the devouring god-mouse family has the talent to shuttle through space, haunts, and is good at sneak attacks. Everyone should be careful. Ning Xiaochuan and devouring god-mouse have taught, and they know the methods of devouring god-mouse better than Baozhu Dizong and Niao Lanqin. If the devouring god-rat clan kills by sneak attack, it is absolutely impossible to prevent it. It can assassinate the creatures of high realm in the low realm. Ning Xiaochuan 3 people can force the god-devouring mouse with demon king level cultivation, and use sneak attack means, which is also a great skill. Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized the spirit of the 7 orifices god-demon heart to perceive the direction of the god-devouring mouse. Although the devouring mouse hid in the space, other monks could not sense its position. However, the 7 orifices demon heart can. Even if it escapes into different space, Ning Xiaochuan can find it. After determining the location of the god-eating mouse, Ning Xiaochuan immediately cut it with his sword. Niao Lanqin and Baozhu Dizong also followed suit, attacking at the same time, forcing the god-eating mouse out of the space crack. You help me. Ning Xiaochuan took out half of the star halberd, poured his vitality into the star halberd, and urged the power of the Supreme King's instrument to attack the god-eating mouse. With Ning Xiaochuan's strength alone, it is difficult to exert the power of the Supreme King's instrument. Like a baby, it is impossible to lift a knife of more than 100 kilograms. However, Niao Lanqin and Baozhu Dizong also followed suit, breaking their vitality into Xinglua halberd. The power of the 3 of them finally awakened the power of this half of the Supreme King's instrument. Half of the bronze halberd, which was almost rusty, immediately burst into a dazzling blue light, restored its divinity, and penetrated through the chest of the god-eating mouse. Poof! A bowl-sized blood skeleton was stabbed out of the chest of the god-eating mouse, and the evil spirit in the body continued to escape, and even the demon Yuan was also severely hit. You know, this is a supreme weapon. Even if it only played a little power, it was extremely terrible. It was not the god-devouring mouse that could stop it at all. Ning Xiaochuan didn't give the god-eater the chance to recover from the injury at all. He called out the magic sword, flew up, and stabbed it down. The magic sword pierced the god-eater's head and inserted it into his body. You. Devouring god mouse wants to force the magic sword out of the body with its strong body. However, Ning Xiaochuan's palm was firmly pressed on the hilt of the sword, giving the god-eater no chance to escape. It took an hour for the magic sword to suck up the blood in the god-eating mouse. The devouring rat regained its identity and became a withered giant rat. The grade of the magic sword is still too low. It takes an hour to suck up the blood of the god-eating mouse. Fortunately, the devouring god mouse has been severely hit by the star halberd, otherwise, the magic sword has not sucked its blood dry, and it has forced the magic sword out of the body. The magic sword, only at the level of Jiu Dang Jia, was a good soldier when Ning Xiaochuan respected the territory. However, in Ning Xiaochuan's current state, a 9-grade mysterious weapon is far from meeting the needs of combat. When fighting, others use the supreme weapon, but you will definitely be at a disadvantage if you use a Jiu Dang Jia. We must find a way as soon as possible to make the magic sword reach the level of supreme weapon. If the magic sword reaches the level of inferior supreme weapon, it will only take about a minute to suck up the demon king's blood in the god-devouring mouse. If the magic sword reaches the level of medium-grade supreme weapon, I'm afraid the demon blood in its body has been completely absorbed by the magic sword before the god-devouring mouse reacts. Ning Xiaochuan took the magic sword back into his body. The demon blood of devouring god mouse, refined by the magic sword, has been transformed into an endless stream of power, and integrated into Ning Xiaochuan's blood and Tao fetus. Devouring god mouse is a demon king, whose blood is extremely strong. After pouring into Ning Xiaochuan's body, it immediately makes Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation rise rapidly. Ning Xiaochuan was originally just the first incarnation of the Tao fetus, which belonged to the early stage of the 8th realm of heaven and man. However, after absorbing the power of god-eating mice, the Tao fetus doubled and became more stable, like a rock. It should be regarded as the cultivation in the middle of reaching the 8th realm of heaven and man. After reaching the 6th realm of heaven and man, it is extremely difficult to improve every step. No wonder so many talented heroes are blocked out of the threshold of real people. Absorbing the blood of a real person is only a small step to improve Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. It is still far away from the realm of real people. However, since Ning Xiaochuan has been born, he belongs to the top cultivation in the younger generation. In the north, Jiang, among the young generation of creatures, there are not many who can compete with him. After killing the devouring god mouse, Ning Xiaochuan and others immediately left the Holy Land of Light, and then they went to pick up Miao Lanji, and immediately rushed to the Huiyuan Empire. The Battle of the Holy Land of Light naturally also had a great impact on the 4 high-level and 5-grade civilizations around. Some organized troops to rescue the Holy Land of Light, many monks also left human civilization and fled to the Middle-earth world. When Ning Xiaochuan and others came to Huiyuan Imperial City, this brilliant and prosperous capital was already depressed. The streets were full of fallen leaves, and there was no sight of traffic at all. Those heart-nourishing halls, brothels and wine shops have long been closed, and the vast majority of monks have left this capital of the prosperous world to join the fleeing army. Niao Lan thought, if the Terrans lose the battle in Demongs, fail to push down the White Bone Altar, and fail to recapture the Wu Daoxing Palace of the Emperor Zijin, I'm afraid even the great Holy Lands will flee their native lands and move to the Middle-earth world. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, the reason why the Holy Land is called Holy Land is that every Holy Land is a Taoist field established by the secondary god, which is a holy land for cultivation. Without the Holy Land of cultivation, can it be regarded as Holy Land? Without the protection of the secondary god array, how many years can the Holy Land be inherited? Moreover, the Middle-earth world is the territory ruled by human beings. It has long been ruled by the great saints for many years. How can foreign forces be allowed to touch it? If the disciples of the great saints in northern Xinjiang move to the Middle-earth world, they will be excluded and suppressed. Bao Zhudizong said, who is willing to leave North Xinjiang unless forced? Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded and said, now, we can only hope that the Battle of Daongs will enable mankind to win. If we can recapture the Wu Daoxing Palace of the Zijin Emperor and let the Zijin Emperor regenerate against the sky, then the Terrans in northern Xinjiang will not decline, but will usher in a more brilliant world. In the city of Huiyuan Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan, and others, met the monks of Guangming Holy Land who fled here. After asking the monks of Guangming Holy Land, they unexpectedly learned that Guangming's saint also escaped, just in the city of Huiyuan Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan immediately let the monks of Guangming Holy Land lead the way to the place where the monks of Guangming Holy Land took refuge. This place of refuge is guarded by two masters of the seventh realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqing reported their identities before they saw the bright saint and the bright sun. Young Master Ning, it's great that you can escape. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Guangming Shenxi swept away his originally depressed mood and even smiled. The bright saint was dressed in white and covered with a veil, like a flawless orchid. She stared at Niao Lanqing, bowed down immediately, and said, "Imperial concubine, you just came back from the bright holy land. Do you know whether the leader immortal escaped?" The friars of the Holy Land of Light around also saluted Niao Lanqing one after another and regarded her as the imperial concubine. Niao Lanqing didn't want to explain so much, and directly stared at Ning Xiaochuan. The bright saint also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with an ominous premonition in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, and then took out the body of Guangming Palm sect and carefully placed it on the ground. "Sorry, when we rushed back to the Holy Land of Light, the leader immortal had died in the hands of the God of Thunder and Demon Emperor. There was only so much we could do." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Grandpa." The body of the bright saint shivered slightly and knelt down in front of the corpse of the bright palm sect. Seeing the corpse of Guangming sect, all the monks of Guangming Holy Land knelt on the ground. Everyone's eyes are a little red, immersed in a sad. Later, Ning Xiaochuan took out the remains of more than a dozen human beings and lined them up neatly. "Master." An old man in the Holy Land of Light recognized the bones of one of the real people and immediately jumped on it, crying loudly and crying bitterly. "Shigong." After seeing one of the corpses, the Saint of Light showed an unbelievable look in her eyes. With her cultivation, she almost fainted. "Father. Father." She went to the body, closed her eyes, and was in great pain. For the Saint of Light, today is definitely a dark day. My father and grandpa died at the same time. It's like falling from heaven, suddenly, into hell. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know until now that the middle-aged man he met in the Holy Land of Light turned out to be the father of the Holy Daughter of Light. After all, the Saint of Light was also a favored woman of heaven. She soon recovered her composure, and the tears in her eyes were dry. She bowed slightly to Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqing and said, "Thank you for taking back the bodies of the Saint of Light as the ancestors. On behalf of the monks of the whole Saint of Light, I thank you." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also heavy, and he said, "The Holy Land of Light has been completely destroyed. What are your plans next? If you don't have a place to go, you can go to Tiandi Mountain for the time being." In recent days, the overall situation of northern Xinjiang may be variable. Only a few strong human beings know about the attack of human monks on Demongs, and other monks, even the Saint of Light, don't know about it. There are variables? What variables? The demon clan army is so strong, not to mention the Tianming demon emperor, that is, the 9 demon emperors, the 9 demon emperors. Any one of them can fight against a holy land. After this war, many human monks have deep fear of the demon clan in their hearts and feel that the demon clan is invincible. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knows what variables are, but he can't tell the friars of Guangming Holy Land. If the friars of Guangming Holy Land knew that they were just a bait thrown by the Holy Land to the Tianming demon emperor, they would have been doomed to die under the siege of the demon and beast army, and many people would certainly be angry. This is a situation that no one wants to see. The Saint of Light discussed with the older monks of the Holy Land of Light, and finally decided to go to Tiandi Mountain for a while and wait for the variables mentioned by Ning Xiaochuan. The battle between Feng Huang, Tanqian monk, Qishuan Taoist and Tianming demon emperor lasted for a day and 2 nights. No one knew how to win or lose. Because the whole north. In Xinjiang, no creature dares to approach that battlefield at all. When Queen Wan Yinxian rushed to that battlefield, the battle was over. She didn't see any of the 4 creatures and didn't know the outcome. After the battle, Ning Xiaochuan took the friars of Guangming Holy Land and set out immediately to return to Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan has been worried about the safety of Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing, Luo Wu, and others, but when he returned to Tiandi Mountain, he found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Yu Mingsong, Situ Jing, and Luo Wu had already returned to Tiandi Mountain, and no one was injured. At the gate of the Taoist temple of Wanjian Palace, there is a sword tree as thick as a bucket, which is said to have grown for thousands of years. At this moment, the 3 imperial lions were tied to the trunk of the sword tree. Yu Mingsong didn't know where to cut a big bundle of grass, and was feeding the 3 imperial lions. Little 3. Eat more. You've driven us so far, but you're tired. If it's not enough, just tell me and I'll cut you again. Yu Mingsong touched the necks of the 3 royal lions and said with a smile. At this moment, the 3 royal lions even cry. Mom, I'm the pride of the demon family. I'm the strong one who wakes up the blood of the divine beast. Don't raise me as a mount? Ning Xiaochuan asked Situ Jing and said, you really didn't encounter the demon clan chasing you or intercepting you all the way? No. The journey was smooth without any danger. Situ Jing said, not surprised. However, in Ning Xiaochuan's view, this is too abnormal. You know, it took him a narrow life to break out of the siege and escape from heaven. However, they didn't encounter any danger, which is too good luck. Ning Xiaochuan then asked, the royal family should have known that I killed the crown prince, and they didn't deal with you? Situ Jing said, don't you know? The real person of the royal family has died. The status of the royal family in Tiandi Mountain has plummeted. Under the pressure of the Jin and Luo families, it is estimated that in a short time, the royal family of the Tianshu Empire will completely become history. Since the royal family had been unable to turn over much waves, Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to continue to deal with them. He asked Situ Jing a few words and went to the herbal garden. These days, Yusasai has been studying medicine and alchemy in herbal garden. She has reached the level of senior heart-nourishing master, and even is about to break through the level of big heart-nourishing master. After meeting Yusasai in a hurry, Ning Xiaochuan went to visit his mentor Master Mulan. Master Mulan was very pleased to see that Ning Xiaochuan had actually reached the level of soul-level spiritual master, and praised Ning Xiaochuan a few words. Later, he mentioned his marriage to the eldest daughter of the Jin family. For this marriage, Ning Xiaochuan is also very headache. You know, he and Jin Ling have no feelings at all. The real idea in his heart is that he doesn't want to marry Jin Ling. Even if she reluctantly married Jin Ling, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan will not use her feelings in the future. This is unfair to Ning Xiaochuan. For Jin Ling, it is even more unfair. Ning Xiaochuan disagrees with this marriage because of interests. However, at the beginning, when he was not strong, the Jin clan did help him. If he refuses this marriage now, he will inevitably be regarded as an ungrateful person. This is also Ning Xiaochuan's biggest headache. If other men encounter this kind of thing, it's too late to be happy. How can they have a headache? Now north. The situation in Xinjiang is unstable, and the Terran monks are facing extinction at any time. The Jin clan also has no time to urge Ning Xiaochuan and Jin Ling to get married as soon as possible. This matter can only be stranded for the time being, and we will try to solve it in the future. There is always a way to get the best of both worlds. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan just returned to Tiandi Mountain, a bad news came back from Daongs, which made the hearts of countless human monks sink to the bottom again. The strong man of the Terran went to attack Big Mingza, encountered the ambush of the demon clan, and suffered countless deaths and injuries. Hearing this news, countless human monks with hope fell into despair again. Many holy lands have begun to find their disciples outside and are ready to move to Zhongtu. The demise of the Tang clan and Guangming Holy Land made all the holy lands feel afraid, and they didn't dare to compete with the demon clan anymore. They were afraid that they would end up dead. However, there is also good news. The Wu Daoxing palace of the Zijin Emperor fell into the hands of a human monk, which has brought out the great dream. Into whose hands? Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly asked. Yu Mingsong said, "It's said that it's the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven." She took the treasure Baiyun Dong Tian left by the Emperor of Heaven, crossed the space, broke into the holy kingdom of the demon family, and used Baiyun Dong Tian to take away the Wu Daoxing palace of the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperors. It's so powerful that even the leaders of all holy lands can't do it, and she actually did it. Snow Spirit is empty. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Yu Mingsong whispered, "It is said that the demon clan sent countless strong men to hunt her down, and even figures at the level of Demon Emperor and Demon Queen sent out. The possibility that she could escape is very small." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Did the strong man of the Terran not pick her up?" "Of course. But do you know where she fled?" Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Where?" "Return to the ruins." Yu Mingsong added, "Guishu is famous for entering or not, and even the secondary god will die in it if he breaks in. Xue Lingxiu is also smart and knows that he can never escape the chase of the powerful demon clan, so he directly broke into Guishu with the heart of death." In this way, although human beings cannot find the Wu Daoxing palace of the Zijin Emperor, the Tianming Demon Emperor has no Wu Daoxing palace of the Zijin Emperor, and can't be reborn against the sky. It is worthy of being the goddess of our Tiandi mountain. She has both great repair and great courage, and almost no hero in the world can match her. Hearing the word return to ruins, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes changed slightly, nodded gently, as if he had made a decision. "Today, my classmates are getting married, and I may not have time to get more, so I sent 2 chapters together." The result of the battle between the strong of the Terran and the demon clan in Demongs gradually spread. Not only the high level of each holy land knew this, but also ordinary inner disciples knew it. In this war, the cultivation world in northern Xinjiang was completely weakened, and all the holy lands suffered heavy losses. It is said that the leader of the 4-elephant Holy Land, which led this war, almost fell into the big dream. Fortunately, the Tianming Demon Emperor was restrained by the imperial concubine and the 7th Xuanzu and other strong men. Otherwise, the Terran monks who went to attack Demongs might be wiped out. Hey! After the first battle between Qishuan and Tianming Demon Emperor, he disappeared. However, Tianming Demon Emperor has returned to Demengza. I'm afraid the Holy Land she will deal with next is our Tiandi mountain. In recent days, the news of Tianming Demon Emperor's return to Daongs has spread to Tiandi mountain. For human friars who used to be full of fear of monsters, it is like a talisman, which makes everyone more panic. The Tang clan was destroyed, and then the Holy Land of Light was razed to the ground. Almost no one can stop the Tianming Demon clan and the Demon Beast army. If they want to destroy Tiandi Mountain, I'm afraid that Tiandi Mountain will also become blood and scorched earth overnight, and its bones will become mountains. The next day, the leader of Tiandi Mountain finally announced that he would recall the disciples of Tiandi Mountain and move to the Middle Earth world 3 days later. It's not just Tiandi Mountain, north. Other sacred lands in Xinjiang have also made such decisions. This is a forced and helpless decision. We must go far away and flee to the Middle Earth world. Otherwise, it will only be a dead end. In the herbal garden, all the young heart-nourishing masters are active. Some are picking mysterious drugs in the medicine field, and some are sorting out medical books and pharmacopoeia. Everyone is ready for the upcoming trip. After leaving here, I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years before we can build such a holy place for mental health teachers as Herbal Garden again. UCC held a roll of ancient medicine sutra, gently sighed, and put the medicine sutra into the storage ring that Ning Xiaochuan gave her. Her mind is full of thoughts, and she doesn't want to leave. UCC raised her eyes and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, saying, "Xiaochuan, have you ever fought with monsters? Are they really so powerful? Even a holy land can't resist?" Ning Xiaochuan put his hands on his chest and said, "Don't think so much. Even if the demon army really comes, isn't there me? Sissy, I'm afraid I have to leave for a period of time. Go to the Middle-earth world with your martial brothers." "Why?" Royal Sisi stared at a pair of star eyes and asked, puzzled. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched UCC's white forehead and said, "I want to go back to Yulan Empire, to see my grandfather and your mother. After all, it's more difficult to go back to Yulan Empire, this time. I'm afraid I'll never see them again in the future." Ning Xiaochuan naturally cannot tell UCC that he is going to return to the ruins, otherwise, UCC will definitely stop him. "Really? I haven't seen my mother and brother Huang for a long time. I also want to go back and have a look," Royal Sissy said. "No, it's too dangerous. You must leave with the big team. I'll take care of the Jade Haze Empire." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "But," UCC said. "No, but," Ning Xiaochuan added, "Sissy, there is a picture of the Jade Orchid Empire taken by the king of Qing dynasty. The Jade Orchid Empire will not be attacked by monsters, so you can rest assured. If possible, you can still see your mother and brother in the future." "All right. I'll listen to you, Ogawa." UCC nodded gently. Although Tiandi Mountain is going to move to the Middle-earth world, a large number of older generation monks are still sent to Guishu to try to rescue the goddess of Tiandi. Although we all think it is unlikely that the goddess of the Emperor of Heaven is still alive, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must find the goddess back. 3 days later, the monks of Tiandi Mountain formed a mighty army of monks and headed for the Middle-earth world. However, Ning Xiaochuan stayed alone, glanced at the ancient mountain gate behind him, and was ready to go to Guishu. Guishu is located in the whole north. The extreme north of Xinjiang, close to the North Sea, is an extremely cold and desolate place. On the way to Guishu, you really have to pass through Zhantian Barren Ridge and Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan naturally wants to go back to see his grandfather and second uncle. Ning Xiaochuan. A white streamer came out of the mountain clouds and turned into a beautiful female nun. Baozhu Dizong stood beside the stream, holding a golden Buddha bead. Her eyebrows were slender, her eyes were like water, and her skin was as white and delicate as fat. The white Buddha clothes danced with the wind, and the clothes on her chest were held high, forming a round and beautiful arc. The hem of the Buddha clothes is very transparent, revealing a pair of slender forehead, and the eyes seem to be able to hook away people's souls, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. After seeing the treasure trove, Ning Xiaochuan immediately greeted it and said, "You didn't leave with everyone? I've been waiting for you." Baozhu Dizong rode. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said, "What are you waiting for me? Practice the Happy Zen Sutra with me, and understand the cultivation road together." Baozhu Dizong folded his hands, really like a holy Buddha, said seriously. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "You are the saint of Jiutian Pavilion. With your beauty and talent, how many men want to pursue you? Why did you choose me?" Baozhu Dizong said, "Will you refuse me?" "It's hard to refuse." Ning Xiaochuan looked up and down the whole body of Baozhu Dizong. It is really rare in the world to see such a peerless beauty as Baozhu Dizong. It is absolutely wonderful to be able to practice with her. Let alone Ning Xiaochuan, it would be absolutely difficult for any man to refuse such a thing. The red lips of Baozhu Dizong were slightly upturned, and bright eyes and bright teeth smiled. "Then you promised?" Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, "It's hard to promise." "Why?" Bao Zhudizong is a little confused. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm going to Guishu first. I'll go with you. Bao Zhudizong rode. Ning Xiaochuan's face was solemn and said, Guishu is not for fun. Even I have no confidence to get out of Guishu alive. I have reasons to go, but you don't need to take risks with me. Bao Zhudizong said, for me, you are already the Buddha Yang body, I believe. I can accompany you wherever you want to go. If you haven't decided to double practice with me now, I can wait until the day you make a decision. Ning Xiaochuan, what are you hesitating about? This kind of thing that can not only improve your cultivation, but also when the return of beauty can be encountered at any time. If you don't want to, I'm very willing. Yu Mingsong came over, smiled and walked to the front of Bao Zhudizong. He thought he was very polite and said, I'm Ning Xiaochuan's younger martial brother, Yu Mingsong. I've seen the ninth heaven saint. Your Highness, if you really want to find Buddha Yang body, you don't have to find Ning Xiaochuan. In fact, your physique is also at the top level, which can fully meet the needs of your Highness. Especially in the evening, my physique will become stronger and have inexhaustible strength and energy. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong and said, why didn't you leave? Seeing that Bao Zhudizong didn't look at him at all, Yu Mingsong turned around and looked at Ning Xiaochuan, saying, aren't you going to Guishu? I'm just going to look for a kind of gas-burning material, or shall we go together? Bao Zhudizong's eyes were a little cold and said, I want to exchange cultivation experience with Ning Xiaochuan alone. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to go with us. No, what's wrong? Yu Mingsong seemed not to feel the hostility of Bao Zhudi hiding, and said, don't worry, Your Highness, if you want to practice the Happy Zen Sutra, I'll definitely avoid it immediately and never peek. Ning Xiaochuan knows me best, and I'm a principled person. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said to Bao Zhudizong, ignore him, let's go. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan called out the double-headed stone beast from the Xian beast's mirror and turned it into a stone beast with wings more than 100 meters long. He and Bao Zhudizong flew to the back of the stone beast, took the stone beast, and flew towards the direction of the ruins. Bao Zhudizong sat on the back of the stone beast, showing a circle of golden Buddha light behind him. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Ning Xiaochuan, if you think clearly, you can immediately tell me that I can practice the Happy Zen Sutra with you at any time. Hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan also blushed, but Bao Zhudizong was very calm. Her head was originally bright and clean, with long black hair, growing one by one. Before long, her hair grew to 3 feet long, becoming more feminine, enchanting and moving. She was simply a beautiful woman. Your Highness is so beautiful, Ning Xiaochuan, you agree? If you don't agree, I really want to compete with you fairly. Yu Mingsong rode 3 imperial lions and chased up, looking at Ning Xiaochuan with an expression of hate for iron but not steel. Ning Xiaochuan ignored Yu Mingsong at all. He set his plate not far from the treasure land and began to practice. He took out an inferior supreme weapon war sword forged with the teeth of the fire dragon king, and prepared to refine the war sword and cultivate the 19th concrete magic sword. His cultivation has reached the 8th realm of heaven and man, condensing into a Taoist embryo. Maybe it is really possible to smelt another concrete magic sword. It took Ning Xiaochuan 3 days to refine this concrete magic sword into his body. After absorbing the soul and essence of the inferior supreme weapon, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that his cultivation has improved a little. However, it did not reach the late stage of the 8th realm of heaven and man. In the next time, Ning Xiaochuan began to study the classics of medicine and medical classics to expand his knowledge. Until the 9th day, the double-headed stone beast finally flew to a familiar area and came to the sky of the Jade Haze Empire. Ning Xiaochuan collected the medicine sutras and medical codes, and planned to visit his grandfather and second uncle at the Marquis of Jianghe. He was slightly excited. It has been a long time since I came back, and Ning Xiaochuan still misses them very much. I'll go with you. Bao Dizong stood up, his long hair floating, American capital moving, just like a fairy standing in the clouds. What are you doing? I'm just going to meet some relatives, and I'll be back soon. Wait for me on the back of the double-headed stone beast. After I come back, I'll go to Guishu together. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Dizong said, since I have come to the Yulan Empire, I naturally want to send a gift to your grandfather. This is some of the younger generation's wishes for the elders. After the death of Yulan Emperor, Yujin, the elder brother of Yusasai, inherited the throne with pure royal blood and became a new generation of Yulan Emperor. A few years ago, the Magic Gate and major sects besieged the imperial city, which was torn apart and devastated. However, after several years of construction and restoration, the imperial city has taken on a new look and once again become prosperous, lively, and noisy. Now north. All major human civilizations in Xinjiang have been attacked by demon and beast armies. On the contrary, the Jade Lan Empire is like an isolated Xanadu because of the protection of the King Qinghe, and there is no terror atmosphere of the end. The Marquis of Jianghe naturally moved back to the imperial city again, becoming the largest marquis of the Yulan Empire. It was awe-inspiring. Countless monks came to take refuge and countless families came to rely on it, which was more brilliant and prosperous than at any time in history. Today, the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion ushered in an unprecedented big day. Before dawn, the servants, cooks, grooms, and servant girls in the house were all busy. Not only that, even those talented young masters and high-ranking masters in the Marquis House put on new clothes one by one and waited outside the gate of the Marquis House early, as if to meet a big man. What day is it today? Even the second master has returned from the army. I saw the second master in the front yard just now. He rushed to the place where the old marquis usually cultivates. I don't know. It's said that many of the great figures in the Marquis House have returned. I've never had such a big show since I came to the Marquis House for 3 years. Is your Majesty coming to the Marquis House today? I don't know. Anyway, in the Yulan Empire, there are only the Empress Dowager who can make our Jianghe Marquis House so laborious, in addition to His Majesty. All the servant girls and servants in the Marquis House didn't know what happened. They only knew that last night, the old Marquis personally ordered all the young children in the Marquis House to meet a big man. After hearing this news, not only the young children in the home mansion, but also the older generation of martial artists in the home mansion rushed back to the home mansion overnight. This morning, in the early dynasty, a son of Jianghe Marquis, who served as the commander of the army, accidentally leaked his words and immediately made the whole court boil. After the next morning, the princes and princes in the court came to visit the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion with a large number of gifts, which was like stepping on the threshold of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. The Marquis of Jianghe is now the first Marquis of the Yulan Empire, and the old Marquis is the first strongman of the Yulan Empire. In peacetime, there are also many dignitaries who come to visit the Marquis of Jianghe, but never as many as today. The Marquis of Heaven, visit the Marquis of Jianghe. Peacock Ming Wang, visit the old Marquis. The Dragon King took the princess to visit the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Before long, Emperor Yulan and the Empress Dowager also personally arrived at the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, causing a sensation again. The news spread gradually. Before noon, it was all over the city. In the imperial city, all the monks were talking and speculating. All the kings and princes in the court rushed to the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion after the early dynasty, and ordered their servants to prepare generous gifts and send them to the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion one after another. It is said that the steward of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion received a soft hand this morning. What's going on? Is it the old Marquis realm that has broken through again? I'm not sure. It's said that Ning Jingdu Tong of the Marquis of Jianghe leaked his words in the early dynasty. It's said that it's likely that the genius of the Marquis of Jianghe will come back. What is it? Ning Xiaochuan, who wants to return to the Yulan Empire. Who else can there be besides him? It is said that Ning Xiaochuan has become the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain. He is a big man in the whole north. His cultivation must have reached the realm of heaven and man. This kind of person is simply like a god in his youth. His future achievements are unimaginable. It is also a great honor to see him. In front of the gate of the Marquis of Jianghe, there have long been a sea of people. All the monks in the palaces of the kings surrounded the Marquis of Jianghe. Old Marquis, will Ning Xiaochuan really come back today? The Empress Dowager, the Queen Mother of Yusasai, stood beside the old Marquis and asked again. The old Marquis was very happy today, laughing. Yesterday, Ogawa sent a message to me to tell me in advance that he was coming back. There would be no fake. However, he also said that Sissy didn't come back with him. Emperor Yulan said, the current situation in northern Xinjiang is quite wrong. It is said that all races of monsters are very rampant and launch attacks on major human civilization countries. Sissy's martial arts cultivation is certainly not as good as Ogawa, and it's safer to stay in the Holy Land. Ogawa is expected to bring back some new news this time. Now many people of Yulan Empire practice in Tiandi Mountain, which makes the monks of Yulan Empire know more about the outside world. However, the news of Yulan Empire is still very blocked. When many news reached Yulan Empire, it might have happened for a year, maybe 3 or 5 years. In other words, what Yulan Empire now hears about north. The news of Xinjiang is likely to have happened 3 or 5 years ago. At noon, a streamer flew down from the sky and appeared outside the gate of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion, condensing into a young handsome man. This young man is naturally Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was also startled by the monks who surrounded the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. How could there be so many people? He informed the old Marquis in advance and called back all the young talents in the Marquis house. In fact, what he thought was that he would come back after a hard time and take advantage of this opportunity to take a little time to guide the younger generation of the Ho family and help them improve their talent level by the way. However, I didn't expect that all the monks in the royal residence came. Ning Xiaochuan showed a wry smile on his face, walked over to the old Marquis and the Empress Dowager, and bowed slightly. Xiaochuan visited Grandpa and met the Empress Dowager. The old Marquis immediately went forward and helped Ning Xiaochuan up. He said with some blame, Xiaochuan, you are no longer a child now, but a big man in the Holy Land. A big man should have the dignity of a big man. In the future, don't salute when you see us. The Empress Dowager also said, Ogawa, your current status and status are higher than that of the Emperor of Yulan Empire. Your cultivation is all-powerful. You don't need to salute us, but we should salute you. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, no matter how high my cultivation is, I will always be the grandson of my grandfather and the son-in-law of Princess Sisi, won't I? Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, the old Marquis and the Empress Dowager were very happy. Good. Good. Come on, let's have a banquet. Our Jianghe Marquis house will have a flowing banquet for 9 days and 9 nights. At the order of the old Marquis, a large group of officials of the Marquis immediately went to do it in an intensive manner. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, Grandpa, I have more important things to do. I'm afraid I won't stay long. Maybe I'll leave tonight. So urgent? The old Marquis said. Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded and said, an unprecedented catastrophe has occurred in northern Xinjiang. We will talk about this later. Now I have a gift to give to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, no, to be exact, to the friars of the entire Yulan Empire. What gift? Everyone present was extremely curious and looked forward to the gift given by Ning Xiaochuan. I want to give a dragon vein to Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan called out the jade seal, holding it in one hand, and flew directly to the void 10,000 meters high. Wow! The jade seal emits white brilliance, the light becomes brighter and brighter, and the breath becomes stronger and stronger. In the end, the brilliance of the jade seal even covers the light of the sun. A vein of earth slowly flew out from the bottom of the jade seal, which was almost like a huge spirit river, 80,000 miles long, suspended in the void, emitting a rich air of the earth. If Tiandi Mountain wants to move to the Middle Earth world, it will naturally take away the earth vein under the ground. However, if you want to take away the earth veins, you must use the great magic power, and also consume a lot of Tianpin basalt. Therefore, Tiandi Mountain only takes away the most important earth veins, and other earth veins are left behind. When Ning Xiaochuan left Tiandi Mountain, he detected the residual earth vein under the ground, so he used a jade seal to take away the longest earth vein under the ground and specially take it back to Yulan Empire. This earth vein belongs to the level of quasi-main vein, which is 80,000 miles long and has been deposited underground for nearly 1,000,000 years. It is simply priceless. You know, the dragon veins of advanced 5-level civilizations like the Tianshu Empire are only 8 earth veins that grow for thousands of miles and have been deposited under the ground for 100,000 years, which can't be compared with the earth vein of Ning Xiaochuan at all. As for the original dragon vein of Yulan Empire, it is only hundreds of miles long, and it has only been deposited underground for 20,000 to 30,000 years. The earth vein listens to my orders. Sink in the earth, be born in the earth, nourish plants, and multiply all things. Ning Xiaochuan's voice spread all over the world, and every word sounded like a huge thunder, bright and magnificent, and seemed to be above all living beings. That 80,000-mile-long earth vein rushed towards the ground, just like a heaven and earth river falling from the 9 heavens and sinking into the bottom of the Jade Haze Empire, like a dragon, like the Milky Way. The monks of the entire Yulan Empire were shocked and clearly felt that the concentration of Xuanqi in the air had increased more than 5 times. If we say, in the past, only the Taoist fields of each marquee and sect gate could become the spiritual place of cultivation. Now, any part of the Yulan Empire is a spiritual place for cultivation. As the veins of the earth sank into the ground and constantly moistened the soil, the whole land of the empire became precious soil. The paddy fields that could only grow rice originally grew mysterious herbs. If you say, in the past, a mountain can only grow a mysterious medicine. Now, a mountain can grow 1,000 xianyao, 10,000 xianyao. With the passage of time, the grade of the soil will become higher and higher, and even a lot of psychic miracles will grow in the future. Once an ordinary river, it has also become a spirit river. Every drop of river water is like a spiritual spring. Drinking it for a long time can change human constitution and prolong human life. Earth-shaking changes are taking place in the whole Yulan Empire. Ganoderma lucidum, Baoshan, Shouwu. Grow on the streets of major ancient cities. There are natural materials and treasures everywhere, which are inexhaustible. Joking, the earth vein deposited under the ground for nearly 1,000,000 years is simply comparable to the dragon vein of some weak holy land. Setting the dragon vein of a holy land at the bottom of a low-level 5-level civilization will have an absolutely significant impact. It is conceivable that in the next few decades, Yulan Empire will definitely produce many heaven and man venerable beings, and become an intermediate 5-level civilization. In the next few hundred years, there may even be real people born. Yulan Empire is also likely to develop from a low-level 5-level civilization to a high-level 5-level civilization. After setting the dragon vein at the bottom of the Yulan Empire, Ning Xiaochuan helped the younger generation of geniuses in Jiang'a Marquis Mansion improve their physique, taught them high-level martial arts classics, and led them to the real door of cultivation. Everything Ning Xiaochuan did was actually in the north. A seed of life is buried in the great wilderness of Xinjiang. If it's north. All human beings in Xinjiang were really slaughtered by monsters. At least there is a remnant of human civilization in the wilderness, which gradually developed and became human in the north. The hope of Xinjiang. Yulan Empire is like a spark, which may start a prairie fire in the future. Later, Ning Xiaochuan talked about the north with the old Marquis, Empress Dowager and Emperor Yulan. The current situation in Xinjiang told them the latest situation. Hearing the news that the Holy Land was destroyed, everyone was deeply afraid of monsters. When they learned that all the Holy Lands had evacuated north one after another, Xinjiang, moving to the Middle Earth world, everyone was silent and felt an unprecedented depression. Ning Xiaochuan didn't stay in the Marquis house of Jiang'a for too long. When night fell, he left the Marquis house and would be with Baozhu Dizong again. Because of Ning Xiaochuan's stop, Baozhu Dizong did not see the old Marquis, nor did he go to the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion. She was not angry, but seemed calm. She knew that Ning Xiaochuan had not decided whether to double practice with her. Baozhu Dizong sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, looked at the vast land below, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, I'm curious that the human civilization in the whole northern Xinjiang has been attacked by monsters. Why can this human civilization be spared? Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Not everyone in the Terran is opposed to fighting with monsters. Among monsters, not all monsters want to kill humans. Baozhu Dizong gently nodded and said, I see. It seems that you know a demon master in this wilderness. The cultivation of the double-headed stone beast has reached the 6th level of heaven and man. Its body is like a rocky hill. After spreading its wings, it is like a huge wild bird flying over the Jade Haze Empire, flying into the wilderness again and disappearing into the mountains. Guishu is in the north. The northernmost side of Xinjiang, adjacent to the North Sea, is the north. One of the 2 forbidden areas in Xinjiang. On the coast of the North Sea, I don't know if there are tens of millions of miles. There are big gullies. In fact, there is only a bottomless valley, and there is no bottom under it. It is called Guishu. Guishu is far more dangerous than the Burial Mountain and Demengza. There was even more than one secondary god falling into Guishu, which made Guishu famous. Absolute forbidden area of life. It is said that on the periphery of Guishu, there is a vast place for burying soldiers, where countless ancient war soldiers are buried, and even ancient divine soldiers at the level of Supreme Emperor and secondary artifact. It is for this reason that although Guishu is extremely dangerous, countless creatures still break into Guishu one after another in search of divine weapons. Ning Xiaochuan came to Guishu not only to find Xuelingshu, but also to find the soldier marrow to improve the grade of the magic sword. If you want to raise the magic sword to the level of supreme weapon as soon as possible, you must use soldier marrow to wash and refine the magic sword. If the magic sword can't reach the level of supreme weapon, it will hinder Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed and make Ning Xiaochuan never reach the realm of human beings. Because Ning Xiaochuan is a sword cultivator, and the world-destroying Tao embryo is integrated with the magic sword. If the magic sword cannot be channeled, the Tao embryo cannot be transformed into a Yuan god, and it is even more impossible to cultivate a true Yuan. The whole Tianshu continent can only be found in the ruins. It's so cold. Where is it? Xiaohong flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's robe lapel, turned into a human shape, and turned into a little girl carved in pink and jade. A pair of white and tender hands rubbed her eyes, looking sleepy. When she was in Tiandi Mountain, Xiaohong fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until now. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at her and found that her cultivation had improved a lot, at least reaching the level of the 8th realm of heaven and man. It is worthy of being a dragon cub. Just sleeping once, cultivation will improve to a higher level. We are almost at Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Return to the ruins. Xiaohong widened her eyes and looked down at the ground. I saw that the whole earth was covered with snow, wrapped in snow, and the cold wind hunting was like coming to the ice and snow world. The extreme north of Tianshu continent is covered with ice and snow all year round. It snows all year round, and the snow layer on the ground is the thinnest and 3 meters deep. If ordinary people come here, they will freeze to death in less than an hour. Who? The howling sound of the cold wind was very harsh, just like a giant beast roaring. 200 miles away from the double-headed stone beast, there was a huge cold wind vortex, up to tens of thousands of feet, which rolled up the snow mountains on the ground and tore them to pieces. Run away, it's a god-killing hurricane blowing out of the Guizhou. Once it is caught in the whirlpool, even the 9 heavenly lords' lives are in danger. Yu Mingsong stood on the back of the 3 emperor lions, suddenly lifted the iron chain and whipped the buttocks of the 3 emperor lions. The 3 royal lions also sensed the danger and immediately turned around and ran away. The moving speed of that cold wind vortex is extremely fast, which is faster than the flying speed of the double-headed stone beast. The roaring wind is also getting stronger and stronger, as if it were ringing in people's ears. Ning Xiaochuan and other people sitting on the back of the double-headed stone beast seemed to be blown away. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the double-headed stone beast back to the Xian beast Jian, integrated with Xiaohong, unfolded a pair of red dragon wings, pulled the treasure and flew away quickly. Half an hour later, the huge vortex gradually dispersed. Ning Xiaochuan, Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong stood on the top of a snow mountain and looked at the place where the vortex had just passed. The whole earth was destroyed, snow mountains were torn up, and huge cracks were everywhere. Before entering Guizhou, I encountered such a terrible danger. It seems that Guizhou is more terrible than the legend. Baozhu Dizong's eyes were somewhat dignified, but he didn't mean to shrink back. Yu Mingsong sat on the back of the 3 royal lions and said, I know a place, which is not far from here. Almost all creatures who want to enter Guizhou to break into it will go to that place to inquire about the news first. Is there such a place? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan thought that places like Guizhou were almost isolated from the world and forbidden to life. He didn't expect that other creatures would also come here. Yu Mingsong said with a smile, although Guizhou is dangerous, it is extremely mysterious and hides many ancient secrets. Countless creatures will go to Guizhou to try their luck at the risk of their lives. Moreover, Guizhou is very famous, not only in the north. The creatures of Xinjiang, the Middle Earth world, the Western Buddhist world, the Eastern barbarians, the Southern barbarians, and even overseas creatures will also come here. You know, there are still many people who are not afraid of death in this world. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yu Mingsong in doubt and said, How do you know so well? Have you ever been to Guizhou? I've been there once, but I only walked around the periphery. That time, I almost died in it. Fortunately, I escaped with great fortune. Yu Mingsong said very seriously. Lead the way. Let's go to the place you said first. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Well, that place is very close to the entrance of Guizhou, which is called Forbidden Area Secret Mansion. Yu Mingsong laughed, sat on the back of the 3 royal lions, and took one step to fly towards the wind and snow. Ning Xiaochuan called out the double-headed stone beast again, sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast with Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong, and flew to the Forbidden Area Secret Mansion as Yu Mingsong said. After flying about 8,000 miles in the wind and snow, the 3 imperial lions stopped in front of a high cliff. Yu Mingsong jumped down from the backs of the 3 imperial lions, looked at the opposite cliff, and said, The gate of the secret house of the forbidden area is on the opposite cliff. Below the cliff is an abyss dozens of meters wide. Looking down into the abyss, it's almost bottomless. Vaguely, I could even hear the bottom of the abyss. There was a strange huge sound, like the roar of the cold wind, or like an ancient beast roaring. The sound hurt the eardrum and made people feel the heart trembling. In the middle of the abyss, a 1-meter-wide iron cable bridge is suspended, connecting the opposite cliff. Boom! The cliff shook, and countless huge ice blocks fell from the cliff and fell into the abyss. On the cliff, a 7-meter-high gate slowly opened. Inside the gate, two creatures wearing flaming armor came out. They look like human beings, but they emit a powerful evil spirit. Obviously, they are not human beings, but monsters transformed into human forms. Seeing two monster creatures, Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong almost run the blood in their bodies at the same time. They are ready to take action at any time. Yu Mingsong said, "They are the messengers of the Forbidden Area's secret mansion. Don't treat them as enemies." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What do you mean?" Yu Mingsong said, "The Forbidden Area's secret house is a completely independent place, which treats all creatures of any race fairly. Moreover, you should remember that fighting is forbidden in the Forbidden Area's secret house, or you will be killed by the Forbidden Area's secret house." I see. Ning Xiaochuan gradually withdrew his momentum, but he did not relax his vigilance. He always felt that the Forbidden Area's secret mansion was a quite strange place. Yu Mingsong paid 300 pieces of ground-grade basalt to the two receiving messengers, exchanged a few words with the two receiving messengers, and then walked back. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Can I go in?" Yu Mingsong nodded and said, "Every time you enter the Forbidden Area's secret mansion, everyone must pay 100 pieces of ground-grade xianxue. Moreover, this is only the most basic condition for entering the secret mansion. If you want to buy other things in the secret mansion, you have to spend extra xianxue. How much does it cost to enter the Forbidden Area and secret mansion?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong laughed and said, "Entering the Forbidden Area's secret mansion requires a lot of money. For example, if you want to go to Guishu, you must buy a map of Guishu. If you want to form an adventure team with other creatures and enter the Guishu together, you also need to pay an introduction fee to the Forbidden Area's secret mansion. Monks returning from the ruins will bring out some rare treasures. If you like an ancient treasure, you also need to spend xianxue to buy it." Ning Xiaochuan became interested and said, "Can you still buy a map of Guishu in the Forbidden Area?" "Of course, you can buy it, but the price is very expensive. Even if it's just a map hundreds of miles away from Guishu, it also needs to cost sky-high prices." Yu Mingsong rode. Yu Mingsong said in a low voice again, "Moreover, I just inquired about the two receiving messengers. In recent days, many human monks and demonic creatures have come to the Forbidden Area's secret mansion, probably to break into the Guishu to find the whereabouts of the goddess. The birth of Emperor Zijin's Wudoxin Palace startled many creatures. It is said that even overseas demons came to the Forbidden Area and secret mansion. The two receiving messengers of the Forbidden Area's secret mansion are both powerful demons with profound cultivation. However, they have no hostility to Ning Xiaochuan and others. The Forbidden Area's secret mansion is really a strange place. It seems that it is not under the jurisdiction of Tianming Demon Emperor at all." The two messengers led Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong, Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong into the gate on the cliff, and then disappeared, and I don't know where they went. With a bang, the gate closed again, and a downward stone ladder appeared in the dark. Ning Xiaochuan walked in front, stepping on the stone ladder and entering a complicated underground passage. In the underground passage, there are also many independent stone houses. In each stone house, there is at least one living creature, not only human friars, but also many strange demon creatures. However, the Demon Clan and the Terran Clan did not fight each other in the secret mansion. "Newcomer? Have you just come to the Forbidden Area's secret mansion, and are you going to break into Guishu?" In a rather spacious stone house, a skinny old man came out and asked Ning Xiaochuan with a smile. The old man has green hair, his skin is the same as bark, and his legs are also made of countless tree roots, which are rooted in the soil. "Tree demon?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "In fact, the old man is also a human race, belonging to the tree people. Tree Terrans do exist and belong to a kind of advanced Terrans. But in the north, Jiang seldom saw the trace of tree man, so Ning Xiaochuan regarded him as a tree demon. It's the elder of Shuren clan. What advice do you have? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The old tree man squinted at Ning Xiaochuan and said mysteriously, I have a volume of map of Guishu here. Are you interested in buying it? Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved and said, the elder's volume of map records which region of Guishu? As soon as the old tree man heard of the play, he immediately showed his joy and said, we are now located in the south of Guishu. The Forbidden Area's secret mansion has divided the 10,000-mile circular zone around the south of Guishu into 180 areas. This volume of old map records the dangers in the 82nd area, marked with the production places of various treasures in the 82nd area. A map of the 82nd district. Ning Xiaochuan was very strange to Guishu, so he looked at Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong nodded gently and said, the periphery of Guishu is indeed divided into 180 areas, each of which is about 10,000 li wide and ranging in length from 10,000 li to 100,000 li. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, can we only move in the ring within 10,000 miles outside the Guishu, and cannot enter the deeper part of the Guishu? Ning Xiaochuan clearly remembers that in the legend, Guishu is extremely vast, and no one knows how deep it is. According to mythological books, the Guishu is tens of millions of miles deep, and that is not the bottom of the Guishu. It can be said that tens of thousands of miles in front of tens of millions of miles, is indeed peripheral, can no longer be peripheral. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, the old tree man said, young man, you don't know that even the 10,000-mile ring outside the Guishu is extremely dangerous. For a young man like you, if you go in 10, it is estimated that only 5 of them can come back alive, and you must be fully prepared to have such a high survival rate. If you break into a deeper place of 10,000 miles and enter 10, I'm afraid all 10 will die in it. Yu Mingsong also nodded and said, he's right. Now most of the people who come to Guishu are exploring 180 areas in the periphery. Although it's just the periphery of Guishu, some dangerous areas, even if real people enter, have a very high mortality rate. Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded his head. Until now, he had a certain intuitive understanding of the danger of returning to the ruins. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Lao Shuren and asked, Elder, there is really only a map of the 82nd district? Old Tree Man looked at Ning Xiaochuan again and asked, how many basalt do you have? Why do you ask this? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Old Tree Humanitarian, the more shancher you have, the more maps you have here. It turned out that he was worried that Ning Xiaochuan could not afford a map, so he told Ning Xiaochuan that there was only a map of the 82nd district. The 82nd district is among the 180 districts, with the lowest degree of danger. It is also the most frequently visited area, by all ethnic groups. Therefore, the map of the 82nd district is also the cheapest. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm looking for soldier marrow. I don't know which area outside the Guishu can be found. You need to find the marrow. The old tree man was slightly surprised and said, the pith is a rare treasure. It is the essence of the war soldiers that escaped and gathered after the mysterious and supreme weapons were destroyed. After thousands of years of deposition, it can be turned into a very small amount of pith. In the periphery of Guishu, it is only in the 9th district that people have found it. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy and said, okay. I want the map of the 9th district. Old Tree Humanitarian, young people, don't blame the old man for not reminding you that the 9th district is the most terrifying area outside the Guishu, which is extremely dangerous. Few creatures can walk out alive when they go in. Do you have a map of the 9th district? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan said, make an offer. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan had made up his mind, the old tree man stopped advising and said, the 9th district is the most dangerous among 180 districts. However, it is for this reason that few creatures dare to enter the 9th district, and many treasures in the 9th district have not been excavated. Therefore, the map of the 9th district is also the most expensive. Since everyone is a Terran, then I'll sell you 100,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt cheaply. Crouching trough, old man, you want to rob Shanshur? Yu Mingsong pinched Lao Shuren's hair and lifted him from the ground. The old tree man shouted in pain and said, let go, let go. The price of Lao Jia is really the most reasonable. If you buy elsewhere, the price will at least double. Ning Xiaochuan said, let him go. Let's ask elsewhere. If the price is really high, it's not too late to come back and buy. Yu Mingsong also felt justified. He loosened his hand and the old tree man fell back to the ground, almost falling to pieces. There are many stone houses in the forbidden area. Some stone houses are selling maps. Some stone houses are selling ores excavated from Guishu. Some stone houses are selling miraculous drugs picked from Guishu. Some stone houses sell mutilated weapons. Even so, the price is extremely expensive. Ning Xiaochuan and others went to ask about the price again. The map of the 9th district was indeed sky-high, and the lowest price was 25 pieces of ground-grade basalt. Finally, they returned to the stone house where Lao Shuren was located and bought the map of the 9th district at the price of 100,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt. While counting the Shanshur with a smile, the old tree man asked, young man, I didn't expect you to be so rich when you were young. You should be a descendant of the Holy Land. By the way, you're not going to the 9th district. There happens to be a team of demon creatures in the Forbidden Area secret mansion who are also going to the 9th district. Do you want to go with them? Demon clan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said, no, we can go by ourselves. Joking, Terrans and demons must be on guard against each other at any time. How tired it is. Okay. If you can find the real treasure from the 9th district, you can get the appraisal from Lao Duo here, or sell it to Lao Duo. The price of Lao Duo is always fair. Of course, the premise is that you can come back alive. The old tree man looked at Ning Xiaochuan and others who went out and gently shook his head. He didn't think Ning Xiaochuan and others could come back alive from the 9th district. In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan and others going to Guishu was like going to die. Out of the old tree man's stone house, Ning Xiaochuan saw a group of demon clan creatures coming over. There were more than a dozen monster strongmen, of whom the most beautiful woman with white hair was walking in front. Although she deliberately restrained her breath, there was still a natural momentum emanating, just like a self-respecting queen. All the other monster creatures bowed and followed her carefully like her servants. Seeing the demon woman, Yu Mingsong's face changed greatly and said in a low voice, Shiji, demon queen. What? You said she was Shiji demon queen? Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong's face also changed slightly. In the first battle of Guangming Holy Land, the real body of Shiji demon queen only appeared once. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong were not present, so they didn't know Shiji demon queen. However, Yu Mingsong saw with his own eyes that Shiji demon displayed the supreme magic power to take away a main earth vein of the Holy Land of Light. His cultivation was profound and unpredictable. He was a rather terrible existence in the demon family. A demon queen unexpectedly came to the Forbidden Area secret mansion. Ning Xiaochuan, Baozhu Dizong, Yu Mingsong and Xiaohong immediately returned to the stone house where Lao Shuren was located. There are array guards in the stone house, but I'm not afraid to be detected by Shiji demon. What else do you want to buy? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's return, Lao Shu people immediately greeted him with a smile, which was like seeing a group of god of wealth. Shut up. Yu Mingsong rushed over, pressed Lao Shuren to the ground, and tightly covered his mouth. Shiji demon walked outside the stone house, stopped and looked at the closed stone gate, revealing a trace of doubt. Demon queen, what did you find? An old demon behind Shiji demon asked. Nothing, maybe I met a human friend. The red lips of Shiji's demon queen were slightly upturned, and her eyes were full of profound light, and she said meaningfully, "Human." All the demon creatures behind Shiji demon became murderous. Among them, a big man full of red stones, carrying a stone hammer, walked outside the stone house gate and said, "My subordinates are willing to kill the human instead of the demon. When it raises the stone hammer, it will smash the stone gate and break into it to kill the human beings inside." No, Shiji's demon queen's perception can be so strong that she is still aware of it. Ning Xiaochuan called out half of the star halberd and pinched it in his hand. Once the stone gate is broken, it will immediately launch a counterattack. Although Shiji demon queen and those demon creatures are extremely powerful, Ning Xiaochuan's heart is not afraid, and his eyes are very firm. Even if you die in battle, you can't wait to die. That big man with red stones all over his body, although he was only the servant of Shiji's demon queen, he exuded an extremely powerful demon, which was obviously not an ordinary demon. Can you be an ordinary monster if you can follow Shiji's demon queen? Holding a warhammer in its hand, it burst out a red flame in its body. Every stone on its body made a cluck sound, and it was about to attack the stone house. In the stone house, Ning Xiaochuan's body also rushed out of black and white brilliance, holding a star halberd, ready to fight at any time. Shiji demon queen, you are so brave. This is a forbidden area, the secret house. Fighting and killing are forbidden. Don't you dare not pay attention to the secret house monarch? At the bottom of the underground passage came a group of human monks. Among them, walking in the front is a green-robed old man and a purple-robed old man. The person who just scolded Shiji's demon queen was the old man in green robe. Behind the green-robed old man and the purple-robed old man, there are a group of strong human monks, both the strong of the older generation and the arrogant of the younger generation. The big man with red stones all over his body grinned and said in a cold voice, "Don't take the lord of the secret house to pressure us. In northern Xinjiang, our demon queen is not afraid of any opponents. If you dare to meddle, you will be killed together." Shiji demon queen waved her arm slightly, indicating that the big man with red stones retreated. Shiji demon queen's eyes are charming, her eyelashes are soft and long, and her skin is as white as snow. She stared at the group of human friars and said, "It turns out that the human friars of the Four Elephant Holy Earth and Tiandi Mountain are in the Forbidden Area secret house. They will not kill you if they give face to the emperor of the secret house. However, if you leave the Forbidden Area secret house, I'm afraid no one can save your lives." The purple-robed old man, named Ganwei, is a supreme elder of Tiandi Mountain. In Tiandi Mountain, he is the top 10 strong man. He became famous thousands of years ago and was powerful in the north. Xinjiang. The old man in green robe, named Taikingsu, is the supreme elder of the Four Elephant Holy Land, and belongs to the same level of existence as Ganwei. The purple-robed old man Ganwei said, "Shiji, I respect you as the demon queen who commands hundreds of millions of creatures. I don't want to argue with you. However, if you think that our human friars are really so easy to kill, then you are very wrong." "Oh. Really?" The white hair on the back of Shiji demon was calm, and a pair of monstrous eyes stared at Ganwei and Taiqingshu, and an invisible air flow hit Ganwei and Taiqingshu. Ganwei and Taikingsu also traverse the whole north. Zhang's human strongman, however, after seeing the eyes of Shiji demon, their hearts suddenly jumped, almost broken. A sharp pain spread all over the body from the heart, as if to tear their flesh. "Let's go." With a smile behind Shiji demon, he glanced at Ganwei and Taikingsu, and then took those creatures of the demon family to the depths of the forbidden area and the secret house. Those human friars were deeply relieved to see Shiji leave with the demons. "Uncle Taisher, what's the matter with you?" Zihanyan helped the old man in purple robe and asked with concern. The purple-robed old man's face was pale and bloodless. He gently shook his head at the purple cold smoke. Suddenly, he was shocked and vomited a mouthful of blood essence. The old man in green robe was even more seriously injured than the old man in purple robe, and his blood vessels swelled up, as if he was going to explode and die. The old man in green robe immediately took a human-level pill and operated the real Yuan in his body. Only then did he gradually refine the evil spirit in his body and gradually restore his face to nature. The purple-robed old man looked very weak and stared at the direction of Shiji demons, leaving in shock. He said with lingering fear, "The cultivation of Shiji demon is too terrible. Just glancing at us, it almost made our hearts burst. If she continued to cultivate, she might be even more terrible than Tianming Demon Emperor in the future." The old man in green robe also nodded and said, "In order to find the Wudoxin palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor, the Tianming Demon Emperor actually sent her to Guishu. We must find the descendants of the emperor before her, otherwise, I'm afraid it's bad." The four-elephant god's son stood behind the old man in green robe and said, "Martial uncle, are we going to Guishu now?" The old man in green robe showed a thoughtful look in his eyes and said, "Since Shiji Demon Queen arrived at the Forbidden Area's secret mansion, there must be many strong demons coming with her. If we go to Guishu together, we will definitely be watched by the demons. At that time, I'm afraid everyone will die in Guishu." The old man in purple robe said, "That's right. Now there is only one way. Taoist friend Xingshu and I will continue to stay in the Forbidden Area's secret mansion to contain the Shiji demon. Han Yen, you and the four-elephant god's son will go to the ruins first. You are all young generation human monks. The Shiji demon won't pay attention to you at all, and should not rush to kill you in person. Purple Han Yen carries a purple ancient sword, delicate and graceful, ethereal like water, and there is a repeatedly purple glow on his body. Since the purple cold smoke awakened the blood of the gods, there was a mysterious smell, and the temperament emitted became more ethereal, just like a fairy in the dust. From a distance, it looks like a wonderful flower in full bloom in the purple sea, white and flawless, sacred and ethereal." She glanced at the four-elephant god's son and said, "Uncle Taisher, I can go to the ruins alone, and I will find the goddess. Xixiang Shenzi is the first person of the younger generation of Xixiang, Holy Land. He is not only extremely talented, but also handsome. He can be called a perfect man." He said, "Younger martial sister Z, it's too dangerous to return to the ruins. Let me go with you and take care of each other." Zihanyan wanted to go to Guishu alone, in fact, because the four-elephant god's son was too concerned about her, and expressed his love to her many times. An excellent man like Xixiang Shenzi actively pursues a woman, and few women will refuse him. However, there was Ning Xiaochuan in Zihanyan's heart, and naturally she would not take a fancy to other men. The better other men treat her, the more courteous they are to her, the more disgusting she will be. The old man in purple robe can naturally see that the four-elephant god's son likes purple Han Yen, and deliberately matches them, saying, "Han Yen, Guishu is not an ordinary place, and the mortality rate of entering Guishu is very high. The cultivation of the four-elephant god's son is above you, and if he walks with you, the grand martial uncle should also be more relieved." Zihanyan wanted to refuse again and said, "Great uncle." The purple-robed old man said, "Don't say any more, it's so decided. The four-elephant god's son, I'll give the cold smoke to you for the time being, and you must protect her." Xixiang Shenzi's face showed a happy look and said, "Don't worry, elder generation, younger generation will take good care of younger martial sister Z, and won't let her suffer any harm. Younger martial sister Z, let's go." Knowing that there was no way to refuse, Zihanyan first went to the layman in the forbidden area. Xixiang Shenzi followed closely behind Zihanyan and looked at the slim and beautiful figure in front of him. He couldn't help thinking of the picture of seeing Zihanyan for the first time. It was like a goddess coming out of the picture scroll, which left a deep impression on him. There are not a few beautiful women that the son of the four elephants has seen. However, there has never been a woman as beautiful and elegant as Zihanyan. At that time, he made up his mind to make her his own woman. Now, there was finally a chance to be alone with her. The heart of the four-elephant god's son was naturally very excited, and immediately caught up with her, saying, "Younger martial sister Z, the ruins are dangerous and dangerous. I have an amulet refined by the ancestors of the eternal realm. Now I give it to you." The four-elephant god took out a white jade talisman as big as a finger. The surface of the jade talisman was engraved with mysterious talisman. Although it had not been launched, it could also be seen that this jade talisman was definitely a rare treasure talisman. Zihanyan didn't look at the jade talisman in the hands of the four-elephant god's son, and said, "Your Highness, the god's son, you'd better keep it for yourself." With these words, the purple cold smoke turned into a purple streamer, rushed out of the stone gate of the secret house of the forbidden area, and flew towards the entrance of the Guishu. The four-elephant divine son chased up and said, "It's just a talisman. Although younger martial sister Z accepts it, I'm the divine son of the four-elephant holy land. What can I get? After this talisman is given to you, I naturally have other talismans on my body." Not long after Xixiang Shensi and Zihanyan left the Forbidden Area secret mansion, Ning Xiaochuan, Baozhu Dizong, Yu Mingsong and Xiaohong also left the Forbidden Area secret mansion and rushed to the direction of Guishu. It's great that Han Yan actually came to Guishu. Just now, although Ning Xiaochuan hid in the stone house, he could feel what happened outside the stone house. Therefore, after Zihanyan and the four-elephant god's son left the Forbidden Area secret mansion, he immediately chased up. Zihanyan didn't know how to get rid of the entanglement of the four elephants, so he saw several familiar figures coming from the wind and snow. When she saw the faces of these people, her beautiful and cold face immediately showed a happy smile. "Junior sister Z, long time no see. Why did you come to Guishu?" Yu Mingsong greeted Zihanyan from a distance. However, Zihanyan's eyes were fixed on Ning Xiaochuan, as if he hadn't heard Yu Mingsong at all. Ning Xiaochuan was also very excited after seeing purple Han Yan and said, "Han Yan, how did you come to Guishu? It's too dangerous here." "I know it's dangerous, but I have to come for a reason." "Instead, it's you. Why are you here?" Purple Smoke's eyes were soft like water, and his voice was sweet. He looked at Ning Xiaochuan without blinking. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "I also have reasons to come. Since we all want to enter Guishu, let's go together. What do you think?" "Of course." Purple Smoke Ying smile, eyes ripple, unspeakably beautiful and moving. Seeing Purple Han Yan and Ning Xiaochuan talking and laughing, a chill flashed in the eyes of the four-elephant god's son, and his heart secretly said, "Who is he? I want to enter Guishu with younger martial sister Z, and she refuses all kinds of things." However, he wanted to go with younger martial sister Z, and she readily agreed. In the eyes of junior sister Z, am I not as good as him? The son of the four-elephant god is the first person of the young generation of the four-elephant holy land. How arrogant he is, he naturally won't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan. He didn't think that Zihanyan would refuse him because of Ning Xiaochuan. He is the son of God and is likely to inherit the position of the four-elephant Holy Earth Palm sect in the future. If Zihanyan becomes his woman, he will be the wife of the sect in the future. Although Xixiang Shensi was very unhappy with Ning Xiaochuan, he still maintained his demeanor on the surface, deliberately walked to Zihanyan's side, and said with a smile, "Sister Z, who are these monks? Are they your friends? You'd better persuade them that not everyone can break into the ruins. If you don't cultivate enough, you will be dead. Boy, who do you think is not good enough? Do you look down on us?" Yu Mingsong was very uncomfortable when he heard the words of the four-elephant god's son. The four-elephant god's son put his hands on his chest and said calmly, "Why are you so excited? What I said is the truth. The danger of returning to the ruins is beyond your imagination. If the cultivation of martial arts is not deep enough, breaking into returning to the ruins is death. I'm for your good. Ning Xiaochuan also felt slightly unhappy. He always felt that the four-elephant god's son spoke too loudly, and seemed to dislike them very much. This product is too arrogant. Did he provoke him? Zihan flew, Xiaochuan, this is the god's son of the four-elephant holy land, Xuantianji, the top hero of the young generation in northern Xinjiang, who also entered the Guishu with us to find the goddess. Xixiang Shenzi was very proud of his identity, with a chest and a high appearance. He didn't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong at all. It turned out to be the son of the holy land of the four elephants. I've heard of it for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan rode. After all, it was the first time to meet, and Ning Xiaochuan seemed very modest, which was enough to give each other face. The four-elephant god's son glanced at Ning Xiaochuan slightly with the corner of his eye and said contemptuously, "Are you also disciples of Tiandi Mountain? To tell you the truth, this god's son and sister Z have important tasks to enter the Guishu, and don't want to be dragged down. If you want to enter the Guishu to find treasures, you'd better go on the road alone, don't follow us, and this god's son doesn't want to protect the weak." In the view of the four-elephant god's son, Ning Xiaochuan and others are at most internal disciples of Tiandi Mountain. They must want to try their luck in Guishu and look for ancient treasures. He felt that Ning Xiaochuan and others were deliberately catching up and trying to seek the protection of him and Zihanyan. There are too many small roles like this. Hearing the words of the four-elephant god's son, Yu Mingsong's face was crooked and said, "Who needs your protection? Don't think it's great to be a god's son. Your father-in-law doesn't want to enter the Guishu with you, so you're a fool? Junior sister Z, you can enter the Guishu with us. Since some people don't like us, we won't go with him." The four-elephant god's son's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You dare to talk to this god's son like this? If it weren't for the face of sister Z, this god's son would abolish you now. Cut. Which onion do you think you are?" Yu Mingsong touched the two curls of beard above his lips and said, "Brother Ning, junior sister Z, let's go. We don't care about this guy." Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Mingsong, Zihanyan, Bao Dizong, and Xiaohong walked in the direction of Guishu, leaving only the four-elephant god's son still standing in place. No one wants to go with him? The son of the four elephants, God has always been high in the holy land of the four elephants. He has never been so ignored, and his heart grew angry. Boom! Suddenly, from the direction of the Forbidden Area secret mansion, a rolling black demon cloud flew towards the direction of Guishu. When the four-elephant god's son saw the demon cloud coming, his face immediately showed a happy face and sneered, "Do you dare to pay attention to this god's son? Now it's okay, wait for the strong man of the demon family to hunt down, and see if you ask me? Haha. Even if you kneel on the ground and beg, this god's son may not have to rescue you." Ning Xiaochuan walked to the entrance of Guishu, and immediately raised his head and looked up at the sky. He saw the demon cloud rolling over the sky and felt 3 powerful demon waves coming out of the cloud. Oh, no! The powerful demon clan is catching up. The purple ancient sword on the purple Hanyan's back kept trembling and made a sharp sound. Shwa! 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 The huge bodies of the 3 demon creatures rushed out of the demon cloud. The first demon creature, named Huichi, was more than 30 meters tall. His body was covered with red stones, and he held a huge stone hammer in his hand. It was the demon clan man who followed Shiji's demon before, but now it completely presented the demon body, just like a giant, blocking Ning Xiaochuan and others from entering the Guishu. The second demon creature, named Oyster Earthworm, is shaped like a python, more than 200 meters long, as thick as a water tank, with silver veins flowing all over his body. The third demon creature, named Ingzhao, flew out of the clouds like a heavenly horse driving auspicious clouds. However, after careful observation, we will find that although it has a body like Tianma, it has a human face. The 3 demon creatures are all strong under the back seat of Shiji demon. Among them, King Huichi has the strongest combat power. Holding a war hammer, he looked down on Ning Xiaochuan and others below, fixed his eyes on Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Human beings, the king obeys the order of the demon queen, please return to the Forbidden Area's secret mansion." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you talking about me?" "That's right. Fire Qi Wan Dao." Yu Mingsong joked in a low voice, "Brother Ning, your charm is not small. Unexpectedly, you are taken in by Shiji's demon queen. I'm afraid Shiji demon queen didn't just let you catch me?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the other 2 monsters and felt the murderous spirit coming from the 2 monsters. King Huichi said, "The queen of the demon has an order to take you back to the secret house of the Forbidden Area. All other human beings will be killed, and none will be left. King Oyster Earthworm, King Yingzhao, now we will do it. Except for the human man named by the queen of the demon, all other human beings will be eliminated." The Fire Chi King roared, and a red flame rushed out of his body. Holding a hammer, he hit the purple smoke. The hammer was wrapped in flames, with a diameter of 10 meters. It was like a flint of tens of millions of kilograms. With the powerful cultivation of King Huichi himself, the power of a hammer can absolutely flatten a mountain. After Zihanyan awakened the blood of the gods, her cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the mystery of the Zixia Sutra, her cultivation realm has caught up with Ning Xiaochuan, Baozhu Dizong and others, reaching the peak of the 7th realm of heaven and man, and stepping into the ranks of the first line strong of the young generation. The time for her to awaken the blood of gods is still very short, and she can practice against the sky to the peak of the 7th realm of heaven and man, which is already quite remarkable, and her practice speed will only be faster in the future. Wow! The purple ancient sword on the back of the purple cold smoke flew out of the sheath, made a dragon sing, turned into a huge purple dragon shadow, and hit the flame hammer. Bang! The flame hammer just shook slightly, and then continued to attack the purple smoke. Xixiang Shenzi stood in the distance, staring at the attacked Zihanyan, with a smile on his face. He felt that Zihanyan would soon ask him for help. Why is the cultivation of King Huichi so powerful? It is not possible for Zihanyan to compete at all. What else can she do, except ask for help from herself? King Huichi's attack is more and more rapid, and his combat power is abundant. Each attack can cause great damage. The purple smoke turned into a purple glow and moved sideways to Ning Xiaochuan, avoiding the 6th attack of King Huichi. The red hammer hit the ground hard. Boom! The ground was hit by a war hammer into a huge pit more than 10 meters deep, and an air wave spread out from the center of the huge pit, shaking the surrounding earth to collapse. The King of Fire Qi didn't hit, so he waved the hammer again and attacked the purple smoke. Boom! The flame on the surface of the warhammer became more vigorous, condensed into a huge figure, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan's head. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's body unexpectedly rushed out of flames, and a world-destroying fire lotus condensed in the palm of his hand and attacked the falling hammer. After contact with the warhammer, the annihilation fire lotus immediately exploded, and a terrible power fluctuation broke out. The King of Fire Qi was lifted dozens of meters away by the fire waves, and fell on the ground with his head up, smashing the ground violently. How could such a small human being be able to burst out such a powerful force? King Huichi got up from the ground, grabbed the hammer, and wanted to attack Ning Xiaochuan and others again. However, when it lifted the hammer, it found that the hammer had long been destroyed by the annihilation fire lotus, leaving only a severed hammer handle. So powerful? No wonder the Demon Queen told us not to underestimate the enemy. King Huichi threw away his hammer handle and attacked Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan with his bare hands. Although Ning Xiaochuan showed strong combat power, King Huichi was not afraid. You know, the cultivation of King Huichi has reached the peak of the ninth realm of heaven and man, and he is one of the most powerful beast kings under the back seat of Shiji demon. Moreover, its body is flowing with the blood of an ancient demon. Its constitution is strong and its defense is extremely strong. Under a real person, almost no one can break its defense. Just like just now, the annihilation fire lotus can destroy its hammer, but it can't hurt its demon body. Unless a real person makes a move, otherwise, it will be in an invincible position. At this moment, the most surprised person is the son of the four elephants. Naturally, he had heard of the name of King Huichi, who was a famous king in the demon family. I thought that Zihanyan and the inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain could not be the opponents of King Huichi, and would soon ask him for help. However, that inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain was able to compete with the demon king like King Huichi, and even better than King Huichi. How can the young generation of Tiandi Mountain have such a strong man? Is he the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain? The four-elephant god's son suddenly thought of something, and his eyes coagulated slightly. The news that the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain defeated the saint son of Tiandi Mountain has long been spread all over the north. Xinjiang. Since the holy son of Tiandi Mountain has died in the holy land of light, the young generation of Tiandi Mountain has such a strong fighting force, and only the holy son of Tiandi Mountain is left. What about the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain? If you dare to rob a woman with this god's son will take your life. The heart of the four-elephant god's son thought so. It is no secret that the Emperor Lingzi is backed by a phoenix. Few people dare to deal with him openly. However, if the Emperor Lingzi died in Guishu, I'm afraid the phoenix will not be able to go to Guishu to trace the cause of his death. A trace of killing intention flashed in the eyes of the four-elephant god's son. In the Guishu, it was the best time to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. Only Ning Xiaochuan died, and younger martial sister Zi didn't throw herself into his arms? Just as the four-elephant god's son was thinking about how to treat Fu Ning Ogawa, a deafening animal roar came over his head. It was the howling of the demon king, the king of Yingzhou. The king of Yingzhou has a body like a heavenly horse, has a heroic face, spits out a flash of lightning in his mouth, and attacks the four-elephant god's son. The cultivation of King Yingzhou is also the ninth realm of heaven and man, which is 2 levels weaker than King Huichi. It is the initial realm of the ninth realm of heaven and man. The lightning spitting out of the king's mouth turned into a wide river of electricity. It was like a river formed by lightning, which flew down from the sky and completely swallowed up the four elephants. A mere beast king dares to be an enemy of his god's son. He really doesn't know what to do. With a wave of the sleeve of the four-elephant god's son, he exerted the magic power of heaven and earth in his sleeve. A 4-color cloud flew out of his sleeve, and unexpectedly gathered thousands of lightning vomited by the king of British recruitment into his sleeve. Wow! With a wave of the arms of the four-elephant god's son, thousands of lightning twisted together and turned into a lightning beam, which flew out of his sleeve and hit the abdomen of the king of Yingzhou. Pooh! The lightning beam made a blood hole the size of a bowl in the abdomen of the king of Yingzhou. The king of Yingzhou screamed and fell from the air to the ground. In the other direction, King Huichi also gave a scream. Its defense was broken by Ning Xiaochuan, and Akashi's body was pierced by a bronze halberd. King Huichi's huge body, more than 30 meters high, fell heavily to the ground, becoming dying, and the demon on his body gradually dispersed. The beast king at the peak of the ninth realm of heaven and man, his combat power is only so? Ning Xiaochuan held the star halberd and looked at the king of fire Qi, who fell to the ground. The rusty star halberd was dyed red by demon blood, and the blood kept rolling down to the ground. Zihanyan went to the front of the fire Qi king, stretched out a jade finger, and stained a drop of demon blood on the fingertip from the wound of the fire Qi king. The power of that drop of demon blood collided with the power in her body, collided with each other, and made a chi-chi sound. That drop of demon blood, unexpectedly, scattered wisps of black magic fog. It really has the blood of ancient demons. Purple cold flu. Purple cold smoke turns the divine power in the body to purify the demon blood at the fingertips. Since it is the offspring of ancient demons, it's better. Ning Xiaochuan showed his joy. Qi. Ning Xiaochuan broke the head of King Qi, dug out a flame demon embryo the size of a human head from it, put it into the heaven and earth bracelet, and carefully preserved it. This is the demon embryo of the Beast King, the ninth peak of heaven and man. It can be called an invaluable treasure. If this demon embryo is refined into an adult-level pill and given to a monk in the seventh realm of heaven and man, it can enable that monk in the seventh realm of heaven and man to condense the Tao embryo and achieve the cultivation of the eighth realm of heaven and man in a very short time. Ning Xiaochuan naturally thought of giving this demon embryo to Zihanyan to refine and help her impact the eighth realm of heaven and man. However, Zihanyan cultivates the Zixia Sutra. The vitality in his body is very pure. With the power of gods, he can cultivate the Zixia Tao embryo in the future. If she is allowed to take the demon embryo, she can easily impact the eighth realm of heaven and man. However, the Tao embryo she cultivated is an ordinary and miscellaneous Tao embryo, which can't be compared with Zixia Tao embryo at all. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan instead supported her to condense the Zixia Tao fetus. Although it took more time, it would be of greater benefit to her in the future. Ning Xiaochuan held the Xian beast Jian and summoned the double-headed stone beast. Then, he called out the heart-nourishing tripod in his heart, and turned it into a huge tripod suspended in the void, wrapped in flames, and the tripod emitted 9 colors, like a 9-color furnace. He collected the demon bodies of the double-headed stone beast and King Huiqi into the heart-nourishing tripod at the same time. As long as the double-headed stone beast is integrated with the stone body of King Huiqi, the double-headed stone beast can obtain the demon blood of King Huiqi and become more powerful. If it is allowed to serve the demon embryo of King Huiqi again, the double-headed stone beast is likely to hit the peak of the ninth realm of heaven and man at one stroke, and even stronger cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan wrapped the heart-nourishing real tripod with the world-destroying magic fire and refined the 2 stone beasts in the tripod. When the state of Yangxin Zhending was gradually controlled, Ning Xiaochuan took Yangxin Zhending back into his body and refined it in his heart, promoting the double-headed stone beast to fuse the blood and stone body of King Huiqi faster. In the other direction, Baozhu Dizong also killed the oyster earthworm, which was more than 200 meters long, and captured the demon embryo of the oyster earthworm. She held the demon embryo in the palm of her hand, and her body emitted a golden Buddha power. That demon embryo immediately became only the size of a Buddha bead and integrated into her supreme instrument Buddha beads for all living beings. On the surface of all living Buddha beads, an oyster earthworm mark immediately appeared, lifelike, as if it could fly out of all living Buddha beads. 3 demon kings were killed by us. Shiji demon queen must have known that she might come at any time. We must leave here immediately and enter Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan, Baozhu Dizong, Zihanyan, Yumingsong, Xiaohong, start immediately and fly into Guishu. As soon as I stepped into the entrance of the Guishu, I felt an ancient evil spirit coming from the depths of the Guishu, giving people a very cold feeling, and even the blood in my body slowed down. The sky becomes extremely dark. On the ground, there are human and monster bones everywhere. Broken weapons can be seen everywhere, including broken battle swords, worn ancient flags, fragments of swords, rusty spears. In some places, blood collects into blood pools, and there are still non-rotten bodies floating on the water surface of blood pools. Sure enough, it was a place for soldiers to be buried. If you dig casually in the soil, you can dig up some pieces of mysterious utensils. Layer after layer, even at a depth of more than 100 meters under the ground, you can dig up some rusty mutilated weapons. If all weapons are buried in the periphery of the whole Guishu, how huge is the number of weapons? Where do these weapons come from? Why are they buried here? Shortly after entering Guishu, a barren mountain appeared. On the top of the hill, there stands a broken stone tablet with the words 82 District engraved in ancient Chinese characters. I don't know how long that stone tablet has stood on the top of the mountain. The words on it have been weathered so badly that they have been very vague and even can't be seen clearly. This is the 82nd district? Originally, the 82nd district was at the entrance of Guishu. No wonder the danger level was the lowest. Ning Xiaochuan Road. Yu Mingsong said, in fact, there are many good things buried in the 82nd district. However, over the years, the creatures of all ethnic groups have been excavating one after another. They have already turned over the soil in the 82nd district again and again, and all the good things have been dug away. It is difficult to dig in the 82nd district again. Baozhu Dizong said, it is said that someone once dug a complete top-grade supreme weapon in the 82nd district. With the martial scriptures recorded in that top-grade supreme weapon, he let that person practice to the realm of human beings, challenge the strong of each holy land, and almost beat the head of the Jiutian pavilion at that time. Yu Mingsong also nodded and said, it's true, but it was tens of thousands of years ago. The width of the 82nd district is 10,000 li, the length is more than 70,000 li, and the area is about 1/10 of the Yulan Empire. There are some dangerous areas in Area 82. In those dangerous areas, there may be ancient treasures that have not been taken away. Do we want to take a chance? Ning Xiaochuan was not interested in other treasures and said, let's go to the 9th district first. Ogawa, are you going to the 9th district? Purple Hanyan's beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and some were surprised. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, what's the matter? Before Zhanyan spoke, the 4-elephant Shensi came from a distance and said, the 9th district is the most dangerous place outside the Guishu, and no one wants to go there. It is said that even ordinary real people, if they enter the 9th district, few can come out alive. Seeing the 4-elephant god's son, Yu Mingsong grinned and said in a strange way, whether to go to the 9th district or not is our business, so don't worry about your highness. The 4-elephant god's son looked elegant and well-behaved. He bowed slightly to the crowd and said with a smile, I've always been frank. I'll say what I have. It's easy to offend people. If there's something wrong before, please don't blame the Taoist friends of Tiandi Mountain. In fact, I also want to find the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor, quickly. If I am defeated by the demon clan, it will be a great blow to our Terrans. Therefore, I have offended many people before. Please don't take it to heart, especially Brother Ning. We are all human monks. We should not fight internally if we are consistent with the outside world. Ning Xiaochuan Road. The 4-elephant god's son smiled and said, so Brother Ning forgives me? Then can I go to the 9th district with you, maybe I can help. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't say yes, the son of the 4-elephants god said again, the 9th district is the most dangerous place outside the Guishu. Moreover, I heard that there is an ancient road left by ancient times in the 9th district, which is a road opened by a human sub-god, and can enter the depths of the Guishu. Is there such a way? Ning Xiaochuan is skeptical of the words of the 4-elephant god's son. Baozhu Dizong was slightly moved and said, I also heard an elder of Jiutian Pavilion mention that road. It is said that the ancient road was opened up by the Emperor Zijin and can enter a secret place deep in the Guishu. Many people have gone to look for that ancient road, but no one really found that ancient road. If the goddess really got the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Zijin Emperor, it might be that she was summoned by the will of the Zijin Emperor to the ancient road and to the depths of the ruins. The 4-elephant god's son said, others don't know the entrance of that ancient road, but I do. Do you really know the entrance of that ancient road? Yu Mingsong didn't believe the words of the 4-elephant god's son, and always felt that the 4-elephant god's son was very wrong. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were deep. He glanced at the 4-elephant god's son and said with a smile, in that case, we naturally welcome Brother Xin to join us. Let's go. Let's go to the 9th district now. Ning Xiaochuan let the 4-elephant Shensi join in, but he didn't completely believe him. He secretly told Yu Mingsong to keep an eye on the 4-elephant Shensi. If the son of the 4 elephants dares to harm everyone in the Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely kill him immediately. Yu Ming followed the 4-elephant god's son tightly, with a smile on his face at any time, and said, "God's son, I heard that your monks of the 4-elephant Holy Land are proficient in fortune-telling and stargazing. Would you also help me calculate?" The son of the 4-elephant god smiled leisurely and said, "There is a way. Wu Ji generates Tai Chi, Tai Chi generates Liangyi, Liangyi generates 4 elephants, and 4 elephants generate everything. Everything has its laws, and there are traces to find. I don't know what younger martial brother Yu wants to help you. Can you help me calculate bad luck?" Yu Mingsong rode. The 4-elephant god's son laughed and said, "Is it because younger martial brother Yu is afraid to die in Guishu? There's no way. Even real people may fall in forbidden areas like Guishu. I'm so afraid of death that I naturally want to have a divination with an expert like you." Yu Mingsong rode. "Okay. Then I'll help younger martial brother Yu calculate a divination." The 4-elephant god took out 2 palm-sized yin-yang turtles and threw them to the ground. Looking at the positions of the 2 yin-yang Shangue divinations, the 4-elephant god's son made a tut sound in his mouth, shook his head and sighed, "Younger martial brother Yu, I think it's better for you to leave the ruins as soon as possible. What is the meaning of divinatory symbols?" Yu Mingsong leaned over and stared at the 2 yin-yang turtles on the ground, asking curiously. "Death divination, no solution." The 4-elephant god's son put away the 2 yin-yang turtles on the ground and sighed again, "Brother Yu, don't take it too seriously, maybe I'm not sure." "I don't think so." Yu Mingsong laughed, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and chased Ning Xiaochuan and others in front of him. The 4-elephant god stared at Yu Mingsong's back and smiled coldly, "Fool. The 9th district of Guishu is the place where you bury your bones." Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan walked side by side, either discussing their doubts about cultivation, or telling each other about their recent experience, which was like a fairy couple. Baozhu Dizong followed them, holding the Buddha beads of all living beings in his hands, wearing flawless white Buddha clothes, with long hair floating, looking very calm, and reading a volume of meditation sutra in his mouth. Boom! A loud noise came from the bottom of the ground, and the ground under their feet cracked, revealing a deep pit. A strong suction force came through the bottom of the pit and sucked everyone to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan immediately pulled Zihanyan and Xiaohong up into the sky, escaped from the pull of the suction, and fell dozens of miles away. What happened? Yu Mingsong screamed and ran faster than the wolf dog. Xixiang Shensi and Baozhu disciples are the top masters of the younger generation. They use their fast magic powers to escape from that area without being dragged into it by the suction of the pit. Boom! The ground continued to crack, with thousands of kilometers of cracks, and then collapsed downward. A strange creature with a body up to several kilometers high, covered all over by the fragments of the residual iron breaker, climbed up from the ground. That big hole, just now, is just the mouth of that strange creature. The reason why it produces suction is that strange creature is breathing. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the behemoth in front of him, and felt a strong murderous breath on it, which made people sweat constantly on their backs. Yu Mingsong recognized the strange creature and said, "It's a bad thing. We have reached the edge of the 9th district. This is a rare soldier-eater, which specializes in devouring mysterious and supreme weapons for a living. Looking at its huge size, I'm afraid it has swallowed millions of war soldiers' residual weapons, and its combat effectiveness is comparable to a real person." Yu Mingsong is like a know-it-all. He knows Guishu very well, and there is almost nothing he doesn't know. Xiaohong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I don't have a utensil weapon on me. It shouldn't attack me." Roar. The soldier eater's red eyes are like two huge lanterns, staring at Xiaohong, opening its big mouth and roaring at Xiaohong. The gas it exhaled turned into a terrible hurricane and directly blew Xiaohong out. Bang! 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 The soldier eater ran on the ground, and each step was more than 1,000 meters away, chasing Xiaohong. It stretched out a metal claw and slapped Xiaohong on her body, beating Xiaohong thousands of meters away. The dragon cub's physique is so strong that it can resist the full attack of the soldier eater. Xiaohong got up from the ground, aching all over, pinched her two small fists tightly, her eyes were full of anger, and her mouth spit out a breath of God-extinguished dragon fire. God extinguished the dragon and cremated it into a sea of fire. He wrapped the soldier eater and wanted to melt it. The 5 elements generate and overcome each other. Fire is to restrain gold. More than 80% of the body of the soldier eater is metal, which is just restrained by the fire. However, the 5 elements are based on the same power. If the difference between the two is too large, even the flame cannot melt the metal. Bang! The soldier eater rushed out of the God-extinguished dragon fire, waved a claw again, and beat Xiaohong out again. It's not that it only eats mysterious and supreme tools. Why does it always attack me? Knowing that she was not the opponent of the soldier eater, Xiaohong immediately turned into a body and became a red dragon with a length of tens of meters. She stepped on the auspicious cloud and the magic light on her head and ran away quickly. Yu Mingsong said, "The soldier eater is naturally bloodthirsty. The higher the level of the creature, the more vulnerable it is to attack. You are a dragon cub, and you must be taken care of by it." After being chased by the soldier eater, Xiaohong can't last long. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Let's fight together and suppress the soldier eaters with the strength of all of us." Ning Xiaochuan's art experts are brave. Even if they are real people, they dare to fight one of them. Yu Mingsong looked very excited and said with a smile, "The blood of the soldier eater contains soldier marrow. If you can kill this soldier eater, it will definitely be enough to raise the Jiuping Xuanqi to the level of inferior supreme weapon." Hearing Yu Mingsong's words, Ning Xiaochuan became more excited. If he could upgrade the magic sword to the level of inferior supreme weapon, I'm afraid he would immediately break through the 9th realm of heaven and man. It's really good to kill the soldier eater at all costs. Little Red, fit. Ning Xiaochuan calls out the star Luo Ji and combines it with Xiaohong. The forces of one person and one dragon superimposed on each other, and a powerful dragon qi burst out from Ning Xiaochuan's body and turned into a dazzling flame. The star halberd flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's hand. The rusty broken halberd immediately burst into dazzling light and hit the top of the soldier eater. Bang! The star halberd fell a piece of half-metal flesh weighing 10,000 jin on the top of the soldier eater. After the soldier eater ate the pain, he immediately became extremely angry, spitting out more than 100 swords and weapons in his mouth, forming a flood of mysterious weapons, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan immediately spread his wings, displayed the speed of the dragon, and flew out of the attack range of the soldier eater. Compared with the last time of killing the devouring god mouse, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's cultivation has been improved, and their combined strength and combat power have become more powerful. Even if they are not real opponents, it is definitely not easy for real people to deal with them. "Human, you irritate me." The soldier eater's mouth made a human voice, roared up to the sky, and chased Ning Xiaochuan. A black light appeared on its abdomen, emitting cold air. Wow! A metal fragment the size of a palm of a hand flew out of its abdomen, emitting a black brilliance, turning the whole space black. No, it's a fragment of a Supreme King's instrument. Ning Xiaochuan immediately poured all the vitality in his body into the star halberd and stabbed at the black debris that flew quickly. The black fragments collided with the star halberd, and a huge sound of metal impact broke out, and a large amount of sparks burst out. Pooh! Ning Xiaochuan pinched the arm of Xinglua halberd and was hit by black fragments, leaving a wound. A biting chill invaded the body and penetrated into the blood, making Ning Xiaochuan's blood flow slower and slower, as if to solidify. This chill is magic. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body seemed to be frozen, and his blood was almost completely frozen. Evil qi entered the body and drilled towards his Wudoxin palace, trying to corrupt his Wudoxin palace. At this time, another extremely powerful magic gas appeared in the depths of Ning Xiaochuan's blood, which was stronger than the magic gas that invaded his body, and actually swallowed that magic gas. Crackling. After swallowing the evil gas that invaded the body, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation unexpectedly increased a large part again, hitting the peak of the 8th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes opened, and his pupils turned red. The vitality in his body continued to enter the star halberd, and finally woke up a trace of the power of the star halberd and attacked the soldier eater. Wow! Baozhu Dizong, Zihanyan, and Yu Mingsong almost simultaneously put their power into the Xinglua halberd, stimulating more power of the Supreme King's instrument and fighting with the black fragments spit out by the soldier-eating beast. Combined with the strength of everyone, the soldier eater was finally suppressed. Bang! Bang! The star halberd constantly attacked the soldier eater, and countless semi-metallic blood clots fell from the soldier eater, almost tearing the soldier eater's body to pieces. The 4-elephant god's son stood not far away, with a faint cold smile on his mouth, stretched out his palm, and 2 purple jade knives appeared in his palm. Ning Xiaochuan and others put all their energy on controlling the star halberd, and did not notice the 4-elephant god's son at all. Just when the soldier eater was about to be killed by Ning Xiaochuan and others. Pooh! 2 purple jade knives were cut on Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong almost at the same time, with blood splashing, and the knife gash shook them out at the same time. The purple jade knife was originally cut at Ning Xiaochuan's neck, but Ning Xiaochuan noticed it in advance and avoided the key. The purple jade knife cut Ning Xiaochuan's back, leaving a 3-foot-long knife wound. Yu Mingsong's body was almost cut off by the purple jade knife, and he died. Fortunately, he also noticed that he escaped the inevitable blow of the 4-elephant god's son. However, his buttocks were cut by a purple jade knife, and his pants turned completely blood red. Today is April 30th. On the last day of April, Lao Jiao is desperate for a monthly ticket. Today, there are still the last 11 hours left, and it is a double monthly ticket. 1 ticket counts as 2. Please be sure to vote for Lao Jiao. Ah! My ass! Yu Mingsong screamed. Bang, bang! The 4-elephant Shenxi's hand was as fast as lightning, and he hit 2 fists across the air, condensing 2 huge fist shadows in the air. 2 fist shadows hit the back of Zihanyan and Baozhu Dizong, and the 2 women suffered heavy losses. They spit out a mouthful of blood almost at the same time, just like a broken kite, and flew out. What are you doing, son of the 4 elephants? Purple Smoke's mouth with blood, eyes cold, puzzled asked. What? Of course, to get you. The son of the 4 elephants walked towards the 4 people with a victor's posture. With a proud smile on his face, he walked up to Zihanyan and said, Sister Z, only I can match you for a beautiful woman like you. Don't you think other people are in the way? Zihanyan looked at the 4-elephant god's son coming, and immediately condensed the vitality in his body. However, the blow of the 4-elephant god's son just now scattered all the vitality in her body, and she couldn't gather strength at all. I think you are looking for death. Ning Xiaochuan stood up again, holding half of the rusty bronze halberd, saying coldly. The son of the 4 elephants looked at Ning Xiaochuan lightly and sneered, Ning Xiaochuan, in order to kill the soldier eater, you just forced the Supreme King's weapon, and the vitality in your body has been almost consumed? Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer him, but stared at him coldly. Plus, you just got a knife from me. Even if you have the strength to defeat the Crown Prince in the Big Dipper 7 stars, I'm afraid you can't play a bit of power now? Can you try? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The eyes of the four-elephant god's son sank and said, to tell you the truth, let alone that you have been greatly weakened now, even in your heyday, you may not be the opponent of the god's son. Baozhu Dizong was also injured by the four-elephant Shenxi just now, and his vitality was very chaotic. He said, for Elephant Shenxi, if you really have the ability, wait for Ning Xiaochuan to recover and fight with him fairly. Haha. Do you think I'm a fool? Since I'm 100% sure to suppress you, why take risks? The four-elephant god's son took out an iron rope engraved with runes and shook his arm. The iron rope was like a sinuous spirit snake, binding the treasure earth store. You are the saint of Jiutian Pavilion. Indeed, you are a peerless beauty. With such beautiful and enchanting power as you, why should you believe in Buddhism? You care too much. Baozhu Dizong rode. The four-elephant god's son laughed and said, it is said that there is a kind of Buddhism in Buddhism, called joyful Zen. The yang body of Buddha and the yin body of Buddha are combined with each other, and heaven and man are integrated to achieve the realm of happiness and bliss together. Your Highness, if you are willing to practice this kind of Zen Sutra with this god's son to help this god's son reach the realm of human beings, this god's son can consider sparing your life. Although Baozhu Dizong was bound by an iron rope, he was still very calm and didn't panic. He said, double cultivation with me, just want to make yourself a real person? Cultivating joyful Zen is originally to achieve happiness and bliss in the case of the unity of heaven and man, so as to make cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. However, it is obvious that the son of the four elephants just wants to reach the realm of real people, and does not really want to practice with the treasure and treasure. He just wanted to use the treasure trove as a cauldron. The corners of the mouth of the four-elephant god's son slightly picked up and said, this is your only choice? Otherwise, it will be a dead end. Then I'll choose the dead end. Baozhu Dizong folded his hands, and a pair of Danfeng beautiful eyes slowly closed. You can't help it. If the Son of God wants to use you as a cauldron, you can only be the cauldron of the Son of God. You have no choice. The four-elephant god's son's deep voice. I don't like this guy anymore. Ning Xiaochuan, kill him. Yu Mingsong fumbled in his arms for a long time, and took out a fist-sized flame, the center of which was wrapped with a small red jiao. Yu Mingsong waved his arm, and the flame flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. The small jiao in the center of the fire was originally only 2 or 3 centimeters long, but when it flew in front of Ning Xiaochuan, it immediately became more than 700 meters long and turned into a giant fire jiao king. Under the belly of the fire dragon king, there are 7 fist-sized pits. The light silk flows in the 7 pits, like blood vessels, connecting the whole body of the fire dragon king. When Yu Mingsong threw the king of the fire dragon out, Ning Xiaochuan immediately understood it, took out 7 Tianpin basalt, and entered the 7 pits in the king of the fire dragon's abdomen. Boom! Tianpin Xianshi filled the 7 pits and sent out a halo, like 7 stars inlaid in the body of the fire dragon king. The fire dragon king is alive. Its mouth sent out a long roar, took off, and swooped down from the void. Ning Xiaochuan's heart flew out a human spirit, integrated with the fire dragon king, controlled the fire dragon king's body drive, and attacked the four-elephant god's son. What? The four-elephant god's son was slightly surprised, and felt the powerful power burst out of the fire dragon king's body, which was like a divine dragon flying out of the floodland, with the power of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. Ning Xiaochuan and the fire dragon king merged into one, and a claw slapped down at the four-elephant god's son. The four-elephant god's son immediately played the four-elephant holy method, and the virtual shadows of the 4 divine beasts, green dragon, white tiger, phoenix, and basalt, rushed out of his body. Each virtual shadow is as high as a hill, representing one of the 4-elephant holy dharmas. Pa. However, the 4-elephant holy method he played was smashed by a claw of the Fire Dragon King. How is it possible? The 4-elephant god's son looked at the huge claw and felt a suffocating force pressing down. Bang! The claw of the Fire Dragon King severely hit the 4-elephant god's son, and almost hit the 4-elephant god's son into the ground. However, there was an amulet refined by the ancestors of the ancient world on the body of the 4-elephant god's son, which turned into a layer of light and fog, and even blocked most of the attack of the Fire Dragon King, and did not die under the claws of the Fire Dragon King. What a powerful attack! The 4-elephant god's son looked at the protective jade amulet in his hand and found that the jade amulet had a crack. How terrible was the attack of the Fire Dragon King that could crack the amulet refined by the ancestors of the Eternal Realm? Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that Yu Mingsong could use the corpse of the Fire Dragon King to refine such a powerful Xianqi doll. Its combat effectiveness is probably several times stronger than that of ordinary real people, and it has overwhelming divine power. Still want to escape? Ning Xiaochuan saw that the 4-elephant god's son unexpectedly fled to the 9th district, immediately controlled the Fire Jiao King to catch up, and hit the 4-elephant god's son's head with a claw, which cracked the 4-elephant god's son's head with a blood mark, and the head seemed to be about to crack. Pa. After being attacked, the jade amulet in the hands of the 4-elephant god's son cracked a second gap. During the double monthly ticket period, ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Ning Xiaochuan, don't go too far. I'm the son of Xixiang Holy Land, and I have a high position. If you dare to touch me, there will be strong people in Xixiang Holy Land to take your life. The 4-elephant god's son was also a little afraid. After all, the fighting power of the Fire Dragon King was too terrible. It's not the combat power at the level of heaven and man at all, but the combat power at the level of human beings. Even the jade amulet refined by the Supreme is a little defenseless. That's a joke. Who went too far first? Ning Xiaochuan was really speechless. It was obviously he who attacked first, but he said that Ning Xiaochuan had gone too far. Ordinary people can't understand this way of thinking. The Fire Dragon King followed closely behind the 4-elephant god's son and hit the third claw. The claw was as sharp as a knife. He waved it from the waist of the 4-elephant god's son and beat the 4-elephant god's son up from the ground. Poof! The jade amulet in the hands of the 4-elephant god's son cracked a third gap, and the robe on his body was shattered by the powerful attack of the Fire Dragon King, looking extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for a jade amulet refined by the Supreme in his hand, the Fire Dragon King only needed to swing a claw and beat him to death. The jade amulet refined by the Supreme is indeed a rare treasure. It has strong defense and has helped the 4-elephant god's son block 3 robberies in succession. However, after being attacked by the Fire Dragon King for 3 times, 3 cracks have been split on the jade amulet, which may be broken at any time. Once the jade amulet is broken, the 4-elephant god's son will surely die. Ning Xiaochuan, I know the entrance of the ancient road in District 9. If you kill me, no one can take you there. The 4-elephant god's son has been seriously injured. Seeing the Fire Jiao King catching up again, he felt hopeless. He must tell Ning Xiaochuan his value and try to delay time. As long as the elders of the 4-elephant Holy Land enter the Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan will never kill him again. However, Ning Xiaochuan has given birth to the will to kill the son of the 4 elephants, and will not leave him any chance to control the Fire Dragon King with his mind and hit the 4th claw. Bang! After taking this blow, the supreme jade amulet in the hands of the 4-elephant god's son completely burst into a pinch of jade powder. No, the 4-elephant god's son's mouth sent out a desperate roar, and hit out an ancient artifact of concrete magic, trying to compete with the Fire Dragon King. His ancient utensil of concrete magic power turned out to be a medium-class supreme utensil, which was shaped like Tai Chi Bagua, emitting 8 dazzling lights of black, white, cyan, red, purple, blue, yellow and green, forming a huge 8-colored auspicious cloud. Boom! The Fire Dragon King patted down with a claw, and with an extremely strong posture, he knocked down the ancient artifacts of the 4-elephant god sun and hit it on the top of the 4-elephant god sun. How powerful the Fire Dragon King's blow is! How can the 4-elephant god sun stop it after losing the supreme refined amulet? Pooh! The body of the 4-elephant god sun was completely torn up and turned into a blood mist, leaving only a broken white bone, which fell from the blood mist. The son of the 4 elephants, who was gifted from urination, showed all kinds of abilities as powerful as the ability of the secondary god in his youth. In the outside world, the monks of human beings still evaluate the son of the 4 elephants god above the Big Dipper 7 stars. They think that his talent exceeds that of the holy son of the Emperor Mountain, the crown prince of the emperor and the son of the god of the ghost family, Yin Jia, and his future achievements are unlimited. Who knows that such a peerless Tianjiao may become a secondary god in the future, but he still falls into the ruins. Unfortunately, it would be great if we could get the jade amulet of the supreme refining of the son of the 4 elephants. In the future, even if we fight with real people, we can also use the jade amulet to protect our lives. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. Baozhu Dizong said, although the supreme is very rare, every holy land must have had ancestors of the supreme level in the history. Those ancestors left many means for future generations, such as the jade talisman refined by the supreme, the array plate refined by the supreme, and the blood pill left by the supreme. Xixiang Holy Land has been handed down for more than 3 million years, and 11 supreme masters have been born in history. Although those supreme masters have died in the long river of history, they must have left many supreme treasures. It can be said that the foundation of Xixiang Holy Land is quite deep. It is not surprising that Xuantianji, as the son of Xixiang Holy Land, received a reward of a jade amulet refined by the supreme. Ning Xiaochuan also nodded. In contrast, the foundation of the 4-elephant Holy Land is indeed much stronger than Tiandi Mountain. Tiandi Mountain has only a history of 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, Tiandi Mountain has also produced a large number of geniuses. However, except for the founder of Tiandi Mountain, Qishuan Taoist, no other supreme master has been born. This is also very normal. Since it can be called supreme, it must be synonymous with the supreme power. If it is so easy to be born, it is strange. The sacred land of 4 elephants has a history of more than 3 million years, and only 11 supremacies have been born. On average, it takes 300,000 years before one supremacy can be born. The fighting power of the Fire Dragon King is really too strong. Yu Mingsong, how many grades of sky-level basalt figurines is it equivalent to? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Yu Mingsong said, it's a 3rd-grade basalt doll. Ning Xiaochuan said, in other words, its combat effectiveness erupted, comparable to the strong in the 3rd realm of the real person. However, if you really control the Fire Dragon King to fight with the strong in the 3rd realm of the real person, you will definitely lose. Yu Mingsong nodded and said, that's right. After all, the Shancher doll still relies on the Shancher to provide vitality for it, and it can't be compared with a real person at all. The Fire Dragon King consumed a lot of Shancher, and what he consumed was Tianpin Shancher. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan killed the 4-elephant god's son, and consumed a lot of Tianpin Shancher. The 7 Tianpin Shancher in the belly of the Fire Dragon King lost a big circle, and almost every one consumed a 5th. To activate the Fire Dragon King, you need 7 Tianpin Shancher at one time. Ning Xiaochuan has only 10 in total, and now there are only 3 left. Although the fighting power of the Fire Dragon King is strong, it still needs to be used reasonably. If the Tianpin Shancher is exhausted, it is just a dead thing. When you leave the ruins, you must find a way to get more Tian Pin Xianshi. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Because the Fire Dragon King's attack power was too strong, he broke almost all the treasures on the 4-elephant god's son, and only that ancient 8 trigrams was preserved. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the Bagua ancient ware of the highest quality from the ground, held it in the palm of his hand, and the demon fire of extermination poured out of his body, refining the power of the 4-elephant god's son remaining in the Bagua ancient ware. It didn't take long for that ancient 8 trigrams ware to return to its original appearance. It was only about 1 foot long and showed 8 kinds of brilliance, like it was refined from a rare 8-colored jade. The surface of Bagua ancient ware is engraved with mysterious words. However, those words are very old and belong to the words used by human beings a long time ago. Few people can understand them except the wise men who specialize in ancient Chinese. Let me have a look. Yu Mingsong squeezed to Ning Xiaochuan's side, held the ancient 8 trigrams in his hand, looked carefully, and his face showed an exclamation. Can you understand it? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Understand. Yu Mingsong said, this is an ancient Taoist artifact, called glass stone Bagua, which was once a ring worn by a Taoist secondary god on his waist. It can be called unique, and there is no second one in the world. Such a treasure unexpectedly fell into the hands of the son of the 4-elephant god, and he refined it into a concrete magic power. It is really a waste of treasure. Ning Xiaochuan said, isn't it an aggressive supreme weapon? Of course not. The glass stone 8 trigrams is a spiritual treasure, to explore the earth. You can find the vein of the earth, search for minerals, excavate ancient tombs, chase gods, and lock spirits. Hey, with this piece of glass stone 8 trigrams, I can also find the ancient road in the 9th district. Yu Mingsong said confidently. Zehanyan stared at Yu Mingsong's hand and said, the 4-elephant god's son was killed by Ogawa. This glass stone Bagua is naturally Ogawa's thing. Do you want to take it as your own? Yu Mingsong had already put the glass stone 8 trigrams into his arms. After hearing Zehanyan's words, he immediately became extremely angry, took the glass stone 8 trigrams out of his arms, and said, a woman is small-minded, is it not a medium-sized supreme weapon, will you care? Let alone a medium-sized supreme weapon, it is 2, 3, and you will never care. Although he said so, Yu Mingsong still held the glass stone gossip tightly and did not return it to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, okay. Yu Mingsong, if you give Zehanyan and Baozhu Dizong 2 pieces of middle-class supreme ware each, then the glass stone Bagua belongs to you. Ning Xiaochuan already has a jade seal, and doesn't care about that piece of glass stone gossip. What? Each person has 2 pieces of medium-sized supreme ware. When you are the supreme ware, it is so easy to forge. When you are the supreme ware, it is Chinese cabbage. Yu Mingsong held the glass stone Bagua in his arms, and shook his head vigorously, shaking it like a rattle. Glass stone Bagua is very different from other medium-sized, supreme weapons. It is neither a defensive supreme weapon nor an aggressive supreme weapon. It belongs to a special spiritual treasure. However, it is precisely because of its particularity that it is extremely precious. Even with the calcination level of Yu Mingsong, it may not be able to be calcined. Ning Xiaochuan said, well, return the glass stone gossip to me. Wait a minute, let me think. Yu Ming pinched the glass stone Bagua loosely, showing a thoughtful look. You have to think it over slowly. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. There are few opportunities to blackmail Yu Mingsong. Since I met him, I naturally want to blackmail him. After a while, Yu Ming clenched his teeth and made a difficult decision. It was like being severely stabbed by someone. Okay. You're tough, I promised. Yu Mingsong took out 4 medium-sized Xian ware, which were a purple-blue armor, a sword emitting starlight, a half-foot-long throwing knife, and a 9-foot-long silver belt. Baozhu Dizong's mouth gave a light sigh, took the 9-foot-long silver belt, injected vitality into the belt, and the arm shook, and the belt immediately became tens of thousands of meters long, directly through the clouds and rushed to the sky, which was like a silver waterfall flying down from under the sky. As soon as Bao Zhuozong's arm was closed, the silver belt became only 9 feet long and said, "I want this belt. Double monthly ticket, ask for monthly ticket." Zihanyan selected the ancient sword that emits starlight, held it in his hand, and immediately sent out a sound of fairy music in the sword body, like the sound of nature from 9 days. She recovered the spirit of the ancient sword, which immediately became as big as an embroidery needle and disappeared in the palm of purple smoke. Subsequently, Bao Zhuozong took away another half-foot-long throwing knife. That throwing knife, I don't know what material it is translucent, like a blade formed by drops of water. Purple smoke took away the purple-blue armor, and when the armor was spread, it immediately turned into chest guards, heart goggles, wall guards, leg guards, boots, and helmets. This is a female armor, forged according to the female's own curve. After wearing the armor, Zihanyan is full of beauty and emits purple-blue light. Close. Zihanyan's heart moved, and the purple-blue armor immediately turned into a purple-blue bracelet, which was worn on her left wrist. This time, Yu Mingsong really vomited blood. Every medium-sized supreme weapon he took out was a rare treasure, and even ordinary real people might not be able to own one of them. Later, Yu Mingsong took out a fist-sized Buddha bead and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. With a sad face, he said, "This is the 9-grade black lotus you asked me to repair for you. It has been repaired." Ning Xiaochuan connects the Buddha bead and injects vitality into the Buddha bead. Pa! The Buddha bead immediately cracked a striped road, emitting a black mist. Wow! The Buddha bead unfolds and turns into a black lotus. Black lotus has a total of 12 petals, flowing with wisps of Buddha light, sending out the ethereal sound of 10,000 Buddhas chanting, suspended in the void, forming a black Buddha cloud. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "There are not only 9 grades, but how can it become 12 grades? Yu Mingsong said, "When I was repairing the Buddha lotus, I forged the black lotus again and added 3 arrays in it, which greatly improved the defense of the black lotus. Among the medium-sized supreme utensils, the defense of your 12-grade Buddha lotus is at the upper level. The former 9-grade Buddha lotus, among the medium-sized supreme utensils, can only be regarded as the middle level." Ning Xiaochuan put away the 12-grade Buddha lotus and said with a smile, "Brother Yu, I'm really sorry to let you spend so much money today. Don't hesitate to ask if you have anything you need." "Really?" Yu Mingsong touched the 2 curls of beard above his lips, with a bright light in his eyes. "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong said, "I want the complete Qimen Qi Dian." "No problem, I'll burn all the Qimen Qi Dian to you now." Ning Xiaochuan seems indifferent. The classic of strange door tools is only the article on forging tools on Strange Door Dang Jia, which is of no use to Ning Xiaochuan, because Ning Xiaochuan never thought about spending energy on learning forging tools. For a long time, Ning Xiaochuan has been using the classic of strange door tools for the benefit of Yu Mingsong to help him forge tools. Friendship based on interests will never last long. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong also have a friendship for 10 years. Although Yu Mingsong is unreliable and his identity is mysterious, after so many years of communication, Ning Xiaochuan feels that Yu Mingsong is still a friend worth making. Since he treats a person with the mentality of making friends, Ning Xiaochuan will not use the Qimen Qi Dian to contain him, so he decided to give the complete Qimen Qi Dian to Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong held the jade book handed to him by Ning Xiaochuan. His heart was very excited, and he was a little unbelievable. He said, "Really give it all to me?" "Really?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. In fact, Yu Mingsong just casually said that he had no hope that Ning Xiaochuan would really give him the complete Qimen Qi Dian. However, the results are often unexpected, and the surprise comes too suddenly. Yu Mingsong began to study with great interest with the classic of strange door utensils. Zihanyan and Baozhu Dizong were also refining the two medium-sized supreme utensils just obtained. Ning Xiaochuan went to the body of the soldier eater and prepared to extract the blood of the soldier eater to extract the soldier marrow from the blood. The soldier eater's body is more than 1,000 meters high, which is like a huge iron mountain. Every piece of flesh and blood in the whole body is semi-metal. It is not generally difficult to extract soldier marrow from its body. First melt the body drive of the soldier eater with fire, and then extract soldier marrow from the solution. The difficulty should be reduced a lot. Ning Xiaochuan called out the demon fire of extermination, turned it into a sea of fire, completely wrapped the corpse of the soldier eater, and quickly began to refine. Forbidden Area Secret Mansion. Shiji Demon sat in a spacious and gorgeous stone house, with an ancient bronze mirror suspended in front of him, holding a comb in his hand, and slowly combing his white hair. In the bronze mirror is a beautiful suffocating demon face, slender eyebrows, straight nose, glittering red lips, white and delicate skin like egg white, which can hardly jump out of any defects. After the demon, King Huichi, King Yingzhao and King Oyster Earthworm are all dead. A black centipede crawled out of the void behind Shiji's demon and turned into an old man with 12 arms. His voice was hoarse. Shiji, the demon queen, still combed her long hair and looked at her face. After a long time, she said calmly, "That human boy killed all the god-eating mice. Killing 3 of them is not a very normal thing?" The old man with 12 arms said, "Since the demon queen knows that they are not the opponents of those humans, why should she send them to kill those humans?" Shiji, the demon queen, said with a smile, "The Tianming demon emperor let us find the Wudoxin palace of the purple and gold emperor. Naturally, we can't do nothing. The earth centipede demon emperor and the Thor demon emperor have come to the ruins. We have to let them know that we are really working for the Tianming demon emperor. Why doesn't the demon queen send demon king level beings to deal with those young humans? Isn't it an easy thing?" said the old man with 12 arms. Shiji demon queen stared at the old man coldly and sneered, "How do you know that Ben didn't send a strong man to follow?" The 12-armed old man was very afraid of the eyes of Shiji's demon queen, and immediately lowered his head and said in awe, "But the 8 demon kings brought by the demon queen are still in the Forbidden Area secret mansion, and no one left. His subordinates really don't understand. Did the demon queen bring other strong people to Guishu?" Shiji's white hair was as soft as a waterfall, her eyelashes trembled, and she showed a very beautiful smile. "Isn't Ben a strong man?" Hearing the words of Empress Dowager Shiji, the old man with 12 arms was shocked. "King of hundreds of feet, my real body has entered the Guishu. You are responsible for the size of the Forbidden Area and the secret house." After finishing these words, the graceful and beautiful demon body immediately turned into a repeated white fog and disappeared into the stone house. It turned out to be just a part of her. Her real body has already gone to Guishu. It's just a few young people who can actually let the demon queen follow. Are there other secrets hidden in those young people? The old man with 12 arms thought so. It's really hard to imagine that a demon queen would care about several young human monks. It's simply a strange story. Guihui, the edge of District 9. Shiji, the demon queen, stood at the top of a broken altar. Her body curve was perfect, her chest was round, she was slender, her long hair was floating, and she couldn't find any defects all over her body. She was like a perfect incarnation. She looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who was using the world-destroying demon fire to refine the soldier eater in the distance, and a trace of brilliance appeared in her star eyes. What a powerful talent! It's only the 8th realm of heaven and man, and she has been able to fight with the existence of the human level. If you let him break through to the 9th realm of heaven and man, I'm afraid that even if you send a demon king to fight, you can't kill him. When Ning Xiaochuan and others entered the Guishu, Shi followed them. With the cultivation of Shi Demon Queen, if you deliberately want to restrain the breath on your body, let alone Ning Xiaochuan and others, even if you are a real person, you can't find her. Shi Demon Queen is not interested in Ning Xiaochuan, but in the Earth Sutra of Ning Xiaochuan. However, along the way, she found something else amazing. Among them, Yu Mingsong's ability to forge tools also surprised her. She herself is a master of forging tools, but she can't take out a lot of middle-grade supreme tools like Yu Mingsong. For a young human monk, it is simply too rebellious. Yu Mingsong was originally sitting on a stone, carefully studying the Chiman Qidin he just got. Suddenly, behind him, the space sent out a weak wave, and an invisible palm pressed on his shoulder. What the hell? East. West. Save. Life. Yu Mingsong was just about to cry for help, but he had been pulled into a vortex. His eyes darkened, and then he fell to the ground. Yu Mingsong found himself in another area. Looking around, he couldn't see Ning Xiaochuan and others at all. He knew that he must have been forcibly taken to another region by a strong man, which was estimated to be hundreds or even thousands of miles away from Ning Xiaochuan and others. Shit, who? Who is it? Actually bully Jiyu's head. See if you won't treat you. Yu Mingsong's eyes stared at Shi Demon, standing not far away. Although I only saw a beautiful figure behind Shi Demon, it made Yu Mingsong's legs soft. Dong. Yu Mingsong knelt directly on the ground, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "Meet the Queen of the Demon, and I'll say hello to the Queen of the Demon." Shi Demon turned around, revealing a unique and elegant face, emitting a surge of evil spirit, carrying his hands, and said, "Do you know Ben Ho?" Yu Mingsong said tremblingly, "Demon Queen, majestic north." Xinjiang, who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? Although Yu Mingsong knelt on the ground, his eyes were furtively staring at the snow-white slender jade behind Shi Demon. Legs, heart, sigh, Demon Queen is different from other women, a pair of jade. The legs are also too beautiful. They are long and white. Although they have not been touched yet, it can also be imagined that they must be full of elasticity. Shi Demon Queen said, "You know Ben Ho, but it's a pity that Ben Ho doesn't know you." "Who are you?" "Me? My family name is Yu, my name is Mingsong, my disposition is pure, my 3 outlooks are correct, I am honest, I know everything, and I never commit crimes." "Lord Demon Queen, you must not kill me. I am old and young. If I die, what should my old mother do?" Yu Mingsong knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, and constantly kowtowed to Shi's Demon Queen. "Double monthly ticket, please." Looking at Yu Mingsong, who was crying with a runny nose and drooling, Shi's Demon's eyebrow slightly frowned, his arm waved, and a strong wind flew out, rolling Yu Mingsong from the ground. Yu Mingsong felt that his body was being squeezed invisibly, and his scalp seemed to explode. He screamed again, "Lord Demon Queen, spare your life. Spare your life. Since you know that you are afraid, you should be honest. Where did you learn your skill of forging tools?" Shi's evil queen's eyes were cold, and she condensed a flying sword with evil spirit, which hit Yu Mingsong's neck. Yu Mingsong's eyes turned drilly and said, "Tell the Demon Queen that Ning Xiaochuan taught me all about him, all about him." "Ning Xiaochuan, how is it possible?" Shi, the Demon Queen, didn't believe Yu Mingsong's words at all, so she cut Yu Mingsong's neck with a sword and flew out. Yu Mingsong begged for mercy again and said, "How dare I cheat the Queen Demon? I dare swear in the name of the gods that what I said is absolutely not a lie. It is really what Ning Xiaochuan taught me." Although Ning Xiaochuan is not an artifact maker, the Queen Demon, Ning Xiaochuan is a dragon envoy of fighting god, who has great fortune. He has entered the Immortal Cave and brought out a volume of artifact books from the Immortal Cave. What? Has he entered the legendary Immortal Cave? Shi, the demon queen, put Yu Mingsong down, pointed the flying sword at Yu Mingsong's head and said, "Tell me, where is the Fengshan cave?" Shiji demon queen also attaches great importance to the legendary Fengshan cave. Yu Mingsong lay on the ground, with a sad face, and said, "Only Ning Xiaochuan knows the location of the god's cave. How can he tell others such an important place?" He brought out the strange door utensils code I practiced from the god's cave, so my skill of forging utensils is really taught by him, all taught by him. Shiji, the demon queen, said, "Give me the book of strange door tools." Yu Mingsong did not dare to disobey Shiji's demon queen's words. He immediately handed over the jade book recording the strange door device code and respectfully handed it to Shiji's demon queen's hand. Shi Yao took the jade book handed by Yu Mingsong and immersed her mind in the jade. The surface of the jade immediately showed small words. Although Shiji, the demon queen, just looked at it briefly, she was very shocked. The secret method of forging tools recorded above was simply broad and profound, extremely mysterious, and it didn't look like a secret volume of forging tools that should exist in the world at all, like a treasure left from the nine-heaven divine world to the earth. This kind of calcined treasure scroll can only be obtained in the immortal cave. If you practice the secret method of forging utensils in the Chiman Utensils Classic, the level of forging utensils must be improved by leaps and bounds, and it is even possible to forge royal and imperial utensils. That's great. Shiji, the demon queen, was very happy, and unexpectedly learned the news about Fengshan Cave. There are countless legends about Fengshan Cave, which is said to have great connection with the ancient Fengshan era. The Emperor of Heaven was able to understand the true meaning of becoming a god because he had entered the Cave of Gods, and became the only outstanding man who became a god after the era of gods. Shiji Demon Queen was naturally unwilling to submit to the Tianming Demon Emperor, and also wanted to cultivate into a Shinto. If you can become a secondary god, you can be equal to the heavenly Dream Demon Emperor. No wonder he practiced the Earth Sutra, which should also be the opportunity he got in the Fengshan Cave. The beautiful eyes of Shiji Demon narrowed into a seam. Compared with a volume of strange door device code, she cares more about the god's cave. Yu Mingsong secretly raised the corner of his eye, glanced at Shiji's demon, and said tremblingly, "I heard that Ning Xiaochuan also got a drop of divine liquid condensed from the ancient true god's soul from the Fengshan Cave. When his cultivation reaches a certain level, he can take that drop of divine liquid, wash the flesh, and cast the divine body. Damn, the bastard's luck is too strong, and he can actually get the legendary marrow-washing divine liquid." A bright light flashed in the eyes of Shiji Demon Queen, and Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly held a drop of divine liquid in his hand. The energy of Shinai is powerful and contains the power of the true god. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, he can't bear the energy of Shinai at all. If that drop of divine liquid fell into her hands, with her spirit stone demon body, she would definitely be able to digest divine liquid. Refining a drop of divine liquid, how powerful will the cultivation be? In the eyes of Shiji Demon Queen, Guanghua kept flashing. Suddenly, a charming smile appeared on her face, slightly bent down her slender jade waist, and said softly, "Aren't you friends with Ning Xiaochuan? Why do you want to betray him? Why don't you believe your words?" Yu Mingsong angrily said, "Who is a friend with him? I have never regarded him as a friend. Since I knew him, I have never had a real scene. Those beautiful Tianzhijio girls, such as Tiandi Ling, Guangming Sheng, Jiayushan Ling, always revolve around him, but none of them can see me. He's also my brother, isn't he? But he's bohemian and romantic. He walks in front of me with a group of beautiful women all day, regardless of my feelings, and me. What kind of friend is this? What kind of brother is this? He became the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain, with infinite scenery, but I'm still just an ordinary disciple, and no one has ever looked at me in the eyes. My talent is not inferior to him, and I'm more handsome than him. Why should he take all the benefits, and I can't even drink a bite of soup? Yu Mingsong was gnashing his teeth when he said it, looking like he wanted to bite Ning Xiaochuan to death. Seeing that Yu Mingsong hated Ning Xiaochuan so much, Shiji Demon Queen became more convinced. It seemed that Ning Xiaochuan really had a drop of divine liquid on his body. Her smile was extremely beautiful, and her flawless jade hand gently patted Yu Mingsong's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. You are so loyal to Ben Ho. After he got the divine liquid, he will never treat you badly. Thank you for your appreciation. In the future, I will try my best to serve the Queen Demon." Yu Mingsong was grateful and kowtowed 3 times again, but his heart blossomed and he thought to himself, "Your father-in-law is not interested in serving you, or let Ning Xiaochuan serve you." At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan finally refined the body of the soldier eater completely, extracting 9 drops of soldier marrow from the metal solution, which adds up to only half a cup. The soldier eater's body is as large as a mountain. It turns out that it only produces 9 drops of soldier marrow. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook. Being sway was really not so easy to get. However, with these 9 drops of marrow, it is enough to raise the magic sword to the level of inferior supreme weapon. As long as the magic sword is upgraded to the level of inferior supreme weapon, and then assisted by Ning Xiaochuan's human-level pill refined in advance, there will be a great opportunity to break through to the 9th realm of heaven and man, the realm of heaven and outer space. After reaching the outer heaven, the Tao embryo can fly out of the body and absorb the power of the stars, the essence of the sun and moon, and the aura of heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan put 9 drops of soldier's marrow away, looked at purple smoke and Bao Zhu Dizong, looked around again, and his eyes were slightly frozen. Where's Yu Mingsong? Zihanyan and Bao Zhu Dizong were originally the middle-grade supreme utensils just obtained in the sacrifice and refining. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, they immediately woke up and found that Yu Mingsong was indeed missing. A big living man, incredibly under their noses, disappeared. Xiaohong also rubbed her eyes and said, "It's strange that I saw him sitting there before. Why did he suddenly disappear? Is there a fierce ghost in Guishu who caught him?" As expected, there are dangers in the Guishu, and murders are hidden everywhere. Purple smoke dignified way. No. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head. Since entering Guishu, Yu Mingsong has learned more about Guishu than Ning Xiaochuan and others. Obviously, it is not the first time to enter Guishu. Even Ning Xiaochuan and others didn't have an accident. How could he have an accident? Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan seemed to feel something. Looking at a certain position in the distance, he saw a thick demon cloud flying towards them. In the demon cloud, countless lightning flashes, the atmosphere is bright, and the vitality between heaven and earth vibrates, so that countless creatures outside the ruins are trembling. What a powerful demon, let's get out of here. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed dramatically, and immediately integrated with Xiaohong, seized Zihanyan and Bao Zhu Dizong, and flew to the 9th district. Although Ning Xiaochuan had the speed of the dragon, the speed of the demon cloud was faster. It didn't take long to catch up and fly to the top of Ning Xiaochuan and others. Wow! The demon clouds above the sky gathered into a graceful and beautiful woman, like a 9-fairy Ji, flying down and intercepting Ning Xiaochuan's way. The queen of Shiji demon stood tall and straight, with the twin peaks in front of her chest, emitting a powerful and unparalleled evil spirit, and her eyes showed a kind of arrogance overlooking all sentient beings in the world. Yu Mingsong followed Shiji's demon, stared at Ning Xiaochuan and others, and shouted, "Bold, don't kneel down after seeing the demon, do you want to die?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "Yu Mingsong, have you become the servant of Shiji's demon?" Haha. Ning Xiaochuan, you envy it. Yes, Yi Yu is now the queen of the demon. If you know the truth, you will immediately hand over the divine liquid. Otherwise, once the queen of the demon takes action, no one in the sky and on earth can save you. Yu Mingsong said coldly. Divine liquid? Yu Mingsong, what are you talking about? Zi Hanyan was very angry at Yu Mingsong's rebellion, and it was like rushing up to kill Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong sneered, "It doesn't matter if you don't know. Ning Xiaochuan knows what I'm talking about?" "Right. Ning Xiaochuan." Ning Xiaochuan stopped the purple smoke that was about to rush up, and seemed to understand what Yu Mingsong meant. Ning Xiaochuan was so clever that when Yu Mingsong said the word divine liquid, he probably guessed the cause and effect. Yu Mingsong must have been caught by Shiji Demon. In order to protect his life, he fooled Shiji Demon with some divine liquid. Then he took Shiji Demon to find Ning Xiaochuan and forced Ning Xiaochuan to hand over the divine liquid. What divine liquid can there be on Ning Xiaochuan's body? Not only a drop of Tianyi holy water. Yu Mingsong is going to use Tian Shengshui to deal with Shiji Demon. Is this really good? Ning Xiaochuan thought of this in his heart, and always felt that this move was a little too damaging. You know, a great supernatural person like Shiji Demon Queen has tens of thousands of years of experience and wisdom far beyond ordinary people. He can detect whether the other party is telling the truth or falsehood through the slightest flaw. With her cultivation, she can even see through each other's hearts. Yu Mingsong is also too capable of nonsense, and even Shiji Demon Queen was cheated by him. This kind of ability is not ordinary people can do. At this moment, hundreds of thoughts flashed through Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Did he really want to use Tianyi holy water to deal with Shiji Demon Queen? Tianyi holy water is not a divine liquid, but is used for yin and yang in yin and yang saints. Hand in. Holy thing of union. Use Tianyi holy water on Shiji Demon Queen. No one knows what will happen? However, if Ning Xiaochuan now tells Shiji Demon that there is no divine liquid on him, he will definitely irritate Shiji Demon Queen. Yu Mingsong and everyone present must die in the hands of Shiji Demon. So, how to choose? Yu Mingsong sneered again and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, what are you hesitating about? You think you can become a god by holding the divine liquid? You are too naive. Treasures like divine liquid can only be of maximum value if they are dedicated to the Queen of Demons." Ning Xiaochuan thought like a flash of lightning and said, "Yu Mingsong, you little man, dare to betray me. From now on, we will be friends no longer." "Who is your friend?" Yu Mingsong cocked his chin and sneered, "I only have a great demon queen in my heart. Other human monks are all lowly creatures, and they all deserve to die." At this moment even Zihanyan and Bao Zhudizong are unknown. They think Ning Xiaochuan really has a drop of divine liquid, but it is sold by Yu Mingsong. "Yu Mingsong, you dare to betray Ogawa. You will die today." A pair of beautiful eyes of purple smoke emitted a dark brilliance. The index finger and middle finger were pinched into a sword trick. The middle-grade star ancient sword on the back immediately flew out of the body, burst out a bright star light, and chopped towards Yu Mingsong. "Demon Queen, save me." Yu Mingsong immediately hid behind Shiji's demon. Shiji's Demon Queen's hands were behind her, and her skin was as crystal clear as jade. She just stared at the purple smoke. The Star Ancient sword cut out by Purple Hanyan immediately stopped in the void, motionless, and could not get close to Shiji Demon within 10 meters. Wow! An invisible evil spirit erupted from the void, flying back the ancient star sword and stabbing the purple smoke's heart. Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew over and offered up the 12-grade Buddha lotus to block the ancient star sword. Bang! An overwhelming force hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest, shaking Ning Xiaochuan and purple smoke out at the same time. Fortunately, the power of the war sword was blocked by the 12 Buddha lotus, otherwise, it would not be as simple as being shocked to fly. "Shiji Demon Queen, if you really want divine liquid, I'll give it to you, but you must let all of them leave. Otherwise, I can promise you that you will never get divine liquid." Ning Xiaochuan cut gold and iron and said. Shiji Demon Queen smiled coldly, "Are you qualified to talk with Ben?" Her beautiful eyes opened and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. A huge mental force emanated from her eyes, condensing a white spirit river and rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. The minds of creatures were originally invisible, but Shi Demon Queen was able to condense her mind power into a river, which shows that her mind is simply boundless. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked by the mental power of Shi Demon, and he backed back dozens of meters. His heart beat faster and faster, and his heart seemed to crack. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's heart rushed out 7 halos, condensed into 7 human-shaped minds, sitting in 7 directions of the heart, unexpectedly blocking the mind of Shi Demon Queen. Shi Demon Queen's mouth gave a light sigh. 7 orifices Demon Heart Palace, good boy, unexpectedly has the same heart palace as the Emperor of Heaven. No wonder Qi Yun is so strong. Shi, the Demon Queen, withdrew her mind, with her red lips slightly upturned, smiled and said, "Human boy, Ben can promise you to let others leave. However, you must not only give the divine liquid to Ben, but also take Ben to Fengshan Cave in person. He even told you the secret of the Immortals' Cave?" Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yu Mingsong and was slightly surprised. You know, only Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Ningxing, Qing Wang, and Yao Lanqi knew about Fengshan Cave. How did Yu Mingsong know? Is it his nonsense to cheat Shi Demon Queen? Yu Mingsong smiled coldly and said, Ning Xiaochuan, your secret, the Demon Queen adult has already known it all. You'd better explain it all honestly. Ning Xiaochuan's face remained unchanged, glanced at Purple Han Yen, and said, Han Yen, you take Xiao Hong to leave the ruins first. Your Highness, please leave quickly. Zihanyan, Baozhu Dizong, and Xiao Hong naturally know that they can't be the opponents of Shi Demon if they stay. Rather than stay in Guishu, they'd better go out and ask for help, and maybe they can save Ning Xiaochuan's life. Be careful yourself. Baozhu Dizong stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and then left the Guishu with Zihanyan and Xiao Hong. Seeing that Zihanyan and Baozhu Dizong had left, Yu Mingsong also wanted to run away. His eyes turned around, and suddenly he thought about it and said, Lord Demon Queen, otherwise I will catch up with them and kill them? Shi Demon Queen said, no, since Ben promised him, there is no reason to go back on his word. The realm of the Demon Queen, Xingming, and the Demon Queen adult is not equal to 1/100th of that of mortals like me. Yu Mingsong flattered Shi Yao again, but he was disappointed. The escape plan failed, and it seemed that he would find another opportunity. Ning Xiaochuan took out the jade bottle containing Tianyi holy water and handed it to Shi Demon Queen. The beautiful eyes of Shi's Demon Queen are rippling. Seeing Shinai, a treasure that only exists in legends, even with her state of mind, it is difficult to be calm. She opened the jade bottle, and the bottle immediately sent out a strong fragrance of medicine. A colorful god cloud actually condensed over the jade bottle. Countless wind and thunder exploded in the god cloud, and the heaven and earth changed color, just like the birth of a god. Only when the real treasure of heaven and earth is born will such a powerful vision appear. Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly moved and stared at Yu Mingsong. He secretly said, was it true that Yu Mingsong cheated him? Is this really a drop of divine liquid? Yu Mingsong was calm and did not surprise the visions above the sky. After seeing the vision of colorful god cloud, Shi Demon Queen was very determined. This must be divine liquid. If you can take the divine liquid, you must make great progress in cultivation. If you can find the true meaning of becoming a god in the god's cave again, then the absolute road can be expected. Just as she was about to put away the divine liquid, suddenly, a dark shadow rushed out of the ground. Without any sign, the dark shadow rushed towards the back of Shi Demon like lightning, took the jade bottle in the back of Shi Demon's hand, and then rushed towards the sky. Shi Demon Queen was so angry that someone dared to rob her treasure. It was like looking for death. Boom! Shi Demon Queen was originally beautiful and dignified, but once the anger in her heart was aroused, she immediately became as cold as frost, and the white hair on her head became 10,000 feet long. Each hair was like a divine sword, stabbing at the dark shadow above the sky. That dark shadow was also excellent. It made a handprint and turned into a vast demon cloud, blocking the white hair behind Shurji's demon. Haha. Shurji, why didn't you tell the emperor in advance when you found a treasure of this level? That dark shadow hung in the void, and his body was covered by demon clouds, so he couldn't see it clearly. Shurji, the demon queen, stood on the ground, with a blood-red moon-shaped mark condensed in the center of her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes were full of murderous spirit. Ground centipede, how dare you rob the things behind this? As long as the blood moon mark on the back eyebrow of Shurji demon shows up, it means that she is really angry. The ground centipede demon emperor stood in the void and said with a loud smile, Shurji, even if you are angry, it is useless to have this drop of divine liquid in your hand. Who else is the opponent of the emperor in the world today? If you surrender to the emperor now, when the emperor refines the divine liquid, you will be the demon princess. Haha. Shurji demon queen took a deep breath, calmed down and said, Diwu, how do you know that my real body entered the Guishu? Good question. 100 feet king, you haven't come out yet. The ground centipede demon emperor was very happy and said in a loud voice. An old man with 12 arms emerged from the soil and made a deep bow to the ground centipede demon emperor. Old slave, meet the demon emperor, and congratulate the demon emperor on getting the divine liquid. Shurji, the demon queen, stared at the old man deeply, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. King of hundreds of feet, you dare to betray Ben, do you know what the end is? The old man with 12 arms said, the demon queen's words are bad. The old slave is 100-foot demon family, and the earth centipede demon emperor is 1,000-foot demon family. Our 100-foot demon family is originally a branch of the 1,000-foot demon family, belonging to the commander of the earth centipede demon emperor. Since the old slave has always been a subordinate of the earth centipede demon emperor, how can we talk about betraying the demon queen? Good. Good. Then it depends on whether the ground centipede can save your life. Shurji demon emperor stretched out a jade hand and popped a finger in the void. The 100-foot king was originally the top 10 old demon king under Shurji's demon throne. He had strong combat power and unpredictable cultivation. However, in front of Shurji demon queen, there was no resistance. Pooh! The chest of the 100-legged king exploded, and his body was torn to pieces, leaving only one head. He flew to the earth centipede demon emperor above the sky and screamed, Demon emperor, save me. God can't save you. Shurji's demon queen's arms shook, and a big handprint hit out, smashing the head of the 100-foot king into blood powder. The ground centipede demon emperor originally wanted to save the 100-foot king, but he was still a step late and saw the 100-foot king killed by the stone G demon emperor. Shurji, you dare to fight against the emperor. Wait until the emperor refines the divine liquid and see how the emperor will deal with you. The ground centipede demon emperor said coldly. Ground centipede, you think you still have the chance to refine divine liquid. After the death of the king of hundreds of feet, you will be next. Shurji turned into a white light beam after the demon and flew to the sky, just like a fairy flying into the sky, full of demon beauty. She summoned a vein of the earth that grew more than 100,000 miles and pinched it in her hand, like holding a turbulent tianhe. With unparalleled momentum, she cut off towards the earth Wuyao emperor to recapture the divine liquid. Today's third chapter, ask for a monthly ticket. The king of the earth centipede demon fought with the queen of the stone G demon. Every move was a great magic power, and its destructive power was amazing. In just a moment, the earth hundreds of miles around was broken. For other monks, Guishu is a forbidden area of life, and they dare not break into it. However, for the existence of the demon emperor and queen, they can take this as a battlefield, frightening the creatures outside Guishu to flee everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong naturally had already slipped away and broke into the 9th district. It's too dangerous. The cultivation of Shiji Demon Queen has been so strong that fortunately, even if the Wuyao Emperor appears, otherwise, even if you give her Tianyi holy water, you may not be able to subdue her. Yu Mingsong breathed a long sigh of relief, with a feeling of survival. What do you mean I give her Tianyi holy water? Is it clear that she wants to rob it? No, to be exact, you led her to rob me. Ning Xiaochuan looked depressed. Today, he was almost killed by Yu Mingsong. The existence of Demon Queen level is in the north. Jiang is the absolute master. Once being stared at by a Demon Queen, it is definitely a nightmare. The real leader of Guanming Holy Land was killed by the God of Thunder Demon Emperor and nailed to death on the Blood Cliff. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong are the shrimp among the shrimp, not to mention the existence of the Demon Emperor and the Demon Queen, in front of the Holy Earth Palm sect. This time, Shiji's Demon Queen is completely eyeing it. North Xinjiang can't stay. We'd better hurry to the Middle Earth world. Yu Mingsong's heart was extremely afraid. If Shiji Demon Queen found that the divine liquid was false, he would certainly be broken into pieces. Ning Xiaochuan pulled Yu Mingsong back and said, "Can you escape now? You don't have glass gossip. Let's go to the ancient road in the 9th district." Yes, that ancient road was opened up by the Emperor of Purple and Gold, leading to the depths of Guishu. Maybe the Emperor of Purple and Gold left something behind on the ancient road, which can stop the Queen of Shiji Demon. Yu Mingsong immediately took out the glass stone bagua and put a drop of fresh blood in the center of the bagua. Wow! The glass stone bagua immediately emitted 8 colors of light, and the ancient words on the surface also rotated. Yu Mingsong, holding the glass stone bagua in both hands, looked for it in the 9th district. Ow! Suddenly, a bloody beast came out of the ground, stretched out a claw more than 10 meters long, grabbed Yu Mingsong's left leg and dragged him to the ground. Ouch, bloody Ling. Ning Xiaochuan, quickly cut it, or my blood will be sucked dry by it. Yu Mingsong hurried. There was no need for Yu Mingsong to ask for help at all. Ning Xiaochuan had already fought 19 concrete magic swords, condensed them into a huge sword, and cut the bloody beast in half. Ning Xiaochuan just took back the 19 figurative magic swords. The blooding spirit, which had been cut in half, condensed its body again, stretched out a claw again, and grabbed Yu Mingsong's neck. The general's supreme weapon. The weapon can't cut it. It's the blood of the ancient strong. The blood flows to the bottom of the ground. Evil changes have taken place, forming the spirit. Yu Mingsong's neck was caught by the blood spirit, half of his body was dragged into the bottom of the ground, and only 2 legs remained on the ground, struggling constantly. Evil spirits formed by blood. Ning Xiaochuan thought deeply, called out the magic sword, stabbed it into the ground, and stabbed it into the body of Zuyanling. Wow! The sword body of the magic sword produced a powerful sucking force, constantly devouring the blood gas of the blooding spirit. After a while, the blood ghost was completely sucked by the magic sword, flew back from the ground, and rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's blood orifices again. After absorbing the blood gas of Zuyanling, the magic sword fed back another force to Ning Xiaochuan, which improved Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. Cough. Cough. Brother, I said you were too slow. I almost died on the ground. Yu Mingsong crawled out of the mud pit and sat on the ground, coughing constantly. Ning Xiaochuan said, that blooding spirit is at least the cultivation of the 9th realm of heaven and man. The grade of the magic sword is only the level of the 9th Xuanqi. It naturally takes a very long time to completely suck it. If the magic sword can be raised to the level of the inferior supreme weapon, in an instant, it can completely suck that blooding spirit. You didn't refine 9 drops of weapon marrow from the body of the soldier eater. Why don't you upgrade the level of the demon sword? Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him and said, I just refined the marrow of the soldiers, and you brought Shurji's demon queen. How can I have time to upgrade the magic sword? It seems that. Yu Mingsong stood up from the ground, shook the dust on his body, picked up the glass stone bagua again, and said, "Don't worry about upgrading the magic sword. First find the ancient road. However, we have to be careful. Now we have entered the 9th district, and we can encounter danger at any time." Yu Mingsong followed the directions shown on the glass stone bagua and continued to move forward. Ning Xiaochuan called out half of the star halberd and walked beside Yu Mingsong, alert to possible dangers at any time. The scope of the 9th district is very broad. It took 2 days for them to come to the position of the glass stone bagua display. Can't it be here? Yu Mingsong stared at the cliff in front of him and looked at the bottom of the cliff. It was pitch black and he couldn't see the bottom. He shook his head vigorously, and then stepped back 2 steps. Ning Xiaochuan also stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at pieces of broken weapons flying in the void, literally tens of thousands of records. Those broken and rusty weapons flew between the cliff and the sky, forming a sea of weapons. That ancient road should be at the bottom of the cliff. Ning Xiaochuan road. No, someone is approaching us. Is it Shurji, the demon queen, catching up? Yu Mingsong's eyes looked into the distance and saw several figures coming quickly in this direction. Don't panic, it's Han Yin, Xiaohong and the 9-day saint. Ning Xiaochuan rode. How do you know? Yu Mingsong asked. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. There is a special induction between me and Xiaohong. She can sense my position, and I can also sense her position. After a long time, Xiaohong, Zihanyan and Baozhu Dizong really caught up and appeared on the edge of the cliff. Seeing Yu Mingsong standing beside Ning Xiaochuan, Zihanyan immediately called out the ancient sword of stars and stabbed Yu Mingsong with a sword. Yu Mingsong, die. In her opinion, Yu Mingsong's daring to betray Ning Xiaochuan is an absolute capital crime and unforgivable. Anyone who dares to be against Ning Xiaochuan is her enemy. Han Yen, put the sword away. It was just a play played with Yu Mingsong to Shurji demon. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Zihanyan was slightly stunned, took the sword back, and said, a play? Xiaochuan, what's the matter? How did the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and Shurji demon fight? Then, Ning Xiaochuan explained the cause and effect of the whole thing to them. So it is. Purple Hanyan gently nodded and glanced at Yu Mingsong coldly. You pretended to be very similar. Even the Queen of Shurji Demon was fooled by you. It seems that you can't completely believe what you say in the future. Wronged. I was also an expedient at that time, not only saving my life, but also saving everyone's life. Yu Mingsong rode. The beautiful eyes of Baozhu Dizong showed a puzzled look, stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, what is the divine liquid you gave to Shurji after the demon? Air. I don't know, Ning Xiaochuan, what is the divine liquid you gave to Shurji demon queen? Where did you get the treasure? Unexpectedly, even Shurji demon queen believed it was divine liquid? Yu Mingsong pretended not to know anything and asked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was like kicking Yu Mingsong out with one foot. However, seeing the curious eyes of Baozhu Dizong and Zihanyan, he coughed twice to hide his embarrassment and said, in fact, it's not something that's terrible. You don't have to worry about it. Since we have found the ancient road opened by the Emperor of Zijin, we'd better go to the ancient road first. Maybe the Emperor of Zijin really left something terrible on the ancient road? Sure enough, Ning Xiaochuan's words successfully dispersed everyone's curiosity about divine liquid, and all looked at the bottomless cliff. Why did the Emperor of Zijin open up an ancient road in the extremely dangerous ruins? Where does the ancient road lead to? What secret is hidden? At present, the place where Ning Xiaochuan and others are located is only the periphery of Guishu. However, next, they will go to the depths of Guishu along the ancient road. In the depths of Guishu, even the existence of the demon queen and the demon emperor did not dare to enter easily. It is said that there was a secondary god falling in it. However, since the Zijin emperor opened up an ancient road, it shows that the dangers around that ancient road have been completely cleared, and it is a safe road that can reach a certain area deep in the Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is the highest, so he took the lead to jump off the cliff, fell quickly, passed through the clouds between the cliffs, and even fell onto a stone ladder. After he determined that everything was safe, Baozhu Dizong, Xiaohong, Yumingsong and Zihanyan jumped off the cliff and came to the stone ladder. Why is there a stone ladder at the bottom of the cliff? Where does it lead? Ning Xiaochuan, carrying half of the star halberd, walked along the stone ladder, I do not know how far, in front of a stone temple. The stone temple is very simple and inlaid on the cliff. There is a human-shaped stone statue in the temple, which seems to worship a god. There is no way. It's over. It's a dead end. Yu Mingsong searched around the stone temple and found no other way. The stone ladder came to an end. Is the so-called ancient road a lie? Ning Xiaochuan also looked in the stone temple. Suddenly, he found a footprint at the threshold of the stone temple. That footprint seems to be deliberately left there, slightly concave into the ground. If you don't observe it carefully, you can't see this footprint at all. Seeing this footprint, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy look and said, Shui Lingxi really came here. This should be the mark she left us. It seems that she wants to tell us something. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. Who else has monthly tickets? Vote for Laojiu together. Now it is the period of double monthly tickets. 1 ticket counts as 2. Once the time passes, there will be no double. Yu Mingsong stared at that footprint for a long time, but he didn't see any reason. He shook his head and said, It's just a footprint. How do you know it's the sign of the cultivation of the goddess? Ah. I know. You must have peeked at the feet of the goddess. Tut tut, it's really evil. Ning Xiaochuan said, Naturally, I haven't seen Shui Lingxi's feet, but after our cultivation reaches a certain level, we will produce our own unique Taoist rhyme. The footprints on the ground are exactly the same as Shui Lingxi's Taoist rhyme. There is no doubt that she left this footprints here. Yu Mingsong nodded and said, What do you mean by the footprints left by Her Royal Highness after talking for a long time? Are you pointing out the way for us? Or is it just to prove that she has come here for a visit? This. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his chin, then shook his head and continued to think. Zihanyan stared at the human-shaped stone statue in the stone temple, and his heart was very excited, saying, This is the statue of our ancestors. Zijin Emperor. Yu Mingsong, Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong all stared at the rough stone statue, and they could clearly feel that the stone statue seemed to contain some mysterious power, not just a stone. Ning Xiaochuan saw the mark left by the purple and gold emperor on the demon tower, but the stone statues in the stone temple contain more powerful divine power, which is almost like being able to live at any time. With a pious heart, Zihanyan immediately walked forward, knelt at the foot of the stone statue, and kowtowed respectfully to the stone statue. Zijin Emperor is the sage of the human race and deserves the respect of all mankind. Ning Xiaochuan, Baozhu Dizong and Yu Mingsong also stepped forward. Salute the stone statue. Just after Zihanyan knelt at the foot of the stone statue and kowtowed, the eyes of the stone statue actually lit up, releasing dazzling brilliance, just like 2 stars, incomparably bright. My God! The purple gold emperor has become a saint. The body of that stone statue exudes a powerful spirit, which fills the whole stone temple. Everyone was so excited that it was incredible to see a human secondary god become a saint. Each divine light penetrates into the skin of everyone and blends into the blood. Every divine light integrated into the blood is like a bomb exploding in the blood, releasing unparalleled power, improving the grade of the blood, and refining the flesh and bones. Transform the mortal body with divine power. In just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan immediately touched the threshold of the ninth realm of heaven and man. The heaven and earth Tao fetus in his body and the world-destroying Tao fetus in the magic sword seemed to fly out of the body and sword body. The time has come to break through the ninth realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan immediately sat on the ground, took out the ninth soldier's marrow and the magic sword, and was ready to improve the grade of the magic sword with the help of the power of the gods. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan dropped the first drop of marrow on the body of the magic sword, and immediately made a crackling sound of quenching. The marrow of the weapon turns into a light filament, which completely wraps the magic sword and integrates into the sword body of the magic sword. Then, Ning Xiaochuan dropped the second drop of soldier marrow, the third drop of soldier marrow, into the sword body of the magic sword. With each drop, the light of the magic sword will be brighter, and the spirit in the sword body will also increase. When 9 drops of soldier marrow was completely absorbed by the magic sword, suddenly, there was an extra consciousness in the sword body of the magic sword, just like a baby was born. Ning Xiaochuan found that there was an extra thought in his mind. That thought is still very ignorant, completely integrated with the magic sword, like the thought of the birth of the magic sword. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the demon sword had been born, reaching the level of inferior supreme weapon. The spirit of the magic sword is transformed from Ning Xiaochuan's world-destroying Tao embryo. The sword spirit is still wrapped in the Tao embryo. If the sword spirit breaks out of the Tao embryo, it is the time for Ning Xiaochuan to break through the realm of human beings. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows roared, and the embryo of heaven and earth grew 3 times, turning into a dazzling brilliance, flying out of Ning Xiaochuan's head, suspended in the void, and even frantically absorbing the divine power released by the stone statue. The fetus was isolated. Only friars in the ninth realm of heaven and man can achieve Tao embryo separation. Absorbing the power of gods, and the magic sword reaching the level of inferior supreme weapon, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation hit the ninth realm of heaven and man, the realm of heaven and outer space in one fell swoop. Moreover, it is not just as simple as the initial stage of the ninth realm of heaven and man. Driven by the power of the gods, Ning Xiaochuan's realm has made breakthroughs one after another, breaking through the middle stage of the ninth realm of heaven and man and reaching the peak of the ninth realm of heaven and man. Suddenly, a female voice sounded in the magic sword. It was not the sound of the sword spirit of the magic sword, but another powerful and thick voice. It's like a god living in Ning Xiaochuan's body and sending out divine sound. Hearing this sound, Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy. He immediately mobilized his mind, flew into the blood hole, and stood under the magic sword. Master, you finally wake up again. Ning Xiaochuan's mind, standing under the magic sword, stared at the projection of the overwhelming woman above the magic sword. The empty shadow of the cold rain stood in the air, and the voice was extremely ethereal. He said, "You actually entered the Guishu. In your current state, breaking into the Guishu is tantamount to looking for death. Disciples are just outside the Guishu now, and they dare not break into the depths of the Guishu." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Are you sure you are still on the periphery of Guishu?" Although Sui Hanyu is hundreds of millions of miles away, he can see everything around Ning Xiaochuan. What does the master mean? Ning Xiaochuan was puzzled. He was still sitting in the stone temple. Was he still on the periphery of the Guishu? Nothing. Now that you have entered Guishu, go. Sui Hanyu's voice took a kind of cold air and said, "You have cultivated the world-destroying sword and the world-destroying magic fire to Mahayana. Next, I will pass you a kind of magic power ranked 99th in the 3000 world-destroying Tao, and then connect the divine way." What is receiving God? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Sui Hanyu said, "The world of God is naturally different from that of mortals. If mortals want to communicate with gods, they naturally need to receive gods. If they practice the receiving way to Mahayana, they can receive the soul of a secondary god and borrow the power of a secondary god. The deeper you practice receiving the Shinto, the more gods and spirits you can receive, and the stronger the power of the gods and spirits you can receive. If you practice receiving the Shinto to Mahayana, you can even receive the spirits of 8 true gods at the same time, and mobilize the power of 8 true gods at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan was puzzled and said, when the disciples cultivate the sword soul of destroying the world, they can also condense the soul of the founder of destroying the world. Is that a god? Of course not. Sui Hanyu said, it's not the power of the ancestor at all, it's just a vision after practicing the sword formula. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was extremely excited and asked, if I will receive the divine way to practice to Xiaocheng and receive the spirit of a secondary god, how much power can I give play to that secondary god? Sui Hanyu said, cultivating receiving the divine way only allows you to communicate with the power of the gods. The closer the gods are connected with you, the easier it is to be received, and the more power you can mobilize. Maybe it is 1,000th of the power of the gods, or 1,000th of the power of the gods. It all depends on whether the gods are willing to lend power to you. Ning Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes and said, if I bring your spirit to my side, can I give play to 1,000th of your power? If you are really going to practice the divine way to Xiaocheng, and really encounter a life and death crisis that you can't cope with, being a teacher can naturally lend you 1,000th of the divine power, or even 1% of the divine power. The cold rain path. Ning Xiaochuan's heart shook wildly. God, this is the real magic power. If you succeed in practicing the way of God, you will get a gold medal of no death. Although I don't know what level Sui Hanyu's cultivation has reached, at least he is also a secondary god. If you can borrow 1% of the power of a secondary god, don't you walk sideways in Tianshu continent? Who can fight? No wonder receiving the divine way ranks in the top 100 of the 3,000 ways of destroying the world, and it turns out to be so rebellious. Cold Rain Path, the world-destroying sword is the foundation of the 3,000 world-destroying Tao, and the world-destroying demon fire ranks behind the 2,000 in the 3,000 world-destroying Tao, so it is relatively easy to practice. The receiving God ranks in the top 100 of the 3,000 world-destroying Tao, and it should have been taught to you until you reach the supreme state. However, chaos is coming, and it is difficult to protect yourself with your cultivation, so it is only in advance that the receiving God is taught to you. Of course, the cultivation difficulty of receiving the divine way is far more than killing the world sword and killing the world demon fire. It's not easy for you to cultivate to a small degree. The disciple must try his best to practice receiving the divine way successfully, and never let the master down. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Sui Hanyu said, well, I'll pass on the cultivation method of receiving the divine way to you now. You have to remember. Ning Xiaochuan's body shook, and then countless words came into his mind and condensed into a skill. Receiving the divine way is indeed the top 100 divine powers in the 3,000 destruction world way. It is simply obscure and difficult to understand. Every word is like divine writing. Ning Xiaochuan understood for 3 days, but he didn't know the point, so he stopped practicing, so as not to become obsessed with his obsession. At the moment, he was still sitting in the stone temple, but the stone statue of the purple and gold emperor had been restored to nature and did not continue to appear holy. Zihanyan, Xiaohong, Baozhu Dizong, and Yu Mingsong all seem to have received great benefits, absorbed divine power, and are all practicing. Among them, Zihanyan's cultivation has made the greatest progress, and even condensed into Zixia Taoist fetus. Moreover, the Zixia road fetus also flew out of the body, suspended on her head, so delicate that her skin was covered with a layer of Zixia. Countless purple expressions, emanating from the Tao embryo, are like curly dragons flying around her body, and every hair is flowing with divine light. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a monthly ticket. It's worthy of being the descendant of the Zijin Emperor, with divine blood flowing in her body. Unexpectedly, at the moment when the Zijin Emperor became holy, she understood the Zijin Emperor's path to immortality. It seems that it won't be long before she will break through to the realm of human beings. The voice of a woman like the sound of nature sounded behind Ning Xiaochuan. Snow spirit deficiency? Ning Xiaochuan heard the voice of Lingxiu and turned around. Sure enough, he saw the beautiful Lingxiu coming in from outside the stone temple. A flawless white dress, elegant temperament, flowing with strands of space ripples, has clearly entered the stone temple, but it makes people feel that she seems to be standing in another piece of time and space. It's real and unreal. It's simply mysterious. Lingxiu walked into the stone temple, a pair of snow-white jade hands folded, bowed to the stone statue of the purple and gold emperor, and looked very pious. Her beautiful eyes are full of spirituality, and every inch of her skin is glittering and translucent, just like a fairy jade. She exudes a delicate fragrance all over her body. In a soft voice, she said, "Ning Xiaochuan, can the immortal palm teach come to the ruins?" Ning Xiaochuan also seemed very calm, saying, "The immortal leader has taken other friars of Tiandi Mountain to Middle-earth to find a new practice center. In the future, I'm afraid it will be hard to see human friars in northern Xinjiang." Lingxiu's daimei wrinkled slightly and sighed softly, as if she had expected such a result. After a while, she said, "Only a few of you came to Guishu? For the time being, only a few of us have come here. Of course, there are still many strong men of the human race who come to Guishu. Unfortunately, they are all restrained by the demons. I'm afraid it's difficult to help you." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "It's so difficult." Lingxiu frowned deeper, thought for a moment, and suddenly raised his head to look at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "The Wu Daoxin palace of the Zijin Emperor is in my hands now. However, I can't leave here now. Once the Wu Daoxin palace is brought out of the ruins, the Tianming demon emperor will immediately feel the breath of the Wu Daoxin palace. With her strong cultivation, there is no escape." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Can we use means to cover up the breath of the Wu Daoxin palace of the purple and gold emperor?" Lingxiu shook his head and said, "You should have seen the Wu Daoxin palace of the purple and gold emperor. You should understand the powerful energy contained in the Wu Daoxin palace of a secondary god. Even the white cloud cave left by the Emperor of Heaven cannot completely cover up the power of the Wu Daoxin palace." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. The Wu Daoxin palace of the purple gold emperor was as huge as a planet, which was not imaginable by ordinary people at all. The power contained was too terrible. Lingxiu said, "This is a secret place opened up by the Emperor Zijin in the Guishu. I found a major secret here." "What secret?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "You come with me." Lingxiu turned and walked out of the stone temple. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Zihanyan and others. Seeing that they were still practicing, he didn't disturb them. He followed the spirit of Lingxiu and walked out of the stone temple. After leaving the stone temple, Ning Xiaochuan was immediately shocked. Because he found that the scene around him was completely different from that when he entered the stone temple. Before entering the stone temple, there was a dark abyss at the bottom of the cliff outside the stone temple. However, after walking out of the stone temple, I unexpectedly came to an empty and deserted place. I couldn't see the edge at a glance. The ground is full of red soil, with no grass, giving people a feeling of lethargy. Lingxiu was dressed in a white robe, like an ethereal fairy, stepping on the void, stepping on a lotus flower in the void with every step. Originally a dead place, but because of her, it gives people a sense of vitality. Her cultivation has even entered the realm of real people. It's so fast that it's no wonder that she was able to take the martial heart palace of the Emperor Zijin in the holy kingdom of the demon clan. Ning Xiaochuan thought that his cultivation speed was already extremely fast, which was incomparable, but Lingxiu was able to have the same cultivation speed as him. Her luck is by no means weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan. This piece of heaven and earth is the small world opened up by the Emperor Zijin in the depths of the Guishu, millions of miles away from the edge of the Guishu. Snow Spirit Empty Way. It has gone deep into the ruins for millions of miles. I understand that the stone temple is actually a space transmission array. Only by worshipping the stone statue of the Zijin Emperor with a pious heart can the Zijin Emperor become holy. After the Zijin Emperor becomes holy, he will use the power of God to open the transmission array. Ning Xiaochuan Road. Lingshu said, "That's right. Only the secondary god with great magic power like the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor can forcibly open up a way of space in the return ruins and send us here. Only here can we escape the spiritual exploration of the Queen of Tianming Demon. Otherwise, she would have taken back the heart palace of the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor." Ning Xiaochuan asked, "You've been hiding here for some time, haven't you? What secrets have you found?" "Here we are." Lingshu suddenly stopped and looked at a kind of mountain in the distance. It is a mountain with a height of several kilometers. It rises from the ground on the flat ground and looks very abrupt. On the mountain, there are cliffs everywhere, which is like a pillar on the ground. This is wrong. After seeing this mountain, Ning Xiaochuan felt a suppressed momentum coming to his face, which was almost breathless. "You found it, too, didn't you?" Lingshu stood straight in the void 3 feet above the ground, his dark long hair swaying in the wind, and his white robe was blown close to his delicate body, outlining charming curves. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and called out 19 concrete magic swords, which were condensed into a huge sword more than 10 meters long. "I'll restore it to its original appearance." He took a big sword and waved it at the mountain. Boom! The mountain immediately cracked cracks, and countless debris collapsed from the mountain. Under the mud stone, a large piece of bronze was exposed. When the mud and stone fell completely, it finally revealed the body of the bronze object, which turned out to be a broken bronze ancient tower. In addition, this Shinran tower was sealed here by the Purple and Gold Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dilapidated ancient tower in front of him, and the half-ancient tower mastered by Tianming Demon carried the same breath. The remnant tower has an invisible power to suppress human monks, and it is definitely a Shinran tower. Lingshu said, "Neither the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor nor this half-town tower can fall into the hands of the Tianming Demon Emperor." "What do you mean?" Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Lingshu. Lingshu said, "Put the Wu Daoxin Palace and half of the town tower of the Purple and Gold Emperor here, and cut off the ancient transmission array leading to here. In this way, without the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor after the Tianming Demon, you can't be reborn against the sky, and you will never get the other half of the town tower." Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a meditative look, shook his head, and said, "I always think things are not that simple. The Queen of Tianming Demon can save even the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Zijin Emperor. Can't she save her demon Yuan? We can take back the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Zijin Emperor, and really prevent her from rebirth against the sky?" I also thought about this problem. If the Tianming Demon Emperor really saved her own demon Yuan, where would she store the demon Yuan so that it would not be noticed by the top strong in the human race? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Shinran Tower and said, "If she sealed her demon Yuan in the Shinran Tower, I'm afraid even the supreme human being would not be able to detect the breath of her demon Yuan. In other words, if we put the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor into this half of the Shinran Tower, the Queen of Tianming Demon would never notice the breath of Wu Daoxin Palace." Lingshu said, "Do you want to take out the Wu Daoxin Palace and Shinran Tower of the Zijin Emperor? It's too risky. If it falls into the hands of the demon clan, it will be a disaster for us humans." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were firm and said, "If the Tianming Demon Emperor really saved her own demon Yuan, plus the blood of hundreds of millions of human monks in northern Xinjiang, casting the body of the secondary god, once she was born against the sky, it would also be a disaster for our human race. Ning Xiaochuan added, I have been to the burial mountain and saw the means of rebirth, the water of life and the black and white Tai Chi diagram arranged by the Emperor Zijin. I have also been to the burial ground of the Emperor Zijin, and I noticed that there is a strong will power in the bones of the Emperor Zijin. If we can take the Wu Daoxing palace of the Emperor Zijin to the burial mountain, it is likely to enable the Emperor Zijin to revive against the sky and live another life. If the Tianming demon emperor is really reborn as a secondary god, only the Zijin emperor can stop her. Xue Lingshu also showed a thoughtful look. After a long time, he said, You're right. We can't wait to die. Let's collect this half-town tower first. What's that? The voice of the snow spirit beast was a little surprised, staring at a bloody figure standing on the top of the town tower. That bloody figure, I don't know when it appeared, is very similar to the stone statue of the purple and gold emperor in the stone temple. However, his body exudes a strange air, cold, like hell in hell. The breath on his body was very terrible. Just a look at Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu stared at them, and they let Ning Xiaochuan and Xue Lingshu spit out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and half knelt on the ground. Is he the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor? The Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor is not dead at all. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a look of horror. If the Emperor of Purple and Gold really didn't die and stayed in half of the town tower, who was the femur corpse buried in the Shinshan? Xue Lingshu shook his head, stared at the figure standing on the top of the Jinren Tower, and said, It's not the Purple and Gold Emperor. Although his strength is strong, it's far inferior to the secondary god. Is it an idea left by the Emperor Zijin? Ning Xiaochuan also felt something unusual. The image of a bloody man was soulless, and could not be a secondary god at all. Impossible. If the idea left by the Emperor Zijin, it would never be so strange. I'll try to find out what the hell he is. Ning Xiaochuan, you can pick me up at any time. Xue Lingshu stood up, turned the real yuan in his body, and his body burst into incomparable brilliance. Wow. She stepped out with one step, and her delicate body immediately disappeared. The next moment, there was a spatial fluctuation above the head of the bloody figure. Xue Lingshu came out of the void, and the 5 jade fingers quickly made a strong mark. The seal of Emperor's life and death. All of a sudden, the whole heaven and earth changed. Behind Xue Lingshu, there appeared a 900-foot-high imperial shadow. His hands turned golden, and his fingers seemed to turn into 10 golden mountains. In the center of the 10 golden mountains, holding a blazing sun, he suppressed it towards the head of the bloody figure. The first magic power of Tiandi Mountain is the seal of Emperor's life and death. It is said that the Emperor's seal of life and death is the strongest magical power created by the Emperor of Heaven. No one can learn it except the Emperor of Heaven. However, Xue Lingshu has the capital to fight against the sky, catching up with and surpassing the sages, and even refining the Emperor's life and death seal. Standing in the void, she was like a holy goddess, holding a hot sun in her hands, making the mark of life and death, and forcibly breaking the blood fog around the body of the bloody figure. Such powerful combat power is enough to kill real people in the same realm. Ow! That bloody figure sent out a fierce roar like a beast, like thunder, stretched out a demon's finger, and passed towards the snow spirit. Although the Emperor's seal of life and death is strong, the bloody figure is even more terrifying. The seal of the Emperor's life and death was broken and turned into golden rain. Pooh! A finger light carrying the power of evil spirit pierced Xue Lingshu's right shoulder, leaving a shocking wound on her body. Blood flowed out and dyed red and white. Xue Lingshu could clearly feel an evil spirit pouring into his body, and his body instantly became cold, just like falling into an ice cave. Broken. She immediately mobilized the power of Chaos Heart Palace. You pointed to the void, opened a door of space, and wanted to escape immediately. The cultivation of the bloody figure is too terrible. It's not her current strength to compete. However, the bloody figure did not intend to let her go at all. A pair of evil eyes slowly opened, and 2 bone-green evil fires were burning in the eyes. 2 green fire snakes flew out of his eyes, smashing the void door into pieces of space debris. Xue Lingxiu's sleeve was stuck by a wisp of evil fire and immediately burned, as if to ignite her whole person. What kind of monster is that bloody figure? It's too terrible. Even Xue Lingxiu is far from his opponent. Seeing that Xue Lingxiu was defeated by the bloody figure, Ning Xiaochuan immediately helped Xue Lingxiu get out of trouble. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword and used the sword as a knife to show the groundbreaking knife formula. The divine power between heaven and earth converged towards Ning Xiaochuan, and a huge imperial shadow condensed behind Ning Xiaochuan. With endless spirit, he cut down with a sword. Ning Xiaochuan's sword really succeeded in attracting the attention of the bloody figure. He immediately gave up dealing with Xue Lingxiu, hit a blood-red evil handprint, and smashed all the sword chi cut by Ning Xiaochuan. Pa! The imperial shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan was impacted by an invisible force and immediately collapsed. The blood-red evil handprint was hundreds of meters away from Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's body was hit by an invisible force, and immediately backed back. His face became extremely pale, his internal organs were damaged, and his body was almost torn to pieces. Too strong, not a power level. Ning Xiaochuan covered his chest, took a 3-turn Huanyang pill and immediately recovered from the injury. Ning Xiaochuan's blow was not without merit. At least she successfully rescued Xue Lingxiu and let her escape back. Xue Lingxiu was also seriously injured, and his sleeve was burned by evil fire, revealing a snow-white attractive jade arm, like the flesh cast by immortal crystal divine marrow, without a trace of defects. There was a wound on her right shoulder, and blood kept pouring out from the wound, which could not stop bleeding at all. Ning Xiaochuan handed a 3-turn yang returning pill to Xue Lingxiu and motioned for her to heal first. Xue Lingxiu knew that Ning Xiaochuan was a great heart-nourishing master, so he took the 3-turn Huanyang pill. After swallowing the pill, the evil spirit in his body was finally dispelled, and the wound on his right shoulder slowly healed. Before long, his skin was crystal clear again. The two of them stood hundreds of miles away, staring warily at the bloody figure standing on the top of half the town tower, and found that the bloody figure did not immediately catch up with them to kill them. The bloody figure's hands were slightly spread out, his eyes were slightly closed, and he still stood on the top of the tower, absorbing into his body and transforming into his own strength the mist that escaped from the Jinren Tower. Every time he inhaled a wisp of mist, the evil qi on his body would become more powerful, just like the sun at its zenith, so powerful that it was difficult to get close to him. Ning Xiaochuan said, "He is absorbing the resentment of the human ancestors who died in the tower, and his strength is increasing and becoming more and more terrible." Xue Lingxiu stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, what you just showed is the formula of knife." Although Ning Xiaochuan was holding the magic sword, Xue Lingxiu still could see that what Ning Xiaochuan was doing was not a sword formula, but a powerful formula. "If you have any questions, just ask." Ning Xiaochuan knew that Xue Lingxiu had seen the clue, and didn't want to hide it from her at all. Xue Lingxiu said, "You are not the descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, but you can mobilize the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven. It must be related to the knife formula just now, right?" Yes, the knife formula I just showed was indeed created by the Emperor of Heaven. It's called Earth-Breaking Knife. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xue Lingxiu's eyes congealed and said, "This trick of Daoju actually exists. An ancestor of our family once said that the strongest magic power created by the Emperor of Heaven is the seal of Emperor Life and Death, but the seal of Emperor Life and Death is not the essence of the way of the Emperor of Heaven's life. What really inherits the God-forming way of the Emperor of Heaven is a trick of Daoju, which represents the summary of the Emperor's life of cultivation. Unexpectedly, this trick actually exists." Ning Xiaochuan, since you have got this trick, you must use it carefully and never pass it on to people with evil intentions. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. She thought that Lingxiu was going to take back the groundbreaking knife. Unexpectedly, she didn't do so at all. After a pause, Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you want to learn, I can pass this trick to you. You should know that the earth-breaking sword is the summary of the Emperor's lifelong cultivation. Its power is amazing." Lingxiu, as the descendant of the Emperor, naturally has a bit of excitement in his heart. "First find a way to seize the Jinren Tower, and when I get out of the Guishu, I must ask you the cultivation method of earth-breaking sword." Lingxiu stared at the bloody figure that became stronger and stronger, thinking hard about countermeasures, and wanted to use other ways to take away the Jinren Tower. However, the methods she came up with were all denied by her, because the cultivation of the bloody figure was too strong, and any strategy was ineffective in front of his absolute power. If the Jinren Tower is not used to suppress the breath of the Wu Daoxing Palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor, once they go out of the Guishu, they will certainly be perceived by the Tianming Demon Queen. However, to seize the town tower, it is necessary to fight with that bloody figure. Even Lingxiu, who reached the human realm, was not the enemy of that bloody figure's move. How could he take the Jinren Tower away from his feet? The war just now woke up several people practicing in the stone temple, and they also rushed over one after another. Seeing the bloody figure standing on the top of the Jinren Tower, everyone was shocked, because that bloody figure was so much like the Emperor of Zijin, just like the rebirth of the Emperor of Zijin. He is not an ancestor, but he has the aura of an ancestor. At the first sight of the bloody figure, Zihanyan immediately denied it, and never believed that it was the Lord of Zijin Emperor. "Let me see who the devil is he?" Yu Mingsong felt a rough copper mirror from his arms and shone at the bloody figure. The surface of the bronze mirror turned out to be a bloody robe. A battle robe stood upright on the top of the town tower, propped up by a mass of blood, looking extremely strange. Seeing the picture in the bronze mirror, Ning Xiaochuan took a cold breath. "It's just a blood coat. Can a blood coat produce wisdom and become an evil spirit?" The beautiful eyes of Bao Zhu opened wide and felt very incredible. Yu Mingsong was excited and said, "It was definitely the Purple Gold Emperor's war clothes, which were stained with the Purple Gold Emperor's divine blood." However, no one thought that after many years, this blood clothes, which was taken off by the Purple Gold Emperor, turned into a blood spirit. A drop of blood from the secondary god can kill a supreme. What terrible energy must a robe full of the blood of the secondary god have? Back in those days, the Emperor Zijin was invincible in the world, and fought alone into the Guishu, opening up an ancient road to the depths of the Guishu with his supreme magic power. What powerful creatures are there in Guishu that can hurt the secondary god and dye his robe with blood? Fortunately, the divine blood on the blood robe has already dried out. Otherwise, that blood spirit would be 10 times stronger than now, 100 times stronger. Bao Zhu rode. Yu Mingsong said, "What should we do now? That blood spirit, wearing the blood robe of the second god, with our strength, it's not enough to plug his teeth. How can we take away the Jinren Tower? If my magic sword can be upgraded to the level of top-grade supreme weapon, it can suck up the blood spirit with only one sword. Unfortunately, the magic sword is now only the level of bottom-grade supreme weapon, and it can't pose a threat to the blood spirit at all." Ning Xiaochuan showed a thoughtful look and said, "Now there is only one way. I and Xiaohong fit together to lead away the blood spirit. Then, you go to collect the Jinren Tower. Once the Jinren Tower is taken away, immediately open the array in the stone temple and escape here." Lingxiu said, "Your cultivation has not reached the realm of human beings, so let me attract the blood spirit." "No. The Wu Daoxing Palace of the Zijin Emperor is still in your hands, and the Jinren Tower must be collected by you. Once the array is opened and you escape here, you must immediately put the Wu Daoxing Palace of the Zijin Emperor into the Jinren Tower, otherwise, even if we escape, there is a dead end. Ning Xiaochuan added, besides, you have more important things to do. Take the Wu Daoxin Palace of the Zijin Emperor to the Burial Mountain to help the Zijin Emperor regenerate. Han Yan, you go to the Burial Mountain with the goddess. You are the descendants of the Zijin Emperor, and maybe you can help the goddess. You don't have to worry about me. After I get together with Xiaohong, I can show the speed of the dragon, and I may not be able to escape. Besides, I have the Fire Dragon King. Yu Mingsong touched the 2 curls of beard above his lips, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said, in order not to drag you down, I think I'd better leave first. Rest assured, after I escape, I will try to bring more strong human beings to save you. I'm a very righteous person. With these words, Yu Mingsong immediately ran away, returned to the stone temple, immediately worshipped the stone statue of the purple and gold emperor, opened the transmission array, and escaped from this piece of heaven and earth deep in the ruins. He really escaped first. This is also called loyalty? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head angrily. Anyway, he didn't take Yu Mingsong into account from the beginning to the end. If they failed, they all died here, and at least one person escaped to tell the strong in the Terran about the situation here. Ask for a monthly ticket. Little Red, fit. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong immediately turned into a red streamer, rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately turned into a red cloud 10 meters away from Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong are one, wearing dragon scales and armor, and the dragon wings on his back are spread out, flying in the direction of Jinren Tower. After absorbing the divine power in the stone temple, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th realm of heaven and man. Now that they are combined, they naturally become stronger, and their speed is as fast as a red light beam. Ning Xiaochuan flew to a place 10 miles away from the blood spirit, fell inside, stopped moving forward, took out the Zhenwu bow, and pulled the golden bow into a full moon. A golden Zhenwu arrow flew out of the air, with a mass of the flame of the demon fire, hitting the blood spirit. Bang! The blood gas around Shuling's body was scattered, almost injured, by Zhenwu arrow. The green eyes of Shuling opened again, burning evil flames, staring at Ning Xiaochuan 30 miles away, full of killing intent. In his opinion, this human man is too ignorant of heaven and earth, and dared to take the initiative to provoke him. He lives a good life. If he had not wanted to absorb the spirit of resentment emanating from the town tower, he would have killed all the young friars of these Terrans. How could he allow them to take the initiative to provoke themselves? Death. Inside the throat of Shuling, there was a hoarse and gloomy voice. It was like raising a bloody arm, making a huge bloody handprint and suppressing Ning Xiaochuan 10 miles away. Seeing the blood spirit's hand, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to think about it. He immediately spread the dragon wings and flew away to escape the attack of the blood spirit. Because Ning Xiaochuan and Shuling kept a distance of 10 miles, Ning Xiaochuan had enough time to escape. I didn't catch up. Ning Xiaochuan fled hundreds of miles away and found that Shuling didn't catch up, so he immediately turned back. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan shot another arrow at the blood spirit and continued to provoke. After Ning Xiaochuan provoked 7 times in a row, Shuling finally couldn't bear it, and gave a long roar in his mouth, turned into a blood light, and killed Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing the blood spirit rushing up, Ning Xiaochuan immediately spread the dragon wings and ran away at full speed. As soon as the blood spirit left the Jinren Tower, a black gap appeared in the void above the Jinren Tower. Shuelingxiu, like a holy spirit, walked out of the void, waved his arm and put the Jinren Tower into his sleeve. After taking away the Jinren Tower, she immediately returned to the stone temple. At this moment, Zihanyan and Baozhu Dizong have opened the transmission array, and the stone statue quickly rotates, emitting a bright divine light. Ogawa hasn't come yet. You go first. I'll wait for him here. Zihanyan stood at the gate of the stone temple, anxiously looking at the constantly rolling blood clouds in the sky, worried about Ning Xiaochuan in his heart, and planned to wait for Ning Xiaochuan here. Bao Zhu naturally can see that the relationship between Zihanyan and Ning Xiaochuan is extraordinary, and there is no jealousy in her heart. However, she has been suppressing her feelings, and did not show it all the time. Zihanyan can wait for Ning Xiaochuan here, why can't she? Bao Zhu pinched the Buddha bead and suspended the golden Buddha light behind him. He glanced at the purple smoke and said calmly, "Purple girl, you and the goddess of heaven leave first. You have more important things to do. It's up to you whether you can stop the Tianming demon emperor from slaughtering the Terrans. I'll leave it to me here, and I'll leave Ning Xiaochuan." Shui Lingxiu glanced at Bao Zhu and Zihanyan, and secretly said that Ning Xiaochuan could capture the hearts of two Tianzhijia women at the same time. Is he so charming? Zihanyan and Jiu Saint are rare beauties in the world, and they all have top talents. If other men can get the favor of one of them, they will make countless people jealous and envious. They are so excellent and beautiful, and I don't know how to choose Ning Xiaochuan. Junior sister Z, you and I leave here first, and this place will be handed over to the ninth heaven saint. Shui Lingxiu glanced at Bao Zhu, grabbed Zihanyan's arm and rushed into the array with her. A moment later, the two of them disappeared. Seeing Zihanyan leave, Bao Zhu's heart was relieved instead, as if he had sent away a great enemy. After Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon speed, the speed he showed was amazing, faster than that of some weaker real people, but the speed of blood spirit was faster, and soon caught up with him, pointing to Ning Xiaochuan's vest. Ning Xiaochuan felt as if he had been fixed, unable to move all over, and could only watch the fingertips of Shuling stab down. No way, the gap between the two is too big. Shui Lingxiu has reached the realm of real people, but he still can't accept the move of bleeding spirit, not to mention Ning Xiaochuan hasn't reached the realm of real people yet. Ning Xiaochuan took the initiative to attract the blood spirit, in fact, he didn't hold the idea that he could escape alive. However, his heart is not willing to die like this. He will never give up until the last moment. Fire Dragon King. Inside the heaven and earth bracelet on Ning Xiaochuan's wrist, a flame dragon king hundreds of meters long flew out. The 7 Tian pin xiancher in the belly of the fire dragon king lit up at the same time, emitting dazzling light, with a powerful momentum, rushing towards the blood spirit. After the fire dragon king's power was aroused, the friars who were comparable to the third realm of human beings, like a red mountain, blocked Ning Xiaochuan's body and blocked the attack of blood spirits. Bang! With a wave of the blood spirit's arm, he directly cut the fire dragon king into 2 pieces, and then waved 2 claws to tear the fire dragon king into pieces. Ning Xiaochuan took the opportunity to escape into the stone temple and took a look after him. He saw the remains of the fire dragon king fall from the sky. It was heartbreaking. It was a third-class Xian stone doll, which was invaluable, and was torn to pieces by the blood spirit. It's too abnormal. The puppet of Huijiao King in the third realm of human beings had no ability to resist in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan, go. The treasure trove will open the transmission ancient array and pull Ning Xiaochuan to escape here. Suddenly, a sharp wind sounded in the air, and the blood spirit chased up, attacked the stone temple, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan's vest. The power of the blood spirit was so terrible that even the body of the fire Jiao King was cut by a palm, not to mention Ning Xiaochuan. At this time, the figure of Bao Zhu flashed, hooked Ning Xiaochuan's neck with his arm and stuck it to his back. No. Ning Xiaochuan knew what Bao Zhu wanted to do, and shouted loudly, but it was too late to stop her. Blood spirit slapped on the back of Bao Zhu with overwhelming power. Even if he was blocked by Bao Zhu, Ning Xiaochuan still felt a strong force impact on his back, shaking his spine to fracture, and spit out a mouthful of blood in his mouth. Even his physique and cultivation were injured. It can be imagined how strong the Baozudi, who was directly attacked, was under attack. Wow! This powerful impact made Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong rush forward and fly out, fall into the ancient transmission array, and disappear in the purple divine light. When Ning Xiaochuan came out of the divine light, he came to the first stone temple again. He immediately put Baozhu Dizong down from his back and checked her injury. Baozhu Dizong's eyes were closed, his face was very pale, and the corners of his mouth were bloodshot. But she was still breathing and not dead. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out a 3-turn Huanyang pill and took it for her. A moment later, Baozhu Dizong slowly woke up, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan like water. Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stroked her white face with his palm and said, "Why are you so stupid?" The red lips of the treasure land were slightly hooked, revealing an attractive smile. "It can only make you move towards me, and it is worth paying any price. Do you know you almost died?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart is a little bitter. "I have a talisman made by the Supreme." Baozhu Dizong spread out his right hand and sprinkled jade powder between his fingers. "Unfortunately, this talisman is completely broken. Ning Xiaochuan, it's all up to you to protect me in the future." Ning Xiaochuan took a deep look at her, staring at the beautiful and moving face in front of her, and an unspeakable taste came into his heart. Wow! The divine light in the stone temple lit up again. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed and said, "No, that blood spirit came after him through the transmission ancient array." Ning Xiaochuan immediately picked up the treasure, and his legs were colorful. He rushed out of the stone temple and flew out of the guishu. Boom! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the stone temple exploded and turned into pieces of gravel. A blood-red evil fog rushed out of the stone temple and chased Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan galloped in the 9th district of Guishu and soon reached the edge of Guishu. However, the blood-red evil fog also caught up and flew to his head. In the evil fog, a bloody robe was floating, making a creepy sound. Baozhu Dizong lay in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, looking very calm, with a faint smile on his beautiful face, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I'm afraid we can't escape today. Before I die, I want to know, are you willing to repair with me now?" Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, looked at the blood mist above his head, looked at the treasure trove, and said, "I'd like to. It seems that today is really doomed." At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan didn't recruit, and the blood spirit was too powerful for them to compete now. "Human boy, where else can you escape this time?" The voice of a cold woman sounded and came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped and looked up. Shiji Demon Queen flew from the sky. Her slender body, towering crisp peaks, straight legs, and long white hair fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan like an iceberg queen. After seeing Shiji Demon again, Ning Xiaochuan's heart was not afraid but overjoyed, and rushed up immediately. Shiji Demon Queen saw that Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly rushed towards her, and her heart showed some doubts. This human boy was not timid. Did he want to fight with Ben Ho? Just after this idea came into being, Shiji Demon saw the blood-red evil cloud chasing Ning Xiaochuan above his head, and immediately understood the purpose of Ning Xiaochuan rushing towards him. It seems that he got into trouble with some murderer in Guishu and wanted to deal with that murderer with the help of Ben Ho's hand. "Human boy, what are you getting into?" Shiji, the demon queen, stood there with a smile. Although she felt the strength of the evil thing flying in the sky, she was not afraid at all and looked very calm. Ning Xiaochuan knows very well that only by hiding beside Shiji's demon, with her strength, can he survive today. He immediately rushed to the back of Shiji Demon and said, "That's a blood spirit. You are also one of the few arrogant young generation of Terrans. Just a blood spirit will scare you like this? Hee hee." Shiji's demon queen's face showed a seductive smile, and the queen's temperament instantly disappeared, like an incarnation of a unique witch who charmed all living beings. Blood spirit is catching up. The whole sky was covered with blood gas and turned into a sea of blood. The blood spirit stood in a blood fog, with an old face and a great body, with a faint spirit on his body, which was like a secondary god standing in the sky and overlooking all living beings. Shiji, the demon queen, received the smile on her face, and her eyes became a little dignified, saying, "Is it a blood spirit bred by the blood of the secondary god?" "Good guy, a blood spirit of the secondary god who has cultivated for more than 100,000 years, you can actually escape from its hands, and your skill is not small." The blood spirit stood in the void, staring at the back of Shiji demon, and his mouth made a hoarse voice, "Death." Shiji's demon queen's face showed a playful smile, her fingers gently played with her long hair, and said, "I advise you to go back wherever you come from, otherwise your 100,000 years of practice will be destroyed." The arrogant Shiji demon didn't even pay attention to the blood spirit of the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. He was well aware of the horror of the blood spirit. If Shiji demon Empress Tuota died in the hands of the blood spirit, he and Baozhu Dizong might not be able to escape today. The blood spirit was enraged by the queen of Shiji demon, turned into a fishy wind and flew down from the sky, rolling the queen of Shiji demon into the sea of blood. Shiji demon's eyes shrunk slightly, and her body burst into colorful magic light. Her body seemed to turn into a spirit stone and fly in the sea of blood, fighting fiercely with the blood spirit. Shiji demon queen's cultivation is so strong that she can really fight with the blood spirit. Baozhu Dizong's injury recovered a lot. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan still holding himself, he felt a little shy in his heart. "Ning Xiaochuan, you can put me down," Baozhu had whispered. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said solemnly, "Take advantage of Shiji's demon to entangle the blood spirit, and we'll run away now. Your injury hasn't healed yet, I'd better hold you, so it's faster." "Escape? Where are you going?" A beautiful figure flew down from the sky and stopped Ning Xiaochuan's way again. "Shiji, demon queen. You." Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect Shiji to suppress the blood spirit so soon. Originally, he wanted to run away with the treasure, but when he saw Shiji demon, his steps stopped abruptly. Shiji demon queen held a white stone bottle in her hand, in which a 5-colored strange grass was rubbed. At the moment, the fierce howling of blood spirit came from the white stone bottle, like a fierce ghost crying. Banho's Shijing bottle only accepts ghosts and evil spirits. A mere blood spirit dares to fight against Banho. It's really impatient. Shiji's demon queen's face showed a charming smile and pointed a slender jade on the stone bottle, which was immediately wrapped by a layer of white light. In the stone bottle, the cry of the blood spirit became more miserable, as if it was suffering some great pain. Unexpectedly, she suppressed even the blood spirit who has been practicing for 100,000 years. It is estimated that the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is not her opponent, and I don't know if she has snatched back Tiani holy water. Ning Xiaochuan once again clearly realized the tyranny of Shiji demon. Before, she must have hidden her cultivation, otherwise it would not be so easy to suppress the second god blood spirit. After the blood spirit was collected into the stone bottle, the sea of blood on the sky gradually dissipated. In the sea of blood, a broken blood robe fell down. As soon as the blood robe fell to the ground, an evil spirit spread from the blood robe and spread in all directions. What? Shiji's eyes after the demon showed a curious look, flew to the front of the blood robe, and wanted to pick up the blood robe. However, her fingers just touched the blood robe, and her whole body trembled, as if she had suffered an electric shock. She immediately flew backward, rolled up Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong, and flew thousands of miles away. When she fell to the ground again, the whole arm of Shiji demon turned red, her vitality was greatly damaged, and her face was extremely poor. An unknown evil force was immersed in her body, eroding her demon body. The armor of the secondary god. On the armor. There is an evil force that is more terrible than the power of the secondary god. Shiji's face changed greatly, and immediately sat on the ground, and a colorful divine light rushed out of her body, trying to refine the evil force that invaded her body. What happened? Shiji Demon Queen can suppress the blood spirit. How could she be hurt by a blood robe instead? The treasure is very confused. Ning Xiaochuan was also very confused, but he didn't want to care so much, saying, "Good opportunity, let's go now." However, Ning Xiaochuan was intercepted again. Shiji Demon Queen's mind condensed from the void, put a flawless jade hand on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, and said, "Human boy, you can't go anywhere without Ben's permission." Although it is only the thought body of Shiji Demon Queen, it still has 1/10 of the power of Shiji Demon Queen. Her beautiful little hand on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder is like a 5-finger mountain, pressing Ning Xiaochuan's feet to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's bones were crackling all over his body, closed his eyes, seemed to admit his life, and calmly said, "Demon Queen, it's too late for me to thank you for saving your life. How can I escape?" However, that blood robe is the robe worn by the purple and gold emperor, and there must have been evil changes. We'd better leave here as soon as possible. Ning Xiaochuan also learned from Yu Mingsong. Since he knew that he was not the opponent of the other party, he lowered his posture and then tried to get away. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and stared at Shiji's mind behind the demon, squeezing out a smile. Shiji, the demon queen, took back her palm and showed a trace of surprise. It was actually the blood robe of the purple and gold emperor. No wonder it contained so strong power. In that case, we can't leave. If we don't take away such a treasure, are we waiting for others to take it? Ning Xiaochuan said, but the evil spirit on that blood robe, even the queen of the demon, was hurt. We'd better stay away from this evil thing. In front of Ben, you still want to continue pretending. The evil spirit of that blood robe is really strong, and no one can touch it, but you can touch it when you cultivate the supreme body of the devil's way. What evil spirit in the world can be more evil than the supreme power of the devil's way? Shiji Demon Queen Way. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. This was the first time that someone knew that he had cultivated the supreme body. Shiji Demon Queen seemed to see what Ning Xiaochuan thought and said, "Ben is a colorful spirit stone that has been born for billions of years. Because it belongs to a different kind, it is slow to cultivate. However, I'm afraid the secrets and knowledge I know can't even compare with the secondary god. Although the cultivation speed of human monks is very fast, their lifespan is very short. Even if they cultivate into a secondary god, there are times when heaven and man fail. The demon clan is different. Although the cultivation speed of demon clan is relatively slow, its lifespan is much longer than that of human beings. Of course, there are also many geniuses in the demon clan, who not only have a long life, but also have an amazing speed of cultivation. Of course, the alien demon families like Shiji Demon Queen have a longer lifespan, and some of them can even live as long as the sky, which can be called immortal. However, it is only immortality, because the alien demon clan has experienced a small disaster every 500 years and a great disaster every 5,000 years since it was born. If you bear the disaster, you can continue to live. If you can't bear the disaster, the original god will die. Although the body of Shiji Demon Queen has been born for billions of years, her demon body and body have only been born for more than 4,000 years. She has experienced 9 small disasters and is about to usher in the first big disaster. Before she was born in form, she was actually a multicolored spiritual stone. In endless years, she must be able to contact many secrets and learn a lot of knowledge, which no one can compare with her. Under the threat of Shiji Demon Queen, Ning Xiaochuan had to go to get the blood robe. If I wear that blood robe, maybe I can get the power of the blood robe. At that time, why should I fear the queen of Shiji Demon? Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Human boy, you must not hope to use the power of the blood robe to deal with Ben Ho. Although Ben Ho can't touch the blood robe, it's not difficult to kill you across the air. In addition, your little nun and little dragon girl are still in the hands of Ben Ho. I believe they don't want you to do stupid things. Shurji Demon Queen's mouth gave out a giggle laughter. Shurji Demon Queen's laughter was particularly sweet, but it was very angry in Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Shurji Demon Queen is so smart that she seems to be able to see through any idea of Ning Xiaochuan. She is so smart, cunning, knowledgeable, and has no weakness, but... How did Yu Mingsong fool her? Is Ning Xiaochuan too good at disguise, or is Yu Mingsong too good at pretending? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped and looked at the blood-red soil under his feet. The blood robe worn by the secondary god is so powerful. The earth thousands of miles around turned blood red, and every piece of soil was contaminated with evil gas. Except Ning Xiaochuan, who was trained into the supreme body of the devil's way, any living creature entering this area will definitely be infected by evil gas. It's just a blood robe. It's so terrible. Can the supreme body of the devil's way really stop its evil power? Ning Xiaochuan had a strange idea in his heart. The Emperor of Purple and Gold probably didn't die of old age. His death might be related to this evil force. In those days, when the Emperor of Zijin entered Guishu, what terrible creatures did he encounter? With the blood coat as the center, hundreds of meters around are filled with rich blood gas, which keeps rolling, just like a layer of boiling blood waves. Ning Xiaochuan walked to a position tens of meters away from the blood coat, and felt an invisible evil gas drilling into his body. That evil spirit was extremely cold, and people's souls trembled with cold. Ning Xiaochuan immediately aroused the supreme power in the depths of his blood, burst out in black and white brilliance, and resisted the evil spirit that entered the body. Ning Xiaochuan held the stone box given to him by Shurji Demon in his hand, walked to the side of the blood robe, and stretched out his hand to take the blood robe. Huh? However, the blood robe was extremely heavy, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't twist it up. This robe is not ordinary, and it is stained with the blood of the secondary god. Although it is only a blood robe, it weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. Ning Xiaochuan ran the vitality in his body, finally picked up the blood robe, put it into the stone box, and then walked out of that bloody land. Queen Demon, I have put the blood robe into the stone box, and now I will present the stone box to you. Ning Xiaochuan held the stone box in both hands and stared at the change of eyes after Shurji Demon. Ning Xiaochuan just walked 10 feet away from the idea body of Shurji Demon, and was scolded by Shurji Demon. Her jade arm gently waved and said, "Well, you put the stone box on the ground, and you don't need to send it to me in person." Obviously, Shurji Demon Queen didn't believe Ning Xiaochuan at all and was wary of him. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan also wants to use blood clothes to deal with Shurji Demon Queen. However, since Shurji Demon Queen is so cautious, she can only give up her intention and look for other opportunities. Ning Xiaochuan carefully put the stone box on the ground, and then stepped back 2 steps. Children can be taught. Shurji Demon Queen smiled, stretched out a palm, and gently shook her arm. The stone box was caught by an invisible force and flew into her hand. Shurji Demon Queen originally wanted to open the stone box and check whether the blood robe was really in the box. However, thinking of the terrible evil force of the blood robe, she just stretched out her hand and took it back. "You didn't put the blood robe into the stone box, did you?" The eyelids of Shurji's Demon Queen were slightly pricked, and the bright pupils had a bit of cold light. "Our lives are in the hands of the Demon Queen. How dare I play tricks in front of the Demon Queen? If the Demon Queen doesn't believe it, I can open the stone box now and let the Demon Queen check it herself." Ning Xiaochuan said calmly. Shurji Demon came to Ning Xiaochuan's face, stretched out a slightly cool jade finger, lifted Ning Xiaochuan's chin, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes at a close distance. Ning Xiaochuan was still calm, but as Shurji Demon raised his chin, his eyes stared at the pair of plump crisp peaks in front of Shurji Demon's chest. His skin was snow white, and the ravines were obvious. Because it was too large, it even shook slightly. Looking at the spring light in front of him, he smelled the fragrance emanating from the back of Shiji Demon. Even Ning Xiaochuan, who was determined, couldn't control it and swallowed a mouthful of saliva slightly. Shiji Demon Queen seemed not to notice the lethality of her two murderous weapons against Ning Xiaochuan at all. She withdrew her fingers, showed a charming smile on her face, and her red lips slightly drew a beautiful arc. You dare not cheat Ben Ho. Seeing Shiji Demon, he turned and left, and Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. This demon queen is simply too terrible. Whether it's her own cultivation or her proud figure, she is enough to conquer countless men. Ning Xiaochuan walked to Bao Zhu Dizong and Xiaohong's side and asked with concern, Shiji Demon, didn't you embarrass you? She wanted to accept me as her daughter, but I refused. Why should she be 1 generation younger than her? Xiaohong didn't think the timing demon queen was terrible, but she still looked lively and cheerful. Bao Zhu Dizong hesitated for a moment and said, she let me take a pill. What pill? Ning Xiaochuan immediately pinched Bao Zhu Dizong's wrist and put his heart into her body. Don't waste your mind. What Ben gave her was not a poison, but a fossil bead. If there was no antidote, she would turn into a stone carving in a year. If there was an antidote, that stone bead would integrate into her bones and enhance her physique. Shiji Demon Queen's faint way. Shiji Demon Queen added, if you dare not listen to Ben's orders, you only need Ben's mind to move, and her body will change and petrify. Ning Xiaochuan didn't detect any signs of poisoning in the body of Bao Zhu Earth Store. If it was really as Shiji Demon said, what she took was really a fossil bead, it would be difficult. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is a great heart trainer, he can't crack it. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and said, after Shiji Demon, we are just young monks of the human race, but you are a high demon queen, the master of the wilderness. If you use this means to deal with us, you are not afraid to destroy your reputation after it is spread. When we do things, we only want the result, not the process. Shiji Demon Queen didn't eat Ning Xiaochuan's set at all, raised her stiff chin, and said proudly. It's like a snow-white swan looking down at the toad in the mud. Ning Xiaochuan said, what exactly do you want? Human boy, as long as you take Empress Ben to Fengshan Cave, Empress Ben will give you the antidote. Shiji Demon Queen Wei. Ning Xiaochuan said, can I believe your words? Shiji Demon Queen said, Ben has always said the same thing. Since he promised to give you the antidote, he will never go back on his word. However, if you dare to play tricks, it will never be difficult for Ben to kill you. Shiji, the demon queen, took her mind back into her body and stood up from the ground. The evil qi on her body had dissipated, and her skin returned to its snow-white color, like a clotted fat, flowing with wisps of light. On the surface, it can't be seen whether her vitality has been restored. Ning Xiaochuan tentatively asked, Demon Queen, what is the result of your battle with the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor? Have you recaptured the divine liquid? The ground centipede is just a 1,000-legged centipede, which has been cultivated into a Tao. It belongs to ordinary demon animals. Is it our opponent? Shiji Demon Queen's beautiful eyes took a trace of disdain, but then he said, however, I was evil into the body, and my cultivation was greatly damaged. If I fight with the ground Wu again, I'm afraid I will suffer a heavy loss, and I must leave the Guishu as soon as possible. The evil spirit on the blood robe seemed to be really strong, so that Shiji, the queen of the demon, was badly hurt. With Ning Xiaochuan, Bao Zhu Dizong, and Xiaohong, she immediately left the Guishu. After going out of the Guishu, a group of demon family creatures greeted them, including the white-haired demon king, the young demon family Tianjiao, and the charming and colorful demon women. There were more than 20 people, all subordinates of Shiji's demon queen. In addition, there are more than a dozen human friars captured by demon clan creatures, all wearing shackles and staring at Shiji Demon Queen with a look of fear on their faces. The wild masters with countless legends, such as the Queen of Shiji Demon, unexpectedly appeared in front of them as true gods. The more than 10 human monks were almost suppressed by the evil spirit on the Queen of Shiji Demon and fainted. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the more than 10 human monks and found that one of the elders was too pure, the supreme elder of the Four-Elephant Holy Land, who had seen it once in the Forbidden Area's secret mansion. It should be that he had a fierce battle with the demon creatures, and his chest was almost broken, full of blood-red meat mud, revealing white ribs. Because his cultivation was imprisoned by the rune of the demon clan, he couldn't heal himself at all, and he was suffering a lot. In addition to being too pure, Ning Xiaochuan saw two familiar figures, Yan Mia, the godson of the ghost family, and the spirit daughter of Aoki Holy Earth. Yan Mia, one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, has a talent rarely seen in 10,000 years, and is the top hero of the young generation. Aoki Ling comes from the Middle Earth world. She is a graceful woman like water. Her skin is like coagulated fat and her face is delicate. The two of them, like Taikingsu, were also seriously injured. Wearing iron ropes, they lost the aura of genius, looked extremely embarrassed, and became captives of demon creatures. A demon creature with 2 black horns on his head had a bit of lust in his eyes. Lust, staring at the chest and buttocks of Aoki Ling, seemed to want to rush up and press Aoki Ling under her body with its burly and tall body. Ning Xiaochuan is not familiar with Yan Mia and Aoki Ling, but only met in Mingjing Fairy Pool of Guangming Holy Land. Those human monks also saw Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong standing behind Shiji Demon. Someone recognized the identities of Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong, and whispered with several people around him. Among them, several human monks gave Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong a cold stare, and then spit on the ground. Bah! Scum of the Terran! As a disciple of Holy Land, I should rather die than surrender. They all felt that Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong had succumbed to the power of Shiji Demon and became slaves of the demon family. Otherwise, why do they all wear shackles and are injured all over? However, Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong don't need to wear shackles, but can follow behind Shiji Demon? Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about them. Anyway, they were all captives of the demon clan, and no one was better than anyone. If you can be a prisoner and ensure that your dignity is not trampled on at the same time, it is also a superior prisoner. See the Demon Queen. After seeing Shiji Demon, the more than 20 demon friars immediately knelt piously on the ground and saluted the back of Shiji Demon. Get up. Shiji's eyes were cold, and she said to the group of demon friars. An old man with purple ring veins all over his body, holding a wooden stick, walked to the Queen of Shiji Demon and said, Queen of Demon, these 13 human beings are the strong ones of all human holy lands, including 2 supreme elders in the Holy Land and 2 top talents of the human race in the Holy Land. What do the Queen of Demon think should be done? For the time being, lock them up first. They are all the elites of human beings. If they are willing to surrender to the people after Ben, they will be given a slave number plate. If they are unwilling to surrender to the people after Ben, as soon as the return to the ruins is over, they will be sent to the white bone altar as a sacrifice to the demon god. Shiji Demon Queen glanced at the 13 human friars, and there was no emotional fluctuation in her eyes. It was like arranging how many pigs in the circle were dragged out to kill. Or keep it? Hearing the words of Shiji Demon, the 13 human monks trembled all over, and their eyes showed fear. Few people can be really calm in the face of death. Just now, they were all disdaining Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong. However, at the moment when Shiji Demon spoke, 8 people's monks knelt on the ground in succession and begged for mercy. They were willing to submit to Shiji Demon and become slaves of the demon clan. I am willing to submit to the demon, serve the demon forever, and be the slave of the demon. An elder of the ninth realm of heaven and man in the ghost family knelt at the feet of Shiji demon, and his whole body lay on the ground. Bang! A demon creature kicked the elder of the ghost, raising Shiji out, and sneered, "What are you? Are you qualified to serve the queen demon?" "I'm not qualified, I'm not qualified. I'm wrong." The elder who raised ghost Shiji crawled back. Several other human monks also knelt on the ground, constantly begging for mercy, hoping that Shiji demon queen could take them as slaves. Only the god Sun Yen Mia of the ghost family, the Greenwood spirit woman, the supreme elder of the four-elephant holy land, the old lady Qingshu, and the other two old women did not kneel down and still did not compromise with the demon clan. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head. With the will of these people, they should not be so afraid of death, but the person standing in front of them is Shiji demon, a master in the wilderness. Under the shock of the powerful aura of Shiji demon queen, even the characters at the level of 9 heavenly venerable collapsed, knelt down and begged for mercy, and became slaves of the demon clan. This is the will of the strong. Only the will of the strong can suppress these people to kneel down and ask to be the slaves of the demon clan. Just like a secondary god standing in front of a real person and crushing it with the will of the secondary god, even the real person should immediately kneel on the ground and be the slave of the secondary god. Yen Mia and Aoki Ling are worthy of being the top heroes of the young generation. They are determined. They can still stick to their original intentions under the will suppression of Shiji demon, and do not kneel down and beg for mercy. The emergence of a large number of young geniuses is not an empty statement. The old man of the demon clan said, "When the demon queen enters the Guishu, can she find the Wu Daoxin palace of the purple and gold emperor?" The human woman who stole the heart palace of Wu Daoxin, the lord of the purple and gold emperor, fled into the depths of the ruins and couldn't be found at all. In addition, after the 100-foot king betrayed Ben, he had been executed by Ben. If any of you dare to learn it, I'm afraid it will end up with a bad end like the 100-foot king. I'm sure to let it try to live better than die. Shiji demon queen's faint way. Hearing this, the monks of the demon clan all kept silent, knelt down and said in unison, "My subordinates will never dare to have different intentions towards the demon queen." Shiji, the demon queen, said, "You stay and continue to look for the human woman who stole the Wu Daoxin palace of the purple and gold emperor. There is another important thing to do. You have to leave the ruins first. As for those Terran monks captured by you, you see the arrangement." Hearing the words of Shiji demon, those monsters were excited. Since the demon queen asked them to arrange those human monks, they would no longer care about their lives. An elderly demon creature, staring at the supreme elder of the four-elephant holy land, immediately burned 2 flames in his eyes, and secretly said in his heart, "If I can swallow the flesh and blood of that human race real person, my cultivation will certainly be able to improve a lot." The demon man with 2 black horns on his head stared at Aoki Ling's petite body, plump, constantly rubbing a pair of furry hands, without concealing the lust in his eyes. This is the cruelty of reality. Ning Xiaochuan is now a prisoner. He can only protect himself and cannot save others. A slender, bare-bellied demon girl bowed down to Shiji's demon queen. The maid has prepared the 9-dragon flying chariot to send off the demon queen. Yes. Shiji demon nodded softly. 9 flying dragons hundreds of meters long, pulling a gorgeous chariot, flew from the clouds. Which car is it? It's simply a magnificent palace that can fly. Under the pull of 9 flying dragons, it stopped smoothly in front of Shiji demon. In the palace-like car, 2 beautiful sirens flew out, both veiled and wrapped in gold. Chest, bare. With a flat, snow-white belly exposed, the slender, straight, bowed down to Shiji's demon queen. The 2 demon girls are not maidens, but the personal disciples of Shiji's demon queen, named Lingyun and Chasing the Moon. Xiaohong turned into a red dragon, lying on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, whispered in Ning Xiaochuan's ear, Shiji demon has a great style, and unexpectedly let the dragon clan pull her. I knew I would recognize her as a godmother. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, be careful that after she raises you, she also asks you to pull a car for her. Xiaohong shook her head hard, and naturally she was unwilling to pull the cart for Shiji demon. Shiji demon queen's ears moved slightly, turned her head, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong, and said, you climb the chariot with me. The two disciples of Shiji, the queen of the demon, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and the two. The witch named Lingyun, with a look of disdain in her eyes, said, Master, they are just two lowly human beings. How can they ride on the 9-dragon flying chariot? The disciples felt that they should be locked up with chains and put in the iron prison on the flying chariot. In human eyes, monsters are animals. In the eyes of monsters, human beings are also animals. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, stared at Lingyun and said, I'm just a cooperative relationship with your demon queen. If you treat me as other human beings who let you slaughter, it's a big mistake. Lingyun sneered, cooperate with the queen of the demon? Who do you think you are? Do you deserve it? You humans like to put gold on your face, but you don't know that in the eyes of the queen of the demon, your life is not even as good as an ant on the ground. No matter Lingyun or other demon creatures, in fact, they just regard Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong as livestock captured by Shiji after the demon. Let alone to gain dignity, even saying a word in front of them is disrespectful to them. Shiji demon queen did not stop aura. She also wants to use Lingyun's hand to frustrate Ning Xiaochuan's spirit. Because she knows that Ning Xiaochuan can be called North. The first pride of the Xinjiang people, the more talented people, the more proud and difficult to control. If Ning Xiaochuan doesn't suffer a little, Ning Xiaochuan may not really take her to Fengshan Cave. She wanted to see how Ning Xiaochuan would fight back. Ning Xiaochuan also did not hope that Shiji demon queen would favor her and him as a human. Even under the strong onlookers of many demon families, Ning Xiaochuan was not at all timid. He can temporarily compromise with Shiji demon queen, but if the demon clan wants to insult his personality, he can also fight to kill. You can bow to people who are stronger than yourself, but you won't kneel down. Everyone has his own bottom line. Lingyun said coldly to Ning Xiaochuan again, unexpectedly dare to stand and talk to the personal disciple of the demon queen, you are too rampant, and immediately kneel on the ground, otherwise, I can't let you survive or die today. Ning Xiaochuan was more furious, and a strong mental force erupted in his body. His eyes became extremely sharp, and he said, believe it or not, even if I kill you today, the Queen of Demons will not kill me to avenge you. Ning Xiaochuan took a step forward, and the earth suddenly shook, and the mental power in his body rushed towards the aura. You are too crazy. Although Lingyun is the personal disciple of Shiji Demon Queen, she couldn't help but step back under the impact of Ning Xiaochuan's momentum and mind. How is that possible? Unexpectedly, I was shocked by a human momentum and retreated, almost breaking my mind. Lingyun stared at Ning Xiaochuan in shock, and buried a seed of fear in her heart. If a strong person loses in the hands of another strong person, he may become more and more brave. He will work hard and hope to turn defeat into victory one day. However, if the mind of a strong person is defeated by the mind of another strong person, a seed of fear will be planted in her heart. The next time she meets that person, her heart will instinctively produce some fear. This is the so-called, you can fail, but your heart cannot fail. If the heart fails, it will be difficult to mention the courage to fight with that person in the future. Shiji Demon Emperor was slightly surprised when he saw Ning Xiaochuan forcing Lingyun back. She knows her two disciples better than anyone. Although they are not pure animal blood, their physique is special and they belong to congenital demon bodies. In terms of cultivation, their cultivation is not weaker than that of god-devouring mice. In the eyes of Shiji Demon Queen, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power may be stronger than Lingyun and chasing the moon, but when there are demon creatures around, Ning Xiaochuan's momentum will certainly be suppressed. In this way, Lingyun will prevail, at least overwhelming Ning Xiaochuan in momentum. However, the result was unexpected. When there were demon creatures around, Ning Xiaochuan was still unaffected, but suppressed the aura in momentum. It's a little interesting. It's worthy of being the legendary supreme body. Shiji nodded after the demon, and a smile appeared in her eyes. Yan Mia, Aoki Lingv, the supreme elder of the four-elephant Holy Earth, Qingshu, and other human friars were shocked. Ning Xiaochuan was too strong and had become a captive of the demon clan. He dared to fight against the personal disciples of Shiji Demon Queen. He really had two sons. Those human monks who knelt on the ground and had surrendered to the demon clan also sighed in their hearts that they were also captives of the demon clan. Why is the gap so large? Bold, dare to offend your highness Lingyun, human boy, you are looking for death. The demon genius who had been thinking about Aoki Lingv came to Ning Xiaochuan and looked down at him like a meat mountain with a huge body more than 3 meters high. It has 2 black horns on its head. Its nose is huge, and its nostrils are as big as Ning Xiaochuan's fist. A silver nose ring is hung on the left wing of its nose. It is the son of King Qinyo, and the divine beast blood is born in its body. Although it is not pure divine beast blood, it is still the top expert of the younger generation of the demon clan. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm and said coldly, Lord Demon Queen, if you don't let it retreat again, don't blame me for being too hard. Double the last 2 days of the monthly ticket, ask for the monthly ticket. Good boy, I dare to be so arrogant in front of you. I won't beat you into meat patties with one punch. Prince Qinyo pinched his 5 fingers, and a flash of light was flowing between each finger. Shiji, the demon queen, said, Prince Qinyo, step back. Prince Qinyo raised his arms. Hearing the words of Shiji Demon Queen, his face showed embarrassment and said, Demon Queen, this human boy is to his mother. Ben told you to step back. The eyes of Shiji Demon Queen became extremely cold. Prince Qinyo shivered with fear. He immediately folded his fists, knelt on the ground and bowed to Shiji Demon 3 times, and then crawled back from Ning Xiaochuan's side. After seeing the attitude of Shiji Demon Queen, those old monsters of the demon clan seemed to have noticed something. It seems that the human boy is of great value in the heart of the demon queen. Don't offend him now. Let's go. Shiji Demon Queen glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and raised the slender jade leg, take a step, board the Jiulong flying chariot, and prepare to leave the Guishu immediately and go to find the Fengshan cave. Suddenly, a demon cloud of thunder and lightning came over the sky. A deafening thunder came from the clouds, making the mysterious air between heaven and earth constantly vibrate. Shiji, where are you going? The giant shadow of a black centipede more than 1,000 meters long, flying in the demon cloud, with dense demon feet, exudes a suffocating breath of the emperor. The black centipede condensed into a black figure, hanging in the void. After seeing the black figure in the sky, Shiji Demon's eyes were cold and said, It's the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. I'm afraid you can't control where you want to go in the future? The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor smiled hoarsely and said, The Emperor naturally can't control it, but if you want to leave the Guishu, you must first leave the thing you took from the Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor standing in the sky and secretly said that it seemed that Tianyi holy water was indeed taken back by Shiji Demon. However, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is obviously not the opponent of Shiji Demon Queen. Why did he dare to seize Tianyi holy water? Did he know that Shiji was injured by the evil force of the blood robe? Or does he have other means? Anyway, this is the matter of Shiji Demon Queen. Ning Xiaochuan is like an innocent person, watching quietly. At the same time, his heart also began to be on guard, observing the wind and grass around, and the emergence of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is definitely not a simple thing. Xiao Hong, if something happens later, please get together with me immediately. Ning Xiaochuan uses his mind to transmit the sound to Xiaohong. As for the appearance of the demon emperor of the ground centipede, Shiji's demon queen still remained unchanged and sneered, "Ground centipede, you'd better leave immediately, otherwise, don't blame Ben for being rude to you." "Yeah." The ground centipede demon emperor sneered and said, "The emperor admitted that his cultivation was inferior to you, but someone can suppress you." Boom! With a loud thunder, countless thunder and lightning converged into a huge humanoid movie, like a glittering giant holding a thunder hammer and electric cone, and said, "Shiji, since you have got the divine liquid, you are going to give it to the Tianming demon emperor. Do you want to take it for yourself?" The thunder giant sent out a strong and ferocious spirit. After he appeared, the whole space was wrapped by the evil spirit, and countless electric lights shuttled in the evil spirit. Thor Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan took a cold breath, and this fierce master unexpectedly came. Guangming sect was killed by him, and it was definitely a more terrible role than the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. The eyes of Shiji Demon Queen also changed a little, but she was still strong, and said coldly, "Thor, are you going to intervene in this matter? What benefits did the ground centipede give you?" The Thunder God Demon Emperor said, "As long as you teach the divine liquid, the Emperor will leave immediately and will not interfere with the gratitude and resentment between you and the ground centipede Demon Emperor." Shiji Demon Queen said, "I see you want to swallow the divine liquid by yourself, not to give it to the Tianming Demon Emperor." The ground centipede Demon Emperor sneered, "Shiji, if you don't hand over the divine liquid, it means that you have betrayed the Tianming Demon Emperor. We can only take your life instead of the Tianming Demon Emperor and forcibly seize the divine liquid. Don't force us." Shiji, the Demon Queen, stood on the 9-dragon flying chariot, his robe kept fluttering, his long white hair was blown by the cold wind, and there was a firmness in his star eyes, saying in a cold voice, "I'm afraid I have to show some real skills to seize the divine liquid." No, Shiji Demon Queen was hurt by evil spirit. She must not be the opponent of the ground centipede Demon Emperor, not to mention another Thor Demon Emperor. If Shiji Demon Queen didn't compromise, I'm afraid all human beings and demon creatures here would die. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at Shiji's demon. At this time it is almost impossible for her to hand over Chani holy water. What should I do? What should I do? Two powerful spirits of killing erupted from the body of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and the Thor Demon Emperor, forming two huge eddies in the sky. The two demon kings put pressure on Shiji Demon Queen at the same time. In that case, we are not polite. The ground centipede Demon Emperor was holding a black barb in his hand. His body moved, and in an instant, he rushed to the top of the 9 dragons flying chariot. Boom! The whole Jiolong flying chariot immediately fell apart, and the Stonji Demon Queen and the ground centipede Demon Emperor took off at the same time, rushed into the sky, and continued to fight. Kill! At the same time, countless demon creatures rushed out of the jungle, in the sky and under the ground, and attacked the subordinates of Shiji Demon Queen. A demon clan old man with 4 pairs of black wings stood in the void, holding a scepter, and said, "Shiji Demon betrayed Tianming Demon Emperor, and his crime should be punished. All his subordinates who saw Shiji Demon should be killed." After saying this, the demon clan old man pointed his scepter to the ground, and a light column fell, hitting Ling Yun, the pro-disciple behind Shiji Demon. With a scream of aura, the delicate body was punctured by the light column, fragmented, and turned into a green fog. However, her body is a spiritual fog, which belongs to the innate demon. She did not die under the light column, and soon recondensed into the demon body. However, it is obvious that she has been badly hit, and her spirit is very depressed. Wow! Above the sky, a strange bird flew, turning into a man with a human body and a bird's head. He stared at Ling Yun and gave a strange smile. Shiji, the disciple of the Demon Queen, just caught him as the king's concubine. "King Lingjiu, if you dare to fight me, the queen of the demon will surely take your life," Ling Yun said as she ran away. "Ji, the demon queen, can't protect herself. I'm afraid she won't survive today." The king of the spirit vulture stretched out his wings on his back, carrying thousands of spirit vulture demon birds, like a black cloud, chasing after the spirit. Obviously, in order to seize the divine liquid, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and the Thor Demon Emperor have made a comprehensive plan, and they also want to swallow the divine liquid alone. Therefore, they should cut the roots and not let any subordinate of Ji demon escape. Countless demon creatures rushed out in all directions. It was only a matter of time before the subordinates of Ji demon were besieged by tens or hundreds of times the enemy and killed all. "Let's run." At the first time, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were integrated, and they spread out a pair of dragon wings full of flames. They were about to pull Baozhu Dizong and immediately flee here. However, when Ning Xiaochuan saw the 5 human monks imprisoned by the iron chain, he stopped again. Because the iron chain is engraved with demon patterns that imprison human cultivation, they simply cannot escape and can only stand there and wait for death. Almost all of them wore a look of despair on their faces. If the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and the Thor Demon Emperor really wanted to swallow the divine liquid, they would certainly be executed. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan summoned his magic sword, waved his sword and cut off the iron locks on the 5 people. After the iron lock fell, the cultivation of the 5 of them immediately recovered, and each person rushed out of the body with rays of light, and wisps of vitality came out of the body and flowed around the body. Ning Xiaochuan threw 5 3-turn yang returning pills to them. All 5 of them were seriously injured, but after taking the 3-turn Huanyang pill, they recovered more than half of their injuries immediately. Aoki Ling's beautiful eyes blinked, and her voice was soft and beautiful. "Thank you for saving Ning Gongzi's life. In the future, if Ning Xiaochuan comes to Zhongtu, the little girl will meet him in person." The other 2 elders were very ashamed and said, "Ning Gongzi is righteous," and the old 2 apologized for insulting Ning Gongzi earlier. Yan Mia also stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you killed my brother. I originally had a bitter hatred with you, but since you saved my life, our gratitude and resentment have been cleared up. I won't count with you again for your hatred. I won't pay back the kindness I owe you." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the 5 of them and said, "If you had just knelt on the ground to beg for mercy from the demon clan and been willing to be a slave of the demon clan, I wouldn't have bothered to save you. Now your injury has recovered almost, break through by yourself." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan ignored them and immediately entered the demon group with the treasure. He had to escape from here before Ji demon was defeated. Although Ning Xiaochuan had a grudge against the ghost-raising family, Yan Mia was indeed a good human pride. When he was in the Holy Land of Light, he dared to fight against the 9 Imperial Lions for the Terrans, although he was defeated by the 9 Imperial Lions. At least he dares to fight the demon clan to the death. He is not a person who will compromise with the demon clan and has his own persistence. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will save him. Ning Xiaochuan launched his magic power and quickly summoned 19 war swords at the same time, killing all sides. Pooh! Pooh! Where Ning Xiaochuan passed, a lot of demon creatures died at his feet, and no one could stop him. A demon king of the 9th realm of heaven and man, turned into a body, shot out a tiger's claw as big as a house, and wanted to shoot Ning Xiaochuan to death. Ning Xiaochuan's foot pedal then leaped to the top of the halberd tiger king, a sword waved and cut down, and split the halberd tiger king's demon body in 2. A demon yuan with the size of a human head flew out of the body of the halberd tiger king and was taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. Since Ning Xiaochuan has entered the 9th realm of heaven and man, no one under the real person is his opponent. Even the creatures in the 9th realm of heaven and man are not his enemy. Baozhu Dizong followed closely behind Ning Xiaochuan, stepping on 6 reincarnations, and 6 world spaces were suspended around her body. In each world space, there was a supreme weapon, and all demon creatures close to her crushed blood mud. After absorbing the power of gods in the stone temple, her cultivation also broke through to the 9th realm of heaven and man. On the last day of double monthly ticket, continue to ask for monthly ticket. Lingyun is being chased by the spirit vulture king. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, who is killing everywhere in front of him, his heart is slightly cold. This human boy is even fiercer than the demon race creatures. In the younger generation of the demon race, it is estimated that only the 3 gods can compare with him. No wonder so arrogant, there is indeed crazy capital. The palm of the vulture king turned into a sharp claw and grabbed at the neck of Lingyun. With a chi, Lingyun's neck was caught by the claw of the Lingjiu king with 3 bloodstains, and was almost caught by the Lingjiu king. Without any thought, she rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong immediately. Haha! Lingyun, you are the prey of the king. You can't escape. Go back with the king and be his concubine. The vulture king laughed and continued to catch up. Seeing that he was about to break out of the encirclement, Ning Xiaochuan glanced at his eyes, and suddenly saw a slender golden figure rushing towards him. The golden skirt flew up, revealing the smooth and round hip petals, which was very attractive, and almost bumped into his arms. Human boy, you are also the servant of the demon queen. If you save my life, your highness will never mistreat you in the future. Lingyun is wearing a golden chest wrap, revealing a snow-white belly, and is very hot. She looks at Ning Xiaochuan with pitiful eyes. I'm not the servant of the demon queen. Ning Xiaochuan didn't give Lingyun face at all. He took the treasure and hid it, turned into a red streamer, and rushed towards the forest. Lingyun glanced back at the spirit vulture king who had caught up, and then looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong who had fled, and slightly bit a bite of snow teeth. She immediately unfolded Liu Yun's body method and followed Ning Xiaochuan closely behind them. Boom! Because of the aura, a large group of demon clan strong men chased up, shouted loudly, and played pieces of shiny weapons at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan immediately sacrificed the 12 black lotus products, suspended on his back, emitting black after black, forming a 12-layer halo, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the powerful demon clan. Baozhu Dizong also called out the middle-class supreme weapon Yunxiao white damask obtained from Yu Mingsong. With a shake of his arm, he beat the white damask out and turned it into a tens of thousands of meters long white divine practice, rolled away dozens of sword demon clan weapons and put them into her sleeve. Lingyun, why are you so shameless? Stop following us. Baozhu Dizong was very disgusted with aura and scolded her. Lingyun is the personal disciple of Shiji Demon Queen, and must be taken care of by those demon creatures. If you follow them, you will only attract more and more demon strongmen. If you don't help me, I can only follow you all the time. It's a big deal, die together. Cough. Lingyun's mouth kept spitting blood, but the corners of her mouth still smiled. Just now, she was hit by a demon weapon, and her injury was aggravated again. If I hadn't saved our lives after Shiji Demon, I wouldn't have bothered to save you. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped, stared at Lingyun coldly, and then greeted the demon race creatures who were catching up. The vulture king saw Lingyun and the 2 human friars stop, and his heart was happy. He said with a smile, finally don't escape? Anyway, you can't escape. Why waste your energy? Not only the spirit vulture king, but also 2 other animal kings, dozens of demons of the demon clan, and other demon clan creatures, were catching up. The shadows of demons were everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to talk nonsense with demon creatures at all. Facing Baozhu Dizong and Lingyun, he said, stay away. Lingyun stood beside the treasure trove and asked, doesn't he want to fight hundreds of demon clan strongmen with the power of one person? What are you doing with so much nonsense? If you're told to quit, just quit. Bao Dizong gave a cold aura, and immediately stepped on the 6 reincarnation steps, retreating towards the distance. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body burned, holding the demon fire of extermination in one hand and the dragon fire of God in the other hand, just like holding 2 blazing suns. Give it to me. The demon fire of extermination and the dragon fire of God rushed out at the same time, turning into a sea of 2 flames, wrapping hundreds of demon clan strongmen in the sea of fire. God extinguishes the dragon fire. It is the flame that can be cultivated by the dragon. Ah! Help! In an instant, countless screams sounded, and all demon creatures burned up and fled in all directions. However, no creature can escape. Just a few steps away, the body turns into fly ash. The 3 beast kings, including the vulture king, were no exception, and all were burned to death. Ning Xiaochuan put away the flame and said, "Go." Lingyun has long been stunned. This guy, this human, is too strong. Don't follow us anymore, or I'll kill you. Ning Xiaochuan pointed to Lingyun and said coldly, and immediately flew away with Bao Dizong. Lingyun still didn't slow down. After a long time, she realized that Ning Xiaochuan was just a human, but she was the personal disciple of the demon queen. He dared to threaten me. What's the big deal? However, she did not follow up. If she continued to follow up, Ning Xiaochuan might really kill her. 2 days later, Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Dizong did not know how far they had escaped, nor where they had arrived. Anyway, the demon creatures did not catch up, and they were completely safe. North. The territory of Xinjiang is very vast, covered by the great wilderness. It is boundless, and even a real person cannot go north. Jiang has a thorough understanding. Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Dizong fled more than 100,000 miles in the wilderness, before gradually slowing down. The demons didn't catch up, but we encountered more trouble. We were lost in the wilderness. Under the dark night sky, a golden Buddha fire was suspended above the head of Bao Dizong, holding a roll of animal skin map in his hand. The whole north is recorded on the animal skin map. The landform and topography of Xinjiang. But north. After all, Xinjiang is too vast, especially in the desolate wilderness. The terrain is complex, and it is impossible to record all places on a map. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm and said, "Don't worry. When the sun rises after dawn, it will naturally guide me in the right direction. On the contrary, it is you." If Shiji demon died in the hands of the 2 demon emperors, a year later, the power of the fossil bead will attack, and then you will become a stone carving. This potential threat must be solved immediately. Bao Dizong put away the animal skin map, looked calm, walked to Ning Xiaochuan's body, a pair of bright beautiful eyes, stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and said, "Double practice with me. Maybe Happy Zen can dissolve the power of stone beads." Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice and said, "How can it be double cultivation again? As a Buddhist practitioner, don't always talk about it. Didn't you promise me to repair with me?" Bao Dizong is very serious, continue to ask. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Double cultivation is a small matter, but a major matter related to our lifelong practice. It can't be too trifling. Well, maybe there is another way to dissolve the fossil beads on you." There was a trace of disappointment in Bao Dizong's eyes. He turned around and said, "What else can I do? Although I can't help you dissolve the stone beads, I may ask someone to help you dissolve them." Ning Xiaochuan's mouth picked slightly and thought of a very suitable candidate. "You want to invite someone else to practice with me?" The star eyes of Bao Dizong narrowed slightly. "Of course not. I mean, please ask someone stronger than Shiji Demon Queen to help you resolve it. For example, that Buddhist monk, Master Tanqian." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Dizong said, "Master Tanqian disappeared completely after the war with Tianming Demon Emperor. Can you find him?" You can have a try. I'll sense his position first. Ning Xiaochuan naturally cannot know where Monk Tanqian is, but the Emperor Blade is in the hand of Monk Tanqian, but Ning Xiaochuan can perceive the direction of the Emperor Blade. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, took out the Xian Beast Jian, put it in the palm of his hands, and communicated with the Emperor Blade with the Xian Beast Jian. The Tiandi blade has long been recovered by the Xian Beast Jian and suppressed in the Xian Beast Jian, so it is a sub-soldier of the Xian Beast Jian. Originally, even if the Tiandi blade is thousands of miles away, there is only Ning Xiaochuan's idea to fly back to Xuanzhou Jian obediently. However, Ning Xiaochuan tried many times and couldn't take back the Tiandi blade at all. Obviously, Tiandi blade was suppressed by Monk Tanqian's old bald donkey. It's really difficult to get Tiandi blade back. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan took back his mind, looked in a certain direction in the night sky with puzzled eyes, and said with some uncertainty, "That's the direction, but it's so far away, it should be out of the north." Xinjiang. After the old bald donkey suppressed my Emperor Blade, did he escape to the Middle-earth world? Or did he escape to the Western Buddhist world? The beautiful eyes of Bao Zhu Dizong are rippling, staring at Ning Xiaochuan again. Then what should we do now? Do we go after Master Tanqian? Or we'd better practice both first. With our talents, once we start practicing joyful Zen, we will be able to quickly break through the realm of real people. Now, the world is in chaos, not to mention northern Xinjiang. I'm afraid even the Middle-earth world can't protect itself. If our cultivation reaches the realm of real people, we have a greater assurance of living in the chaotic world. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiaohong sitting on the branch, not far away. Xiaohong shook her head vigorously and said, "Don't look at me. If you want double cultivation, I'm sure I won't peek, and I won't disturb. I'll clean up the Xian beasts and monsters around now, so as not to disturb you. No, I want to ask you, do you feel a powerful evil spirit approaching us?" Ning Xiaochuan's face was dignified, suddenly stood up, summoned the magic sword, and looked warily in a certain direction in the night sky. Sha-sha. White thin lines flew out of the forest one by one, and in just a moment they entangled Ning Xiaochuan, Bao Zhu Dizong, and Xiaohong. Double the last half-day of the monthly ticket, continue to ask for the monthly ticket. I don't know where the white thin line flew out, with a strong evil spirit. It is stronger than tying a dragon rope, and it can't be broken no matter how much strength it uses. What? Xiaohong spit out a flame in her mouth, trying to burn those white thin lines. However, the surface of the white thin lines is wrapped with a layer of white light, which unexpectedly blocks the god-extinguished dragon fire. Bao Zhu Dizong also called out a medium-grade flying knife of the supreme level, and cut it on the white thin line, but only sparks appeared, which could not cut the white thin line at all. Don't resist. It's useless to resist. I know who it is. Let's go with it. Ning Xiaochuan voluntarily gave up resistance, and the white thin line immediately lifted him up and flew towards a certain direction in the night sky. Both Bao Zhu Dizong and Xiaohong believed in Ning Xiaochuan, so they also gave up resistance and let the white thread drag them away. The white thin line was more than 100 miles long. When Ning Xiaochuan, Bao Zhu Dizong, and Xiaohong were dragged to the end of the white thin line, they found that those white thin lines were only the hair of Shiji Demon Queen. At this moment, Shiji, the Demon Queen, was sitting at the bottom of a deep canyon. Her colorful light flashed and flashed, as if she had been seriously injured, and her face was very pale. The whole person turned into a crystal-clear beauty spirit stone. After dragging Ning Xiaochuan, Bao Zhu Dizong, and Xiaohong into the canyon, Shiji slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of rather dim eyes, and said, "I didn't expect that the three of you actually escaped." After a pause, she added, "Are all the other subordinates of Ben dead?" The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and the Thor Demon Emperor are both well prepared. I'm afraid few of the subordinates of the Demon Queen can survive. Ning Xiaochuan added, "The Demon Queen seems to have been seriously injured?" If Ben Ho hadn't been hurt by Evil Chi first, even if Thor and Earth Wu joined hands, they wouldn't have hurt a hair of Ben Ho. Shiji, the queen of the demon, covered her chest with her palm, spit out a mouthful of blood essence, and her vitality became weaker. Human boy, take Ben Ho to Fengshan Cave now, and when Ben Ho's cultivation breakthrough, they will surely return today's account, even with interest. Shiji Demon Queen said. Ning Xiaochuan said, Demon Queen, I can take you to the God's Cave, but you must first give me the antidote to the fossil beads hidden in Baozudi. Fengshan Cave was originally a Jedi, in which Ning Xiaochuan and King Qinghe almost died. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, even if you take Shiji Demon, it's not a big deal. Are you qualified to negotiate terms with Ben Ho? Even if Ben Ho's strength is greatly damaged, it's not difficult to kill the three of you. Shiji's Demon Queen sent out a chill. She has always been high above everything else and does not allow anyone to negotiate terms with her. Ning Xiaochuan was not frightened by the aura of Shiji Demon Queen, but took a step forward and said, Demon Queen, in your current state, it's really not an easy thing to kill us. Although you are a wild master, you have been seriously injured after all. I won't take advantage of the danger of others and drop the stone. I will fulfill my promise and take you to the God's Cave, but please give me the antidote of the fossil bead. His attitude was firm, he said again. You are looking for death. All the white hairs on the back of Shiji Demon floated, and each one was like a sharp sword, stabbing at Ning Xiaochuan. However, every white hair stopped in midair and was resisted by a layer of blood waves. A powerful blood gas, with Ning Xiaochuan as the center, formed a vast sea of blood, sweeping Shiji Demon Queen into it. I don't know when, Ning Xiaochuan put on a blood robe, with a faint spirit on his body, magnificent, just like a living secondary god standing in front of Shiji Demon, completely suppressing the evil spirit of Shiji Demon. How can it be? How can this time God's blood robe be in you? Shiji, the Demon Queen, said in surprise. Ning Xiaochuan wore a second God's blood robe, just like wearing 1,000 kilograms of war clothes, and the earth shook every step. He walked up to the Queen of Shiji Demon, stared at the gorgeous fairy face behind Shiji Demon, and said, Because I didn't put the secondary God blood robe into the stone box you gave me at all, this secondary God blood robe doesn't belong to you, it should belong to the descendants of the Purple and Gold Emperor. After Shiji Demon, do you think I'm qualified to talk to you now? Shiji Demon stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her beautiful face, took back her white hair, put it gently behind her, and said with a smile, What a Ning Xiaochuan, I suddenly appreciate you. In the past, the Queen of Shiji Demon just used Ning Xiaochuan as a tool to find the immortal cave and force Ning Xiaochuan to pass on her Earth Sutra. That's it. It is impossible to say how much weight Ning Xiaochuan has in her heart. However, until now, Shiji Demon Queen really appreciated Ning Xiaochuan a little. First of all, Ning Xiaochuan, who wore the last god's blood robe, had absolute power to kill her. This is a great opportunity to become famous. After killing a demon, what a great honor and achievement is it among the human race. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not do so, and still chose to negotiate with her to find the antidote of fossil beads and relieve the life crisis of friends around her. Secondly, Ning Xiaochuan is not a person who has no intention at all. Once she plays tricks, even she has been cheated. If Ning Xiaochuan is a person who has no intention at all, even if his talent is high, Shiji Demon Queen will not appreciate him, but will think he is too stupid. Only with principles and means can such a person achieve great things. Shiji Demon Queen laughed and said, To tell you the truth, I don't care to use threat against you two human beings. The so-called fossil beads are just a cover to make you surrender. You mean? What Baozhu Dizong takes is not a fossil bead at all? Ning Xiaochuan rode. That's right. It's a Zhuyan pill refined from hundreds of psychic miracles. It's cheap for her. Shiji Demon Queen's eyes slightly cocked, as if she were saying to Ning Xiaochuan, you know how to play tricks, and Ben also knows how to play tricks, so we are even. Bao Zhudizong said, why should I believe your words? I believe her. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Shiji Demon, and instead of killing Shiji Demon, he let Bao Zhudizong record north. The height of Xinjiang terrain was taken out and a mark was marked on it. I'll mark the location of Fengshan Cave on the map. Ning Xiaochuan handed the hide map to Shiji Demon Queen. Shiji Demon Queen looked at the animal skin map, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't doubt Ning Xiaochuan, and said with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, Ben Ho remembered this name. However, you should remember that you still owe Ben Ho a life. Bao Zhudizong said, Ning Xiaochuan didn't kill you today, he returned your favor. Shiji Demon Queen didn't look at the treasure trove at all, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said with a smile, Ning Xiaochuan, do you also think so? I won't owe anyone anything. Ning Xiaochuan threw a thumb-sized jade book to Shiji Demon and said, this is the first chapter of the Earth Sutra. I'll give it to you for enlightenment now. Shiji, the Demon Queen, took the jade book and said, it's really a good plan. Once Ben has cultivated the first chapter of the Earth Sutra and wants to cultivate the next 8 chapters, don't you still have to come to beg you? If you don't practice, give it back to me. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Shiji Demon Queen naturally can't return the first chapter of the Earth Sutra. Even if she doesn't need to practice, she can certainly make her cultivation 100 days pull head further. Ning Xiaochuan said, one more thing, I have to remind you. You'd better not take that drop of so-called divine liquid, otherwise, it won't do you any good. I'm done here, and from now on, our gratitude and resentment will be written off. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan, Bao Zhudizong and Xiaohong immediately left the underground canyon. When Shiji Demon heard Ning Xiaochuan's last words, her eyes completely solidified, took out the jade bottle containing Tiani holy water, held it in her hand, and observed for a moment. Her eyes gradually became pondering, showing an unprecedented smile. What a Ning Xiaochuan, I will definitely find you later. After leaving the canyon, Ning Xiaochuan took off the second god's blood robe, and his body was soaked with sweat. The vitality in his body was consumed a lot, and he almost collapsed. Wearing this sub-god blood robe can indeed make me gain strong strength in a short time, but it consumes too much of my own strength. If I stay in the canyon for a while, I'm afraid I'll be pressed on the ground by the sub-god blood robe. Ning Xiaochuan, in retrospect, is still a little afraid. Bao Zhudizong said, Ning Xiaochuan, why didn't you kill Shiji Demon just now? For you, it's a matter of fame. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, Shiji Demon is not as weak as you see. If I really fight with her, I may be able to kill her, but you and Xiaohong are too close to us. Once the battle breaks out, you will die. Bao Zhudizong said, even if you don't kill her, you don't have to give her the Earth Sutra. In case she really understands the road in the Earth Sutra and makes great progress in cultivation, she will definitely come to you again and ask you for today's insult to her. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, don't worry. What I gave to Shiji Demon was only the Earth Sutra. First, even if she really understands something, it may not be all bad. Because of the Shinai thing, she has been completely with the North. Jiang Demon Clan stood on the opposite side, and the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor would not let her go, the Thor Demon Emperor would not let her go, and the Tianming Demon Emperor would not let her go. Wouldn't it be better to use her to deal with the Demon Clan? The stronger her cultivation, the North, the greater the containment of the Demon Clan in Xinjiang. Bao Zhudizong finally understood Ning Xiaochuan's intention to do that, and couldn't help admiring Ning Xiaochuan, saying, the coordinates you gave her to the God's Cave are also true? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, it's true, but even if she goes to the Fengshan Cave with her cultivation, the probability of surviving is very low. Big Mingza, Demon Kingdom of Heaven. A magnificent white bone altar, standing in the void space, is formed by the accumulation of hundreds of millions of human bones, including the bones of ordinary hominids, giants, jade crystal beauty. Countless blood gases flow on the white bone altar, forming a thick sea of blood. North. Human beings from all major human civilization countries in Xinjiang are being continuously escorted to Demengzi to promote the white bone altar and turn into blood and white bones. This is a bloody sacrifice. The road to Demengzi is like a yellow spring road. Tianming Demon Emperor stood on the top of the gorgeous building, looked at the direction of the white bone altar, carried his hands, and said faintly, "The human monks of the Great Holy Land have retreated from northern Xinjiang." The queen of the white bone demon was wearing a dazzling black robe, revealing a pair of sexy legs and a cold smile. The queen of the Brahma demon and the moon snake demon led the demon clan army to intercept and kill the monks of the major holy lands many times, and the major holy lands suffered heavy losses, with more than half of the deaths and injuries. Even if he fled to the Middle-earth world, he was estimated to be unstable and would soon be swallowed or destroyed by the human forces of the Middle-earth world. Don't the Terrans just like internal fighting? Isn't the demon clan fighting inside? Tianming Demon Emperor suddenly turned around, and his eyes released a frightening cold light. In the temple, all the demon creatures knelt on the ground, and only the white bone demon was still standing there. However, they were still frightened by the aura of the Tianming Demon Emperor and dared not say more. After a long time, a demon king of the demon family entered the temple, bowed to the Tianming Demon Emperor, and said, "Tell the Tianming Demon Emperor, the Thor Demon Emperor and the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor to come back and reply. Let them in." Tianming Demon Emperor couldn't turn again and continued to look at the direction of the white bone altar. Ground Centipede, meet the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor. Thor, meet the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor and the Thor Demon Emperor stood below, slightly arched their hands, and saluted the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor. In front of Tianming Demon Emperor, they dare not pretend to be the Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor said, "Do you have anything to gain from going to the ruins this time?" The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor said, "Tell the Tianming Demon Emperor that the human woman who stole the Wu Daoxing Palace of the Purple and Gold Emperor fled into the depths of the Guishu and disappeared without a trace." The Emperor and the Thor Demon Emperor went deep into the Guishu several times, but they couldn't find her trace. It is estimated that she has died in the Guishu. Is this the result you brought to the Emperor? Tianming Demon Emperor sneered twice. A strong secondary air field, emanating from the body of the Tianming Demon Emperor, turned into an invisible air wave, and stunned the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and the Thor Demon Emperor. The Demon King of the Earth Centipede and the Demon King of the Thor seemed to bear a huge impact, and immediately half knelt on the ground, sweating all over. Thor Demon Emperor hurriedly said, "We didn't get nothing this time." Yes, we found a drop of magic liquid." The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor said repeatedly. "A drop of magic liquid? Don't take it out." Tianming Demon Emperor roared. "This?" The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor said bitterly, "Unfortunately, that drop of divine liquid was taken away by the Stone Ji Demon Queen. I and the Thor Demon Emperor couldn't catch her and let her escape." The Tianming Demon Emperor turned around and said, "You mean that you got a drop of divine liquid and were ready to give it to the Emperor? However, it was taken away by Shiji?" "Yes, that's it." Ground Centipede Demon Emperor way. Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes showed a trace of cynical laughter. She knew what happened in Guishu like the back of her hand, but she did not expose the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and Thor Demon Emperor. "Ground Centipede, after all, you are also a Demon Emperor. Since Shiji took away your divine liquid, then go and take it back." Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Lei Shen Demon Emperor again and said, "Tiandi Mountain, the ghost-raising family, the Four-Elephant Holy Land, and the Drug God Valley have moved out of northern Xinjiang, but their holy land Daocheng has remained. Lei Shen, you lead your demon race creatures to occupy the Daocheng of each holy land. Take orders." The ground centipede demon emperor and the Thor demon emperor said at the same time. Tianming demon emperor stared at the white bone altar, his eyes picked, and said, "The blood accumulated by the white bone altar should also be enough." The white bone demon queen's expression moved and said, "Is the demon emperor going to condense the first god body? The collected human blood gas is enough to condense the first secondary god body. As long as the emperor condenses the first secondary god body, he will initially have the secondary god body. At that time, no one in the whole Tianshu continent will be his opponent." Tianming demon emperor rode. Tianming demon emperor is now just a secondary god's idea. However, if she used the blood of hundreds of millions of people to condense the first secondary divine body, she would be considered to have a physical body. No one knows how powerful she will be after having the first incarnation of God. Subordinates protect the law for the demon emperor. The queen of the white bone demon, the god of thunder demon emperor and the ground centipede demon emperor said almost at the same time. No, the emperor can protect the law for himself. Tianming demon emperor called out the Zhenren tower, and 4 beams of light flew out of the tower at the same time, condensing into 4 Tianming demon emperors. To be exact, those are the 4 thoughts of the secondary god, and each thought is equally powerful. Tianming demon emperor left a total of 49 sub-god thoughts, each of which can live for 7 years. All humans and demon families believe that the Tianming demon emperor will carefully use these 49 sub-god thoughts, and will start the next sub-god idea only after one sub-god thought head dies. However, no one expected that the Tianming demon emperor would wake up 4 secondary gods to protect himself at the same time, so that he could safely condense the first secondary gods. With the protection of the 4 secondary gods, even if the strong of human beings pour out, it is impossible to disturb the demon emperor to condense the first secondary gods," said the white bone demon. A secondary god thought of the Tianming demon emperor can simultaneously fight against the imperial concubine, Tanqian monk, phoenix and Qishuan Taoist. The 4 secondary gods revived at the same time. No matter how many strong people came to the Terran, they couldn't go back alive. When the emperor condenses the first secondary divine body, it is the time to rule the whole Tianshu continent. The heavenly demon emperor turned into a light beam and flew towards the white bone altar, directly into the center of the white bone altar, suspended in a sea of blood. Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong are practicing and moving towards the Middle Earth world. On this day, they passed by an intermediate civilization. The entire civilization was slaughtered by monsters, and the original cities were reduced to ruins. The once beautiful village has become empty. Coming to this civilized country of human beings and walking on the silent streets makes people feel extremely depressed, just like the whole world of human beings have been extinct, leaving only the 2 of them. Under the powerful power of the Tianming demon emperor, even the Holy Land can't protect the Terrans. It seems that the Terrans in the whole northern Xinjiang are really going to be extinct. Baozhu Dizong folded his hands, opened and closed his red lips, and read a scripture that Ning Xiaochuan didn't know, as if he was crossing the dead. It seems that we can only hope on Shuelingxiu and Purple Han Yin. If the Purple Gold Emperor can be resurrected, we can deal with the Tianming demon emperor. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes also wore a worried look. Suddenly, a rolling blood cloud flew over the sky and soon covered the whole sky. The sky turned scarlet. This is... What's the matter? Xiaohong raised her small face and stared at the sky. Boom! After a thunder, the heavy rain fell. The rain turned out to be blood red. The whole north. The land of Xinjiang was covered with blood clouds, and blood rain fell, and even rivers and lakes turned blood red. Ning Xiaochuan let the rain beat on him, smelling the bloody smell of the rain. His eyes were unprecedented dignified, and said, "The heavenly demon emperor began to condense the first god body." Baozhu Dizong stood under a cornice and didn't want to be wet by the rain. His red lips were like buds and his eyes were like pearls. He asked, curiously, the first secondary divine body? That's right. Someone once told me that to condense a real sub-god, the heavenly demon emperor needs to be divided into 3 levels: good body, evil body, and noumenon. Everyone has good thoughts and evil thoughts. The worst people also have good intentions. The best people also have bad intentions. So does the heavenly demon emperor. If I'm not wrong, the first divine body condensed by the Tianming demon emperor will be the evil body. Once she condenses successfully, evil thoughts will continue to expand, completely suppress good thoughts, and become a real terrible and bloodthirsty demon. At that time, the human beings in the whole Tianshu continent may be extinct. Bao Zhudizong said, the Middle Earth world is a 6-level civilization, and there are many strong ones, so we will never let Tianming demon emperor achieve his wish. Since Tianming demon emperor dared to condense the first secondary god body, he was absolutely well prepared. If the secondary god did not come out, no matter how many people went, he could not stop her, but would die in vain. Ning Xiaochuan said, let's go. It's time for us to leave Beijing. Ning Xiaochuan plans to go to the Middle Earth world to find Ning Shiner and UCC. If possible, he decided to send them out of Tianshu first, away from disputes and killings. North. The 7 sacred lands in Xinjiang, the Tang clan and the Guangming sacred land, have been destroyed by the demon clan. Tiandi Mountain, the ghost-raising family, the demon god valley, and the 4 elephant sacred land have gone to the Middle Earth world. However, I know that the Jiutian pavilion has certainly not been taken away. Ning Xiaochuan, can you accompany me back to the Jiutian pavilion? The pearls hide the way with bright eyes and bright teeth. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Bao Zhudizong deeply, smiled knowingly, and said, Jiutian pavilion is close to the Middle Earth world. If we want to go to the Middle Earth world, we must pass through the territory of Jiutian pavilion. Since you kindly invited me, I will naturally go with you once. But what's your purpose? Bao Zhudizong twisted his fingers and smiled and said, soon, it will be the time for Jiutian pavilion to select the next leader of the Shao pavilion. Every candidate will bring a man of his choice back to Jiutian pavilion. Now, do you understand what happened? Ning Xiaochuan nodded vaguely and said, since it's the selection of the master of the little pavilion, what's the matter with bringing a man back to the Jiutian pavilion? Don't you know that for women, finding a man with high talent, deep background and strong cultivation is also a kind of strength? Bao Zhudizong laughed. All right. Ning Xiaochuan promised to come down. The Tianming demon emperor condensed the first divine body, causing the vision of heaven and earth, and the whole north. The sky over Xinjiang was covered with blood clouds. How can Ning Xiaochuan waste this opportunity of cultivation? The 2-headed stone beast flew in the sky and flew towards the Middle Earth world. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast and sank his mind into the demon sword. Wow! The death Dao Yuan was like a huge light ball, flying out of the magic sword and flying towards the sky, suspended in the blood-red clouds, absorbing the vast blood gas between heaven and earth. The Tao embryo was detached and suspended at a high altitude, robbing the blood and gas in the clouds. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan integrates his mind into the surrounding world and communicates with the divine power. It is said that gods can be incarnated in thousands and exist forever between heaven and earth. Such a legend, although somewhat exaggerated. However, once the god is born, it will form an endless stream of divine power. Even if the god body of the god dies, the divine power will still not dissipate. For example, although the emperor of Zijin is still dead, his divine power is still in the world. As long as we can communicate with his divine power, we can mobilize some of his divine power for our own use. It is said that in some extremely ancient saints and Dong Tian, there are special cultivation methods to communicate the power of the gods. That level of skill is called divine skill. Every divine skill is a secret skill that will never be spread out, and it is as precious as the divine-level martial classics. On the Demon Tower, the earth-breaking sword left by the Emperor of Heaven and the Hunyuan Ichi sword left by the Emperor of Purple and Gold belong to the category of divine arts. It is no longer the divine power that connects with the divine way, but the divine soul. Once you communicate with the Spirit, you can communicate with the Spirit and borrow more divine power. This is the strength of connecting to the divine way, which directly communicates with gods, rather than simply communicating with divine power. The God that I can communicate with most easily now is my master, the third-generation successor of the way of destroying the world, Sui Hanyu. She has been actively contacting me and communicating with me all the time, but I can't take the initiative to communicate with her. If I can communicate with her spirit, I can take the initiative to communicate with her. At that time, my receiving the divine way will be a small accomplishment. With the opportunity of Tianming Demon Emperor to condense the first secondary divine body, the whole north Xinjiang is full of a faint divine power, which is a great opportunity for Ning Xiaochuan to communicate with the spirit of winter rain. First of all, in the first step, Ning Xiaochuan must sense the divine power of the cold rain scattered between heaven and earth. The second step is to trace the source according to the sensed divine power, and then you can contact the spirit of winter rain. He and Sui Hanyu both practice the way of destroying the world, and Ning Xiaochuan also knows her spirit breath, which is naturally much easier to perceive. It took 3 days for Ning Xiaochuan to finally find the power that was very similar to the divine power of winter rain in the world. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was overjoyed, and he was about to follow that wisp of divine power to find the spirit of winter rain. Suddenly, that wisp of divine power broke and disappeared again. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and breathed out a long breath. He felt dizzy and consumed a lot of energy. It's hard. But he has finally made progress, and he has felt a wisp of divine power of the Master. As long as he makes persistent efforts, he will be able to communicate with the spirit of the Master. Ning Xiaochuan took back the devil's sword. In the past 3 days, the devil's fetus has absorbed a lot of blood, which has greatly improved Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation and is one step closer to the real world. However, he did not feel the true meaning of the real world, and there was no sign that the Tao fetus would turn into a primordial god, indicating that he still had a long way to go from the real world. It rained for 3 days and finally stopped. Ning Xiaochuan, I've learned another talent of the Dragon Clan. A red streamer flew towards Ning Xiaochuan and turned into a bright-eyed girl. Baozhu Dizong pinched the Buddha bead in his hand and walked slowly behind Xiaohong. What natural powers? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Watch it. Little Red immediately pointed to the sky. The originally sunny sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, cold winds, lightning, and thunder. After a while, it rained cats and dogs, once again turning the earth into a land of prosperity. Is this your newly cultivated talent? Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, the dragon cub of the crown prince of the emperor can call the wind and rain in the 7th realm of heaven and man. They are also dragon cubs. Why is the gap so large? Xiaohong took back her fingers, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, it was originally an electric dragon, but I am a fire dragon. Naturally, there is a difference in talent. Moreover, I am still a girl, and I may become a powerful, young, and beautiful female dragon emperor in the future, and I can't tell how many monks envy you. Ning Xiaochuan, have you taken a lot of advantage? How old are you, and how can you think so far? I've always been curious about who taught you. Ning Xiaochuan caught Xiaohong and asked, carefully. Xiaohong's eyes kept blinking, her eyelashes were long and warped, and she said, Ning Xiaochuan, you and the Saint Sister are talking about Shuangxiu every day. I'm still a little girl, and it really has a great impact on me. Ning Xiaochuan had a black line on his forehead, slapped Xiaohong's buttocks, and slapped, how did it affect you? Do you know what double cultivation is? Pa. Ning Xiaochuan slapped down again and said, talk. All day long, if you don't learn well, you'll know to be lazy. If you practice a few magic powers, you'll be tired. With a schwa, Xiaohong immediately slipped away and rushed into the arms of Treasure Land, crying, "Sister Saint, you must save me." Ning Xiaochuan is so terrible that he actually bullied the little girl and forced me to practice. How old am I? Sobbing. Bao Zhudizong smiled, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and gently shook his head. Jiutian Pavilion, located in the north. The southernmost tip of Xinjiang borders on the Middle Earth world, although it is said to be north. One of the 7 sacred lands in Xinjiang, however, the Jiutian Pavilion has a closer relationship with the Middle Earth world. Even, the forces of Jiutian Pavilion have invaded the Middle Earth world and have interests with all the holy lands in the Middle Earth world. So, north. Other sacred lands in Xinjiang were moved to Zhongtu, but the Jiutian Pavilion was still not taken away. Not to mention that the demon army has not attacked the Daejiushan Pavilion yet. Even if the demon army attacked the Daejiushan Pavilion, the Jiutian Pavilion can be withdrawn soon. They have been operating in China for many years and can establish a new foundation in China at any time. Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong sat on the back of the double-headed stone beast, and it took them more than 3 months to cross the vast north. The great wilderness of Xinjiang has driven tens of thousands of miles into the plain and came to the territory of Jiutian Pavilion. After the 2-headed stone beast fused with the king of fire Qi, he served the demon yuan of the king of fire Qi, and his cultivation has reached the 9th realm of heaven and man. Finally out of the wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath and was in a good mood. With Xiaohong and Bao Zhudizong, he walked into an ancient city with a long history. The 3 of them, handsome men and beautiful women, with a lively and lovely little girl, are like a family of 3. This ancient city, under the jurisdiction of Jiutian Pavilion, is in the north. Xinjiang can be called the top large city, with many monks and dense metaphysical qi. It is a treasure land for cultivation. The city is built on a big river, which doesn't seem majestic, but it is particularly emotional. There are small bridges and flowing water everywhere, and there are boats and boats floating on the water. The sound of shingsong, man dance, and stringed strings can be heard everywhere. On the street, there are almost women on the 9th floor and above, among which there are not a few young and beautiful women, some dressed brightly, some dressed sexy and flirtatious, and some dressed closely and conservatively. Can't you come to the country of daughters? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Zhudizong smiled and said, Jiutian Pavilion is in charge of 3 high-level 5-level civilizations. The 3 high-level 5-level civilizations are all built in the Zima River Basin. As long as you live in the Zima River Basin for a long time and drink the river water, you will be affected by the river water over time. Almost all the people born by the couple are women. The ratio of women to men in the 3 advanced 5-level civilizations managed by Jiutian Pavilion reached 10-1. Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart that it is better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. The world is indeed full of wonders. He laughed and said, wouldn't it be too happy for a man to live in the 3 advanced 5-level civilizations managed by Jiutian Pavilion? Bao Zhudizong smiled mysteriously and said, it is indeed a very happy thing. Here, a man can marry at least 3 wives, some of whom are good-looking and have the talent of cultivation. They can be favored by countless women. Even if they marry dozens of wives, hundreds of wives, it is extremely normal. Moreover, at home, men can do nothing, and all things are borne by women. Do you think it's a happy thing? Ning Xiaochuan felt more and more wrong, and said, everything is borne by the woman? Does the man still have a position? Bao Zhudizong laughed, the world is always fair. How much responsibility you take, how high status and rights you can obtain. Among the 3 high-level 5-level civilizations managed by Jiutian Pavilion, men have no status or voice, and women the final say. Men can only play a unique role, that is, they are responsible for bearing offspring, just women's tools and slaves. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Bao Dizong deeply. After a long time, he said with a solemn expression, "Fortunately, I didn't promise to repair with you." Bao Dizong immediately chuckled and was amused by Ning Xiaochuan. In the north. After a long period of depression, Jiang came to the territory of Jiu Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan's mood was unspeakably relaxed and happy, and he began to enjoy the beautiful scenery around him. After all, there are beauties in the Zima River basin. Just walking around the street, you can see many beautiful women. No wonder the first beauty in northern Xinjiang comes from Jiu Pavilion in almost every generation. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Dizong's goose-egg-like face smiled. "You promised to come to Jiu Pavilion with me. Originally, you didn't come to help me fight for the position of Shao Pavilion Master, but just want to see the first beauty of northern Xinjiang?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I've seen few beautiful women. Even the first beauty in northern Xinjiang is just a title, which doesn't attract me much." Bao Dizong laughed and said, "I hope you can still say this after you really see the first beauty in northern Xinjiang." Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked into the distance and saw two scar men hurried through the lane. Moreover, they also carried a sack on their shoulders, which seemed to contain a person and kept crawling. Those two. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the two scar men, slightly stunned, and secretly said, "Can't it be so coincidental?" The two scar men, one tall and one short, although they have changed their bodies and appearance, Ning Xiaochuan still felt two familiar smells on them. The godson of Yang sect, thousands of blue fall. Gong Sunibai, the holy son of Yang sect. How did the two Tianjiao, the two most born of the young generation of Yang Jiao, appear here? Moreover, they are actually carrying a sack. Are they committing crimes again? Last time, they captured the Saint of Light, who was caught by them this time. Bao Dizong also saw the scene just now, but she didn't know that the two scar men were the two top geniuses of Yang sect. In the territory of Jiu Pavilion, someone dared to do such a ridiculous thing. No, those two people have a problem. Bao Dizong seemed to notice something, and immediately caught up. Ning Xiaochuan knew that Qian Biluo and Gong Sunibai were strong in cultivation and acted cunningly. He was afraid that Bao Dizong was not their opponent, so he immediately followed up. Two scar men, after passing through 7 or 8 alleys in the city, stopped at the back door of a very gorgeous mansion, looked around, determined that no one was catching up, and walked towards the mansion. Wow! They walked 3 steps forward, and there was a distance of more than 10 meters from the gate, and a light gate automatically appeared in the void. Quickly across the light gate, they immediately entered the mansion. "Welcome, your highnesses. It seems that your highnesses have gained a lot." The outer disciples in the mansion bowed down to meet the two scar men immediately after seeing them. Other disciples of the outer sect gathered around, and everyone was happy and excited, as if they knew which sacred land the two princes had captured. "Haha! Last time I caught the Saint of Light, but I taught another Tianjiao to take the first step, which is really the pain in the heart of the Son of God. This time is the real opening." Qian Biluo was also very excited. When he got the prey, he felt excited just thinking about it. Put the sack on the ground and untie the dragon rope that entangled the sack. Boom! With a loud bang, the 3-inch thick bronze gate of the mansion was smashed by a golden fingerprint. Bao Dizong was wearing a Buddha's clothes that did not stain a grain of dust, holding a Buddha's bead, stepped over the broken door, and flew down to the center of the court like a light goose feather, staring at Qian Biluo and Gong Sunibai. "Who are you two? Who is in the bag? Don't you know that Zhengxiqing is the territory managed by Jiu Pavilion?" Qian Biluo and Gong Sun looked at each other in vain, and they were not alarmed at all. Instead, they were attracted by the concave and convex figure and fairy-like face of Bao Dizong. Hey! I didn't expect. Just captured a goddess, and there came a beautiful fairy-like woman. Today, our brother is lucky? Gong Sunnybai said with a smile. Those external disciples of Yang sect, who were originally facing great enemies, saw that the visitor was actually a beautiful woman. They immediately put away the mysterious weapons and soldiers, and laughed with Gong Sunnybai. Good guy, it's really beautiful. Brother Liu, look at her beautiful legs. They're simply long and straight, and extremely sexy. She is also too beautiful. Even the Queen of Jiao Empire is not half as beautiful as her. She can't be a fairy daughter of Jiutian Pavilion, can she? I heard those whores of Yang sect disciples. Dirty words. The eyes of Bao Zhu were cold, and a translucent throwing knife flew out from between two delicate fingers into a flash of lightning, cutting the necks of two Yang sect disciples. Pooh! Pooh! Two heads fell to the ground like watermelons, leaving two pools of bright red blood. The whole Yangjiao branch immediately calmed down. I wipe, this little girl's cultivation is not low. A Yang sect disciple muttered in a low voice, staring at Qian Biluo and Gong Sunnybai. The more powerful the woman is, the more she wants to tame the disciples of Yang sect. Gong Sunnybai stepped forward, arched his hands slightly, and said with a smile, when Gong Sunnybai, the holy son of the lower Yang sect, came out of his womb, he was the first to meet a woman who dared to kill in the branch of the Yang sect. Girl, do you know what price you will pay? Yangjiao branch. Bao Zhu didn't expect to break into Yangjiao branch, and his heart was slightly surprised. Bao Zhu has naturally heard a lot of legends about Yin and Yang saints, most of which are scandals of major holy lands. In recent thousands of years, Yin and Yang saints have been fighting inside. She has never heard of the birth of an outstanding disciple. This is the first time she has seen a disciple of Yang sect. The branch of Yang sect dares to build the territory of Jiutian Pavilion. It's really brave. The cultivation of Bao Zhu reached the 9th realm of heaven and man. He was not afraid of the holy son of Yang sect at all. He decided to destroy this branch of Yang sect and accumulate achievements for himself in competing for the position of leader of Shaoge. Gong Sunnybai said with a smile, the territory of Jiutian Pavilion is full of beautiful women. From ancient times to the present, it has always been one of the most important branches of our Yang sect. Didn't your elders of Jiutian Pavilion tell you that fire prevention, theft prevention, and Yang sect? Really? I'll see how much power the holy son of your Yang sect has. As soon as Bao Zhu arms shook, the chopping moon-throwing knife turned into a light shuttle and flew towards Gong Sunnybai. Gong Sunnybai gave a strange smile and immediately hit a black ancient token, forming a black iron wall in front of him. However, the chopping moon-throwing knife was not an entity, but a liquid. It even passed through the black iron wall, turned into a bright half-moon, and cut Gongsuan's neck white. Good guy, liquid-throwing knife, at least it's also a top-grade weapon. Gong Sunnybai was also successful. He showed his lost track of the cloud walk, which turned into 9 virtual shadows. After avoiding the chopping moon-throwing knife, he immediately rose to the sky and struck the treasure earth with his palm. Bao Zhu folded his hands and said, "Kill." Wow! Thousands of golden lights condensed from her head, converged into a golden fingerprint, hit Gong Sunnybai on the top of her head, beat Gong Sunnybai upside down, and fell to the ground. Bang! Gong Sunnybai's legs fell knee-deep into the ground, and his arms were splitting in pain, as if they were broken. How strong! You can't be the goddess of Jiutian Pavilion? Gong Sunnybai's eyes lit up. He was not frustrated at all, but excited. Qianbai glanced at him and said, "Did you hear that the 9-heaven goddess practices Buddhism? I think she should be the mysterious 9-heaven goddess." Your Highness, are you sure? Ba. Bao Zhu folded his hands and stared at a group of people of Yang sect indifferently, just like looking at a group of dead people. It seems that it is really a 9-day saint. Gong Sunnybai was very excited, and his blood was boiling. I didn't expect that the ninth heaven saint was so beautiful and could be called a human beauty. It is estimated that she is similar to the legendary First Beauty in northern Xinjiang. I made a lot of money. I just caught the goddess of Drug God Valley, and there came another 9-day saint. It seems that my brothers are really going to be famous. Qian Biluo also laughed. Gong Sunnybai laughed and said, "Don't all the evil women in Jiutian Pavilion only seduce men? Jiutian Saint actually practices Buddhism, and there is such a funny thing in the world. I really like it." Bao Zhu Dizong frowned and said, "Are the descendants of Yang religion so arrogant?" Gong Sunnybai explained, "Your Highness, I admit that your cultivation is really high, but so what? As long as you get the top 10 drugs of our Yang sect, even if your cultivation reaches the realm of human beings, it's not the same as being obedient." Bao Zhu Dizong's face changed slightly, and he immediately ran the vitality in his body, but he was frightened to find that the vitality in the heart palace of Wu Dao could not be condensed. "Your Highness, don't panic, you are only the 10th mortal scatter. Gong Sunnybai laughed. "If you get hit by mortal scatter, even if you are a saint on the 9th heaven, you will be beaten back to earth." "How can it be? When did you poison it?" Bao Zhu Dizong knew that Yang sect used poison very badly, so he was very cautious after knowing that this was the branch of Yang sect. "Unexpectedly, I was caught." Gong Sunnybai laughed and said, "The most powerful thing about mortal powder is that it is colorless and tasteless, and can be preserved in the air for a long time. Your Highness, do you see those cyan 4-leaf flowers planted in this mansion? In fact, the names of those flowers are mortal flowers. So it's not surprising that you are not careful. In fact, you have been attacked since the moment you entered the branch of Yang religion. However, mortal powder is only effective for women, and it has no effect on men." Qian Biluo added, "This is why no woman has been able to escape from the branch of Yang sect since ancient times. Your Highness, since you came to the branch of Yang sect, please become a member of Yang sect." "You are dreaming." Bao Zhu Dizong condensed the last force in his body, turned and rushed back, and immediately escaped from the Yangjiao branch. Boom! An invisible barrier appeared on the periphery of the Yangjiao branch, and Bao Zhu Dizong hit the invisible barrier, which immediately rushed out of the barrier and shook her back. "Your Highness Saint, I told you long ago that no woman can escape the branch of Yang sect. Why don't you believe it?" Gong Sunnybai smiled and flew towards Bao Zhu Dizong. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan walked out from behind Bao Zhu Dizong, slapped him out, and blasted Gong Sunnybai more than 10 feet away. "Lying in the trough, who is it?" "Air." Gong Sunnybai was very angry. He saw that he was about to hold the beauty in his arms, but he was slapped away. When he saw the man who came out after hiding in Baozhu land, he immediately showed a surprised look and secretly said to himself, "How did the heirs of Yuchunlao find the Yangjiao branch?" Although Ning Xiaochuan's face became different from before, his breath was exactly the same, so Gong Sunnybai recognized Ning Xiaochuan at the first time. As a disciple of Yang sect, changing your appearance and body shape is originally a basic skill. It's nothing strange. After entering the branch of Yang sect, Ning Xiaochuan adjusted his breath and deliberately made Gong Sunnybai and Qian Biluo recognize him as the descendant of the elder Yu, Ding Chuanqiu. Ning Xiaochuan helped Bao Zhu Dizong and asked softly, "How are you?" "I can't lift a trace of strength all over my body." "Ning Xiaochuan, take me out of here quickly." Bao Zhu Dizong's whole body is weak. He hugs Ning Xiaochuan's arms with both hands, and his soft and delicate body directly rests on Ning Xiaochuan's body. A pair of full crisp peaks in front of his chest are pasted on Ning Xiaochuan's body, which is full of elasticity. The appearance of Ning Xiaochuan made all the external disciples of Yang sect on alert, took out the Xuanqi, and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in a fan-shaped way like a great enemy. What the hell is going on? Gong Sunnybai saw the 9-day virgin, who was as holy as an iceberg, fell into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and immediately became dumbfounded. "Isn't it a good monk?" Qian Biluo said. "Can't you see that he was defeated again? It's worthy of being the successor of Elder Yu. It's so powerful that it took away not only the body of the 9-day saint, but also the heart of others. I guess the 9-day saint still doesn't know his real identity. Even the 9 heavenly saints who practice Buddhism can't escape his poison. This is the highest level of flower picking, which can't be admired." Gong Sunny sighed. Qian Biluo said, "Since he doesn't want to be known by the 9th heaven saint, we will cooperate with him and don't expose his true identity." Gong Sunny also nodded. Ning Xiaochuan just stood outside the branch of Yangjiao, listening to the words of Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny and knew that the person they took was the goddess of Yao Shengu. The goddess of Yao Shengu knows the news about ugly mother-in-law and Ji Hanxing, which is very important for Ning Xiaochuan. Knowing that she had fallen into the hands of Yang Jiao, Ning Xiaochuan naturally wanted to take her away from here. "Give me the goddess of Medicine Valley, and I'll leave immediately." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Gong Sunny looked at the sack, heartbroken, and said, "You are too greedy, at least leave a bite for our brother. Our brother has been on the road for so long, and has not really opened." Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword, and an evil spirit rushed out of his body. He said coldly, "Fight with me. If you win, I'll leave immediately. If you lose, give her to me." When Gong Sunny was in the Holy Land of Light, he saw Ning Xiaochuan's strong fighting power with his own eyes. How dare he fight with Ning Xiaochuan? Besides, Ning Xiaochuan is backed by Yu Chonglao. Who dares to quarrel with him? Qian Biluo patted Gong Sunny on the shoulder and said, "His cultivation is better than ours. We'd better not fight with him and find another goal. Hand it in immediately." Gong Sunny waved his arm and ordered those external disciples of Yang's sect to retreat immediately and not to stop Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan untied the dragon rope on the sack, and the goddess of Drug God Valley was packed inside. She was also hit by mortal powder, and her whole body was soft. She opened her eyes and looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and said angrily, "Are you?" In the Holy Land of Light, Ning Xiaochuan always showed up with Ding Chunqiu's appearance. Now he has returned to his original appearance, but the goddess of Drug God Valley did not recognize him. "I'm a disciple of Tiandi Mountain, Your Highness Goddess. You've been hit by mortal powder. I'll take you out of here first." Ning Xiaochuan, holding the slender waist of Bao Zhu Dizong in one hand and the goddess of Medicine Valley in the other hand, swaggered away from the branch of Yang religion. Qian Biluo and Gong Sunny stood in front of the gate of the Yangjiao branch, looking at Ning Xiaochuan's embrace, and their envy made their saliva flow. "Cheater, do you envy it?" Gong Sunny swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said foolishly. Qian Biluo said, "How can you not envy? By his means, I'm afraid that after tonight, the goddess of the 9th heaven and the goddess of the Valley of Medicine will become his playthings. We have to work hard." Gong Sunny added lips. "Let's go. This Yangjiao branch has been exposed, and we are going to withdraw." Qian Biluo patted Gong Sunny on the shoulder. Ning Xiaochuan found an inn and settled the goddess of Baozhu Dizong and Yao Shengu. When leaving Yangjiao branch, Ning Xiaochuan picked 2 mortal flowers to study the detoxification method of mortal powder. "I see." After an hour, Ning Xiaochuan prepared a medicine to solve the toxicity of mortal powder. Ning Xiaochuan asked people to prepare 2 bathtubs for bathing, pour the prepared medicine into the 2 bathtubs, fill the bathtubs with hot water, and then asked Xiaohong to put the 2 women who had fallen into a semi-coma into the bathtub and bathe for them. Ning Xiaochuan stayed in a room next door and waited quietly. "Jia." Xiaohong pushed the door and came in, saying, "Ning Xiaochuan, I have cleaned them as you ordered, and I will send them to you now." "Why do you send them here?" I just ask you to put them in the bath bucket and let the medicine absorb the mortal powder in their bodies into the water. After detoxification, they will naturally wake up. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong suddenly realized, so it is. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head, ignored Xiaohong and took out the dragon yuan of a purple dragon cub. This is the dragon yuan left by the Emperor's Crown Prince's dragon cub after his death. It contains strong dragon power, and strands of purple lightning flow on the surface of the dragon yuan. Refining this dragon yuan, I should be able to break through to the real world. However, when I broke through the 8th realm of heaven and man, it led to thunder. If I hit the real world, the thunder would be more terrible. If I was careless, I might die under thunder. If you use the array to resist the thunder robbery, you should be able to resist part of the force of the thunder robbery. Xiaohong stared at the dragon yuan in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and her eyes kept blinking. Ning Xiaochuan, why don't you give me this dragon yuan and let me hit the real world first? If I reach the real world, I'm the real dragon, and 10 real people in the same state are not my opponents. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiaohong and said, usually I ask you to practice seriously, but you always don't listen. Unexpectedly, you still want this dragon yuan. You think it's quite naive. Xiaohong walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and a pair of small hands kept beating Ning Xiaochuan's back and pinching her shoulders, saying, how difficult it is for me to break through the real dragon realm. However, it's much easier for you to break through the real world. It's just a matter of one sentence, as long as you promise to double practice with the Saint Sister. Ning Xiaochuan, I didn't mean you. You have long yuan in hand and can break through the realm of real people at any time, but have you ever thought about the Saint Sister? If the Saint Sister can't cultivate Huanqi Zhen, she will never be able to cultivate the 6 great consumptions. If she doesn't achieve the 6 great consumptions, she can't break through the realm of human beings. Why can't she cultivate Huanqi Zhen? It's not because she wants to wait for you. If she chooses another man, I'm afraid she'll already be a real woman. But why didn't she choose another man? Because she likes you. You can't be so selfish. You should think more about her. Did you forget that she accompanied you to life and death in Huiyan Imperial City? Did you forget that she also blocked the blood spirit for you in Guishu? Ning Xiaochuan, do you want to delay the Saint Sister all the time? Hearing Xiaohong's words, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes gradually became solemn and began to seriously think about it. Although Xiaohong just wants to get long yuan, her words are not completely unreasonable. It seems that she really delayed Baozhu Dizong. She has been waiting for herself, but she can't make up her mind. Xiaohong continues to pinch Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, but she talks like a little adult. Ning Xiaochuan, don't you forget that you promised her personally in the Guishu. How sad you are now that you have reneged on your promise. You are a man, you have to be responsible, and you have to keep your word. To be honest, I think the Saint Sister is so beautiful, and her talent is so high that she is completely worthy of you. Others are a girl, and they take the initiative to pursue you. You should be satisfied, and don't delay her. I never said I wouldn't do double cultivation with her. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong was happy and said, that is to say, you promised? Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently and said, after she wakes up, I will have a good talk with her. That's great. Can I have the dragon yuan? Xiaohong half kneels in front of Ning Xiaochuan, spreads out her hands, her eyes are starry, and her face is looking forward to it. Ning Xiaochuan said, if you cultivate into a gifted magic power, I'll give it to you. Xiaohong, you must practice hard. In the future, we will face other dragon cubs and fighting dragon envoys, and the enemy will only become stronger and stronger. Half a day later, Baozhu Dizong and Yao Shenga goddess woke up from the bath bucket one after another, and more than 90% of the toxins in their bodies were released from the body, and the remaining toxins were also refined by their vitality. Thank you for saving my life. The goddess of Drug God Valley put on layers of clothes, and her hair was still wet. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, her face was a little embarrassed, and her eyes dared not look at Ning Xiaochuan. She is not beautiful. In terms of her appearance, she can't compare with the cold and gorgeous treasure, but she is very beautiful, which makes people never get tired of seeing it. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew the reason for her embarrassment and explained, "Your Highness may have some misunderstandings about me. In fact, after saving you from the Yangjiao branch, I just prepared the medicine of Jiafan Rensan to help you bathe in Xiaohong." The goddess of Drug God Valley glanced at the little girl in red sitting next to Ning Xiaochuan. She was a little embarrassed and immediately relaxed a lot. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Excuse me, how did your Highness goddess fall into the hands of people of Yang sect? What about other monks in Yao Shengu?" Referring to this matter, the goddess of Yao Shengu showed a thoughtful look, as if recalling, "I don't know how I fell into the hands of Yang sect people, but I remember that I set out from the northern holy city and came to the Zima River basin to collect a strange medicine, followed by dozens of guards of Yao Shengu, but I fainted inexplicably. When I woke up again, I saw you at the branch of Yang sect. Haven't I asked the name of Taoist friends?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded, probably understood what was going on, and smiled, "Disciple of Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan." Ning Xiaochuan, so you are the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. The goddess of Yao Shengu carefully looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and her lips moved slightly, but she was eager to speak and stopped. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Your Highness, what's the problem?" The eyebrow of the goddess of medicine God Valley slowly stretched out, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Elder Martial Brother Ning, have you been to the Holy Land of Light a few days ago?" Ning Xiaochuan finally understood the reason why the goddess of Drug God Valley showed her expression just now, smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, when the demon army attacked the Bright Holy Land, I was in the Bright Holy Land." "So, are you really Ding Chuanqiao?" There was a trace of joy in the eyes of the goddess of Yao Shengu. Her expression was a little respectful, and the image of Ning Xiaochuan became taller in her heart. Ning Xiaochuan did not deny it, saying, "Do many people know this now?" After Ning Xiaochuan confirmed that she was really Ding Chuanqiao, the last alert in the eyes of the goddess of Drug God Valley disappeared, but with an expression of admiration, he said, "In fact, not many people know you are Ding Chuanqiao, but such rumors have been spread, and no one has confirmed them at all. Just now I just wanted to ask, but I didn't expect you to be the northern pride of the demon family genius who lost 2 pure race beast blood in a row. North Xinjiang pride? How long is this title?" Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. The goddess of Yao Shengu said, "You are one of the top 10 young masters in North Xinjiang, the Big Dipper 7 stars, and the 3 gods. You are North. One of the 3 gods of the Xinjiang people, is it not the pride of North Xinjiang?" Just what everyone remembers is Ding Chuanqiao, not Ning Xiaochuan, the spirit son of the Emperor of Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "It's not the demon clan that has 3 young gods. How can the Terrans in northern Xinjiang get a 3 gods reserve?" The goddess of medicine God Valley said gloomily, "Because of the attack of the demon clan, all the holy lands were forced to move out of northern Xinjiang. On the way, all the holy lands were constantly attacked by the demon clan army, and countless holy land disciples died. We are in the north. The people of Xinjiang and the demon clan have sworn enemies. However, we also know the strength gap between the human race and the demon clan. The direct confrontation with the demon clan army is to hit the stone with an egg, so those young disciples chose the north. The 3 most powerful people of the young generation of Xinjiang, rated as the 3 young gods of the human race, are also the hope of the human race in the future. The snow spirit of Tiandi Mountain is empty, the goddess of 9 days, the moon god, and the Xingxiu sect Ding Chuanqiao. You are called the 3 great gods of the young generation in northern Xinjiang. Among them, the first god reserve is the goddess Shuelingxiu of Tiandi Mountain. It is said that her cultivation has reached the realm of human beings, and she also entered the holy kingdom of the demon family to recapture the Wu Daoxing palace of the Emperor Zijin. But she was chased and killed by the powerful demon family, and was forced to flee into the ruins, and I don't know whether she can come out alive. Ning Xiaochuan is not interested in these so-called titles, not to mention those titles are all Ding Chuanqiu's, which has nothing to do with him. He asked, "May I ask your highness, where is the new Taoist temple now after Chendi Mountain moved out of northern Xinjiang?" The goddess of medicine God Valley said, "All the monks of the great holy land in northern Xinjiang, except for the Jiu Dang pavilion, gathered in the northernmost holy city in the Middle Earth world." Ning Xiaochuan was happy, and said, "How far is the North Holy City from the Jiu Dang Pavilion?" The northern holy city borders the territory of Jiu Dang Pavilion. With Elder Martial Brother Ning's cultivation, you can arrive in 5 days. Drug God Valley Goddess Way. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "There is another thing, I want to ask your highness the goddess." "Can your highness tell me something about the ugly mother-in-law?" The goddess of Drug God Valley tightly pursed her lips and looked into Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. If in the past, she would never have told Ning Xiaochuan about the ugly mother-in-law, but Ning Xiaochuan personally rescued her from the branch of Yang sect, otherwise, she would definitely be ruined by the evil people of Yang sect. "Is he trustworthy?" She tentatively asked, "Is Brother Ning's alchemy taught to you by the ugly mother-in-law?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I can become a heart trainer. I really have a lot of connections with the ugly mother-in-law." The goddess of Drug God Valley thought carefully again and said, "In fact, Drug God Valley and ugly mother-in-law also have a lot of origins. According to the master, ugly mother-in-law is likely to be the second-generation Valley Master of Drug God Valley. The master of the goddess of medicine God Valley is naturally the famous medicine king. Su Qinghe is also the contemporary Valley Master of medicine God Valley, and belongs to the same level of existence as the leader of Holy Earth. Su Qinghe's words naturally have full weight." Ning Xiaochuan was shocked and said, "I heard that the history of Drug God Valley has been more than 300 million years, especially the ancestor of Drug God Valley is the only Shinnong in the history of Xinjiang. If the ugly mother-in-law is the second-generation Valley owner of Drug God Valley, how many years has she lived?" She nodded and said, "After the death of the founder of Yaoshan Valley, there were 48 generations of Valley owners in Yaoshan Valley. My master, Su King, the king of medicine, was the 49th generation of Valley owners. Several years ago, the ugly mother-in-law went back to the Valley of God of Medicine. At that time, the master didn't know her identity. She only said that she had been a Valley owner of the Valley of God of Medicine. You know, there were only 7 female Valley owners in the history of the Valley of God of Medicine. If she really had been the Valley owner of the Valley of God of Medicine, it was not difficult to find out her true identity. Later, the master looked through the classics of the sect and finally determined that the ugly mother-in-law could only be the second-generation Valley Master of the Drug God Valley. When he came to this answer, the master didn't believe it. If the second-generation Valley Master was really alive, he would have lived for at least 80,000 years. Even the Supreme Master could not have such a long life. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Then why are you sure that the ugly mother-in-law is the second-generation Valley owner of Yao Shenggu?" The goddess of Drug God Valley said, "In the history of Drug God Valley, there were only 7 female Valley owners, and the other 6 female Valley owners all had a clear time of death. Some people witnessed their death, and all of them were buried in the holy earth of Drug God Valley. However, the second generation of Valley Master disappeared mysteriously after 600 years in office. You know, according to the ancient books, the second generation of Valley Master has extremely high talent, and is likely to become the second Shinnong, which cannot die so early." The goddess of Yao Shenggu took out a scroll of ancient paintings and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. "This is the portrait of the second generation of Valley Master." Ning Xiaochuan took the ancient painting and opened it. The woman on the scroll is lifelike, extremely beautiful and graceful, just like a Lingbo fairy. Even the peerless beauties, like Baozhu Dizong and Tang Shuyao, are inferior to her. How is it possible? Ning Xiaochuan simply cannot connect the woman on the scroll with the ugly mother-in-law. The gap is too big. The goddess of medicine God Valley sighed lightly. Since ancient times, beauties have been like famous generals, and white heads are not allowed to be seen in the world. How can there be an immortal woman in the world? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will also be old and pale. Not to mention that the second generation of valley leaders have lived for more than 80,000 years, and have long passed the age of the most beautiful daughter. Ning Xiaochuan looked carefully at the Jiu Dang Jia woman on the scroll. Her eyebrows seemed to be really similar to the ugly mother-in-law. Especially those eyes. Ning Xiaochuan said, as a powerful heart-nourishing teacher, if you really care about your appearance, you can refine pills to keep your appearance not old. Unless the ugly mother-in-law doesn't care about her appearance, she will let herself become old and ugly. The goddess of drug God Valley also felt reasonable and said, there is a legend about the disappearance of the second generation of Valley Master. It is said that the second generation of Valley Master fell in love with her master, the ancestor of drug God Valley. Therefore, after the death of the ancestor, she died of love and disappeared with the corpse of the ancestor. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, this legend is too unreliable. Ning Xiaochuan put the scroll back together and returned it to the goddess of drug God Valley, saying, is the ugly mother-in-law still in drug God Valley? The goddess of Yaoshengu shook her head and said, the ugly mother-in-law only stayed in Yaoshengu for one day and went to several former places, as if she were missing her old friends. The next day, she left. Ning Xiaochuan looked disappointed and said, did she say where she went? She did mention that she seemed to be going abroad to look for the elixir of immortality. According to the master, the ugly mother-in-law's attainments in alchemy have reached the peak. Only the last step is short of becoming the second Shinnong after her ancestor. Unexpectedly, I went overseas. I'm afraid it will be more difficult to find her in the future. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. The four sides of Tianshu continent are surrounded by the sea, and few people know how vast the sea is. According to the records in the book, the sea is completely the territory of monsters, and there are many mysterious and ferocious sea areas. There are powerful monsters living in the ocean, and even some ancient monsters, who have the great magic power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Only when the cultivation reaches the realm of human beings and enters the sea, can there be a chance to protect your life. If the cultivation does not reach the realm of human beings, once you go to sea, you will almost die. Ning Xiaochuan was still a little reluctant and said, when the ugly mother-in-law returned to the Valley of Medicine God, was there anyone else around? How do you know that there are two other people around the ugly mother-in-law? The goddess of drug God Valley asked in surprise. Ning Xiaochuan said, 2 people? Yes, it's just 2 people. Those 2 people are very strange. One of them is very beautiful, but there is no breath of life on his body. The other is very ferocious, old and rickety, looks like a dead man, but is full of vitality. It's very strange. Drug God Valley Goddess Way. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was overjoyed. That lifeless woman must be Jihanxing. Another old ghost with full vitality must be the demon, subdued by the ugly mother-in-law. I wonder if they went to sea with the ugly mother-in-law? Or is it still in Tianshu continent? The goddess of Yaoshengu knew very limited things, and Ning Xiaochuan did not continue to ask. Your Highness, the poison of mortal powder on you has been completely removed. I'll let Xiaohong send you back to the North Holy City. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Don't bother so much. I've informed the 2 elders of Yaoshengu that they should come soon. With their protection, the people of Yang sect dare not attack me again. The goddess of Medicine Valley is very grateful to Ning Xiaochuan and doesn't want to give him any more trouble. Before long, 2 supreme elders of Yaoshengu came to this ancient city to meet the goddess in person. When they learned that it was the preacher of Yang sect who kidnapped the goddess of the Valley of Medicine God, The two supreme elders were furious and immediately went to destroy the branch of Yang sect. They rushed to the Yangjiao branch, but found that the building had been empty long ago, and the Yangjiao people had withdrawn. I'm Zairenji from Yao Shenggu. Thank you, Child Ning, for rescuing the goddess so that Her Highness can be protected from the bullying of the wicked. This favor will be returned by Yao Shenggu in the future. Jiu Dang Jia, dressed in purple and gold robes, with wrinkles on his face, looks like he is in his 60s. However, his real age has reached 2,300 years old, and he is also a very strong one among the many supreme elders in Yao Shenggu. Another white-haired old woman stared at Ning Xiaochuan and was very fond of him. She said, "Let's take the goddess away first. I hope that when we meet again next time, you will also reach the realm of a real person and become one of our fellow believers." That old woman is also a real person with strong cultivation. Seeing through Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, she knows that Ning Xiaochuan has reached the peak of the 9th realm of heaven and man, and is about to break through the realm of real people. Younger generation, I won't let you down. Ning Xiaochuan responded with a smile. After sending the goddess of Yao Shenggu and the two supreme elders away, Ning Xiaochuan returned to the inn. In the courtyard of the inn, there is a pavilion. At this moment, Baozhu Dizong was sitting in the pavilion, as if he had waited for Ning Xiaochuan for a long time. He laughed and said, "You saved the goddess of Yao Shenggu, but Yao Shenggu owes you a big favor this time." Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the pavilion and said with a smile, "It's just a matter of lifting a finger. I don't think it's great. Enter the pavilion and sit opposite the treasure trove." Baozhu Dizong gently shook his head and said, "With the talent of the goddess of the Drug God Valley, he will definitely become the Valley Master of the Drug God Valley and the Holy Earth Palm sect in the future. Imagine that you saved the life of a future Holy Earth Palm sect. How would she appreciate you? In the future, if you ask for Medicine Valley, what huge power can you mobilize?" She added, "Moreover, it's not just the Valley of Medicine Gods. You have also saved the Saint of Light and Yan Mia. The Saint of Light will surely become the leader of the Holy Land of Light in the future, and Yan Mia will certainly become the king of the Ghost family in the future. Although he said to cancel your gratitude and resentment, he still owes you a favor." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What are you trying to say?" Baozhu Dizong roared, "Don't you realize that you have accumulated a lot of contacts unconsciously? If you can help me become the leader of the 9 Heaven Pavilion. In that case, in the future, there will be 4 holy lands in the 7 holy lands in northern Xinjiang, which can listen to your call. Plus your position in Tiandi Mountain and your own talent, it's not difficult to become the leader of Tiandi Mountain in the future. In this way, there are 5 holy lands. 5 of the 7 holy lands obey your orders. Haven't you ever thought of unifying northern Xinjiang and becoming the great emperor of northern Xinjiang like the emperor of purple and gold?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Baozhu, do you think I'm like a great emperor? My heart is not that big. As long as I can protect my relatives and friends around me from being hurt and save more people, I'm satisfied. If a person's heart is too big, he will ignore his relatives and friends around him. Besides, now northern Xinjiang has been occupied by the demon race, and the human race is almost extinct. What about the great emperor?" Baozhu Dizong sighed gently. In her opinion, with Ning Xiaochuan's current conditions and his own strength, as long as he was willing, he would certainly be able to open up a divine kingdom like the purple and gold emperor. When the Zijin emperor was still alive, north. How prosperous the Xinjiang people are. They are hundreds of times stronger than the current Middle-earth world. They have reached the peak of the 6th-level civilization and have evolved towards the 7th-level civilization. Unfortunately, it was finally because of the death of the Emperor Zijin that the once powerful kingdom of God declined like a meteor and finally disappeared into the long river of history. Ning Xiaochuan's talent is better than that of the Zijin emperor at that time. His future achievements may not be under the Zijin emperor. What a good opportunity it is for him to occupy the right time, place, and people. Bao Zhudizong also knew that Ning Xiaochuan was not here, so he didn't mention it again. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the bright eyes of Bao Zhudizong, knowing that the words she just said were all planning for his future, and he couldn't help feeling a little moved. He said, "Saint, we've known each other for a long time. I've been wondering, what's your real name? Is this very important? If we can only be friends, there is nothing wrong with you calling me 9 Heavenly Saints or my French name Pearl. Bao Zhudizong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What if I decide to practice with you?" Bao Zhudizong slightly raised his head, a trace of happiness flashed in his eyes, and said, "Have you finally made up your mind?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled gently, and then nodded. Bao Zhudizong's heart also exhaled a long breath, very happy, showing a sweet smile. "Ning Xiaochuan, it's more difficult to let you loose than to break through the real world. To tell you the truth, just now was my last fight for you. I received a message from the master and asked me to go back to the Jiu Pavilion immediately. Since you promised me, we will go back to the Jiu Pavilion to see my master." "Okay, I'll follow you to Jiu Pavilion to meet your master." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan and Bao Zhudizong set off immediately and rushed to the holy city of 9 days. When the two of them arrived at the holy city of 9 days, it was already noon the next day. At this time it is the scorching sun in the sky and the weather is sunny. A long dragon rises in front of the gate of the holy city. Anyone who wants to enter the holy city of 9 days must undergo strict inspection. Bao Zhudizong said, "Only those who become external disciples of Jiu Pavilion are eligible to enter Jiu Holy City. If they are not monks of Jiu Pavilion and want to enter Jiu Holy City, they must be led by an internal disciple." No wonder almost all the people in line here are women. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Looking at the direction of Jiu Holy City, Bao Zhudizong said, "Do you see the fairy island suspended in the void in the center of the holy city? The general pavilion of Jiu Pavilion is built on the fairy island. In the center of Jiu Holy City, there is indeed a fairy island suspended, on which many gorgeous pavilions and temples are built, which is almost like the place where Jiu Fairy lives. Bao Zhudizong is the saint of Jiu Pavilion. You don't have to queue up to enter the Jiu Holy City." After she showed the saint's token, the 2 teams of female soldiers guarding the city gate immediately knelt on the ground and saluted her. After entering Jiu Holy City, Bao Zhudizong immediately took Ning Xiaochuan to visit her master. The master of Bao Zhudizong is a supreme elder of Jiu Pavilion. He has a high status in Jiu Pavilion and lives in the general pavilion of Jiu Pavilion, that is, the fairy island. Bao Zhudizong took Ning Xiaochuan to the fairy island and came to the bottom of a 12-story glazed gold tower. Beside the glazed pagoda, there is a spiritual spring, flowing with milky spring water, emitting a faint fragrance. At this moment, the master of Baozhu Earth, Taihua Immortal, sat on a smooth white stone next to Lingquan, about 30 years old, wearing an embroidered phoenix robe, with wisps of Buddha light flowing around his body. Behind the Taihua Immortal, there are 2 other young and beautiful women, Chu Jing and Shui Ling. They are also disciples of the Taihua Immortal, but their cultivation is far less than the treasure trove. "Disciple, meet the master." Bao Zhudizong bows. After seeing the treasure trove, Taihua Immortal smiled and said, "Treasure trove, you are finally back. Has your family revenge? Tell the master that the enemy has been subdued." Bao Zhudizong rode. Taihua Immortal stared at Bao Zhudizong and said, "How did your cultivation break through so quickly and have reached the 9th realm of heaven and man?" Chu Jing and Shui Ling, standing behind the Taihua Immortal, also stared at the treasure trove, with both envy and deep jealousy in their eyes. Disciples have indeed reached the 9th realm of heaven and man. The light way of treasure land. Good. Good. I didn't expect your cultivation to break through so quickly. I'm afraid even that goddess may not be your opponent. This time, you have another chance to win the position of the leader of the little cabinet. Tai Hua Immortal is in a good mood. Ning Xiaochuan waited in the distance, staring at the direction of Ling Quan. After all, it's the first time to visit the master of Jiu Dang. You can't be too casual. You can't visit the Tai Hua Immortal until Jiu Dang communicates with her master. At first, the treasure trove and the Tai Hua real person had a very pleasant exchange, but then Ning Xiaochuan saw that the treasure trove and the Tai Hua real person seemed to have a dispute. No, I won't agree. Just a soul, also want toads to eat swan meat? Besides, Tiandi Mountain can't even guard its own Shintu Mountain gate, so it can only escape to Zhongtu, which has declined. Baozhu, your talent is hard to meet in 10,000 years, and there are 6 samsara heart palaces. You must set your eyes higher and find a Tianjiao who can really help you as a Taoist partner. Ning Xiaochuan, no. I'll never agree. Well, you don't have to say much. Call you in and I'll tell him myself. Although soundproof barriers are arranged around Ling Qi, Ning Xiaochuan's mind is now stronger than ordinary real people, and the voice of Tai Hua real people can be heard across the barrier. It seems that immortal Tai Hua doesn't agree with me that Jiu Dang and I will become Taoist partners. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Now that we have made a decision to become a Taoist couple with Jiu Dang, we must strive for it, show our strength, prove ourselves, and let Tai Hua immortal change his mind. After a while, the slender figure of Jiu Dang came out from the direction of Ling Qi. Although she was still very calm and did not show her emotions on her face, Ning Xiaochuan still saw a trace of sadness in her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, Tai Hua Immortal doesn't agree with you and me to form a Taoist couple? Xiaochuan, don't think too much. Come with me to see the master. Jiu Dang Road. By the side of Ling Qi, Ning Xiaochuan finally saw the true face of Tai Hua real person. In Jiutian Pavilion, where there are so many beautiful women, Tai Hua real person is an alien. He looks completely independent of beautiful women. His cheekbones are very high, his eyebrows are thick, and his skin is not white, giving people a very fierce feeling. Knowing that Tai Hua Immortal was also a Buddhist monk, Ning Xiaochuan folded his hands and bowed deeply to her, saying, Younger generation, Ning Xiaochuan, meet Tai Hua Elder. Tai Hua Immortal stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, without any good face, and said, Are you Ning Xiaochuan? I won't beat around with you. To tell you the truth, from now on, please don't disturb Baozhu's practice again. I will never agree with you. Jiu Dang was slightly anxious and hurriedly said, Master. Pa. Tai Hua Immortal slapped him, hit him on the face of Jiu Dang across the air, and said in a deep voice, Don't think that your current cultivation has become stronger and your wings have grown hard, so you dare to disobey the will of being a teacher. Your Taoist partner and teacher have been selected for you, and you can't decide this matter. Ning Xiaochuan had planned to talk to Tai Hua Immortal and respect her as an elder. Even if she paid some price, she would have to be recognized by her, so that she could safely hand over the treasure to herself. However, Tai Hua real person is also too unreasonable, and is simply a wicked woman. Looking at the blood-red fingerprints on Jiu Dang's face, Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also angry. The old woman was so domineering that she dared to fight Jiu Dang. It can be imagined that when Jiu Dang once worshipped under her door to practice, he certainly didn't suffer less. Immortal Tai Hua, Jiu Dang is now the saint of Jiutian Pavilion and the top level of Jiutian Pavilion. Why should you hit her? Ning Xiaochuan's cold voice. What does it matter to you, an outsider, if Benzhen teaches his disciples? Tai Hua Immortal stared at Ning Xiaochuan contemptuously. She is the Taoist companion, I believe. How can it have nothing to do with me? If anyone dares to fight her, that person is my enemy. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Tai Hua Immortal coldly, summoned the magic sword, and a chill burst out of his body. What? How dare you fight this real person? Tai Hua Immortal sneered and didn't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan at all. Even if his cultivation reaches the 9th level of heaven and man, in the eyes of real people, it is no different from a mole ant. What's more, this is the general pavilion of Jiutian Pavilion. If you dare to fight with the real people of Jiutian Pavilion here, you are simply looking for death. Baozhu Dizong stopped Ning Xiaochuan, shook his head at him, and said, if the master hadn't saved me, I would have died. Xiaochuan, the master has saved my life and taught me, you can't fight with her. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Tai Hua Immortal coldly, and finally put the magic sword away at the request of Baozhu Dizong. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the wound on Baozhu Dizong's face and forcibly suppressed his anger, saying, Immortal Tai Hua, although Baozhu is your disciple, the younger generation feels that she should make her own decision about choosing a Taoist companion. Tai Hua Immortal scoffed, I don't need a younger generation to teach me how to do things. For the sake of your immortal leader of Tiandi Mountain, I don't care about your offense to me just now. If someone else dared to shine a sword in front of me, he would have become a dead man long ago. Now get out of Jiutian Holy City immediately, and Jiutian Pavilion doesn't welcome you. Chu Jing, send off the guests for the master. Yes, master. A woman standing behind the Tai Hua Immortal, with a smile of schadenfreude on her face, walked towards Ning Xiaochuan. Master Ning, please. Ogawa, you lead the general pavilion first, and I will try to make the master change his mind. Baozhu Dizong rode. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, gently touched Baozhu Dizong's swollen cheek, and said, I'm waiting for your news in Jiutian Holy City. If I can't, I'll come to the general pavilion again, to ask your master for advice. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan left here with the core disciple, named Chu Jing. After Ning Xiaochuan left, Baozhu Dizong knelt on the ground with a firmness in his eyes and said, Master, disciples have decided to choose Ning Xiaochuan as a Taoist companion, and it is impossible to choose others. In the eyes of disciples, no one is better than him. Tai Hua Immortal sneered contemptuously, Ning Xiaochuan's self-cultivation is really good, in the north. Jiang is also a top genius. However, after all, he is only the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. Above him, there is a goddess of Tiandi Mountain who is valued as a god reserve. How can he turn to be the leader of Tiandi Mountain in the future? Besides, he was just born in a rash, and at most he will become a supreme elder of Tiandi Mountain in the future, and the energy he can mobilize is too small. I heard that there was a phoenix as his backer, but after the battle with the Tianming Demon Emperor, the phoenix disappeared and is estimated to have fallen. A small role like him without background and backer is not worthy of you at all. Baozhu Dizong stubbornly said, Master, disciples don't care whether Ning Xiaochuan has a background or a backer. Disciples are interested in Ning Xiaochuan's potential and his personality. Tai Hua Immortal said, in this big era, there are too many potential geniuses, just north. The Big Dipper 7 stars in Xinjiang are all the arrogance of 10,000 years and the ultimate talent of mankind. Yan Miao the ghost-raising family, the son of God and the son of the 4-elephant Holy Land, which is not better than Ning Xiaochuan. Moreover, they can inherit their own Holy Land and become the leader of the Holy Land in the future. Can Ning Xiaochuan compare with them? Baozhu, do you know why the master called you back? Before you came back, the godson of the 9 ruins Holy Land and the godson of the Aoki Holy Land in the Middle-earth world came to visit you as a teacher. They have seen your portrait and want to become Taoist partners with you. You should know that Jioshu Holy Land and Qingmu Holy Land are the overlords of one side in the Middle-earth world. Jioshu Shensi and Qingmu Shensi are the top figures of the younger generation in the Middle-earth world. They are likely to be Jioshu Zhangjiao and Qingmu Zhangjiao in the future, which are many times stronger than the declining north. Xinjiang Holy Land is unknown to be many times stronger. Even if it is Yan Miao the ghost-raising family, the mystery of the 4-elephant Holy Land cannot be compared with them, let alone a Ning Xiaochuan. Just a god's son, in front of the 9 ruins god's son and Aoki god's son, that's a trivial little person. Baozhu, you know the good intentions of being a teacher now? Baozhu Dizong said, disciples can't understand the master's intentions. Taihua Immortal was a little angry and said, don't you understand that our women in Jiutian Pavilion can only maintain the transcendent status of Jiutian Pavilion by attaching themselves to powerful men? Other holy lands are created by the secondary god. There are arrays, martial classics, and magical powers left by the secondary god, but our Jiutian Pavilion is not created by the secondary god. The reason why Jiutian Pavilion can become one of the 7 holy places in northern Xinjiang is that more than one of our disciples of Jiutian Pavilion has married the secondary god in his youth and the Holy Earth Palm sect in his youth. Jioshu Shensi and Aoki Shensi will be the Holy Earth sect in their youth. If you can form a Taoist couple with one of them, the Holy Earth of Jioshu will get the full support of a Holy Earth in the future. If you can get the support of one of them, you will have a greater chance of becoming the leader of Jiutian Pavilion. Baozhu Dizong laughed and said, Jioshu Shensi? Amu Shensi? The saint of Jiutian Pavilion, in their eyes, I'm afraid, is just a senior prostitute. Female, spend time with them, and become the capital they boast with other geniuses in the future. Will they really treat me as a Taoist companion? Immortal Taihua said, so what? You just use the forces behind them to seize the position of the leader of the Shao Pavilion. When you become the leader of the Jiutian Pavilion in the future, they will naturally regard you as a Taoist partner with equal status. Baozhu Dizong said, if I don't become the leader of Jiutian Pavilion in the future, what is it in their eyes? Qua. Master, if I want to compete for the position of the leader of the little pavilion, I must send myself out as a gift to others for fun. I'd rather not be the leader of the little pavilion. Pa. Taihua Immortal slapped again in the air, slapped on the other half of the face of the treasure land, and said angrily, what do you think you are? How important do you think you are in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes? As a teacher, I thought that after you practiced the Zen of killing animals, you would no longer be bound by feelings. I didn't expect you to be so naive, which disappointed me. Go to Xianbing Cave and think about it by yourself. Tomorrow, Jioshu Shensi and Aoki Shensi will come to Xiandao to visit. When the time comes, dress prettier, and be sure to make them unable to extricate themselves from you. Baozhu Dizong pinched his fingers tightly, and his nails stabbed directly into the flesh and blood. He stood up slowly, and his eyes gradually became cold and flickered with killing light. Master, after taking these 2 slaps from you, your saving grace and teaching grace to me will be all returned to you. You are my master, and I won't fight with you. But if you want to force me to do something I don't like, just wait to collect the corpses of Jioshu Shensi and Aoki Shensi. Taihua Immortal's lips opened, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, sneered, how dare you? Your wings are really hard, and you really think you can control your destiny? Holding the Buddha bead in his hand, Baozhu Dizong turned and left. Even if you don't compromise, there are hundreds of ways to compromise to you. Now you won't understand it, and in the future you will be grateful for what I have done for you. Taihua Immortal stared at the background of the treasure trove and said to himself. Chu Jing walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan, deliberately twisting her waist, and the plump constantly swayed in front of Ning Xiaochuan. After all, Ning Xiaochuan is the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. Although she is not worthy of the 9th heaven saint, Chu Jing is only the core disciple of the 9th heaven pavilion. If she can seduce a holy earth spirit son, it is also a thing worth showing off. Ning Xiaochuan is thinking about how to get Taihua Immortal's old stubbornness to agree with him and Baozhu Dizong. How can he be in the mood to see Chu Jing? Master Ning, the master won't agree with you to form a Taoist couple with the saint. In fact, with Master Ning's talent, if you ask for a Taoist couple, there are many teachers and sisters in our Jiutian Pavilion who are not less beautiful than the saint are willing to invite Master Ning as a guest of honor. Why do you have to ask that saint who doesn't understand the style? Chu Jing took Ning Xiaochuan to a quiet place, and her soft body leaned against Ning Xiaochuan, and a pair of crisp peaks in front of her chest gently rubbed Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Ning Xiaochuan pulled back his arm, bounced the corner of his clothes and said, "Younger martial sister Chu, please respect yourself." Chu Jing naturally could not give up, and leaned over to Ning Xiaochuan again, with a beautiful appearance. "Young Master Ning, I don't ask for any position, just for a due relationship with Elder Martial Brother Ning is enough. Can't Elder Martial Brother Ning even agree to such a simple request?" A silver bell-like woman's laughter came from afar. Then, a graceful green shadow flew from the sky, floating a charming fragrance. At the next moment, Tang Shuyao, who was wearing a blue sexy fur skirt, fell to the top of an ancient pine not far away, stepped on the pine leaves, and there were wisps of blue spiritual fog flowing around her delicate body. Staring at Chu Jing below, she laughed and said, "Younger martial sister Chu, Ning Xiaochuan is not your business. Elder martial sister Chu advised you to stay away from him, otherwise, Jiutian Pavilion will be short of a core disciple." Chu Jing's face changed slightly after seeing Tang Shuyao. She bowed slightly to Tang Shuyao and immediately retreated. Her heart was very shocked. Did Ning Xiaochuan not only get the favor of the Holy Lady, but also have an affair with that ruthless spirit lady? Unexpectedly, it involves saints and spiritual women. She is just a core disciple. How dare she seduce Ning Xiaochuan? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Tang Shuyao above, and directly saw that pair of snow-white long legs, even the spring light under his skirt. He said with some displeasure, "Didn't I tell you not to dress so sexy anymore? Who is this to seduce?" Tang Shuyao, like a green leaf, flew down from the top of the tree like a swallow, jumped into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and said with a smile, "I heard that you came to Jiutian Holy City, so I deliberately dressed so sexy. In addition to seducing you, how dare people seduce others? Why? Unhappy? Anyway, Jiutian Pavilion is always a woman, and you're afraid that others will take advantage of me?" Tang Shuyao's eyes blinked, tender as water. Her upper body was wearing a layer of almost transparent tulle, and she could vaguely see the two beautiful radians in front of her chest. Her lower body was wearing a moon-white skirt, which was so short that it could only cover the root of her thighs, bringing two snow-white slender beauty. The legs are completely naked. Exposed outside. Dressed like this, with her face that was born to seduce men, it gives people a flirtatious taste. Every inch of skin seems to be seducing men to commit crimes. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not because of this." Tang Shuyao's red lips picked slightly, put his arm around Ning Xiaochuan's neck, and said with a smile, "Let me guess, you must have gone to see the master of our Holy Lady. Then, the old witch didn't like you, and kicked you out. Right? How do you know?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tang Shuyao said with a smile, "Who am I? I'm so smart and wise. Don't be unhappy. Even if you can't marry the ninth heaven virgin, isn't there still a ninth heaven fairy waiting for you? If you hold her in your arms, and still think of another woman, she may be very angry." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What if I have to miss her?" Tang Shuyao showed a proud look and said, "Hey. I knew that women who took the initiative to devote themselves often ended up miserable. I didn't expect that they were despised so soon. There were many talented heroes who came to Jiutian Holy City to want to see me, but they were all rejected by me. Knowing that you came to Jiutian Holy City, people immediately came to see you. I didn't expect that in your heart, I was not even as good as a nun." Sad. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I've never been a heartless person. But you are an amorous person." Tang Shuyao smiled and said, "But I don't care. If you really want to win that holy lady, I won't be angry, but I can help you." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Can you help me?" Tang Shuyao, after all, is the spiritual daughter of Jiutian Pavilion. She knows more about Jiutian Pavilion. If she is willing to help, it is naturally best. However, she has a deep contradiction with Baozhu Dizong. Is she really willing to help? Tang Shuyao said with a smile, go to the cultivation mansion of Your Highness Benling first. This matter involves a lot, and we must discuss it carefully. Tang Shuyao's cultivation mansion is not in the general pavilion of Jiutian Pavilion, but in the center of Jiutian Holy City. Tang Shuyao took Ning Xiaochuan to a very magnificent mansion, with golden tiles, jade pillars, and emerald windows. It was extremely magnificent. Palaces were neatly arranged, just like a palace built in the fairy city. It is impossible for her to have such a huge mansion in Jiutian Holy City just because of her identity. Tang Shuyao has another identity, the first Tianjiao of the young generation of the Tang nationality and the heir of the king of the Tang nationality. With her identity, she is more noble than the identity of the supreme elder of the Jiutian Pavilion. In this mansion, there are many Tang monks who are practicing. In the depths of the mansion, Ning Xiaochuan felt two powerful breath, like two dormant dragons, condensing two air clouds, which made people palpitate. They are definitely the two real people of the Tang clan, who come to protect the future heirs of the Tang clan. It is worthy of being an ancient aristocratic family as famous as the Holy Land. Even if it is exterminated, it still has a strong heritage. Without any taboo, Tang Shuyao took Ning Xiaochuan directly to her boudoir and said softly, Brother Xiaochuan, why don't we go to bed and talk in detail? Tang Shuyao took off the hair ornaments on her head one by one, and her long black hair fell down. The full peaks on her chest shook like waves. Every action was charming and attractive, as if she was deliberately seducing Ning Xiaochuan. It's simply an enchanting witch who doesn't pay for her life. Ning Xiaochuan was seduced by her along the way. Fire, some lips dry, but consciousness is still clear, said, Shuyao, let's talk about business first. Tang Shuyao had already untied half of his belt. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, he tied the belt again, outlined his slender waist, glanced at him bitterly, and said, to be honest, Tai Hua Immortal is a very stubborn person. Once she makes a decision, no one can change. Ning Xiaochuan said, why did you bring me here to say this to me? Tang Shuyao shook his head and said with a smile, the reason why Tai Hua Immortal doesn't want to see you is that she already has a better choice. Before you came to Jiutian Holy City, Jiushu Shensi and Aoki Shensi had already visited her, obviously for your holy daughter. I see. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tang Shuyao said with a smile, now you know how popular the women in Jiutian Pavilion are? The Tianjiao of each holy land knows that Jiutian Pavilion is about to select the leader of the little pavilion. This is a grand event. Many favored sons of heaven from Middle-earth, Nanman, Beijiang and Dongyi came to Jiutian Holy City, and everyone wanted to hold the beauty back. The geniuses who want to become the guests of the 9-day saints are not only the 9 ruins god's son and the Aoki god's son. There will only be more competitors than you think. Those talented people, not only their own strength is extraordinary, but also their background is not general. Even if you tell Tai Hua Immortal, you are one of the 3 gods in northern Xinjiang, Ding Chuanqiu, Tai Hua Immortal may not look at you more. In this era of talents, there are 3 gods in northern Xinjiang, Dongyi and Nanman, and there are more geniuses in the Middle-earth. Do you think Tai Hua Immortal will choose a genius of a declining holy land? Or is he willing to choose a genius of a holy land in the heyday of the Middle-earth world? You know, in the eyes of Tai Hua real people, any one of them is better than you. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, and then said, I'm afraid you have many competitors? Tang Shuyao smiled and said, that's natural. Although she is only a spiritual woman, her cultivation talent is not much worse than that of Her Highness. Even in terms of beauty, she is not inferior at all. Besides, I'm still the future heir of the Tang clan. If you get me, you'll get the whole Tang clan. There are no fewer people pursuing me than the Holy Lady. Among them, there are 2 god sons of ancient families. Ning Xiaochuan stared into her eyes and listened to her continue. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's indifference, Tang Xiao said unhappily, "Are you not jealous at all? Are you not afraid of me running away with other men?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "The two gods of the ancient aristocratic family want to pursue you. They should want to annex the current power of the Tang clan and seize the treasure of the Tang clan. You know this better than me. So, what else do I have to worry about?" Tang Xiao bit her lip and said coquettishly, "It seems that your heart is really only worried about the saint, and you don't care about other people's feelings at all. They are as good as jade for you." Knowing that Tang Xiao was not seriously angry, Ning Xiaochuan continued to think about the treasure trove. Tang Xiao stared at Ning Xiaochuan thinking about the problem, with a bright light in her eyes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you can make the Holy Lady promise me a condition, and I can help you solve the Taihua real person. Since then, no one can stop you from forming a Taoist couple." Ning Xiaochuan said, "You want to send real people of the Tang nationality to kill Taihua real people?" Tang Xiao laughed, "This is the most direct and effective way." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "It's not easy to kill a real person? Not to mention in the general pavilion of Jiutian Pavilion. Once you fail, even if you are the spirit girl of Jiutian Pavilion, you can't escape death." Tang Xiao said, "What if it succeeds?" Ning Xiaochuan said solemnly, "I know, your condition is to let Baozhu Dizong withdraw from the Battle of Shaoge Lord. However, this matter is too risky, the success rate is too low, but the risk is too great. You'd better not act without authorization. Although I really want to become a Taoist companion with Baozhu Dizong, I will never let you take risks. Shuyao, this is my business, I can solve it, don't join in." Tang Xiao gently leaned her face on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and said with a smile, "I knew you couldn't bear to let me take risks. It's late at night, let's have a rest. Let's leave tomorrow's matter to tomorrow." "Yes." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and held Tang Xiao in his arms. A breeze blew, the lights went out, and the attractive spring gradually spread in the room, turning into a thick wheezing sound. This night, the general pavilion of Jiutian Pavilion welcomed a big man. The lord of the Jiutian Pavilion rushed to meet him personally and received the big man to the fairy island above the Jiutian holy city. More than a dozen supreme elders of the Jiutian Pavilion, including the previous leader of the Jiutian Pavilion, dozens of elders, sub-cabinet leaders, guest Qing elders, Dharma guardians. Almost all the big people came together and sat respectfully on both sides. Unexpectedly, the old pavilion master who has not asked about the world for many years has left the customs, and the old pavilion master is still sitting at the head. What is the big man coming to the Jiutian Pavilion? Taihua Immortal also just learned the news, and immediately rushed to, do not know who came. A female Dharma protector, who followed the Lord of Jiutian Pavilion said, "It is said to be a big man from Tianting." The first stop of that big man came to Tianshu continent was Jiutian Pavilion, so it was very sudden, and even the Lord of the Pavilion was a little unprepared. What? A big man from heaven? No wonder even the old pavilion master has passed the pass. Those supreme elders, sub-cabinet masters, and guest Qing elders in Jiutian Pavilion were all moved by it. Tianting, which is the sacred place in the legend, is the place that all monks yearn for, and is called the heart of heaven and earth. In the most powerful time of heaven, all creatures that dominate the world, whether human beings, monsters, ghosts, or aliens, should obey the orders of heaven. The big man of Tianting actually arrived at Tianshu continent. Moreover, the Jiutian Pavilion, which came at the first stop, was absolutely a supreme honor for Jiutian Pavilion, and everyone was extremely excited. The master of Jiutian Pavilion stood up and said, "The master of Jiutian Pavilion, Ling Xihua, led all the monks of Jiutian Pavilion to welcome the messenger of heaven to the holy city of Jiutian." Those monks in Jiutian Pavilion stood up one after another. Dada! A light gate emerged from the void. In the light door, a rickety old woman, holding a wooden stick, staggered to come. The old woman's eyes were deeply sunken, her face was full of wrinkles, her white hair on her head almost fell off, and her face was very ugly. What kind of messenger of heaven? It's like an old ghost just climbing out of the grave. Although the old woman was very ugly, no one dared to show any disrespect. A tall, beautiful young woman helped the old woman walk on her left. Behind the young woman and the ugly old woman, followed by a more frightening old man. The old man's face hung a ferocious smile at any time, just like a monkey, crawling on the ground. The ugly old woman squinted her old eyes, glanced at the monks in Jiu Dang Pavilion, and said in a hoarse voice, "You all sit down. I believe you all know the identity of the old woman?" The Lord of Jiu Dang Pavilion immediately said, "Su Jing Medicine Saint was once a monk in Tianshu continent, but now she is a big man in the heaven." According to the title of Su Jing Medicine Saint, I believe everyone already knows that her old man is a saint-level spiritual master who practices alchemy to the extreme. The young woman who followed the ugly old woman said coldly, "My mother-in-law has broken through the bottleneck of saint-level great spiritual master, and now she is a Shenong God. Shenong. The whole Jiu Dang Pavilion is boiling. In Tianshu continent, even the king-level great mental health masters can't be found, and the saint-level great mental health masters exist as legend. As for Shenong, in the hearts of everyone, it is worthy of respect and admiration like the secondary god. In the north, in the history of Xinjiang for millions of years, more than 10 secondary gods have been born, but only one Shenong has been born. The ugly old woman in front of her turned out to be a Shenong. Even the master of Jiu Dang Pavilion was slightly stunned, and immediately showed a happy look, and immediately changed his name, saying, "Master Su Jing Shenong actually has a deep relationship with our Jiu Dang Pavilion. She visited Jiu Dang Pavilion a few years ago. She came and went in a hurry." Master Su Jing Shenong said, "Lord Jiu Dang Pavilion, the woman I gave you back then, is she okay now?" Master Su Jing Shenong, please rest assured that the woman you handed over to the younger generation has been carefully taught by the younger generation. Her cultivation speed is simply beyond ordinary people's imagination. In just a few years, she has been far behind her peers. 9 days Pavilion Lord said. Master Su Jing Shenong nodded and said, "I expected her to achieve what she has achieved. After talking about business, I will summon her in person." The tragic experience of the northern Xinjiang people has shocked Tianting. Not long ago, Tianting also suffered a great change. Although it was forcibly suppressed, Tianting also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, now every continent in the whole Dian world is not peaceful, and major civilizations are in turmoil, and it is more violent and turbulent than northern Xinjiang. The strong of Tianting are almost restrained, and it is simply impossible to send Tianbing Tian to fight against northern Xinjiang. Tianming Demon Emperor of Xinjiang. Therefore, this time, the heavenly court only dispatched Lao Shen and 3 other supreme masters to the Tianshu continent, hoping to unite the strength of the Tianshu continent itself to defeat the Tianming Demon Emperor. The other 3 supreme masters have gone to the eastern barbarians, the southern barbarians, and the western Buddhist world respectively to issue the decrees of the heavenly court. Lao Shen is responsible for central and northern Xinjiang. At the same time, in the name of Tianting, we will establish a God-reserved palace in Tianshu continent, select the top heroes of the younger generation, devote all resources and focus on training. If we can cultivate a secondary god from it, it will be enough to stabilize the situation in Tianshu continent and calm the turmoil caused by Tianming Demon Emperor. A supreme elder said, "It's not easy to have a secondary god. It's not possible to do it overnight. When the secondary god is born, I'm afraid that the Tianming Demon Emperor has destroyed the entire Terrans of Tianshu continent and become the master of Tianshu continent." Master Su Jing Shenong said, "The Tianming Demon Emperor wants to rebirth against the sky and refine into a triple secondary god body, which is not successful overnight. Besides, it took only 300 years for the Emperor of Heaven to become a secondary god. In this era of genius, is there no one better than the Emperor of Heaven? Is there no one who can spend a shorter time to become a secondary god? Taihua Immortal said, "Dare you ask Master Shenong, what benefits can you get from entering the Divine Reserve Palace?" Master Su Jing Shenong said, "I brought a cultivation cave from the heaven. I practiced in the cave for 100 days, and only 1 day passed outside. Moreover, only if I am talented enough, I can read all kinds of magic and nerves brought from the heaven, and even get the reward of the Supreme King's wear and the Supreme Emperor's wear. As for the pills required for cultivation, I personally provide them. These are just the most basic training. Once the Divine Reserve Palace is established, it will be regarded as the outer school of Tianting. As long as its talent is high enough, it may become a core member of Tianting step by step in the future." Just the most basic training mentioned by Master Su Jing Shenong made the monks in Jiutian Pavilion palpitate and excited. They wished they could be hundreds of years younger and become a member of the Divine Reserve Palace. Moreover, there is also a chance to become the high level of the heavenly court, which is simply a rare opportunity. Even if you break your head, you have to join the Divine Reserve Palace. After Master Su Jing Shenong left, the Jiutian Pavilion erupted into a heated debate again. Even those old directors who have lived for thousands of years were extremely excited, flushed, and their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. A supreme elder said, "If only my disciples could enter the divine palace to practice, even if they could not become a secondary god, they would have a great chance to become supreme in the future." Taihua Immortal sneered, "Can anyone enter the Divine Reserve Palace? With the talent of your disciples, it is impossible to be selected by Master Su Jing Shenong." The Supreme Elder angrily said, "Taihua, you are too arrogant. How high is the threshold of the Divine Palace? Even if your disciples are the saints of the younger generation of Jiutian Pavilion, they may not be able to join the Divine Palace. There is always a lot more chance than your disciples." Taihua Immortal smiled coldly, and then walked out of the hall door. She must immediately go back and tell Baozhu Dizong the news, and use all resources on Baozhu Dizong to improve her cultivation. As long as the cultivation of the treasure trove reaches the realm of real people, then you will definitely become a disciple of the Divine Palace. Taihua Immortal knows that the treasure trove cultivates the 6 Buddhist ways. Now it only needs to cultivate into joyful Zen to achieve the 6 great consummation. The 6 great fullness is an opportunity to break through the real world. Baozhu must be immediately arranged to meet the 2 gods. Taihua Immortal thought so. Other elders and supreme elders of Jiutian Pavilion also left in a hurry. Like the idea of Taihua Immortal, they should spare no resources to improve the cultivation of their disciples. That night, the news of the Tianting messenger's arrival at the Jiutian Pavilion spread all over the Jiutian holy city, causing heated discussion among countless monks, causing an unprecedented sensation. Then, the news spread to the Holy Lands in the Middle Earth world, and fell into the hands of the Holy Earth Palm sect, which made many people unable to sleep. The next morning, Ning Xiaochuan put on his clothes, walked out of Tang Shuyao's boudoir, stretched, breathed a breath of fresh air, and felt that the fatigue of last night had been swept away. 9 Ruins God's Son, Aoki God's Son. Ning Xiaochuan read out the 2 names, and then shook his head gently. Jioshu Shensi and Aoki Shensi are just 2 competitors of Baozhu Dizong. Even if they are defeated, there will be other competitors. The key to the problem lies in the master Taihua Immortal in the treasure land. Ning Xiaochuan decided to visit Taihua Immortal in the general pavilion of Jiutian Pavilion again. If she still obstructed it, Ning Xiaochuan would have to take tough measures. An elder of the Tang nationality hurried to Tang Shuyao's boudoir. When he saw Ning Xiaochuan standing outside the door, he was slightly surprised and immediately showed a suddenly enlightened look. Obviously, the friars of the Tang nationality have long known that Tang Shuyao was in contact with Ning Xiaochuan. The elder bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "I've seen Mr. Ning. Have you waked up?" In the room, Tang Shuyao's voice came, "Jiu Lao, what's the matter?" Then, Tang Shuyao came out of the room. His whole face was radiant, his long hair hung down to his waist, and his eyes and eyebrows were full of spring. Love and charm are simply extremely attractive. After looking at Tang Shuyao, the elder of Tang nationality also had a palpitating heartbeat, immediately lowered his head and said, "Miss, a shocking event happened in Jiutian Holy City last night." Tang Shuyao said, "What big event?" Ning Xiaochuan also showed a curious look. Tianting messenger visited Jiutian Pavilion. The Tang clan elder said. Heavenly messenger. Tang Shuyao's beautiful eyes widened, and her heart was frantically shocked. She glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and then hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" The Tang clan leader said, "In fact, the news came from the general pavilion last night, but the young lady told outsiders not to disturb, so I waited until this morning to inform the young lady. It is said that it was because the great changes in northern Xinjiang disturbed the heaven, so the heaven sent envoys to Tianshu continent. That angel of heaven is a great man, and more importantly, a Shenong. This time it's Ning Xiaochuan's turn to be shocked. Shenong? Can't the news be false? You know, for millions of years, the whole north. There is only one Shenong in Xinjiang, that is, the first generation of Valley Master of Yaoshan Valley. It can be said that it is more difficult to become a Shenong than a secondary god. No wonder Ning Xiaochuan would question it. The Tang clan elder shook his head and said, "The news came from the teacher Lu Jinren of the young lady in person." When the Tianting messenger arrived at the Jiutian pavilion, Lu Jinren was present. There can be no fake. Is it really a Shenong? Since the news came from Tang Shuyao's master in person, it can't be false. Ning Xiaochuan was also excited and wanted to pay tribute to the supreme demeanor of that Shenong master. If he could get the other party's advice, it would be useful for a lifetime. The Tang clan elder took out a Xianling wooden box and presented it to Tang Shuyao, saying, "This is a 5,000-year-old Shinqi blood lotus sent by immortal Lu." The immortal told the young lady to take the Shinqi blood lotus as soon as possible and improve her cultivation to the 9th realm of heaven and man. Tang Shuyao took over the Xianling wooden box and opened a gap in the box. The gap immediately emitted dazzling blood light, with a faint smell of blood. It's really Shinqi blood lotus. Tang Shuyao was a little unbelievable. He closed the wooden box again and said, "Master, in order to get the sacred pool blood lotus, he personally went deep into a dangerous place in the wilderness and almost died. I remember, she said that she would ask a soul-level great heart-nourishing master to refine the Shinqi blood lotus into a blood pool pill to impact the 4th realm of the real person. If she could not impact the 4th realm of the real person, her old people would be exhausted in 60 years, and heaven and man would decline. If she impacted the 4th realm of the real person, she would have another 1,000 years of life. This sacred pool blood lotus should be extremely important to her old man. How could it be given to me?" The Tang clan leader said, "Lu Jinren said that now this divine pool blood lotus is the most important for Miss. If Miss can hit the 9th realm of heaven and man at one stroke, she will be very happy." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Xianling wooden box in Tang Shuyao's hand, and vaguely felt that Lu Jinren gave Tang Shuyao the immortal pool blood lotus, a treasure to prolong his life, which was probably related to the arrival of the heavenly messenger to the Jiutian pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Give me the Shinqi blood lotus. At my current level of alchemy, although I can't refine the blood pool pill, but I can harden the Shinqi blood lotus into the blood pool pill liquid, which is much better than taking the Shinqi blood lotus directly. And after quenching into the blood pool pill liquid, the medicine will be very mild and easier to absorb. Blood pool pill is a pill taken by real people. In Tang Shuyao's current state, if you take blood pool pill directly, it will be harmful rather than beneficial. Lu Zhenren must also know this, so he didn't ask the big heart-nourishing master to refine the Shenqi blood lotus into the blood pool pill, but directly handed the Shenqi blood lotus to Tang Shuyao. Even if Tang Shuyao swallowed the Shenqi blood lotus directly, he could make his cultivation breakthrough to the 9th realm of real people. If the Shenqi blood lotus is quenched into Dan liquid after Ning Xiaochuan's quenching, the medicinal power of the Shenqi blood lotus can be brought into full play, so that Tang Shuyao can reach the middle of the 9th realm of the real person, or even the peak of the 9th realm of the real person. Another elder of the Tang nationality came to Tang Shuyao's boudoir and said, "Miss, Uncle Nine asked you to go to the Hongqi Hall. There is something important to discuss with you." Tang Shuyao glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan held the Xianling wooden box containing the Shenqi blood lotus in his hand and said with a smile, "Go quickly. I'll help you harden the Shenqi blood lotus first. It won't take me long." "Thank you, Ogawa." Tang Shuyao immediately followed the elder of the Tang nationality to see Uncle Jiu. It seems that the arrival of the heavenly messenger has also shocked the real people of the Tang clan. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Tang Shuyao's slim back when he left, thinking so. Ning Xiaochuan returned to Tang Shuyao's boudoir and began to refine the 5,000-year-old miraculous medicine, Shenqi blood lotus. It's a pity that the vitality of Shenqi blood lotus has dissipated. Even if there is a Xianling wooden box to preserve, half of the medicine has been lost. Ning Xiaochuan opened the box, looked at the blood lotus lying in the box, and sighed gently. It seems that Lu Zhenren doesn't know how to collect medicine. Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing tripod, put the sacred pool blood lotus into the tripod, and began to harden. For psychic miraculous drugs, the drug properties will increase 4 to 7 times for every 1,000 years of improvement. Generally speaking, a 5,000-year-old psychic wonder drug equals 5 4,000-year-old psychic wonder drugs equals 25 3,000-year-old psychic wonder drugs equals 125 2,000-year-old psychic wonder drugs equals 725 1,000-year-old psychic wonder drugs. In fact, the older the age of miraculous drugs, the more rare, the higher the price. Even if you spend the price of 1,000-year-old psychic wonder drugs, you can never buy a 5,000-year-old psychic wonder drugs. Therefore, the 5,000-year-old miraculous medicine for channeling has been very rare, full of spirituality, and the general soul-level great spiritual master can't quench it at all. Ning Xiaochuan has a demon fire that destroys the world, which is not comparable to other soul-level great mental health masters, and is enough to refine 5,000-year-old psychic miracles. When Ning Xiaochuan quenched the sacred pool blood lotus into elixir, Tang Shuyao has returned. Ning Xiaochuan handed Tang Shuyao the jade bottle containing Dan liquid. Seeing Tang Shuyao's expression, he asked, "What happened?" Tang Shuyao directly rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, tears flowing out of his eyes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, if your relatives have to pay the price of their lives to improve your cultivation for you, what would you do?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I certainly won't agree." "What happened?" Tang Shuyao said, "The emissary of the heavenly court is going to build a divine palace in the Tianshu continent. Only the young generation of extremely gifted geniuses are qualified to enter the divine palace for cultivation. In order to make me a disciple of the divine palace, Uncle Nine will use a secret technique to cultivate me, pass his cultivation to me, and forcibly raise my cultivation to the realm of human beings. However, once I do this, Uncle Nine will pay the price of his life." When Ning Xiaochuan heard that the heavenly court was going to establish a divine reserve palace, he was not surprised at all. In order to enable the disciples of their own sect to join the divine reserve palace, those old guys of the major holy lands will certainly frantically improve the cultivation of their descendants, absolutely at all costs. The Tang clan suffered heavy losses after being attacked by the demon and beast army. If you can't grasp this opportunity, the Tang clan really has no chance to rise again. Therefore, the remaining old guys of the Tang nationality will certainly do everything possible to improve Tang Shuyao's cultivation. As long as they can help Tang Shuyao enter the Divine Reserve Palace, they will certainly be willing to pay the price of their lives. Ning Xiaochuan also has no way to comfort. After all, the Tang nationality wants to send Tang Shuyao to the God Reserve Palace anyway. This is the opportunity for the rise of the Tang nationality. At the top of an 18-story glass tower in Jiutian Holy City, two handsome young men sit. Between them, there is a jade chess table. They are the two young heroes who are famous in China, the godson of Jiu and the godson of Aoki. Each of them is a talent that is hard to find through the ages, and is as excellent as the gods in their youth. Jiu Shensi held a chess piece in one hand and a light fog in the other hand. In that fog, there was a huge ruins world, with mountains, rivers and lakes, birds and animals, deserts and jungles. Hold heaven and earth in one hand, and the world is in your palm. Aoki Shinko smiled and said, "It is worthy of being the Shinko of the 9 ruins." He has cultivated the Yuan Ruins Sutra to the 7th level, and can hold a ruins world in his hand. Such mysterious space magic is really admirable. Looking at the towering god tree behind the Aoki god's son, Jiu god's son said, "You actually found the wood soul of the legendary Aoki and refined the wood soul into your body. Isn't it more admirable?" Behind Qingmu Shensi, there is a blue ancient tree with a height of more than 10,000 feet. Each tree root is like a thick cholong, and each leaf can cover the sky. It is simply like a legendary Shenmu, connecting the sky and the earth, and you can climb to the sky along the trunk. The 9 ruins god's son used the space secret technique, which distorted the surrounding space. Therefore, those monks in the 9 heaven holy city could not see this god tree as high as 10,000 feet. Aoki Shensi said, "The messenger of the heavenly court arrived at the Tianshu continent and will establish the God Reserve Palace." After the news was sent back to the Holy Land, the leader immortal has decided to send a wooden yajing to the 9 heaven holy city to help me break through the realm. What kind of cultivation treasure does the Holy Land of the 9 ruins send you? The 9 ruins god's son looked light and light, dropped a chess piece and said, "A real dragon pill." The pill made with the blood of the real dragon and the dragon cloud should be worth more than the wood yajing. Aoki Shensi laughed and said, "Your Holy Land of the 9 ruins is really enough money. It seems that you are determined to get into the god's palace." The 9 ruins god's son smiled and said, "I'm also determined to get the 9 heavenly saints." Aoki Shensi said, "It is said that the 9 heaven saints' face is as beautiful as heaven, and her talent level has also reached the level of hard to meet in 10,000 years. If I can double cultivate with her, I can easily break through the human realm without taking Muyajing at all. After reaching the human realm, I can only reach a higher realm by taking Muyajing again. It seems that you still haven't given up the 9-day saint. Well, I've long wanted to fight with you. I just take this opportunity to see how powerful your Qing Tianwood soul is." Jiu Shensi rode. 2 jade lights flew from the sky and fell into the hands of 9 ruins, god's son and Aoki god's son, respectively. The 2 gods opened their palms and smiled at each other after seeing the contents of the jade book. "I can finally see the true face of that 9-day saint. I hope I won't be too disappointed." Jiu Shensi stood up and tidied up his robe. Immortal Tai Hua actually asked us to go to the Linlang Hall. It seems that she invited many talented heroes, not just us. Aoki Shensi rode. After all, it's the Saint of Jiutian Pavilion. There must be many competitors. It's no surprise. Jiu Shensi rode. The 2 turned into 2 beams of light and flew in the direction of the Linlang Hall. The news that the 9th heaven saint will choose double monks in the Linlang Hall spread all over the 9th heaven holy city. The favored children of the heaven of the Holy Land rushed to the Linlang Hall one after another, and all wanted to see the grace of the 9-day saint. If they could get the favor of the 9-day saint, it would definitely be the envy of countless people. Ning Xiaochuan naturally learned the news, and his anger was even greater. The old man Tai Hua actually chose double monks for the treasure trove in this way, which is too much. Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to the Linling Hall, and in no case could he let the treasure land be taken away by others. Xiaohong followed Ning Xiaochuan closely, and she was also very anxious. If the 9-day saint practiced with others, she would certainly not get the dragon yuan of that dragon cub. Ning Xiaochuan, I will try my best to help you this time. It's really not possible. Just tell the Tai Hua immortal that you and the saint sister have long been in double cultivation, and I'm your daughter. Little Red Road. You're also quite desperate. It's strange that Tai Hua immortal will believe it. Don't make bad ideas. Ning Xiaochuan Road. When Ning Xiaochuan arrived outside the Linling Hall, many talented heroes had gathered here. Each of them was not a mediocre, with the momentum of walking like a tiger. I'm Ouyang Qingda. I don't know which holy land is your pride. A man in silver armor took the initiative to chat with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan responded with a smile and said, Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's name, the Yingjia man named Ouyang Qingda showed a look of contempt in his eyes, smiled and turned away. Is this man sick? Xiaohong felt very unhappy. A handsome man in blue walked to Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong with a smile. Ouyang Qingda is the second son of the fourth world lord of the Middle Earth world, and he specially likes to make friends with the top talents of the Holy Earth. In his view, Tiandi Mountain is only a holy land in exile, and Brother Ning is only the soul of Tiandi Mountain, so he is not qualified to make friends with him. Xiaohong said, This man is too powerful. The handsome man in green shook his head with a smile and said, Otherwise, people of different levels naturally have different circles. If your level is not enough, others will naturally not associate with you. Even if you say a word more, you feel that you have reduced your identity. Damn, what is he? Ning Xiaochuan is the dragon envoy of the fighting god, and the messenger of our dragon family. I can't stand being so despised. The little red gas puffed up his cheeks, as if his mouth was about to spout flames. The man in silver armor, followed by 2 powerful elders and 2 beautiful maids, walked in the other direction and communicated with Aoki Shensi. They talked happily. Ning Xiaochuan turned to the man in blue and said, Gong Sunny Bai, what the hell are you doing? Why did you sneak into the 9-day holy city? Yes, this handsome man is extraordinary, just like a man in blue who was relegated to earth. He is the son of Yang sect, Gong Sunny Bai. Gong Sunny Bai said with a smile, My child is handsome, talented and gifted. Is it difficult to enter the 9-heaven holy city? Hui Xiang, let me introduce you. This is my child's friend, Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan. A young girl came out from behind Gong Sunny Bai, bowed to Ning Xiaochuan respectfully, and said, Hui Xiang, I've seen Prince Ning. Ning Xiaochuan had a black line on his forehead, pulled Gong Sunny Bai aside and asked, What is the situation? Hey. Hui Xiang is an inner disciple of Jiutian Pavilion. She is fascinated by the handsome and powerful appearance of my child. It is her leadership that I can enter the Jiutian holy city. You see, I transferred her. How good and sensible I am. Brother Ning, I didn't say you. Your tune of the 9th heaven saint is not enough. It's too careless to dare to choose double monks openly. Gong Sunny Bai said indignantly. Ning Xiaochuan loosened his hand and said, This matter has nothing to do with her. It's her master, immortal Tai Hua, who is causing trouble. Gong Sun Yigaglan became interested and said, Is Tai Hua immortal beautiful? Ning Xiaochuan stared at him and said, What are you thinking? Tai Hua immortal is at least 1,000 years old. That's a bad word. Gong Sunny Bai shook his finger and said with a smile, In the cultivation world, it's worth seeing a woman. As long as she is beautiful enough. As for age, that's not a matter. I tell you, sometimes, the older a woman is, the more interesting and charming she is. After conquering her, she will have a greater sense of achievement. Don't believe it. For example, is the Tianming Demon Emperor old enough? But who can compare her charm? If I can conquer her, I will save the world. What a dazzling achievement it is, it must go down in history. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him and said, "Have you ever seen the Tianming Demon Emperor?" "I haven't seen it. However, I've never been wrong about women. The Tianming Demon Emperor is definitely a woman who has a great country and a great city, with elegant temperament and charm." Gongsun Yubaido. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. "Then you can also judge what kind of woman Taihua real person is?" Gongsun Ibai said with a smile, "How can there be an ugly woman in Jiutian Pavilion? Although immortal Taihua has passed the most beautiful age of a woman, with her cultivation in human realm, she must age slowly. Now she is in her 30s at most, which is the most charming age of a woman." "Brother Ning, my guess is accurate?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It's really accurate." "Brother Ning, Brother Gongsun, what are you talking about?" A handsome man in white, holding a folding fan, came gracefully. "The godson of Yang sect, thousands of blue fall." Qian Biluo's side was unexpectedly followed by a pretty female disciple of Jiutian Pavilion. Two whores. As expected, the thieves were all masters. They actually easily took down the inner disciples of Jiutian Pavilion, and they were very obedient, which was impossible for people not to admire. Gongsun Ibai did not shy away from the two female disciples of Jiutian Pavilion at all, and said with a smile, "Elder Martial Brother Qianbi, we are discussing how to win Taihua immortal." Qian Biluo was a little confused and said, "Who is Taihua real person?" Gongsun Ibai said, "Master of the 9 heavenly saints." Qian Biluo spirit soared and said, "It's great. Brother Ning's quick arrival of the 9th heaven saint has always been a pain in my heart. If I can win the master of the 9th heaven saint, wouldn't it be more fulfilling? Brother Ning, this time you can't compete with us, otherwise, you'll do it too well." Ning Xiaochuan was just casually saying that he didn't expect Qian Biluo and Gongsun Ibai to take it seriously and really want to pick the old flower of Taihua real person. That can be a real person. How dare they do it? But Ning Xiaochuan thought about it. Yang Jiao is an expert in medicine, even the holy medicine of Tiani holy water, and it is estimated that there must be medicine for dealing with real people. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to tell them that the Taihua real person was not as charming as they thought. However, seeing that they were so serious, Ning Xiaochuan could not speak again. Lest Qian Biluo and Gongsun Ibai have a misunderstanding, thinking that he wants to eat alone. A scream came from the crowd, and then someone shouted, "Master Ouyang is burning. Who is so brave to attack Master Ouyang?" Ning Xiaochuan instinctively felt bad and looked into the crowd. He saw that the man in silver armor Ouyang Qingde burned up and turned into a fireman, rolling and screaming on the ground. Those Middle-earth monks next to Ouyang Qingde have played a series of magical powers and Taoist methods with water attributes. But Ouyang Qingde's flame burned more and more, and even his silver armor was burned red, as if to melt. God extinguishes the dragon fire. Aoki Shensi rode. He recognized the flame on Ouyang Qingde's body, immediately took out an emerald bottle engraved with the supreme grain, pointed his finger at the bottom of the emerald bottle, and immediately put all the dragon fire on Ouyang Qingde's body into the bottle. Aoki's weakness is fear of fire, so he carries the supreme weapon to restrain the fire. Mayan jade bottle. Aoki Shensi held the Mayan jade bottle and looked at the little girl in red in the air, with a surprised look in her eyes. It's really a dragon cub. It's really great. If you catch it, you may be able to refine a pill with stronger properties than the real dragon pill. Xiaohong had a pair of red flame dragon wings more than 10 meters long on her back. She said unhappily, it's really hateful. Who let you meddle? Little dragon girl, do you know who you just attacked? That's the second son of the Lord of the Fourth World and the Middle Earth World. You're in great trouble. Aoki Shinko smiled faintly. Ouyang Qingde was very angry, catch her for me, and my young master insisted on refining her into a dragon pill. After Ouyang Qingde spoke, the two elders behind him immediately shot, turned into two flashes of lightning, and went to catch Xiaohong. Ouyang Qingde's whole body is covered with bloody scars, his hair is scorched, his skin is burned, and his original handsome image has become extremely ugly and ferocious. In front of everyone, a little girl ruined her handsome image. What a shame. If he hadn't been wearing Silver Star Kai to help him block the dragon fire, he would have been burned into a charred corpse. The two old men who followed Ouyang Qingde were all the accomplishments of the ninth realm of heaven and man. However, the two old men could not even touch the corners of Xiaohong's clothes. Instead, they were made gray by Xiaohong, and their hair and beard were burned. Can't catch, ha ha. Xiaohong flew behind one of the old men, and a flash of lightning hit her fingertips and struck the old man's head. Pa! The old man fell to the ground and fainted as soon as his whole body was soft. Evil animals dare to continue hurting people. Another old man took out a tripod-shaped supreme vessel, turned it into a giant tripod more than 10 meters high, and hit Xiaohong. Suddenly, Xiaohong disappeared from his eyes. Old man, I'm here. Little Red appeared above the head of the old man. Before the old man reacted, a bolt of lightning fell and struck the old man's head. The old man rolled his eyes and fell from the sky. Seeing that his two followers were easily solved by the dragon cub, Ouyang Qingde's face was even worse. He remembered that the dragon cub had followed a disciple, surnamed Ning, in Tiandi Mountain. He can't help Xiaohong, so he plans to settle accounts with Ning Xiaochuan. His eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan. You Tiandi Mountain are really brave. You dare to openly provoke me. Believe me, I can make you Tiandi Mountain have no place in the Middle Earth world with a word. Xiaohong did go too far and almost burned Ouyang. Ning Xiaochuan had intended to apologize to Ouyang Qingde. However, Ouyang Qingde actually said this for this reason. If Ning Xiaochuan still apologized, wouldn't it make people look down on Tiandi Mountain more? Originally, Ouyang Qingde was a little upset. Since Xiaohong had caused trouble, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't be afraid of it. He said, it's not here the final say whether Tiandi Mountain can stand in the Middle Earth world. Aoki had a good talk with Ouyang Qingde before. At this moment, naturally standing on the side of Ouyang Qingde, he sneered, this Ouyang child standing in front of you is the second son of the Lord of the Fourth World in the Middle Earth world. You'd better apologize to him immediately, otherwise, the consequences will be more serious than you think. Apologize? Apologize is all you want. You must give that dragon cub to our young master, and then kneel on the ground and kowtow to our young master 3 times. This matter may be reconciled. Ouyang Qingde was very angry and stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. The female disciples of Jiutian Pavilion, the heirs of each holy land, have long noticed this direction and watched the development of the situation. That Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain actually offended Ouyang Qingde. Now Tiandi Mountain is in great trouble. A core female disciple of Jiutian Pavilion sighed. Both are north. Jiangxing too, the female disciples of Jiutian Pavilion, naturally did not want to see Ning Xiaochuan bullied by the heirs of the large holy earth in the Middle Earth world. But what can be done? North. All the holy lands in Xinjiang were seriously injured in the battle with the demon and beast army, and were also forced to flee to the Middle Earth world. Now they have not gained a foothold in the Middle Earth world. Who dares to offend the local forces in the Middle Earth world? The sacred lands of the Middle Earth world are already rejecting the North. Foreign forces in Xinjiang. A little careless, this matter will become a fuse and become a local force in the Middle-earth world to suppress the North. The excuse of the sacred land in Xinjiang. Moreover, Ouyang Qingde is also the son of the Lord of the Fourth World, and his identity is more noble than that of the divine son of the Holy Land. If things get in front of the elders of Tiandi Mountain, the elders of Tiandi Mountain will never choose to offend the Lord of the Fourth World. They may also be forced to kill the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain under pressure, so as to make amends to the Lord of the Fourth World. In order to survive, even the Holy Land will do something forced and helpless. A monk from Middle-earth said, "Make an apology to Master Ouyang quickly. Maybe Master Ouyang will spare you this rashness with great kindness." Some other heirs of the Holy Land in the Middle-earth world moved slightly and stood beside Ouyang Qingde to express their positions and put pressure on Ning Xiaochuan. They are telling Ning Xiaochuan that if Ning Xiaochuan does not compromise, the Holy Lands will work together to deal with Tiandi Mountain and divide it up at one fell swoop. They are all the heirs of the Holy Land, and they do have such energy. Their decision, to a certain extent, represents the will of the Holy Land behind them. Gong Sunibai and Qian Biluo immediately stood on both sides of Ning Xiaochuan. They rolled up their sleeves and smiled coldly. Gong Sunibai said, "What are you doing? Bullying us in the north? Is there no one in Xinjiang?" Qian Biluo said, "What kind of skill is it to scare people with the Lord of the Fourth World? If you can fight fairly and defeat me, then you can be convinced. Otherwise, why should we apologize less to you? Have you ever seen the strong apologize to the weak? What are you two? How dare you say that this young master is weak?" Ouyang Qingde showed anger. Qian Biluo straightened his chest and said with a smile, "If you can defeat Ning Xiao, naturally you are not weak. If you press us with the Lord of the Fourth World, how can we be convinced?" Ouyang Qingde glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. Why bother the Lord of the Fourth World with such a small thing? "Ning, do you dare to fight with this young master?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I came to the Linlang Hall today to see the 9 heavenly saints, and I don't want to fight with others. Master Ouyang, if you want to fight, please come another day, and Ning will accompany you." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, all the talented heroes in the Middle-earth world laughed loudly. Ouyang Qingde said with a smile, "A toad wants to eat swan meat, just a soul child, and also wants to get the favor of the 9-day saint. It's a dead smile." All the geniuses who came to the Linlang Hall came for the 9 heavenly saints. Each of them has an extraordinary identity. They belong to the prestigious young heroes in the Middle-earth world. Naturally, no one will go north. The spirit son of Xinjiang Holy Land is in his eyes. Ouyang Qingde looked contemptuous in his eyes and said, "Today, the young master will write down this account book for you first. Wait until the young master takes the 9-day saint, and then slowly clean up you." With these words, Ouyang Qingde, Qingmu Shensi, Jioshu Shensi, and other talented people in central China entered the Linlang Hall first. Qian Biluo said, "Brother Ning, don't worry. Although Ouyang Qingde is the son of the Lord of the Fourth World, he is only the second son after all, and the energy he can mobilize is limited. In addition, the ancestor of Tiandi Mountain Qishuan Supreme is not dead, which is enough to deter the Lord of the Fourth World. Those holy lands in the Middle-earth world don't dare to easily make an idea of Tiandi Mountain. A man who talks about his father at any time can't become a climate." Gong Sun said in vain. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It is said that there are 5 world masters in the Middle-earth world, all of whom are supreme. The decree of the world master can command the monks in the whole Middle-earth world. Is the energy of the world master really so great?" Qian Biluo said, "The Terran forces in the Middle-earth world are much more complex than those in northern Xinjiang. There are not only hundreds of sacred lands that inherit the ancient times, but also 5 world masters and 3 sacred religions that are above the sacred lands. The 5 world leaders cannot be arbitrary. When making major decisions, they must consult with the elders of the Mainland Real People's Association. The elders of the Mainland Real People's Association are the leaders of the Holy Lands and the Holy Religions, with a total of 108 elders. Therefore, the world leaders cannot do whatever they want in the Middle Earth world, and will be restrained by the Holy Lands and Holy Religions. Gong Suni Bai said, "The Lord of the Fourth World is called the Supreme of Beihuan, and he is in charge of the northern region of the Middle Earth world. If he intends to deal with Tiandi Mountain, it will still cause great resistance to Tiandi Mountain." Ning Xiaochuan had a general understanding of the Middle Earth world, nodded, and walked towards the palace of Linlang. Ouyang Qingda, Aoki Shensi, Jioshu Shensi, and other heroes of the Middle Earth world sat in the front row of the Linlang Hall. When they saw Ning Xiaochuan and others coming in, all those heroes of the Middle Earth world showed disdainful smiles. Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm, ignoring them at all, standing in a corner of the stand, quietly waiting for the appearance of the 9-day saint. "Come out, come out." Below the stands, there were bursts of exclamations. The crowd immediately turned their eyes to the stand, only to see a sexy young woman with bare jade feet, revealing 2 long snow-white legs, stepping on a fog bridge formed by smoke, and falling next to a piano stand in the center of the stand. "Is she the 9-day saint?" Ouyang Qingda frowned slightly. Although the woman on the stage was also very beautiful, she was not stunning. Many beautiful women of this level can be found in the Middle Earth world. If she is the Virgin of 9 days, many people are indeed slightly disappointed. Ning Xiaochuan knew the woman on the stand, not the treasure trove, but another female disciple of Taihua Immortal, named Chu Jing. Chu Jing was naturally very excited to see the talented people of the Holy Land. Before going on stage, she deliberately combed and dressed up. If she could be liked by a descendant of the Holy Land, she would be ascended to the sky step by step. However, standing in the center of the stand, she not only didn't let those holy earth heirs whose eyes were higher than the top show their appreciative eyes, but instead let some holy earth heirs leave their seats and turn around and walk out of the Linlang Hall. Chu Jing had to say immediately, "Please welcome the 9-day saint to the Linlang Hall." After hearing Chu Jing's words, those who had originally planned to leave the Holy Land suddenly realized that the Lord had not come out, and they immediately returned to their seats. It turned out that she was just a maid of a 9-day saint. The real 9-day saint hasn't appeared yet. All the maidens have such looks. The 9-day saint will not disappoint us. Chu Jing's voice fell, and everyone saw that a female nun in white came out of the void. Her white robe was not stained with a trace of dust, and a white silk was tied around her waist, outlining a beautiful curve. Her skin was like coagulation, her eyes were like 2 bay springs, like a lotus, giving people an indescribable surprise. There is no green silk on her head, which gives people a kind of sacredness and inviolability, like a bodhisattva coming out of the mural. Seeing the treasure trove come out, all the heirs of the Holy Land held their breath and stared at the beauty on the stage, shocked by the beauty that did not belong to the world. Each Holy Land also has some beautiful and outstanding Tianzhijio women, but they are inferior to Baozhu Dizong and lack a unique temperament. Chu Jing, who was standing not far from the treasure trove, was even more jealous of the treasure trove after seeing the obsessed expression of the heirs of the great Holy Lands under the stage. While everyone was still immersed in the beauty of Baozhu Dizong, Ning Xiaochuan directly climbed onto the stand, grabbed Baozhu Dizong's hand and said, "Follow me." The Tianjiao of each Holy Land was a little surprised to see Ning Xiaochuan, who climbed onto the bleachers. However, when they saw that Ning Xiaochuan actually grabbed the delicate jade hand of Baozhu Dizong, everyone was angry. "Let go of the hand of the Virgin of 9 days, or the Son of God will break your arms." The cold voice of a holy son from a holy land in the Middle Earth world. "It has nothing to do with you. You'd better step aside." Ning Xiaochuan responded very impolitely. Just now, when Ning Xiaochuan pinched Baozhu Dizong's hand, he noticed that Baozhu Dizong's cultivation was sealed. It was obvious that Taihua Immortal was behind it. Ning Xiaochuan has made up his mind to leave with Baozhu Dizong anyway. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's warning, the son of God not only did not retreat, but became angry with embarrassment. A bronze ancient knife, with a length of 1 foot and 2 feet flew out of his body and waved it at Ning Xiaochuan. It was a supreme weapon-level warblade. The sound of dragons and tigers roaring from the body of the knife, and thunder and lightning escaped. When the holy earth heirs in the Middle-earth world saw the holy son of Lingshu's hand, they all sat back and waited for a good play. Ouyang Qingde had long seen Ning Xiaochuan unhappy and sneered, "Lingshu Xingzi has a talent close to hard to meet in 10,000 years. With his action, it is enough to tear the Lingzi of Tiandi Mountain apart." As soon as Ouyang Qingde's voice fell, Lingshu Xingzi vomited blood and flew back upside down. His body smashed the wall of the Linling Hall and rolled down the street of the Nine-Heaven Holy City. With just one move, the holy son of Lingshu was seriously injured and could not climb up from the ground. Lingshu Xingzi's supreme bronze ancient knife also fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. How could this happen? Ouyang Qingde unbelievably stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was the son of Lingshu and the top hero in the Middle-earth world. How could he lose so quickly? Aoki's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "This son's cultivation is not low. Let me meet him for a while." Why should Aoki Shensi take action? The lost face of our Lingshu holy soil should be found by the heirs of our Lingshu holy soil. Lingshu Shensi's body moved across to Ning Xiaochuan. Lingshu Shensi was dressed in a white robe, like a young and handsome white warlock. A pair of brown pupils and red hair were branded with a red origin in the middle of the eyebrows, giving people a feeling of incomparable monstrosity. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Lingshu Shensi and said, "Visionary Terrans?" "Yes, the son of God is from the illusionist people. Lingzi, the Emperor of Heaven, put down the 9 heavenly saints. You don't deserve her at all. Why should you persist in pursuing what you can't get?" Lingshu Shensi's pupils sent out a faint demon light, looking at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and wanted to affect Ning Xiaochuan's mind through magic power, so as to control Ning Xiaochuan. He did not know that Ning Xiaochuan had a 7-hole demon heart, and general magic could not affect Ning Xiaochuan's mind at all. Although Lingshu Shensi and Ning Xiaochuan were just looking at each other, they had begun a fierce confrontation. It's just that the place of the fight is not in the real world, but in the world formed by magic. At the top of the Linling Hall, a female disciple stood behind the Taihua immortal and said, "Master, Ning Xiaochuan really came. He is really a thief to his elder martial sister." Taihua immortal coldly said, "Ning Xiaochuan is, after all, the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. As a teacher, he also has some friendship with the leader of Tiandi Mountain. It's not easy to deal with him directly, so as not to make outsiders feel that as a teacher, he deceives the small. Lingshu Shensi is the first strong person of the young generation of Lingshu Holy Land, a talent that is difficult for thousands of years, and is also a member of the illusionist clan. With his hand, Ning Xiaochuan will surely retreat from difficulties. Taihua Immortal wholeheartedly wants to take the treasure land as the price to establish a relationship with the holy land of the Middle-earth world, so as to improve his status in the Jiutian Pavilion. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will never be allowed to sabotage her plan. However, she still underestimated Ning Xiaochuan, and Lingshu Shensi was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent at all. Only half an hour passed, Lingshu Shensi's mouth made a muffled sound, and his whole body trembled slightly. Then, he gave a scream and stepped back 7 steps in a row. Lingshu Shensi's face became extremely pale, and his mind was severely damaged. If he hadn't escaped in time, his mind might have been dealt with and broken into pieces. Even Lingshu Shensi was defeated? Those holy earth heirs in the Middle-earth world felt dazed. They knew better than anyone that Lingshu Shensi was powerful. How could they be defeated by a Lingzi in Tiandi Mountain? If Lingshu Xingzi's disastrous defeat, it can be said that he underestimated the enemy. However, Lingshu Shensi should not underestimate the enemy, should he? The heirs of each holy land became serious and no longer looked down on Ning Xiaochuan. It would be a disgrace if the heirs of all the holy lands in the Middle Earth were defeated by a spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. Aoki Shensi stood up and said, Emperor Lingzi, this Shensi admitted that you are indeed strong enough to be on an equal footing with us. However, if you want to take the 9-day saint away by robbery, I'm afraid you have died before you get out of the 9-day saint city. Why not compete with us fairly? Ning Xiaochuan said, in your eyes, what is fair competition? Aoki Shensi laughed and said, it's up to the 9th heaven saint to choose her own double monk. All of us must respect her choice. Is this fair? In Aoki's view, the 9-day saint will definitely not choose a spirit son of the Holy Land in exile, but will definitely choose the god son of the Holy Land in the Middle Earth world as a double monk. Aoki Holy Land is one of the most powerful holy lands in the Middle Earth world. Moreover, he visited the master of Jiu Dang Saint in advance and promised many benefits to the master of Jiu Dang Saint. If the 9-day saint makes a choice, he has a great chance to be selected. When he holds the beauty back, if Ning Xiaochuan is not satisfied, he will fight for the 9th heaven saint again. At that time, he had every reason to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, is that what you said? Aoki Shinko smiled knowingly as if he were holding the winning ticket. This Shinko has always been a talker. There is no need to choose. Ogawa and I have long been double monks. 9-day saint slightly raised her pointed chin, a pair of affectionate eyes, staring at Ning Xiaochuan without blinking, tightly holding Ning Xiaochuan's arm. Seeing this scene, all the Holy Earth descendants in the Middle Earth world were mad with anger. Aoki Shinko was still calm just now, but now his face was gloomy to the extreme, and he felt his face hot, as if he had been severely slapped. It turns out that the 9th heaven saint had an affair with the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain long ago. It's really hateful. The old lady of the Taihua immortal actually told the Son of God that the 9th heaven saint was still a virgin. Is this deliberately trying to make a fool of the Son of God? At the moment, Jioshu Shensi was also very angry. He hated not only Jiu Dang Saint and Ning Xiaochuan, but also Taihua immortal. Taihua immortal could no longer sit still. He immediately came out and stood above the Linlang Hall. Ning Xiaochuan, how dare you? If you have an old body here, you can't take the 9-day saint away. Tao Xingyuan rushed out of the body of Taihua immortal, turned into dozens of light pillars, and suppressed towards Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Dang Saint. Ning Xiaochuan, standing below, looked up and saw dozens of mountains pressing down on him. Today, add another chapter. Wow. Ning Xiaochuan immediately sacrificed half of the bronze ancient halberd and suspended it on his head to resist the light column of Taihua immortal with the power of the Supreme King's instrument. Taihua immortal was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan could resist the power of the immortal at all, so he increased his power by 30%. Just when Taihua immortal tried his best to suppress Ning Xiaochuan, 2 translucent figures came out of the void behind Taihua immortal silently. One of the figures, holding a piece of white cloth, sneaked from behind and covered the mouth and nose of Taihua immortal with white cloth. How could Taihua immortal expect someone to dare to attack her in Jiu Dang Holy City? When her mouth and nose were covered with white cloth, a rage erupted from her body, and her heart secretly said that there were people who dared to use this kind of dirty tricks to deal with this real person. Don't you know that after becoming a real person, she was already invincible? This is death. However, the Taihua real person was frightened to find that he was really caught. In front of her, there were many illusions that made her feel flushed, and her body was gradually out of her control. An unprecedented sense of emptiness was affecting her mind, and soon her brain became dizzy, as if it did not belong to her. Done. Qian Biluo loosened his hand covering the mouth and nose of Taihua human being. Before he could see what Taihua real person looked like, Gong Sunibai felt out a black cloth bag and put a set on Taihua real person's head. He carried the cloth bag on his back and immediately disappeared into the air. This change was beyond everyone's expectation, and even the heirs of each holy land were slightly dull for a moment. After a long time, people reacted. My God! A real person was kidnapped? You know, this is the holy city of Jiutian. It's not only brave, but also skilled that someone can abduct a supreme elder of Jiutian Pavilion here. Jiu Shensi thoughtfully said, they use the invisible secret technique of Yin and Yang saints. Once this technique is completed, they can easily enter and leave the Holy Land, and even the magic eyes of real people can't see their bodies. It is said that 2 outstanding successors of Yang religion have been born. Are they the 2? Aoki Shensi rode. Ouyang Qingda said, it's not right. Even if they are 2 outstanding heirs of Yang sect, they should abduct such beautiful women as the 9th heaven saint. How can they attack Taihua Immortal instead? Although Taihua Immortal's cultivation is very high, his appearance is really not flattering. Did they abduct the wrong people? Maybe. This generation of young missionaries like women with strong bodies. For them, their appearance is just a skin bag. Reasonable. Ning Xiaochuan was also a little stunned at the moment. Qian Biluo and Gong Sun Ibai actually drugged Taihua real person and captured Taihua real person with a cloth bag. Worthy of being an outstanding successor of Yang religion, even real people can win. Since Taihua Immortal was captured by the 2 of them, Ning Xiaochuan also decided to leave immediately. Where to go? Aoki Shensi saw that Ning Xiaochuan was going to take the 9-day saint away, so he intercepted it again. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly and said sarcastically, Aoki Shensi, didn't you say that you should respect the choice of the 9-day saint? The 9-day saint has made a choice. Can you make way for a person with so many words? Mentioning this, Aoki Shinko's heart was inflamed, and his face flushed with shame, saying, this Shinko is naturally a person with 9 words, but this Shinko suspects that the 9 heaven saint is controlled by you, so he will lose his reason and choose you as a double monk. Hearing Aoki Shensi's words, the heirs of each holy land also showed a look of enlightenment. The 9-day saint must have been controlled by him, otherwise it would be impossible to make such an irrational choice. Lingshu Shensi's mind is extremely strong, but he is still hard hit by him, which shows that he is indeed a master who is good at using mind attacks. It is absolutely not difficult for him to control the mind of the 9-day saint. Baozhu Dizong was very angry and said, you arrogant sons of heaven in the Middle Earth world are too self-righteous. If I choose you, it is normal for me to choose Ogawa, which is an irrational choice. They are all arrogant people. If any of you can defeat Ogawa, it's not too late to say that. Is it difficult to defeat Ning Xiaochuan? I can defeat him within 10 moves. 9-day saint, if I defeat Ning Xiaochuan, can you spend the night with me? Jiu Shensi stood up, his eyes with a sense of victory, and his body exuded an overwhelming momentum. He just let the 9-day saint accompany him for one night, but he didn't let the 9-day saint be his double monk. The reason why he said so is to severely humiliate Ning Xiaochuan and the 9-day saint. Baozhu Dizong was full of confidence in Ning Xiaochuan and said without thinking, yes. If you lose, you must kneel down and worship 3 times in the future to see the 2 of us, and then retreat 30,000 miles. Jiu Shensi's eyes shrunk and said, okay. Let's go to fight outside the city. Wow. The 9 ruins god stepped on the void, walked into a void door, and disappeared in the Linlang Hall. Ning Xiaochuan helped Baozhu Dizong break the seal, and the 2 took off at the same time, breaking through the top of the Linlang Hall and flying towards the Zima River outside the 9 heavenly saints city. Jiu Shensi had been waiting by the bank of Zima River, standing on the water, his body straight like a gun, emitting a sharp momentum. Later, the heirs of all the holy lands flew from the city and stood on the banks of the river, interested in witnessing the battle between the 2 Terrans. This incident has already alerted the senior management of Jiutian Pavilion. Some of them went to look for the kidnapped Taihua immortal, while others came to Zima River. The master of Jiutian Pavilion stood on the fairy island, looking at the direction of the Zimu River, very angry, with a chill on his face, and said, "It's a rare opportunity for Jiutian Pavilion for the messenger of heaven to come to Jiutian Pavilion. In such an important period, such a thing actually happened. Lin Lu, you stop the two of them from fighting and bring the Virgin of Jiutian back to the general pavilion." At this time a bright moon rose behind the Lord of Jiutian Pavilion, and countless spiritual smoke shuttled between the moon, giving people a very ethereal artistic conception. In the center of the bright moon, there stood a graceful woman with white skin and long hair swaying like catkins in the bright moon, with a cold voice. "The Lord of the Pavilion, the messenger of the heaven asked his disciples to tell you that she hoped the Lord of the Pavilion would not interfere in this matter, and let their younger generation solve their contradictions by themselves." What does the moon god, the messenger of heaven, mean? The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion was a little puzzled. How noble is the high messenger of heaven? How can he care about the struggle of several young talents? The woman standing between the bright moon said, "Tell the master, maybe her old man wants to take this to see what kind of genius the young generation of Tianshu mainland wants. Maybe someone will be directly selected into the God Palace and become the first generation of disciples of the God Palace." The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion nodded and felt justified, so he immediately called back the supreme elder named Lin Lu. Nowadays, there are many outstanding people in the world, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ning Xiaochuan is indeed a talent, but it is a pity to offend all the sacred lands in the Middle-earth world. The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion sighed and shook his head gently, not optimistic about Ning Xiaochuan. Jiu Shensi is a frontline strong man of the younger generation in the Middle-earth world, and the possibility of Ning Xiaochuan trying to defeat him is very small. The woman standing in the center of the bright moon also stared at the direction of the Zimu River. Her cold eyes were like ice stones that would not melt for 10,000 years, without any emotion. On the Zimu River, a war is imminent. Boom! Two powerful currents collided with each other, rushing up tens of feet high waves, as if to sweep down the clouds in the sky. Jiu Shensi stretched out a palm and held it towards the void, with bursts of spatial fluctuations in the palm. A towering mountain appeared in the palm of his hand out of thin air. As soon as his arm shook, the mountain hit Ning Xiaochuan. Shwa shwa. Ning Xiaochuan's body flew out 19 concrete magic swords, forming a sword stream, like a meteor, flying from the sky, crushing the mountain into pieces. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of illusory dragon wings. When his body moved, he flew to the body of Jiu Shensi, cut it down with a sword, and split the body of Jiu Shensi in two. However, the two halves of Jiu Shensi's body soon became transparent and disappeared into the air. That is not the real body of the Nine Ruins, God's Son, but a remnant left by the Nine Ruins, God's Son. When Ning Xiaochuan waved his sword and cut down, the Nine Ruins God's Son first stepped into the space and disappeared without a trace. Wow! Jiu Shensi came out of the void more than 30 feet away from Ning Xiaochuan, gently flicked his skirt, and said, "Shenlong's speed is indeed the fastest speed in the world, but this Shensi can easily shuttle through space, control space, you can't even touch the corner of this Shensi's clothes, and you still want to defeat this Shensi? Really?" Ning Xiaochuan scattered 36,000 pieces of ground product basalt, just like scattering a piece of stars, one by one suspended in the void within 100 miles. Based on the basalt, a large array is formed to give space. Jiu Shensi's face became gloomy and said, "Do you think you can stop this Shensi from jumping into space by using the array to fix the space?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "At least it can slow down your speed of jumping space." Wow! Ning Xiaochuan moved out again and cut the magic sword at the neck of the Nine Ruins God's Son. In a flash, the magic sword had reached the Nine Ruins, God's Son. Jiu Shensi opened the door of the void again, jumped into space, shuttled more than 10 feet away from Ning Xiaochuan, and avoided the fatal sword just now. However, this time he did not completely dodge the magic sword, leaving a shallow bloodstain on his neck. Before Jiu Shensi could stand firm, Ning Xiaochuan's second sword was waved and chopped again. Jiu Shensi had to jump into space again and escape immediately. This time, he was hurt by the magic sword again, his wrist was cut, and blood kept falling from his fingers. Jiu Shensi knew that if he went on like this, he would lose sooner or later. We must take the initiative to attack. Space Cube. Jiu Shensi's hands were held flat, centered on his palms, and the void on the left and right sides immediately solidified, forming 2 doors of space. The 2 doors of space are like 2 layers of water curtains suspended around his body, showing a translucent form. Then, in front of and behind the 9 ruins god's son, there were also 2 empty doors on his head and under his feet. The 6 void doors wrapped the 6 directions of his body, like a cube formed by a space door. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel the strong vitality fluctuation around the Jiu Shensi's body. With a push of his hands, he immediately beat out the 19 concrete magic swords, which turned into a rapid flying sword rain. Wow! 19 concrete magic swords hit the 9 ruins god's son in front of him, and he was directly sucked into the void door and disappeared in the void. Not good. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly, and he immediately spread out quickly and moved out sideways, to the right. Phew! 19 concrete magic swords rushed out from the position Ning Xiaochuan had just stood. If Ning Xiaochuan had been a little late just now, he would have been injured by his concrete magic sword and stabbed 19 blood holes in his body. The space magic cube is one of the 3 most powerful supernatural powers of the Jiu Holy Land. Except for the ancestor of the Jiu Holy Land, no one has ever successfully cultivated it. Jiu Shensi's savvy is so high that he has successfully cultivated the magic cube in space. In this way, he is really invincible. Any attack made by Ning Xiaochuan will be introduced into the door of space by him, and then react to Ning Xiaochuan. Jiu Shensi stood in the space cube, with a faint smile on his face. Ning Xiaochuan, can you break this Shensi space cube? The magic cube in space is indeed flawless. Once the actual battle comes out, it is like letting Jiu Shensi escape into another space. Any attack by Ning Xiaochuan can't hurt him. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, if you want to hold up 6 doors of emptiness at the same time and display the magic power of the space cube, it should consume a lot of your own strength. How long can you persist? Jiu Shensi's heart sank slightly. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan saw the weakness of the space cube at a glance. Yes, the magic cube of space, this move has no time to attack. However, it consumes the strength of monks very much, and even with the cultivation of the Son of God in Jiu, it can't last long. Jiu Shensi's expression was still very calm and said with a smile, at least I can persist until I defeat you. Jiu Shensi no longer wasted time, and immediately hit a space crack blade more than 10 meters long, cutting towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan showed his dragon and ran away quickly. He didn't fight head-on with Jiu Shensi at all. Jiu Shensi immediately crossed the space, caught up with Ning Xiaochuan, launched an attack again, and hit out a human talisman. Boom! The immortal talisman splits and releases countless flames, turning the whole space into a sea of fire. The vegetation within 100 li radius immediately turned into fly ash. The water in the Zimu River was boiling, bursting out fist-sized bubbles. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the sea of fire calmly, not afraid of the fire released by the immortal talisman. Aoki Shinko stared at the 2 people who were fighting, slightly frowned, and said, although the space magic cube of Jiu Shinko is powerful, it consumes quite a lot of energy. If he continues to consume it, he will surely be defeated by Ning Xiaochuan. Ouyang Qingda said, if the gods of the 9 ruins are defeated, the faces of all the holy lands in the Middle-earth world will be lost. Qua qua. Then let's help the god son of Jiu to beat Ning Xiaochuan like a dog. Aoki Shenxi's cold way. Ouyang Qingda said, however, this is the gambling fight between Jiu Shenxi and Ning Xiaochuan. If we join in, others will say that we deceive the less with more. How about bullying less with more? Before the two of them fought, they didn't say that outsiders can't help. In the cultivation world, there is never morality. Only the winner has the right to speak, and the loser should be despised. As long as the final winner is our monks in the Middle-earth world, I don't care what others will say. Aoki Shinko smiled coldly. Good. First defeat Ning Xiaochuan, and then we must give him a heavy lesson. Otherwise, the barbarians in northern Xinjiang dare to ride on top of the Tianjiao of our Middle-earth world. Ouyang Qingda also showed 2 rows of snow-white teeth, gave a tiger roar in his mouth, turned his arms into golden tiger claws, rushed behind Ning Xiaochuan, and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's back neck with one claw. You stop the dragon cub and the 9-day saint, and you can't let them help Ning Xiaochuan. Aoki Shenxi said a word to the heirs of the holy lands in the Middle-earth world, and then turned into a blue glow and flew to the top of the Zima River. Qingmu Shenxi's body grew a thousands of feet high Qingtian wood, as high as the sky, dozens of times larger than the mountains, like the linked earth and heaven. Each leaf is tens of meters long, emitting blue lights. As soon as the trunk shook, dozens of branches came alive, like dozens of wooden dragons, beating Ning Xiaochuan. Your talented heroes in the Middle-earth world are also shameless. Baozhu Dizong Road. A holy earth descendant of the Middle-earth world said faintly, before Jiu Shenxi and Ning Xiaochuan fought, he didn't say that outsiders can't intervene. Aoki Shenxi and Ouyang Child are friends of Jiu Shenxi. Since they are friends, why can't they help their friends deal with the enemy? Our young Tianjiao in the Middle-earth world knows how to help each other and how to unite. Is this also wrong? How shameless! Xiaohong was so angry that she turned into a scarlet shadow and flew to the top of the head of a descendant of the Middle-earth world, spitting out a god-extinguished dragon fire. Ah! The hair of the holy earthling of the Middle-earth world immediately burned, his mouth made a strange noise, rolled on the ground twice, and then jumped into the river with a pop. Since those holy earth heirs in the Middle-earth world don't speak the rules first, we'll also help Ning Xiaochuan. Baozhu Dizong Road. Xiaohong nodded. Those holy earth descendants of the Middle-earth world immediately surrounded and stopped Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong. One of the holy earth preachers said, "This is the battle between the god son of Jiu and Ning Xiaochuan. I hope you don't interfere." Baozhu Dizong said, "In this case, you also mean to say it?" In fact, those holy earth descendants in the Middle-earth world also feel a little bullied. After all, Jiu Shenxi, Aomu Shenxi, Ouyang Qingda, all of them are the top strength of the young generation, which is awe-inspiring to the Middle-earth. If the three work together, no one in the younger generation can be their opponent. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan will undoubtedly lose. But what about bullying? Offended Ouyang Qingda, Aomu Shenxi, Jiu Shenxi, do you still want to have good fruit to eat? If you dare to stop again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Baozhu Dizong's body exudes a cold air, and his eyes are full of murders. Those holy earth heirs in the Middle-earth world all showed a faint smile. In their view, the 9-day saint is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world, but her cultivation may not be very high. They instinctively regarded Baozhu Dizong as a weak woman with only beauty, and did not take her words to heart. Pooh! Baozhu Dizong's eyes were indifferent. With a wave of his arm, he cut off the head of a holy earth descendant with his hand as a knife, and a 3-meter-high blood column rushed out of his neck. Before those talented heroes in the Middle-earth had figured out what was going on, Lingzi of Yinzhong had fallen into a pool of blood and turned into a cold corpse. Yinzhong Lingzi was killed. Those holy earth heirs in the Middle Earth world suddenly woke up and stared at Baozhu Dizong in shock. Isn't she practicing Buddhism? Why did you kill someone without blinking your eyes? Baozhu Dizong was really irritated, knowing that killing the heirs of the Holy Land would bring strong enemies to her. However, she did not hesitate to kill Lingzi of Yinzhong, and then immediately flew up the river to help Ning Xiaochuan. After killing, I want to leave? The godson of the holy earth of the Yin tomb stopped the treasure trove, holding a bull-mouthed thick white bone in his hand, and the top of the white bone was a ferocious skull. With a wave of his arm, the white bone stick swept across Baozhu Dizong's waist, forcing Baozhu Dizong back to the bank. At this moment, Xiaohong is also surrounded by 3 holy earth heirs of the Middle Earth world. They used the talisman refined by the Supreme to suppress Xiaohong, so that she could not display the magic power of the dragon family. Ning Xiaochuan held the jade seal in one hand and called out the 3 earth veins under the ground, transforming them into 3 earth dragons, and at the same time fighting against the 9 ruins god's son and the greenwood god's son, Ouyang admitted. This is the so-called favored son of heaven in the Middle Earth world? It really opened my eyes. Ning Xiaochuan's face had a mocking expression. Seeing Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong besieged on the bank, his eyes became colder and colder. What really opened your eyes is still behind. Ouyang Qingda's bones made a paw-paw sound, and his body gradually expanded into a 5-meter tall man. In addition to his arms, his legs also grew golden hairs, which turned into 2 tiger legs. Bang! He pulled out a tiger's claw, tore up the earth's vein, and swooped down towards Ning Xiaochuan. Jiu Shensi also played a space shock wave, shattering the earth's veins. His fingers turned to the void, and a huge void crack immediately appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan, trying to swallow Ning Xiaochuan in. Bang! Aoki Shensi also broke the vein of the earth, and the ancient Qing Tian wood behind him swept towards Ning Xiaochuan, and every leaf turned into a war blade. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the 12-grade black chain and beat out half of the star halberd, the jade seal, and the 19 figurative magic swords, while resisting Ouyang Qingda, Almu Shensi, and Jiu Shensi, who rushed from 3 directions. Boom! Hundreds of meters wide Zimu River was cut off, and the earth was hit with potholes. Countless lightning shuttled through the sky, and a move of supernatural powers collided violently, making a huge sound like thunder. The master of Jiutian Pavilion stood on the fairy island and looked into the distance. He was surprised. How strong is Ning Xiaochuan? The 3 young Tianjiao, Jiu Shensi, Aoki Shensi, and Ouyang Qingda, together, can only draw with him. In addition to the talents of the younger generation, there are also some older strong people from the Middle Earth world who came to the holy city of 9 days. These old and strong men are hiding in the dark, watching the battle above the Zimu River. The elders of Qingmu Holy Soil and Jiushu Holy Soil were gloomy, and felt their faces were pale. Together with the second son of the Lord of the Fourth World, the top 3 of the young generation couldn't win the first spirit son of Tiandi Mountain. If this is spread out, where will the faces of Qingmu Holy Soil and Jiushu Holy Soil go? How can this boy be so strong? Such combat power, even if it is not much weaker than the real person in the first stage, is too rebellious. The Supreme Elder of Qingmu Holy Soil said angrily. Moreover, he is still the dragon emissary of Dozhan, and he has become so abnormal without integrating with the dragon cub. How powerful will he be if he integrates with the dragon cub? Lingshu Holy Land of the Taisheng Taoist priest. The Supreme Master of Jiushu Holy Land said, don't raise others' aspirations and destroy your own prestige. The son of Jiushu God also has an unnatural adventure, and has cultivated a divine skill. Once it is cast, it will crush Ning Xiaochuan. But the power of that divine skill is too great, and once it is cast, it will kill. The Supreme Elder of Aoki Holy Land said, Aoki Shensi also had an adventure. He once got a complete king's weapon. He was just afraid that some people with evil intentions would covet the king's weapon, so he didn't use the king's weapon. Wait and see. Who will compete with the king's weapon when it comes out? Another old man laughed and said, don't forget that Master Ouyang is the second son of the Lord of the Fourth World. How can he have no cards? Now let Ning Xiaochuan enjoy himself, and later he will know who is the real strong man of the younger generation. Ning Xiaochuan held the jade seal in one hand and turned it into a mountain-sized jade seal, which hit Ouyang Qingda's chest with a click. Ouyang Qingda broke a bone in his chest, spit out a mouthful of blood, and flew backward. In order to reduce the energy consumption, Jiu Shensi has already stopped playing the space magic cube. His hands made a seal, creating a whirlpool hundreds of meters in space. The center of the space vortex is his palm. The vortex expands, rotates faster, and spreads in all directions. Phew! The space vortex swept Ning Xiaochuan in, constantly pulling Ning Xiaochuan, making Ning Xiaochuan fly towards the palm of the Nine Ruins God Sun. See how you can escape from the palm of the Son of God? Nine Ruins God Sun hung in the void, palm down, face with a proud smile. Ning Xiaochuan called out half of the star halberd and hit it suddenly, just like a meteor flying out of Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Pooh! The palm of Jiu Shensi was punctured by the star halberd, leaving a bloody hole. Jiu Shensi's mouth made a muffled sound, his palm was aching, his blood was flowing, and half of his body was shaking. Wow! Under the control of Ning Xiaochuan, the star halberd flew out again and hit the god son of Jiu. Nine Ruins God Sun's eyes with a look of resentment, holding a bloody palm, immediately fled into the door of space to avoid the attack of star halberd. The star halberd hit the air and made a huge pit with a diameter of more than 200 meters on the ground, and the whole earth shook. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but Aoki Shinko attacked from behind, holding a blue sacred tree, waving in the void, shaking the whole space. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the demon fire to destroy the world and made a big fingerprint of fire. The blue divine tree suddenly burned. Aoki Shensi was shocked and immediately retreated. He called out the Mayan emerald bottle and put the demon fire into the bottle to prevent the flame from spreading further. What a powerful flame, comparable to the god of the dragon clan extinguishing the dragon fire. Although the demon fire of destroying the world was taken away, King Tianmu was still badly hit and was recovered by the god son of Qingmu. Ning Xiaochuan stood on top of the 12-grade black lotus, stared at the three people standing in three directions, and said, "Is that all you have?" Aoki was damaged. Aoki Shinko was very distressed and hated Ning Xiaochuan very much. He said in a deep voice, "The battle has just begun." Aoki Shensi poured his vitality into the Mayan jade bottle endlessly. Mayan emerald bottle immediately took off, becoming more than 30 feet high, rotating in the void, and countless flame lines emerged from the surface of the emerald bottle, forming a flame skeleton mark. A vast and terrifying force erupted from the jade bottle of Mayan. As soon as the bottle shook, more than a dozen mountains on the bank of the Zimu River were collapsed, making a huge sound of boom and turning to the ground. Supreme King Instrument. Ning Xiaochuan's face became solemn. Although Ning Xiaochuan also holds the Supreme King's instrument Xinglua halberd, the Xinglua halberd is damaged and can't even exert 30% of the power of the Supreme King's instrument. However, the jade bottle of Mayan offered by Aoki Shinko is a complete Supreme King's artifact. The broken supreme weapon is not a concept at all with the complete supreme weapon, and the power gap is too large. To tell you the truth, once the power of Mayan emerald bottle is aroused, even I can't control it. With one hit, you can kill you. Ning Xiaochuan, it's still too late for you to admit defeat. Aoki Shensi used all his strength to hold the jade bottle of Mayan. It was really hard for him to sacrifice the Supreme King's weapon with his cultivation, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Once the jade bottle of Mayan was knocked out, he could not control the powerful force at all. Will Ning Xiaochuan admit defeat? Of course not. Once you throw in the towel, isn't it just letting out the treasure trove? Even if you fight for your life, you have to fight. Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer Aoki's words at all, and stimulated the supreme power in his body, sending out dazzling black and white brilliance. With his body as the center, the whole world is divided into night and day. On the left side of his body, it was night, dark as ink, unable to see his fingers. On the right side of his body, it was day, completely shrouded in white brilliance. In the air, there were wisps of milky air. What magic power is this? The monks in the whole 9-day holy city were all stunned. They had never seen such a strange magic power that they could show night and day at the same time. This is not a magical power, but a kind of constitution, which is above the talent of 10,000 years and is too mysterious. In the general pavilion of Jiu Dang Pavilion, an ugly old woman stood under an ancient willow tree, looking into the distance, her eyes narrowed into a gap. A young woman stood behind the ugly old woman with a proud look in her eyes. I didn't expect that there were people in Tianshu continent who could cultivate their physique. It seems that it's not in vain to come to Tianshu continent this time. The ugly old woman said with a smile, 7 Princess, you have been growing up in heaven. You think all the strong people in the world are gathered in heaven, but how can you know how vast the outside world is? Outside the heaven, there are many old antiques living in seclusion, each of whom is a great person from all over the world. They usually hide in deep mountains and forests, wild and dangerous, and are not subject to the orders of the heaven. Once they encounter chaos in the world, they will climb out of the earth. Outside the heaven, there are many geniuses. Some of them are no weaker than the gods cultivated by the heaven. The arrogant woman said in a cold voice, genius who can cultivate physique is indeed rare. I'm going to recruit him now. No hurry, wait and see. The ugly old woman smiled faintly. The arrogant woman said, although he has cultivated his physique, he has not broken through the realm of real people after all. Mother-in-law, do you think he can defeat the 3 young Tianjiao in the Middle-earth world? If he dies under the other party's supreme king's instrument, it will be a great loss to the heaven and the divine palace. Wait and see, I want to see where his limit is. The ugly old woman said. On the Zimu River, Jioshu Shensi and Ouyang Qingda were also stunned by the power of the supreme king's instrument, and immediately retreated, afraid of being affected by the power of the supreme king's instrument. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the star halberd and put the supreme power in the body into the halberd. The star halberd immediately sent out a stinging star brilliance, and suddenly hit Aoki Shensi. You dare to fight, but you want to die. Aoki Shensi knocked out the Mayan jade bottle and collided with the star halberd. Boom! Although Xinglua halberd is only a disabled soldier, what Ning Xiaochuan mobilized is the supreme power. Black and white light wrapped Xinglua halberd, and unexpectedly blocked Mayan emerald bottle. Ning Xiaochuan and Aoki Shensi are under great pressure at the moment, and the slightest carelessness will lead to ash annihilation. Ouyang Qingda stood in the distance, his eyes emitting a strong sense of killing, and took out a palm-sized jade amulet. Now! While Ning Xiaochuan and Aoki Shensi were fighting hard, Ouyang Qingda beat out the jade amulet in his hand. This jade talisman was burned by the Lord of the Fourth World himself, and the 9 supreme powers are preserved on it. The 3 inferior forces are comparable to the full strength of the friars in the first realm of the real person. The 3 medium forces are comparable to the full strength of the monk in the second realm of the real person. The 3 higher forces are comparable to the full strength of the friars in the real third realm. In Ouyang Qingda's view, starting a medium force on the jade talisman and sending out the full force of the monk in the second realm of the real person is enough to crush Ning Xiaochuan into powder. Ning Xiaochuan, it's time for you to die. Ouyang Qingda activated a medium force on the supreme jade talisman. On the surface of the jade talisman, a huge flame fist flew from the sky and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan's back. Ning Xiaochuan is fighting with Aoki Shensi to resist the attack of Mayan Emerald Bottle. When Ouyang Qingde played the Supreme Jade Amulet, Ning Xiaochuan felt a strong momentum, flying from behind. That force definitely does not belong to Ouyang Qingde. It is 8 or 9 times stronger than Ouyang Qingde's all-out strike, which is beyond the power of ordinary real people. The force behind him completely enveloped Ning Xiaochuan, and he would be attacked in any direction. There are strong enemies in front and killing moves in the back. At the moment of crisis, Ning Xiaochuan didn't panic and rushed straight forward. Hit Aoki Shensi. When seeing Ouyang Qingde play the Supreme Jade Talisman, Aoki Shinko sneers. As long as he drags Ning Xiaochuan, the Supreme Jade Talisman will naturally kill Ning Xiaochuan. He did not expect that Ning Xiaochuan should fly to him. Damn, he wants to use my power to block the attack of the Supreme Jade Talisman for him. Aoki Shensi saw Ning Xiaochuan's intention and immediately stepped back. However, Ning Xiaochuan was much faster than him and soon caught up with him. At this moment, the huge flame fist bombarded down from the sky, just like a flame meteorite flying from the sky, with great momentum. If it fell to the ground, it would be enough to kill all the creatures hundreds of miles around. The huge flame fist fell on the top of Aoki Shensi and Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. Aoki Shensi was forced to beat out the Mayan jade bottle and guard himself under the jade bottle. Ning Xiaochuan also hit the star halberd and suspended it above his head to resist the attack of the fire fist. Boom! The huge flame fist hit the 2 Supreme King instruments, and was shattered by the power of Mayan Emerald Bottle and Xinglua halberd, turning into flames and fog. Under the action of that powerful impact, Aoki and Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground at the same time. How could Ning Xiaochuan miss such a good opportunity? With a move in his mind, the magic sword flew out of his blood hole and appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's palm. With a flash of his arm, he stabbed Aoki Shensi with a sword. Poof! The magic sword was inserted into Aoki's chest, and the tip of the sword came out of his back. Aoki Shensi's whole body froze, unbelievably staring at the bloody magic sword stabbed into his chest. You dare. Why dare I? Ning Xiaochuan's cold voice. I am the son of God of the holy soil of Qingmu. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of the holy soil of Qingmu, and you will surely die without a burial place. Aoki's mouth vomited blood while complaining. Really? I'll try to fight against the holy soil of Qingmu. Will I die without a burial place? Ning Xiaochuan didn't take Aoki's threatening words to heart at all. His eyes were extremely cold. He held the sword handle with both hands and nailed Aoki to the ground. A powerful sword chi rushed into Aoki Shensi's body. Aoki Shinko uttered a painful scream. Under the pressure of the sword, a blue wood aura rushed out of Aoki Shensi's body and turned into a Qing Tian wood. Take it from me. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly took away the Qing Tianmu in Aoki Shensi's body, turned it into a small blue tree, and suspended it in Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Qing Tian wood is the legendary divine wood, which is absolutely comparable to the treasure of the Supreme King. You dare to take my Qing Tianmu. King Mishenzi's eyes shed blood, his face was ferocious, and he stared at Ning Xiaochuan gnashing his teeth. How about taking away your Qing Tianmu? Just use your Qing Tianmu to upgrade my Qingmu Tianyi. Ning Xiaochuan received Qing Tianmu directly into the Heaven and Earth bracelet. Qing Tianmu is the supreme treasure for Qingmu Shensi. In the future, he may be able to help him become a secondary god with the power of Qing Tianmu. Such a treasure was taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. Before Ning Xiaochuan started, Aoki Shinko fainted with anger. Keeping Aoki Shinko is also a trouble, which must be eliminated. Ning Xiaochuan lifted the magic sword and cut Aoki's neck. Ning Xiaochuan, you are too brave. That's Aoki Shensi, and you dare to kill him? Jiu Shensi came out of the gate of void, punched the sword body and beat the sword away. Jiu Shensi picked up the Qingmu Shensi on the ground and ran away immediately. You all dare to kill me, why don't I dare to kill? Ning Xiaochuan launched the dragon and chased it up. Can you offend Qingmu holy soil and Jiu holy soil? Jiu Shensi kept jumping in the space, and each time his body flashed, he crossed hundreds of feet. What a joke! Can Tandi Mountain offend at will? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan, how great do you really think you are? The Son of God just hasn't used his real strength. Jiu Shensi suddenly stopped, and there were spatial turbulence around his body. Those spatial turbulence, like streams, converge into a long river of time and space. The Son of God will let you see the real magic. In the long river of time and space behind the 9 ruins God's Son, an old figure emerged. Although his body was bent and his hair was gray, he was riding on the 9 days with a great momentum. After that old figure appeared, the monks in the whole 9 days holy city felt a suppressed breath. That's the figure of the ruins God. The ancestor of the sacred land of the 9 ruins, a great secondary god, the ruins God. What the 9 ruins God's Son displays is divine skill, which can mobilize the strength of the ruins God. Everyone was stunned by the virtual shadow of the secondary god behind the son of Jiu God, and felt huge pressure. It was like the resurrection of a secondary god, coming out of the history books. Jiu Shensi can use his magic, but why can't Ning Xiaochuan use his magic? Ning Xiaochuan took out the bronze ancient knife taken from the holy son of Ling Xiu and raised his arm. Unexpectedly, there was also a divine force converging towards him, condensing a huge imperial shadow behind him. Groundbreaking knife. The ancient bronze knife waved and cut down, dragging out a long river of knife qi, as if to cut heaven and earth in half. He can also mobilize the power of the gods. That emperor shadow is the Emperor of Heaven? Jiu Shensi's heart was shocked, and he felt an overwhelming force coming to him, as if to blow him out. How can the divine power mobilized by the god son of Jiu be compared with the power of the Emperor of Heaven? Boom! The virtual shadow of the secondary god behind the 9 ruins God's Son only blocked the light of the knife for a moment, and was crushed by the knife gas, turned into wisps of divine power and dissipated in the heaven and earth. The space-time river condensed by the 9 ruins God's Son was also cut off by the powerful knife qi. Poof! 1/5 of the head of Jiu Shensi was cut off by knife gas, and even a large piece of the skull was cut off. Ah! Impossible! Impossible! Jiu Shensi covered his bloody head and still couldn't accept the fact of his defeat. From small to large, I have always been the first person in my generation. No matter how powerful an enemy I encounter, I have never been defeated. How can I fail if I have already cast my magic? There is no invincible person in the world? Ning Xiaochuan flew to the body of Jiu Shensi and clapped his hand on the head of Jiu Shensi. Bang! Jiu Shensi screamed and fell from the sky. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the 9 ruins God's Son who fell into the Zimu River and looked at his palm. There is a guard force hidden in his body. It's your life. Just now, when Ning Xiaochuan slapped on the head of Jiu Shensi, a bright glow rushed out of Jiu Shensi's body to block Ning Xiaochuan's fatal palm. Although he suffered heavy losses, he did not die. Ning Xiaochuan put away a green jade bottle floating on the water and held it in his hand. A bone-chilling cold rushed out of the jade bottle, covering Ning Xiaochuan's palm with a layer of white frost. Is this the Supreme King's artifact of Aoki Shinko? Ning Xiaochuan looked carefully at this strange-shaped bottle, which was branded with 5 ancient texts. Next to each ancient text, there was a skeleton mark, and I don't know what the meaning it represents. Is it a sign of a big man? Mayan jade bottle. Ning Xiaochuan read out the 5 ancient texts, and planned to put away the space first, and then study it slowly after going back. The seriously injured Aoki Shensi and Jioshu Shensi were saved by the monks of the two holy lands. The supreme elder of Qingmu holy soil flew from a distance and said in a deep voice, "Young generation, you've deceived people too much. Don't you hand over King Tianmu and Mayan emerald bottle?" Ning Xiaochuan felt the strong pressure from the other side, which was a real force, like a mountain standing in front of him, putting pressure on him. Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid, holding Mayan emerald bottle in one hand, and said, "Are your monks in the Middle Earth so unreasonable? Who is it that deceives people too much? The younger generation is not an opponent, and are you ready to fight the older generation?" All the monks in the Middle Earth world gathered around, including the real people of the older generation and the heirs of the younger generation. Ouyang Qingda was also standing among the group of monks. Just now, he saw that Aoki and Jioshu Shensi were seriously injured by Ning Xiaochuan, and he was afraid to fight with Ning Xiaochuan again, so he immediately retreated to the side of the older generation of strong men. Ning Xiaochuan's combat power is too strong, beyond everyone's expectation. Who dares to fight Ning Xiaochuan in the younger generation? The supreme elder of Aoki holy soil said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, you'd better hand over Aoki and Mayan emerald bottles, otherwise, wait to collect the bodies of the 9-day saint and the dragon cub. Bring them up." Two holy earth heirs brought up Xiaohong and Baozhu Dizong. A finger-thick iron rope passed through the left clavicle of Baozhu Dizong and tied her hands behind her. Her body was full of scars, and the wet blood dyed the white robe red. Xiaohong was also beaten back to her original shape, with 9 silver needles inserted into her body to seal her dragon-shaped body. Because it was inserted with 9 silver needles, it seemed very painful and trembled on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Xiaohong and Baozhu Dizong, and was extremely angry. He glanced at the monks in the Middle Earth world in front of him, and said sternly, "Who? Who is it?" The supreme elder of the holy land of Yinzhong said, "Young generation, are you very angry? To tell you the truth, the Virgin of Jiutian killed the spirit son of my holy land of Yinzhong, and I captured her to let her taste the sin. Killing pays for life, which is natural. Not to mention you, even if the Lord of Jiutian Pavilion comes, this is the reason." Ning Xiaochuan sneered, "Is there any reason for you?" The supreme elder of Aoki holy earth looked at Ning Xiaochuan like an idiot and said, "In the cultivation world, whoever has strong power is reasonable. Damn, even if it's killing people for their lives, it's our Jiutian Pavilion who should punish the disciples. When is it our turn for Yinzhong holy soil to teach me the saint of Jiutian Pavilion? A supreme elder of Yinzhong holy soil dares to be presumptuous in Jiutian holy city. If Jiutian Pavilion is really full of women, he is easy to bully?" The master of Jiutian Pavilion stood above the fairy island, angry, slapped down, and smashed a white stone platform in front of him. "Lin Lu, go and bring the saint back." The lord of Jiutian Pavilion took a deep breath and said coldly in his eyes, "Haha. Why should the pavilion lord be so angry? The spirit son of our Tomb holy earth was killed, just want a statement, and don't want to make the 9-day saint pay for her life." A tall and thin middle-aged man with big sleeves came floating, and his mouth gave out a gloomy laugh. His arrival blocked the real person Lin Lu, who was just going to the Zima River. The eyes of the lord of Jiutian Pavilion slightly coagulated, staring at the middle-aged man who came to Fairy Island. "Monk Luo, you came very quickly. Other masters of Yinzhong Holy Land have also come to Jiutian Holy City?" The mind of the lord of Jiutian Pavilion was released, and sure enough, he felt many powerful smells. This tall and thin middle-aged man is the leader of the Holy Land of Tomb, Monk Luo. Zhong Zhangjiao laughed, hearing that the heavenly messenger arrived at the 9-heaven holy city. Xiao immediately opened the Holy Earth Transmission Ancient Array, just to be able to visit the heavenly messenger before others. However, he didn't expect that such an unpleasant thing happened after coming to the 9-heaven holy city. The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion said coldly, Ma Xiao is just a supreme elder of the Holy Land of the Yin Tomb. I dare not deal with the saint of Jiutian Pavilion in the holy city of Jiutian. Is it you who ordered the capture of the saint of Jiutian? Yinzhong Zhang taught, Master, should the spirit son of our Yinzhong Holy Land die in vain? Are you going to let the 9-day saint bury the Lingzi of the Yin Tomb? Jiutian Pavilion Main Road. If the goddess of the 9th heaven does not die, where will our face go? Is there any way to gain a foothold in the Middle Earth world? This matter is your fault of the 9th heaven pavilion. Even if it comes to the Lord of the world, it is also our fault. Yin Zhong's palm taught a gloomy smile. The master of Jiutian Pavilion said, even if we want to punish the Virgin of Jiutian, it should be handled by our Jiutian Pavilion. Cabinet leader, why be angry? There may not be a solution for both sides of the matter. As long as the 9th heaven saint can marry the son of the holy earth of the Yin Tomb, she will naturally be regarded as the person of the holy earth of the Yin Tomb. In this way, the 9th heaven saint does not need to be executed, and the 9th heaven pavilion preserves her face. And it is naturally a happy thing for us to marry the 9th heaven saint. In this way, isn't everyone happy? Yin Zhongzhang teaches. After hearing this, the Lord of the 9 heaven pavilion also showed a meditative look and snorted coldly, just a soul child of the Yin Tomb, just like the 9 heaven saint in exchange for the talent that does not belong to the soul child of the Yin Tomb. Monk Luo, your calculation is really deep. Yinzhong sect smiled and said, the sect leaders of all the holy lands in the Middle Earth world will definitely come to the holy city of the 9th heaven soon to pay homage to the heavenly messenger. It's better to cherish peace in this matter. If you go to war because of this small matter, in case you annoy the heavenly messenger, it's not a good thing for our two families. Yin Tomb sect is putting pressure on the Lord of Jiutian Pavilion, telling her that the sect leaders of all the holy lands in the Middle Earth world will come to the holy city of Jiutian. How can you stop all the holy lands in the Middle Earth with a Jiutian Pavilion? The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion looked very cold and angry, but he had to think carefully for the whole Jiutian Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the monks in the Middle Earth world and said word by word, I say it again, let them go immediately. Young generation, it's useless even if you're fierce. You don't have any right to speak in front of absolutely powerful forces. The elder Taoist in the Holy Land of Jiuxiu. The elder of Aoki Holy Soil said, young generation, hand over Aoki and Mayan emerald bottle immediately, kneel on the ground and apologize to Aoki Shensi. If he forgives you, we Aoki Holy Soil can no longer investigate this matter. The supreme elder of the Holy Land of Yinzhong sneered, Ning Xiaochuan, rest assured that our Holy Land of Yinzhong will not kill the Virgin of Jiutian, but will marry her to the Holy Land of Yinzhong and become the woman of our Holy Land of Yinzhong. Ning Xiaochuan's ears were full of the voices of monks from the Holy Lands. In the blood orifices of the heart, a demon gradually condensed into shape, integrated into the blood, and circulated throughout the body. There seemed to be a voice inside him telling him, all creatures in the world are hypocritical, despicable, greedy, indifferent and selfish. Everything should be destroyed. The world must be destroyed. After destruction, it can be reborn and a new order and civilization can be established. These voices and demons are integrated into one, converging into a thought, and integrating into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes became different from before, with a sense of indifference, a sense of disappointment for all sentient beings, and a sense of disappointment for the world. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, all the monks in the Middle Earth world were slightly stunned. What are you staring at? Dare to be so rude in front of the Supreme Elder, kneel down for me. Yinzhong Shensi's body moved sideways and kicked Ning Xiaochuan's leg, trying to force Ning Xiaochuan to kneel. Pooh! Ning Xiaochuan's eyes didn't blink, his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws, stretched into Yinzhong Shensi's body, and pulled out a bloody heart directly. Yinzhong Shenzi looked at Ning Xiaochuan's heart and the blood skeleton on his chest. A wave of despair and fear came out of his eyes, and a ghost-like cry came out of his mouth, "My heart." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the supreme elder of the holy land of Yinzhong, and patted the face of Yinzhong Shenzi with his palm. Yinzhong Shenzi's body fell directly to the ground, and his eyes were staring straight at the sky. All the monks in the Middle Earth world were stunned. My God! Ning Xiaochuan dares to kill Yinzhong Shenzi. Is he crazy? Otherwise, how dare he do such a treacherous thing? Possessed, he must be possessed. He has become a bloodthirsty demon. I will get rid of him for the Tiandi Mountain sect, so as not to make him a disaster. The Supreme Elder of Qingmu Holy Soil exudes the power of a real person in his body and spits out a real yuan in his mouth. Jin Yuan condensed into a flying sword, and cut off towards Ning Xiaochuan. Roar! Suddenly, a blood-red light full of evil spirit came from the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. That piece of blood light shattered the flying sword into wisps of blood mist. Ning Xiaochuan's body is so strong. The earth on the ground turns blood red. What happened? Everyone retreated one after another, retreating far away, afraid of getting evil. Only the supreme elders of each holy land didn't retreat, because they were all real people, and they even survived the thunder robbery. What's so terrible? A moment later, they felt a force that made real people palpitate, coming out of the blood-red light. Dada! Ning Xiaochuan came out of the blood light, wearing a bloody battle suit and holding a red magic sword, which was like Shura coming out of hell. Every step, the earth moves and the mountains shake. Although it is only a blood coat, it weighs tens of thousands of kilograms and has been contaminated with the blood of God countless times. The blood coat on his body. There is a problem. How can there be a secondary God's power? The Supreme Elder of Aoki Holy Soil stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who came step by step, and his heart was filled with fear. Naturally, his face would not show it, and he said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, where do you come from? Dead people have no right to ask questions." Ning Xiaochuan's body rushed up with a bloody on and cut down with a sword. The Supreme Elder of Qingmu Holy Soil felt a huge force, pressed down from the top of his head, and made a crackling sound in his body. A silver ancient wood grew out of his spine, turned into a towering tree, and wrapped him in the center. Wow! Dash! The silver ancient wood was split by the magic sword in an instant. The magic sword cut off the eyebrow of the Supreme Elder of Qingmu Holy Soil, breaking his real body into two parts. The two bloody bodies flew to the left and right. Ning Xiaochuan still stood there steadily, and his blood clothes were even more red. The Supreme Elder of Aoki Holy Soil was actually killed by his sword. How could he suddenly become so powerful? The monks in the Middle Earth world felt cold all over and their hands and feet were cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Not to mention the younger generation of heirs, even the older generation of real people felt their vests chilly and wanted to turn around and run away immediately. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan's magic sword was cut out again, and another Supreme Elder of the Holy Land was killed under the sword, and his heart was pierced by the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on his body and directly crushed it to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan, you have been evil into your body and become an evil person. The Supreme Elder of the Holy Earth of the Yin Tomb stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan, holding a supreme weapon like a bead. Seeing the killing intention in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, his wrist was shaking violently. The eyes of the Supreme Elder of the Holy Soil of the Yin Tomb slightly stared at the direction behind Ning Xiaochuan, and saw the Supreme Elder of the Holy Soil of the Nine Ruins walk out of the void, slowly approaching Ning Xiaochuan from the direction behind Ning Xiaochuan. That's great. He should try to contain Ning Xiaochuan's attention. As long as the Supreme Elder of the Holy Land of the Nine Ruins succeeds in the sneak attack, he will no longer be afraid of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, the battle clothes on your body are stained with the blood of the secondary god. You can't bear it at all. Don't take it off immediately. The supreme elder of the Holy Land of the Yin tomb snapped. Ning Xiaochuan didn't say a word, took a step forward, raised his arm, and waved a sword at the supreme elder of the Holy Land of the Yin tomb. At the moment when he raised his sword, the supreme elder of the Holy Land of the Nine Ruins gave a loud shout and slapped Ning Xiaochuan's vest. On the old face of the supreme elder in the Holy Land of Yin tomb, a proud smile appeared. Young generation, you are too young. Before the words of the supreme elder of the holy soil of Yin tomb were finished, he heard the scream of the supreme elder of the holy soil of Jiu. Ask for a monthly ticket. The supreme elder of the Holy Land of the Nine Ruins was supposed to sneak attack Ning Xiaochuan from behind. However, when his palm touched the blood coat, his whole body was like an electric shock. A terrible evil spirit invaded the body through the palm of the hand. In an instant, his arm turned blood red and was still spreading to his shoulders and chest. That evil spirit soon turned his whole body into blood red, and even his hair stood up and turned into blood-colored hair. Blood vessels protrude from the surface of the skin, like vines growing in flesh and blood, which is extremely ferocious and terrifying. After seeing his appearance in the river, the elder of Jiu Holy Land screamed. Even after Shiji demon touched the blood coat, she was also seriously injured by the evil attack, not to mention a supreme elder of the Holy Land of the Nine Ruins. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan slapped on the head of the supreme elder in the Holy Land of Jiu, and the head of the supreme elder immediately fell to the ground with his bones shattered. In just a short time, 3 supreme elders of the Holy Land were killed, and 3 real people died miserably. Moreover, they all died at the hands of a young generation. This kind of impact is too strong for many people to accept this fact. The supreme elder of the holy soil of Yin tomb was still laughing proudly, but when he saw the supreme elder of the holy soil of Jiu falling in a pool of blood, he couldn't laugh anymore. Escape. There was only such an idea in the mind of the supreme elder of the Holy Land of Yin tomb. However, he just turned around and found Ning Xiaochuan standing behind him, blocking his way. The supreme elder of the Holy Land of Yin tomb felt a chill and said, Ning Xiaochuan, I will release people now, release people now. Don't you think it's too late to say that now? Ning Xiaochuan punched out. A bloody glow rushed out with Ning Xiaochuan's fist. The supreme elder of the Holy Land of Yinzhong, who had no resistance, was beaten through by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's fist came out of his back. A real person died miserably. Fairy Island of Jiutian Holy City. The leader of Yinzhong Holy Earth stared at the Jiutian Pavilion Master who was stopped in front of him, and said angrily, Jiutian Pavilion Master, that human junior has been possessed. Can't you see that if you don't stop him, how many monks in the Middle Earth world will die in his hands? When the first Supreme Elder was killed, the leader of Yinzhong Holy Earth wanted to suppress Ning Xiaochuan and prevent Ning Xiaochuan from killing monks in the Middle Earth world. However, the Lord of Jiutian Pavilion stopped him. Therefore, the Yin Tomb sect watched the god son of the Yin Tomb Holy Earth and a Supreme Elder die in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan, and was extremely crazy. Shenzi and Lingzi were killed at the same time, and even the Supreme Elder at the human level fell down. How many resources can virtual shadow cultivate a real person? A Tianjiao? For a holy land, it is simply a heavy loss. Today is definitely a nightmare for the Holy Land of Yin Tomb. The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion was previously threatened by Yinzhong sect, and was already very unhappy. If Ning Xiaochuan is really suppressed by the monks of the Middle Earth world, she may also be under pressure to compromise with the holy lands of the Middle Earth world. However, Ning Xiaochuan repeatedly created surprises, and the Vietnam War became stronger, killing those madmen in the Middle Earth world. The 9 days Pavilion Master's heart is naturally very happy. How can he put in Zhong to suppress Ning Xiaochuan? The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion said softly, Ning Xiaochuan, is just a junior in northern Xinjiang. So many strong people in the Middle Earth world are in Zima River, and it is not difficult to suppress him. Just now, 2 more supreme elders died miserably under Ning Xiaochuan's sword and became ghosts. Ning Xiaochuan is crazy, crazy, run away. Ouyang Qingda was scared and shivered all over. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's appearance, he felt cold all over and his calf cramped. Those monks in the Middle Earth world, whether they are the Tianjiao of the younger generation or the real people of the older generation, are simply like a group of desperate lambs, fleeing in all directions to avoid Ning Xiaochuan's pursuit. Yinzhong Palm sect clenched its teeth and said, Lord Jiutian Pavilion, can't you see that Ning Xiaochuan's blood coat is very strange, and it's definitely the second god's robe? How can the supreme elder of each holy land be his opponent? Suddenly, Yinzhong Palm sect realized and said, I see. You are deliberately delaying this real person and deliberately letting Ning Xiaochuan kill. Is this to let him kill all the monks in the Middle Earth? In Jiutian Holy City, the occurrence of such a tragic bloody case must shake all the holy lands in the Middle Earth world. At that time, the Mainland Immortal Association will investigate it. Can you afford that responsibility, Lord of Jiutian Pavilion? The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion didn't take the threat of Yinzhong Palm sect to heart, and said faintly, Do you think this is what the Lord of this pavilion means? To tell you the truth, this is what the messenger of heaven means. The messenger has already ordered us not to intervene in the battle on the Zima River. What? What does the angel of heaven mean? Yinzhong Zhangjiao was slightly stunned. The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion said, If you don't believe it, you can go to the messenger to verify it face to face. There is no need for people at the level of Lord Jiutian to cheat him with such a lie. How dare Yinzhong Zhang sect challenge the messenger of heaven face to face? A real person, who is a great strong man in Tianshu continent, stands at the top of the pyramid. However, in the view of the messenger of heaven, the life of a real person is far less important than that of a genius. Wow! In the holy city of 9 days, a holy earth ancient array rotates and emits dazzling white light. After the white light disappeared, more than a dozen powerful monks in green robes crossed the space and appeared in the center of the transmission array. Just after arriving at Jiutian Holy City, the leader of Aoki Holy Earth saw a young man in blood flying over the ancient city and stabbing a real person of Lingshu Holy Earth to death. The blood of real people, falling from the sky, is like a blood-red rain. Aoki Palm sect felt the evil spirit on Ning Xiaochuan, his eyes sank, and his mouth burst. Bold madman, dare to commit murder in the 9-heaven holy city, it's really presumptuous. Aoki Zhangjiao stretched out an arm and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan in the air. On the ground, a bucket-thick vine immediately grew, rushed into the void, and entangled Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm and chopped his sword at the vine. Bang! The vine is not like vegetation, but like cast from dark iron. The magic sword cut on the vine, but it didn't cut off the vine, but cut a small mouth 3 inches deep. Evil. Do you still want to resist? Donghai Lingting is an ancient god plant. Can you cut it off? With a pull of Aoki Palm's arm, he wanted to forcibly pull Ning Xiaochuan down from the sky. Suddenly, Aoki Palm sect's face changed slightly, and it was found that Donghai Lingting was eroded by a terrible evil spirit and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What evil spirit? Unexpectedly, even Donghai Lingting can't stop it. Aoki Palm sect was extremely decisive and immediately cut off the East China Sea Lingting with a sword to prevent evil gases from invading the roots of Lingting. After Donghai Lingting was cut off, it immediately returned to the body of Aoki Palm sect. Boom! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan's arms earned, the withered spirit vine wrapped around him immediately broke into more than 10 pieces. Ning Xiaochuan can feel a strong breath in Aoki Palm sect. Those monks standing beside Aoki Palm sect are also strong. It seems that the real strong in the Middle-earth world have also come to the holy city of 9 days. Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew out of the holy city of 9 days and fell on the bank of the Zimu River. He rolled up the treasure beads, Dizong and Xiaohong with his vitality, and fled to the north. Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong can't be stained with the evil spirit on the blood coat, so Ning Xiaochuan just wrapped them with vitality and took them flying with vitality. He knew that the reason why he was able to kill real people was because he borrowed the blood coat of the secondary god. His true cultivation is still the 9th weight of heaven and man. The leaders of the holy lands in the Middle-earth world will surely come to the holy city of Jiutian one after another. He killed so many monks in the Middle-earth world. How can those holy lands in the Middle-earth let him go? Jiutian holy city can't stay any longer. We must escape with Baozhu, Dizong, and Xiaohong. Only escape to the north. Only in the great wilderness of Xinjiang can we have a chance to live. Ning Xiaochuan did not regret killing those monks in the Middle-earth world. If he was allowed to choose again, he would still kill them. Young generation, kill so many strong people in the Middle-earth world, and escape? An old man with an iron crown, riding a colorful deer, flew in the clouds, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's way. The old man's long white hair fell to the ground, holding a copper ruler in his hand, which looked like a fairy. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped and said coldly, "Old man, get out of the way." The old man with white hair smiled and said, "Oh, my little friend, your courage is not small. No one has dared to speak like this in front of me for many years." Aoki Palm Sect caught up with him and said, "Old immortal, the blood coat on this sun is very strange and extremely evil. It's absolutely impossible to touch it. It's best not to let him close." The old man with white hair fixed his eyes on Ning Xiaochuan's blood clothes, his face became solemn, gently nodded, and said, "It's really strange. Why does it have a smell of returning to the ruins? Is it the murderer brought out from the ruins?" The copper ruler in the hand of the old man with white hair flew out and was inserted into the ground, turning into a 10,000-foot heavenly column, just like a sea god needle. All of a sudden, the whole void was imprisoned. Ning Xiaochuan was wearing the second god's blood clothes, and his strength was already very strong, but he felt like he was inlaid in iron stone, and he couldn't even move his fingers. This old man riding a deer is so powerful. When facing the supreme elders of each holy land, Ning Xiaochuan can kill them with one move. However, after meeting the old man riding a deer, Ning Xiaochuan finally felt that his strength was not enough. The cultivation is still too low. If my cultivation breaks through to the human realm and can display the true Yuan, I can play the power of the secondary god's blood coat more strongly. Even the bronze ruler of the old man riding the deer can't hold me. Ning Xiaochuan was very unwilling, and used his whole body strength to earn fiercely in the space. Boom! The copper ruler standing on the ground shook for a while. The old man riding the deer was slightly surprised, and immediately hit a column of light on the top of the copper ruler, which sank more than 100 meters to the ground, buried deeper and nailed more stably. If there is a strange person who is proficient in astronomy and geography here, he will be surprised to find that the copper ruler not only fixes the space, but also locks the earth vein under the earth, and the earth's gas stops flowing. Heaven and earth are fixed. Yinzhong sect and Jiutian pavilion master also rushed over, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Jiutian saint and Xiaohong, who were set in the void. "Lord Jiutian pavilion, should you give me an explanation? Why did such a fierce evil person appear in the Jiutian holy city? Why didn't you stop the murder in time?" Aoki Palm teaches a very angry way. Aoki Xingtu, the first person of the younger generation, was beaten to half his life. A real person of Aoki Holy Land died miserably by the bank of Zimu River. All this happened in the holy city of 9 days. How can Aoki Palm sect not be angry? The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion sneered, "The evil man in your mouth is just a young generation in northern Xinjiang. So many strong people in the Middle-earth world besieged a young generation, but they were tortured and killed. It can only be said that your monks in the Middle-earth world are incompetent. Aoki Zhang Jiao's eyes sank, and he said sternly, "Young people? Can young people have such strong combat power?" If the old man hadn't restrained him with a fixed mountain ruler, I'm afraid even if I shot, I might not be able to catch him. The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion said, "He is the spirit son of Tiandi Mountain, whose name is Ning Xiaochuan. He is the Tianjiao of the young generation. If you don't believe it, you can go and check it." The Lord of Jiutian Pavilion glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and sighed in his heart. This young man is indeed a rare hero. Unfortunately, he offended all the holy lands in the Middle-earth world, and it is impossible for the holy lands to spare his life. In half a day, the leaders of other holy lands also rushed to the 9 Heaven Holy City through the transmission array. The 9 Ruins Palm Sect, Lingshu Palm Sect, and the other 6 Holy Earth Palm Sects all had monks die at the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. They are most angry, and they are going to make Ning Xiaochuan pay for his life. From the mouths of those disciples who survived, they already knew the whole process of the whole event. Although they knew that it was the friars in the Middle-earth world who were unjustified, so what? In the cultivation world, power is truth. Ning Xiaochuan must be executed before people come from Tiandi Mountain. Lingshu Zhangjiao's face was gloomy, and his eyes had some deep meaning. Not only because Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Holy Land have blood feuds, but also because Ning Xiaochuan's talent is too high. It's already so rebellious, before breaking through the real world. Who else is his opponent in the future? The ancestor of Tiandi Mountain Qishuan Taoist is not dead, and the imperial concubine is born again. If Ning Xiaochuan grows up again, which holy land can compete with Tiandi Mountain in the future? Wouldn't the Middle Earth be occupied by the outsider Tiandi Mountain? Yin Zhongzhang taught, "Yes, we will put Ning Xiaochuan to death now, even if it is too late for the people of Tiandi Mountain to rush to Jiutian Holy City. All of our holy lands work together to put pressure on Tiandi Mountain, and the Lord of the Fourth World is behind it. No matter how angry Tiandi Mountain is, it can only accept this fact." After discussion, the leaders of the 10 holy lands finally reached an agreement. Aoki Palm Sect stood over the holy city of 9 days, announcing Ning Xiaochuan's evil deeds, and its voice rang through the whole ancient city. The demon clan declared war on the Terran, the whole north. Xinjiang lies thousands of miles away, human civilization is fragmented, and countless heroes become sacrifices on the white bone altar, which is the time for our Terrans to unite against the demon clan. However, a heartbreaking thing happened. Ning Xiaochuan, a disciple of Tiandi Mountain, is bloodthirsty. He fell into the devil's way and slaughtered his fellow Terrans. He slaughtered 8 people, just as a real person. For the Terrans, it is simply a huge loss. We can't tolerate such evil people who indiscriminately kill innocent people regardless of the overall situation. One word, kill. Most of the female disciples of Jiutian Pavilion knew the truth of the matter, understood why Ning Xiaochuan had to fight back, and were very sympathetic to the experience of Ning Xiaochuan and Jiutian Saint. After hearing the words of Aoki Palm Sect, many people showed disdain. As a Holy Earth Palm Sect, it's really thick-skinned to say such shameless words. It said that it's for the great righteousness of the human race. When the major human civilizations in northern Xinjiang were attacked by the monster army, I didn't see the holy land of the Middle Earth world come to help. Tang Shuyao stood in the holy city of 9 days, staring at Aoki Palm Sect. "It's shameless. Miss, don't do anything stupid. Ning Xiaochuan offends the top 10 sacred lands in the Middle Earth world. If you go to fight for him at this time, you will not only save him, but also put the whole Tang clan into a desperate situation." An old man stood beside Tang Shuyao, always on guard against Tang Shuyao, in case she did something irrational. Another elder of the Tang clan said, "Even the leader of the Jiutian Pavilion cannot reverse the general trend, and can only remain silent in front of the leader of the top 10 holy lands. Our Tang clan has lost its former glory, and we must bear it. Today, Ning Xiaochuan is certain to die, and no one can save him. Tang Shuyao tightly squeezed his hands and tried to restrain himself. For the sake of the Tang people, he must restrain himself. In front of the general situation, even the leader of the Holy Land must bow his head, not to mention her. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the void and laughed loudly. If you want to kill me, I don't complain. I have only one condition: don't hurt them. His eyes fixed on the 9-day saint and Little Red. Before those other holy earth palm sects opened their mouths, the Lord of Jiu Dang Pavilion took a step forward and said, "My pavilion lord will help you save their lives." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Lord of Jiu Dang Pavilion deeply, and knew in his heart that it was not easy for the Lord of Jiu Dang Pavilion to do this step. He said, "Thank you." The leader of the 10 Holy Lands originally didn't want to let go of Xiaohong and Baozhu Dizong. However, since the Lord of Jiu Dang Pavilion has spoken, they can't offend Jiu Dang Pavilion too much, so they put aside the lives of Baozhu Dizong and Xiaohong for the time being. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan was set in the void, and the 10 Holy Earth Palm teachers were ready to fight together to kill Ning Xiaochuan in the simplest way. The white-haired old man riding on the colorful deer sighed gently, felt sorry, and said, "Although this son is fond of killing, after all, his talent is extraordinary. If he can go back to the right way, he may be able to help the Terran fight against the attack of the demon and beast army in the future. Old immortal, you don't have to intercede for him. You can't tolerate this kind of black sheep. If you don't kill him now, it will only become a curse and a cancer of the human race in the future." The doctrine of Aoki Palm is the word of truth. The 10 Holy Earth Palm religions gathered their magic powers and attacked Ning Xiaochuan, who was fixed on the sky. I didn't expect to die in the battle with monsters, but in the hands of the predecessors of the Terran. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and felt an unprecedented disappointment. Shwa. Suddenly, a ghostly figure flew across the sky and fell in front of Ning Xiaochuan. He is both human and ghost-like, with white hair and a body as thin as bone, and his mouth emits a zhuzh of laughter. With his mouth open, he swallowed all the magic powers played by the 10 Holy Earth Palm teachings into his stomach. After swallowing the magic power into his mouth, his body immediately turned red, like a red iron block, making a crackling sound. After a long time, those magical powers were refined by him and transformed into vitality again. Hey, hey! Is this the only cultivation of Holy Earth Palm sect? The demon gently wiped his lips and smiled ferociously. Although the 10 Holy Earth Palm teachings only hit at random, the power of that level is also terrible enough, and few people can resist it. What's more, swallow the magic powers of the 10 Holy Earth Palm sect into your stomach. The 10 Holy Earth Palm sect were all slightly stunned, staring at the old ghost standing in the void, showing a look like a great enemy. Aoki Palm sect shouted, "Who demon dares to make trouble in Jiu Dang Holy City?" The demon showed 2 rows of yellow teeth, stared at Aoki Palm and said, "Boy, step back, there's no place for you to talk." What is the identity of Aoki Palm sect? Someone dares to look down on him like this. Arrogance. With a wave of Aoki Palm's arm, tens of thousands of golden leaves condensed in the air. The leaves emit golden awns, which are sharper than the blades. The arm shook, and the golden leaves were like a golden rain of knives, rushing towards the old ghost. The heart of the demon rushed out of the dazzling blood light, and the heart was like a magic drum, emitting a dong-dong magic sound. Those golden leaves immediately stood still in the void, unable to get close to the demon's body. Qingmu Palm taught Ling Hum, spit out a mouthful of Jinyuan, and those golden leaves immediately condensed together, condensed into a golden treasure tree, and scattered countless golden light and rain. The demon laughed and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, the demon had stood in front of Aoki Palm sect, slapped it out, and beat Aoki Palm sect upside down hundreds of miles away. Aoki Palm taught him to stabilize his body, covered his aching chest, and his eyes showed some dignity. Demon. Isn't he accepted by the ugly mother-in-law? How can he appear here? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the old and thin figure, with countless questions in his heart. Jia. Ning Xiaochuan, we meet again. The demon laughed. How could it be you? Ning Xiaochuan asked. If it weren't for me, wouldn't you have been killed? Demonic way. Aware of the power of the heart demon, the 10 Holy Earth Palm sect immediately stood in 10 directions, each holding up a powerful supreme weapon to block the 10 sides of heaven and earth. The little devil really knows the old devil. Let's fight together and kill them all. Jiu sect. The demon stared at the 10 powerful figures standing in 10 directions, and said with a smile, I'm the waiter of the messenger of heaven. Who do you say is the old demon? Full of nonsense, how can there be a devil like you in Tianting? Aoki Palm teaches deep voice. The leader of Jiutian Pavilion didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan actually knew the people of Tianting. This boy's fate is not small, and he is envied by people of Tianting. At this time, she must stand up and warn the leaders of the 10 holy lands, so as not to annoy the heavenly messenger. The lord of Jiutian Pavilion personally verified the identity of the solid demon and said, this old man is indeed the waiter, beside the messenger of heaven. Everyone, don't put away the weapon immediately. Is this going to war with heaven? Waiter of the heavenly messenger? Hearing the news, the leader of the 10 holy lands changed his face greatly, immediately put away the soldiers and waited for the arrival of the heavenly messenger. Ning Xiaochuan actually knows people in Tianting. These troubles are big. The hearts of all saints have an ominous premonition. It is almost impossible to kill Ning Xiaochuan again with the protection of the heavenly messenger. The old immortal riding the colorful deer immediately took back the Dingshan ruler. Boom! The copper pillar, which was originally 10,000 feet high, immediately turned into a copper ruler and flew back to the hands of the old immortal. This is an ancient divine weapon, which has been passed down from the time of the gods. At least it is a treasure of the Supreme Emperor level. It is a divine object used by ancient ancestors to measure the continent, set mountains and rivers, and lock earth veins. After the Dingshan Qi was taken away, Ning Xiaochuan immediately restored his ability to move freely. The ugly mother-in-law and the 7th princess of heaven came out of the 9 heaven holy city. Where they passed, all the monks knelt down and saluted them, afraid to look up and look directly at them. Qingmu Holy Earth Palm Sect, Xiongli, meet the messenger of heaven. Aoki Palm teaches to bow down to the ugly mother-in-law. Intum Holy Earth Palm Sect, Monk Luo, meet the messenger of heaven. Intum Sect also saluted. Everyone can feel the powerful power fluctuation of the ugly mother-in-law. It is not the power of a real person, but the power of surpassing a real person. Tianting is the master of the whole Dian world, let alone the leader of the Holy Land. Even the 5 world masters should obey the orders of Tianting. The masters of all holy lands saluted the ugly mother-in-law one after another. The ugly mother-in-law did not look at them, and walked to Ning Xiaochuan's body. An old face was slowly raised, and her voice was hoarse. Ning Xiaochuan, would you like to become a disciple of the god's palace? Not far away, the 10 saints raised their heads, with a little different color in their eyes, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. When Ning Xiaochuan saw the demon, he had guessed that the messenger of heaven was probably the ugly mother-in-law, so he was not surprised. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer, the ugly mother-in-law said, is the blood coat of the secondary god on your body the robe of the purple and gold emperor? Unfortunately, the blood coat is stuck with the evil force from Guishu, which is affecting your mind and leading you to an evil road. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold, glancing at the palm sect of the 10 holy lands standing in the distance, and said faintly, in troubled times, is there a difference between the right way and the evil way? The ugly mother-in-law coughed twice and said with a smile, "As long as you can stick to your original heart, there is no difference between the right way and the evil way. I'm afraid your heart will also be swallowed up by evil forces and lost in the abyss of evil." Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a long time and said, "My mother-in-law's kindness is appreciated by my younger generation. My heart has always belonged to me, and no one can let me get lost." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan resolutely left, took Xiaohong and the 9-day saint, and left the 9-day holy city. The 7th princess of heaven stood beside the ugly mother-in-law, frowned, and said unhappily, "This boy is too arrogant." Her mother-in-law personally invited him to join the divine reserve palace. What a privilege! He left without looking back. The ugly mother-in-law smiled, shook her head gently, and said, "Let him go. The killing thoughts in his heart are not stopped. The evil spirit has been integrated into his blood. Give him a little time, and I believe he can come out of the demon realm. If it is really the evil force in Guishu that invades his body, with his current cultivation, can he really get out of the demon realm?" Princess Tianting 7 has also heard of Guishu. Even on the ancient books of Tianting, it is also an ancient forbidden area. The ugly mother-in-law said meaningfully, "Don't worry about him. Someone will help him. Besides, this son has a lot of roots with me. With my understanding of him, his mind is very firm." At night, a secret room in the 9-day holy city. Arrays are arranged outside the Chamber of Secrets. Aoki Zhangjiao sat on a large stone chair, twisting his white beard with a sharp light in his eyes, and said, "I really didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's back was backed by people from heaven. If you let him lead this time, there will be endless future troubles." The shadow of the 9 ruins palm sect was reflected on the cold wall, only the size of a palm, as if standing outside a distant void. His voice was extremely ethereal. It is said that when he was in North Xinjiang, there was a phoenix sheltering him, so as a teenager without identity background, he can grow up in the dangerous north. Now it seems that the reason why he knows the people in heaven is probably related to that phoenix. Otherwise, how can he, a hairy boy who came out of the wilderness, know the big man in heaven? The shadow of Yinzhong palm sect was also reflected on the wall, and he said coldly, "That boy unexpectedly refused to join the God Reserve Palace, obviously because he has a grudge against us, and his killing thoughts have not stopped. If he has achieved success in cultivation, he will definitely seek revenge from us." The Greenwood palm teacher nodded and said, "Although the boy's cultivation is not high, there is a God's blood coat. With my cultivation, he can't stop him and almost let him escape. Fortunately, the old immortal used the Dingshan ruler to stop him. It is also a good thing for us that he refuses to join the God's palace. Yes, if he joined the God's palace, we couldn't get rid of him at all. Yes. Before he grows up, he must be killed in the cradle. I will send someone to do this." Yin Zhongzhang teaches. The second God's blood coat is not impossible to suppress. I will let him know that personal strength can never compete with the Holy Land. Aoki Palm teaches. If you spread the news, tell the world that the leaders of each Holy Land are plotting against a young generation. Surely no one believes it. You know, the age of any one of them is more than 100 times that of Ning Xiaochuan. The accomplishments of any one of them are more than 100 times that of Ning Xiaochuan. The identity of any one of them is more than 100 times that of Ning Xiaochuan. Any one of them, with a single order, can mobilize hundreds of millions of human friars, be able to move mountains, reclaim the sea, destroy the country, and cause earth-shaking effects. Only those of the supreme level are worth plotting. However, a young generation, but let them have a sense of crisis, let them sleep and eat uneasily, want to get rid of it and then quickly. The vast wilderness is surrounded by towering trees. One of the trees was as thick as 10 people, and was entangled by a black vine, even branches and leaves were entangled by vines. A towering tree unexpectedly lost its vitality and became a dead tree. Ning Xiaochuan stood under the big tree, staring at the vine, saying nothing, like meditating, or understanding the cruelty of nature. After leaving Jiutian Holy City, he took Xiaohong and Baozhu Dizong into the wilderness. He didn't know where to go, but it seemed that only this deserted wilderness was the safest. Ogawa, the holy land of the Middle Earth world, will never let you go. Why didn't you promise the heavenly messenger to enter the god's palace? With the protection of the heavenly messenger, they must have nothing to do with you. Baozhu Dizong stood by the fire, and a warm red light reflected on her body, reflecting her snow-white skin with an intoxicating red glow. Ning Xiaochuan's voice said coldly, "If you enter the God Palace, you will be bound by the God Palace. They can't kill me, and I can't kill them anymore? They? The masters of the 10 sacred lands?" Baozhu Dizong felt that Ning Xiaochuan really became a little different. Even her eyes became cold, so that she couldn't feel the temperature on him. Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer, and continued to stare at dead trees and old vines. Xiaohong held an iron sword in her hand. On the iron sword was a fat animal leg. While turning over and baking the animal leg, she drooled and shouted, "Kill! Those old guys in the Middle Earth world are too shameless one by one. It's best to kill all of them and leave none." Ning Xiaochuan took a fist-sized lightning dragon yuan from the heaven and earth bracelet and threw it to Xiaohong. Seeing the dragon yuan, Xiaohong's eyes stared round. She immediately put down the roast beast's legs, pounced on it, caught the dragon yuan and held it in her hand. "Ning Xiaochuan, when I practice dragon and my accomplishments will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, then we will kill the Middle Earth world together, so that those old men can see our power." Baozhu Dizong was not as happy as Xiaohong, but worried about Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Xiaochuan, can you really suppress the evil spirit on the blood code of the secondary god? Do you need my help?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at her deeply, and then nodded gently. They sat quietly under the moon, very quiet. After getting Long Yuan, Xiaohong seemed to realize that Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong were going to practice special skills, so she went into the jungle and hid somewhere to refine Long Yuan. The soft moonlight, splashed on the body of Baozhu Dizong, covered her already white skin with a layer of delicate jade wax. Holding a Buddha bead in his hand, Baozhu Dizong's beautiful eyes said, "The history of joyful Zen can be traced back to the era of deification. At that time, there was a great emperor named Jia, who failed to cast the divine body, leading to the demonization of his mind and the killing of Buddhists. At that time, the master of Buddhism sent a female bodhisattva to enlighten him. However, the female bodhisattva could not subdue the devil by using various methods. Finally, she had a physical relationship with Yejia by herself. In the arms of the female bodhisattva, Yejia immediately resolved all evil thoughts, filled with love in her heart, converted to Buddhism, and became the lord of all Vajras in Buddhism. Yejia is the master of the 5 Ming kings in Buddhism, and that female bodhisattva is the Ming concubine. The 2 Buddhist ancestors became Buddhas together. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you think I'm the Yejia who became a demon in my heart now? And you are the princess who came to spend me?" Baozhu Dizong said, "This is the truth recorded in Buddhist classics. After you wore the last god's blood clothes, you were evil into your body, and your mind became evil. It is very similar to the history of joyful Zen, which may be the destiny of heaven." She added, "Now I'll pass you the cultivation formula of happy Zen. Happiness is the origin of heaven and earth, the root of all things reproduction. The Yin body of Buddha is prajna, the Yang body of Buddha is convenient, and coexists." Ning Xiaochuan listens to the explanation of Baozhu Dizong calmly and understands the true meaning of joyful Zen. Seemingly simple Zen, there are countless dangers. If you are careless, you will fall into love/desire, and you can't be reborn. Gradually, the 2 people moved closer to each other, and the jewel lay hidden in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, with a charming voice, teaching Ning Xiaochuan's happy scriptures. Her holy face, but with a charming appearance, is simply extremely attractive. Under the temptation of her soft words, Ning Xiaochuan's desire/fire burned more and more vigorously. When it burned to the extreme, he wantonly hid the jade in the pearl ground. With her legs separated, she was pushed to sit on his legs, and her soft jade body was tightly attached to her body, forming a male/female posture. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan's handsome face and broad chest, Jiu Dang's heart beats. I don't know how many hardships I have experienced. I finally want to give myself to him. Jiu Dang was very shy and said softly, to practice joyful Zen, you need to stimulate the 9 sensitive orifices on the Buddha Yin body, and inject the vitality of the Buddha Yang body into the Buddha Yin body through the 9 orifices. Then flow back to the Buddha Yang body from the 10th orifices, forming a weak. In this way, you can blend water and milk, and integrate heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, holding the slender waist of Jiu Dang, staring at her bright beautiful eyes, and said, where are the 9 sensitive orifices on your body? Where is the 10th orifices? Jiu Dang's beautiful face shows an embarrassed look. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, if you don't say it, how can you practice? Jiu Dang gently bit Bei's teeth, gradually compromised, and told Ning Xiaochuan the location of the 9 sensitive orifices on his body one by one. Finally, after Jiachen left, he even told Ning Xiaochuan the location of the 10th orifices. After saying that, she threw herself into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and her jade body kept trembling violently. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a fine light, and he had a deeper understanding of joyful Zen. The position of the 9 orifices is almost like the 9 stars on a woman. Every stimulation will turn her to desire. Pull deeper in the sea. Ning Xiaochuan stroked every inch of Jiu Dang's body, stimulating the 9 orifices on her body. For the treasure trove, it's definitely deadly crisp. Full of elasticity, friction between Ning Xiaochuan's legs, gradually immersed in desire. Within sight. After all, it was her first time to contact a man. She was far less experienced than Ning Xiaochuan. At the beginning, she could teach Ning Xiaochuan the secret of happy Zen. However, under Ning Xiaochuan's teasing, before long, her mouth was only babbling. Under the white Buddha robe, jade. Between the legs, ripples a drop of waves. Cultivate happiness and reach bliss first. Tonight, the Virgin of 9 days will also come down to earth. Although Jiu Dang is a Buddhist cultivator, every part of his body is full of charm. He is born with charming bones and immortal bodies like water. Ning Xiaochuan reached his desire while making physical contact with her. The edge of the sea. Can we start? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Jiu Dang squinted a pair of phoenix eyes and nodded gently. The jade body kept shaking, and he could not wait for it for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan lifted the snow-white Buddha robe of Jiu Dang, kissed and rubbed it at the same time. Just a moment later, Jiu Dang was confused, and he didn't know what time it would be. Just like getting drunk, he responded fiercely to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan noticed that her state was not good, and seemed to be lost in love. If you want to, immediately hold her fan generation with your palm and gently drink, Jiu Dang's originally blurred eyes immediately became sober. At this moment, she found that she had been stripped naked by Ning Xiaochuan, and strands of powerful black and white vitality poured into her body. Yes, it's the vitality of black and white. When Ning Xiaochuan took off the Buddha robe of Jiu Dang, he stimulated the supreme power in his body, integrated the supreme power with vitality, and injected it into the body of Jiu Dang through the 9 orifices. Joyful Zen stresses the integration of yin and yang, the unity of heaven and man, and the power of 2 people into one, becoming a yin-yang Zhou Tian. Like the yin-yang fish on the 8 trigrams, once the yin-yang fish starts to rotate, it can stir the yin-yang force between the whole world. Integrating the supreme power into the vitality and entering the Zhou Tian in the 2 bodies will only make the yin and yang qi more abundant, clear the magazines in the body and make the flesh more pure. Baozhu Dizong's whole body is red/naked, and every inch of his skin is as bright as jade. Sitting on Ning Xiaochuan's waist, his body blooms with strands of holy Buddha light, without a trace of luster/evil. Ning Xiaochuan sat down, like holding a real 9-day saint, and moved slowly and quickly. They kept the posture of rejoicing Buddha in the Buddhist temple, formed a continuous cycle of Zhou Tian in their bodies, absorbed the yin-yang qi between heaven and earth, and constantly moved towards the realm of human beings. Practice all night, until dawn, the two people separated. Double cultivation is also a step-by-step skill. It is impossible to directly break through the real world after one night of cultivation. It can only improve their cultivation speed and better understand the real world. Of course, after this night's practice, their accomplishments have improved a lot. In particular, the treasure of the earth rose directly from the middle of the 9th realm of heaven and man to the peak of the 9th realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan was originally the peak of the 9th realm of heaven and man. Now his cultivation is further, and he has vaguely felt the threshold of a real person. Baozhu Dizong put on his Buddha clothes again, tied his belt, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan tenderly. A little girl's shyness unexpectedly appeared on his face, saying, "Xiaochuan, from now on, we will be double monks. Last night, we were immersed in practicing martial arts, and we didn't enjoy the happiness between men and women, or we now." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the jungle in the distance, and said, "Xiaohong is back." Baozhu Dizong immediately separated from Ning Xiaochuan by 3 steps, staring at the little girl who came out of the jungle barefoot. She was a little annoyed, and felt that Xiaohong came back too late. Xiaohong handed a package to Baozhu Dizong and said, "Sister Saint, your practice last night must have consumed a lot of energy in your body. This is the spiritual fruit I picked from the mountain. You can eat some to supplement the water lost by your body." With that, Xiaohong turned and left again. Baozhu Dizong stared at that small figure, some bewildered, looking at Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaohong is a dragon cub who can find the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual fruits she collected must be rare treasures, comparable to miraculous drugs for channeling. Take some. It's not a small help to improve cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Bao Zidi pursed her lips and teeth and said, "But don't you think she knows too much? The wisdom of the dragon cub is far superior to human beings. Moreover, as she grows up, the knowledge in the dragon blood will gradually wake up. No matter how much she knows, it is a very normal thing." Ning Xiaochuan rode. It's night again. Ning Xiaochuan inlaid pieces of ground-level basalt in the soil, and spent 90,000 pieces of ground-level basalt to build a 3-meter-high basalt platform. The full-bodied Xuanqi wraps the whole stone platform. Looking from a distance, the Xianqi platform exudes a bright brilliance, echoing the stars in the sky. A man and a woman, showing a cross. His posture, sitting on the Xianqi platform, shrouded in the hazy fog, emitting circles of Buddha rings. It took 8 nights and 720,000 pieces of ground product basalt, and their state finally changed. The Buddha's light constantly gushed out of their bodies, condensed into a huge lotus, and the petals spread out in 9 directions. Suddenly, on the sky, billowing black clouds came, covering the moon and stars, covering the top of Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong. The powerful vitality fluctuation finally attracted real people to rob the cloud. Boom! The thunder and lightning was as thick as a bucket, like a downpour, pouring down from the sky and splitting on the top of Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong. Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong still maintained the posture of happy Buddha, operated the vitality in their bodies, formed 9 layers of Buddha rings, and resisted the thunder and lightning from the sky. Their expression was very calm and immersed in emotion. In the world of desire, no matter how powerful Lei Jia is, their bodies are still. In the distance, a bright moon hung on the foothills of a mountain. In the center of the bright moon stood a young woman, staring at the thunder robbery above the sky. Happy Zen is so powerful that the real robbery is 9 times stronger than the thunder robbery of ordinary people. She is the goddess of Jiutian Pavilion, Moon God. Moon God is not a title, but her name. In the name of God. Show her determination to become a god. These days, she has been hiding in the dark, quietly observing Ning Xiaochuan's state. After Ning Xiaochuan practiced joyful meditation with the 9th heaven saint, the evil force in his body was indeed temporarily suppressed. It seems that her mother-in-law's worries are superfluous. The 9-day saint uses Happy Zen to dredge the evil force in Ning Xiaochuan's body, which is the best way to suppress the evil force. I don't need to help him at all. The moon god thought so. Shwa shwa. The sound of rapid flight came from the air. Suddenly, shadows, with a killing cloud, flew in the direction of thunder robbery. The thunder robbery is so loud that it has attracted all the killers sent by the top 10 holy lands. The moon god immediately took all the moonlight back into his body, and his body was still. Pa. Crystal skin turns into stone skin. A moment later, she turned into a cold stone statue of goddess. This is a kind of fossil magic. In just a moment, it turns a gorgeous woman into a lifeless stone statue. 2 powerful monks in black armor fell from the sky and fell next to the statue of the goddess. The 2 monks had real yuan flowing on them, and even looking at the thunder robbery in the distance, they seemed very calm. The black armor, as heavy as a mountain, wrapped every part of their body, including their eyes and teeth. Strange, just now I clearly felt someone standing here. How did it disappear in a blink of an eye? Crazy Immortal released his mind and explored in all directions, but he couldn't find human breath at all. Crazy Immortal, you should feel wrong. There is no one here except a stone carving? Immortal Honglai laughed. Crazy Immortal gently shook his head and said, no matter, first solve it until Ning Xiaochuan. If he can survive the thunder and become a real person, it will be difficult to deal with. How about going through the thunder? It's just the first scene of a real person. As long as the power of the blood code of the secondary god is suppressed, he is a lamb that we can kill. Immortal Honglai laughed. Ning Xiaochuan, who was going through the robbery, also sensed that a strong enemy was coming, and immediately mobilized his strength to put away the 9-petaled Buddha lotus, turn it into a huge lotus bud, and wrap him and Baozhu Dizong in the center of the Buddha lotus. Boom! The sky was boiling, thunder clouds rolled, countless electric dragons shuttled in the clouds, and then, with infinite killing power, hit the huge lotus on the ground. A thunderbolt fell, and all the plants and trees hundreds of miles around turned into fly ash. Only by crossing the human robbery can such a terrible scene be caused. Crazy Immortal and Honglai Immortal stood at the top of the mountain, looking at the Buddha lotus covered by lightning, and did not rush up to attack Ning Xiaochuan. Lei Jia is wise. Once outsiders break into the thunder robbery area, they will be detected by the thunder robbery. The stronger the intruder's cultivation, the stronger the power of thunder robbery will become, killing all creatures in the robbery area. This boy is really not simple. Lei Jia is 9 times stronger than when I crossed the real person robbery. If I crossed the real person robbery and encountered such a powerful robbery cloud, I would definitely not be able to become a real person. Before the robbery cloud disappeared, don't get close to him and use the supreme weapon to attack. Honglai Immortal said. I'll come first. The crazy Immortal stretched his arm into the void and took out a top-grade supreme weapon level warhammer. The purple and gold warhammer is cast from star fragments and weighs 136 million gene. Mixed warhammer. In the whole Tianshu continent, only the weight of the Thor hammer in the hands of the Thor demon emperor exceeded that of the mixed world warhammer. The weight of Thor hammer reaches 380 million gene. 10,000 years ago, a demon king was born, holding a warhammer, smashing a corner of Tianshu continent, causing tens of thousands of miles of land to sink to the seabed. The Mixed World Warhammer is the top 3 magic weapon of Lingshu, Holy Earth. Although it is a top-grade supreme weapon, its destructive power is even more terrifying than some Supreme King weapons. Ordinary real people can't lift the Mixed World Warhammer at all. Only crazy real people with natural divine power can lift the Mixed World Warhammer. Lingshu Palm Sect asked the crazy immortal to carry the Mixed World Warhammer, which was intended to use the Mixed World Warhammer to destroy Ning Xiaochuan's sub-god blood coat. As long as the second god's blood clothes are destroyed, Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid. As soon as the crazy immortal lifted the hammer, he felt a weak vitality wave behind him before hitting it out. What's going on? How can there be vitality fluctuations behind? The mind of real people is strong, and even a very subtle fluctuation cannot escape their mind perception. Can perceive, but may not be able to reflect. As soon as the crazy person sensed the weak vitality fluctuation, a powerful force hit his vest. Boom! A huge sound of gold and stone collision sounded. The bones of the crazy real person made a snap sound, and his body fell down the foot of the mountain and hit a big hole at the foot of the mountain. Anyone who dares to attack this real person? Crazy Immortal burst out, rushed up from the foot of the mountain and fell back to the top of the foothill. The eyes of Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal were staring at the stone statue of the goddess. Jin Yuan surged out of their bodies, blocking the space and ready to attack the stone carving at any time. It was the stone statue of the goddess who shot the crazy real person. The stone statue of the goddess actually spoke and said, "I thought that the blow just now could kill you. Unexpectedly, you were wearing divine blood armor." A great secondary god was born in the Middle-earth world. In order to resist the attack from monsters in the sea, he cast 8,000 sets of god blood armor with his own blood, and led the creatures of the whole Tianshu continent to drive those monsters back to the sea. After driving the monster back to the sea, the secondary god exhausted his blood and died. The black armor on Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal is divine blood armor, which is cast from the hardest mineral iron Vajra black iron in the whole Tianshu continent. Moreover, each set of god blood armor contains a drop of God's blood. In those days, 8,000 sets of god blood armor were cast and destroyed countless when fighting with monsters in the sea. There are very few armor that can be completely preserved. Up to now, the complete god blood armor has been less than 100 sets, all of which are stored in the mainland Reality Guild. Only the elders of the mainland Immortal Guild can call a few god blood armor. If you don't wear god blood armor, even figures at the level of Holy Earth Palm Sect dare not touch Ning Xiaochuan's body. Like the original Aoki Palm Sect, Mingming's cultivation was much higher than Ning Xiaochuan's, but because he didn't dare to touch the blood code of the secondary god, he almost let Ning Xiaochuan escape. The Palm Sect of the 10 Holy Lands, which took out the god blood armor from the mainland Immortal Guild, was specially used to resist the evil power of the sub-god blood armor. Crazy Immortal laughed and said, "We are wearing divine blood armor to kill Ning Xiaochuan's bloodthirsty devil." "Little girl, don't meddle. Don't show yourself." Immortal Hong Lai clenched his fist with 5 fingers and hit the stone statue of the goddess with a fist like steel at a lightning speed. Wow! The stone statue of the goddess immediately burst into a dazzling white light, turned into a bright moon, rose into the sky, and hung on the 9 heavens. In the bright moon stood a gorgeous figure. Her body was also dressed in jade white armor, wrapped with plump peaks, slender willow waist, and every hair was flowing with moonlight. It was a cold, sacred temperament, like the goddess of the moon. Unexpectedly, it can absorb the moonlight into the body and transform it into a true yuan. Is it? Is this the legendary body of the moon god? Hong Lai Immortal said. There are records about the body of the moon god in ancient books, but they are all the physiques that can be cultivated by the young gods in the era of gods. After the apotheosis era, no one has ever heard of being able to cultivate a unique constitution. Another female Tianjiao. "Little girl, are you the goddess of Jiu Pavilion? Your Jiu Pavilion is indeed in collusion with the little devil. Today, I will get rid of you together. Crazy Immortal lifted the mixed world warhammer and hit the sky. Wow! When the moon god's body moved, it moved across to another sky to avoid the attack of the mixed world warhammer. Immortal Honglai said, she's stalling. Leave her alone and kill Ning Xiaochuan first. The crazy immortal also reacted and no longer attacked the moon god. Holding the warhammer in his hands, he injected his whole body strength into the hammer body, and made a long roar in his mouth, hitting the mixed world warhammer to the ground. Boom! A terrifying force tore the earth to pieces, rolled up the boundless smoke, and swallowed the Buddha lotus under the thunder. Immortal Honglai opened his magic eyes, shot a beam of light from the center of his eyebrows, looked at the broken earth below, and said, Ning Xiaochuan should be dead, and even the thunder clouds have dispersed. Boom! Two figures rushed up from the smoke and flew in the direction of Honglai Immortal and Crazy Immortal. No! Ning Xiaochuan is not dead. He has broken through to the realm of reality. Immortal Honglai exclaimed. Even if you break through the real world, you will be crushed into powder under the mixed world hammer. The blood of the crazy immortal's whole body became prominent, and once again raised the mixed world warhammer and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked fearless and called out the jade seal, which turned into a huge god seal as big as the city, and hit hard with the mixed world warhammer. Boom! The seal immediately cracked a gap and fell back into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. They are also top-grade and supreme weapons, but with just one blow, the jade seal was cracked. The crazy immortal laughed wildly, young generation, you really don't know the greatness of heaven and earth, and you dare to touch the mixed world hammer. Crazy real person's heart is actually very shocked, because Ning Xiaochuan actually caught the blow of the mixed world warhammer. You know, the cultivation of the crazy immortal has reached the third level of the real person. With his natural divine power and the terrible power of the mixed world warhammer, even the monks who are the fourth level of the real person dare not connect the mixed world warhammer. Ning Xiaochuan just broke through the realm of real people, and was able to catch the blow of the mixed world warhammer, which was completely beyond the expectations of crazy real people and Honglai real people. Ning Xiaochuan put away the damaged jade seal and said in a cold voice, the palm teachers of the 10 sacred lands sent you to kill me, and you look down on me too much. Qua qua. Young generation, don't think it's great to kill 8 supreme elders in Jiutian Holy City. The cultivation of those supreme elders is only the first level of real people. If you change to the second level of real people, you may not be their opponent. Immortal Honglai said again, what you hold is only the secondary god's blood cloves. We have brought the means to suppress the secondary god's blood cloves. Without the power of the secondary god's blood cloves, you are nothing. Crazy Immortal and Honglai Immortal are the third cultivation of Immortal. Among the supreme elders of the Holy Land, they are also high-ranking beings. In their eyes, a monk who has just broken through the real world is nothing at all. As long as the power of the second god's blood cloves can be suppressed, Ning Xiaochuan is only a toothless tiger cub. Ning Xiaochuan can actually catch the blow of the mixed world warhammer. It's really abnormal. I don't know whether Crazy Immortal and Honglai Immortal are his opponents. A Taoist in red stood in the distance, a little worried. Another Chingy Road humanitarian, our task is to arrange the Forbidden God space array. If the array is arranged, there will be no divine power flow in this space. Even if Ning Xiaochuan wore the last god's blood cloves, he can't borrow the power of the gods. Without the blessing of the power of the second god's blood coat, just a young friar with the first weight of a real person, still wants to compete with 2 old people with the third weight of a real person? Even if he has the anti-heaven fighting power like the Emperor of Heaven, he will die today. Taoist Chi-yi and Taoist Xing-yi are both real people from the Holy Land of Zhou Tian, and they are the top array masters in the Middle Earth world. One by one, the basalt is driven into the ground, connecting the earth vein under the ground, and a peerless array covering 1,000 miles is arranged. In the array, all divine powers are emptied and become a godless space. Under the propaganda of the monks of the 10 Holy Lands, Ning Xiaochuan's evil deeds spread throughout the Middle-earth world. Even those monks who have never seen Ning Xiaochuan have heard his name. He is simply the incarnation of the devil and the public enemy of the Terran. Not only the friars of the 10 Holy Lands want to get rid of him, but also those arrogant Terran Tianjiao. Many people have spoken to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Like Ning Xiaochuan, a bloodthirsty devil everyone despises, whoever kills him will be famous all over the world and become a knight and hero respected by everyone. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal and said, "Since you came to die, then I will make it happen to you." A blood-red magic cloud condensed on Ning Xiaochuan's head, emitting a cold air. Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal put away their smiles at the same time. Although they did not pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan on the surface, their hearts did not underestimate Ning Xiaochuan and regarded him as a great enemy. "I want to see how strong your secondary god's blood code is?" Immortal Hong Lai sneered. "To deal with you, there is no need to use the second god's blood coat." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Both of the two real people were wearing God's blood armor, and even the evil force on the second God's blood armor could not hurt them. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan did not wear the blood coat of the secondary god. 19 concrete magic swords flew out of his body and became 19 giant swords more than 10 meters long, which were inserted on the ground to form a sword array. Ning Xiaochuan, Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal are all standing in the sword array. When Ning Ogawa survived the real disaster, 19 concrete magic swords integrated with his flesh and blood also survived the disaster. All of the 19 war swords have reached the level of inferior supreme weapon, and even are about to reach the level of intermediate supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong refined a total of 720,000 pieces of ground product Xianshi when they attacked the real world. Every piece of ground product Xianshi contains a large amount of xuanqi. A large part of the basalt is absorbed by the 19 figurative magic swords. Therefore, the grade of the 19 figurative magic swords can be improved by a large part to reach the level close to the middle-class supreme weapon. Zhu Shenjian Array. The Crazy Immortal was calm and poised, raised the hell hammer, and suddenly hit the ground. Boom! A powerful force surged in all directions and shook the 19 concrete magic swords off the ground. Haha! Just a sword array, just want to suppress this immortal, you are too naive. If you don't use the second god's blood clothes, the next blow is your death. The Crazy Immortal held the warhammer in his hand and laughed wildly. Both Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal knew that there were two array masters who arranged a forbidden god space array outside, so they were not afraid of the blood clothes of the secondary god at all. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the mixed world warhammer in the hands of Crazy Immortal, very calm, called out half of the star halberd, and tightly squeezed it in his hand. Wow! Jinyuan was injected into the star halberd, and the original rusty bronze halberd immediately emitted a bright brilliance like stars. Even the tool spirit, which had been sleeping for a long time, woke up and sent out a momentum of the king in the army. The light of the star halberd is connected with the light of the stars in the sky. After reaching the realm of human beings, Ning Xiaochuan cultivated a dual god, and the vitality in his body was transformed into true yuan. The strength of Jinyuan is far beyond Tianwu's vitality. Under the strong support of Jinyuan, Ning Xiaochuan actually played a tenth of the strength of this disabled soldier. Although it is only 1/10 of the power of half of the Supreme King's weapon, its power is extremely terrifying, and it will repel crazy real people and red fierce real people at the same time. Even the powerful hybrid hammer can only compete with the star halberd. His true yuan is too abundant. It is only the first level of real people, but it gives play to the original power of the Supreme King. His cultivation is really only the first level of real people? Crazy real people became more and more frightened during the Vietnam War. Every hammer he swung seemed to hit an iron wall, making his arms numb. This has never happened before. As long as he mentions the mixed World War hammer, he will have invincible combat power, invincible, and no one can catch him at all. The power of the bronze, broken halberd in his hand is terrible. If it is not broken, it is definitely a powerful supreme weapon. Hong Lai Immortal said. If it weren't for seeing Ning Xiaochuan through the thunderstorm, the two of them would never believe that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was only the first for real people. How can a monk who is the most important person be so powerful? They did not know that Ning Xiaochuan was different from other monks. Other monks have only one Yuan god, but Ning Xiaochuan has two Yuan gods, the world-destroying Yuan god and the heaven and earth Yuan god. In the same realm, the immortals and the gods of heaven and earth can store more true elements. It can be said that although Ning Xiaochuan is only the first level of a real person, the number of Jinyuan in his body is comparable to that of a real person's second-level monk. Moreover, the Jinyuan of destroying the world and Jinyuan of heaven and earth are more refined and powerful than the Jinyuan cultivated by the monks who are the second most important of human beings. Boom! Under the urging of Jinyuan, the rest of the originally rusty star halberd fell one after another, like taking off the old shell and putting on new clothes, revealing its bluish body. In an instant, the whole space turned blue, and there were stars flashing in the space. Ning Xiaochuan launched the dragon as fast as lightning, holding a halberd and stabbing at the crazy real person. The crazy immortal waved the mixed World War hammer and suddenly collided with the star halberd. Boom! The crazy immortal's arm suddenly shook, making a sound of bone fragmentation, and he could no longer lift the hybrid warhammer, my hand. With a bang, the hybrid hammer fell to the ground, smashing the earth into a huge pit. The ground shook slightly. That blow just now broke the hand bone of the crazy immortal. Immortal Hong Lai stared at Ning Xiaochuan holding the broken halberd and felt his heart and hair cold. The crazy immortal swallowed a human-level pill into his mouth, recovered from the injury, and said, "The little devil actually awakened the original power of the Supreme King's instrument. Only by using the Supreme Talisman can he be suppressed. Little devil, go to hell." Immortal Hong Lai immediately took out a jade talisman, pinched it in the palm of his hand, and hit Ning Xiaochuan. The jade talisman immediately bloomed into a dazzling brilliance and turned into a white hand, which was like a white god cloud pressing down from the sky. It's like a magic hand, which can't be countered by manpower. A force that was oppressed and breathless pressed down from the sky. Looking at the huge hand above the sky, even the Taoist in green and the Taoist in red standing hundreds of miles away, they also felt great pressure. Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal actually used the Supreme Jade Talisman. Aren't they the rivals of the Little Devil? The two Taoists were shocked, and immediately retreated far away, for fear of being hurt by the power of the Supreme Jade Talisman. Boom! The giant hand fell to the ground and made a huge handprint several kilometers long. With fingerprints as the center, the surrounding mountains collapsed one after another. The whole space is full of chaotic energy. However, because of this blow, the Forbidden God space array arranged by the two Taoists was destroyed, and the power of the gods could no longer be confined. As long as the Supreme Jade Amulet is played out, Ning Xiaochuan must be dead. Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal don't care whether the Forbidden God space array is still useful. Don't look, even we can't stop the power of the Supreme Jade Talisman, let alone Ning Xiaochuan? Immortal Hong Lai was very confident in the power of the Supreme Jade Talisman and firmly believed that Ning Xiaochuan had died. The crazy Immortal stared at the huge handprint on the ground, and saw a green emerald bottle suspended in the center of the handprint. He had an ominous premonition in his heart, that's Mayan emerald bottle, isn't it? Wow! The emerald vase flickered slightly, and a human figure flew out of the mouth of the bottle. Holding a broken halberd, it flew into the air, and a halberd stabbed into the chest of Hong Lai Immortal. Bang! Even the divine blood armor was punctured by this Supreme King's weapon. Poof! Immortal Hong Lai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Ning Xiaochuan in shock. You really didn't die. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were very cold. Looking at the red immortal who kept pouring blood from his chest, he said, "Thank you for your Mayan jade bottle of Qingmu holy soil. If it weren't for this treasure bottle, maybe I would really die under the power of the supreme jade talisman." That treasure bottle is the Mayan jade bottle taken by Ning Xiaochuan from Aoki Shensi, which is a Supreme King's instrument. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan was hiding in the jade bottle of Mayan, urging the power of this Supreme King instrument to block the attack of the Supreme Jade Talisman. Pooh! The power of the star halberd shattered the blood vessels in Immortal Hong Lia's body. Even the yuanshan of Immortal Hong Lai was torn to pieces. After killing Immortal Hong Lai, he pulled out the star Luo Ji, and Ning Xiaochuan stared at the crazy Immortal again. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, Crazy Immortal shivered slightly and said, "Little devil, you have completely fallen into the devil." With a wave of the star halberd, it hit the head of the Crazy Immortal. God's blood armor is not broken. However, a powerful force passed from the God blood armor to the crazy real person, like an air wave hitting the head of the crazy real person. Crazy Immortal's scalp cracked, his face was covered with blood, his mind was dark, and his eyes gradually became blurred. Ning Xiaochuan aroused the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons, and with a loud roar, he raised the 135 million gene mixed world warhammer and hit it on the head of the crazy real person. Crackle! In the god blood armor, the body of the crazy immortal was broken in two, and even the Yuan god was scattered and completely fell. The little devil actually killed the crazy real person and the red lie real person. Standing in the distance, Taoist Qingyi and Taoist Qi saw Ning Xiaochuan killing two real people in a row. They were extremely frightened and immediately started the space array to escape. Ning Xiaochuan had long known that someone was arranging an array in the dark, staring at the escape direction of Taoist Qingyi and Taoist Qi, and said to himself, "You're running fast." Ning Xiaochuan put the heavy mixed world warhammer on the ground and used the world-destroying magic fire to refine the two god blood armor on the ground. The defensive power of the divine blood armor is really amazing. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't been able to stimulate the original power of the star halberd, he couldn't have broken the divine blood armor at all. After the refining of the world-destroying demon fire, Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal left the Yuan god power in their armor, which was completely refined. The two gods' blood battle armor immediately turned into two black balls, the size of human heads, suspended in front of Ning Xiaochuan. "Unfold it for me." Ning Xiaochuan controls two black balls with yuanshan. Wow! Wow! The two balls immediately unfolded into two black armor. One of the god blood armor was originally pierced with a hole by the star halberd. At this moment, that hole healed automatically and became complete. This is where the divine blood armor is powerful. As long as the divine blood armor is not completely damaged, it can be automatically restored. It not only has strong defense, but also doubles the strength of monks. Very good. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and put away the two god blood armor. Wow! A bright moon flew down from the sky and turned into a young woman. The moon god's eyes have a complex look, staring at this familiar and strange man in front of him. After hesitating for a long time, he finally shouted out his name, Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he didn't recognize her until now. In the wilderness, fierce beasts are rampant, miasma is dense, and forbidden areas are everywhere. But for Ning Xiaochuan today, the danger in the wilderness is nothing. As long as he doesn't break into those forbidden areas and dangerous places in ancient times, no monster can get him at all. A surging barren river flows out of the Huanggu Mountains and flows southward to the distant Middle-earth world. Ning Xiaochuan stood by the wasteland river, looking at the misty water, and said, "In this vast wasteland, I didn't expect that we would meet again." "So, you have been practicing in Jiu Pavilion these years? How did you come back from the dead?" The moon god said, "After leaving the Yulan Empire, my mother-in-law took me and the demon to the Fengshan cave. It was in the Fengshan cave that my mother-in-law found the ancient secret of cultivating Shinong and refined the elixir of bringing the dead back to life. After taking the elixir of bringing the dead back to life, I will be completely resurrected and no longer a living dead person." It turns out that my mother-in-law also knows the location of Fengshan's cave. No wonder she will appear in Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan muttered to himself. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes recovered and said, "Then why do you call yourself moon god again? Do you want to forget everything in the past?" A bright moon hung on the river. Moonlight, like layers of silver yarn, fell from the 9 days. Under the moonlight, the smoke on the river showed a dreamlike color. The moon god stared at the bright moon and said, "Look at that moon, which is trillions of miles away from us, and it is forever suspended in the sky. In the Fengshan cave, I met the spirit of an ancient god. She said that she was once the main god of the moon palace, and lived on that moon. However, during the battle of gods, she died in the formation of gods, and only a wisp of spirit remained. Her wisp of spirit was hidden in the cave of gods, so it was not destroyed. She passed on the last spirit to me. However, she has a request. I have to change my name to Moon God to replace her in the future." Ning Xiaochuan said, "There are both dangers and opportunities in Fengshan Cave. It's your chance to meet the spirit of the main god of the Moon Palace. If you were someone else, I'm afraid you would have died in Fengshan Cave." The moon god shook his head and said, "I have such a great opportunity, but it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for the cultivation god method of 3 corpses beheading you passed to me, with my talent level that is difficult to meet in 1,000 years, the spirit of the main god of the Moon Palace would never have chosen me." 3 corpses beheading was once a divine method practiced by the first generation of ancestors of Mishi Dao. The founder of the world exterminated the 3 corpses, beheaded the Wei and practiced upside down. Unexpectedly, he beheaded the 3 corpses with the Wei and was reborn against the sky. When Ji Hanqing was taken away by the ugly mother-in-law, Ning Xiaochuan didn't think that the ugly mother-in-law actually refined the medicine of death, so he passed the cultivation method of 3 corpses beheading to her. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan was only holding a glimmer of hope, and did not think that she could really succeed in the cultivation of 3 corpses beheading. After all, Ji Hanqing's talent is indeed not outstanding, and can't be compared with the founder of the world. Ning Xiaochuan said, "How can it be related to the 3 corpse chopping?" The moon god said, "Because the main god of the moon palace is to cultivate the 3 corpses, cutting Wei. She cut off good and evil thoughts, cut off 7 emotions and 6 desires, and finally obtained the road." Ning Xiaochuan nodded, "So it is. How did you become the body of the moon god? The Lord God of the Moon Palace raised your talent level?" The moon god gently shook his head and said, "After reaching the earth realm, a person's talent level can't be changed, but only his own constitution can be changed. The Lord God of the Moon Palace sent me the cultivation method, which can let me absorb the essence of the moon and refine my body. I also made countless efforts to cultivate the body of the moon god before the realm of heaven and man. The talent level must be before the land reverence level before there is a chance to improve. To cultivate your physique, you must catch up with heaven and man." Ning Xiaochuan also succeeded in cultivating the supreme body of gods and demons at the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. If Ning Xiaochuan failed to become the supreme body of gods and demons in the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, he would never be able to become the supreme body of gods and demons in his life. Of course, it's not only a genius who can't be met for thousands of years that can cultivate a physique. Some geniuses who are difficult to meet in 800 years or 9,000 years may also cultivate heterogeneous physique. However, it will be more difficult to cultivate. The moon god has only a talent level that is difficult to meet in 1,000 years, but he has been cultivated into a body of the moon god against the sky, with the help of the spirit of the Lord God of the Moon Palace. She must have made extraordinary efforts herself, otherwise, she would never succeed. The moon god said, the higher the talent level is, the easier it is to cultivate into an unparalleled strong man. However, throughout the ages, the unparalleled strong men are not all people with high talent levels. It is said that Jiu Dang Buddha of Buddhism has a worse cultivation talent than ordinary people, not to mention the talent level. However, with great perseverance and merits, he became a Buddha, condensed the Buddha's golden body, and finally became one of the most powerful saints in the era of apotheosis. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, even if it is a talent that is hard to meet in 10,000 years, people who can't practice in real life are not without it. With your will, you may not be able to become a great god like the Lord God of the Moon Palace in the future. After a pause, Ning Xiaochuan said again, my mother-in-law asked you to come to me. Do you want me to go to the God Palace? The moon god stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, you can cultivate faster by joining the God Reserve Palace. You should understand that no matter how talented you are, if there is no big force behind you to provide cultivation methods, elixirs, and shansher, your cultivation speed can't be compared with those who are less talented than you. If you enter the God Reserve Palace for cultivation, you can not only get supreme guidance, but also read the God-level martial classics and God skills brought from the heaven. Taking the top human-level pill, you can enter the cave to cultivate. The cultivation speed in the cave is 100 times that of the outside world. With your talent and the full cultivation of the God's Palace, in less than 10 years, you can become the supreme and dominate the whole Tianshu continent. Within 100 years, it is expected to cast and refine the divine body and become a secondary god. At that time, the world is so big that where can you go? However, if you don't enter the God's Palace to practice, even with your talent, it will take you hundreds of years to become the supreme. Even the amazing Emperor of Heaven in those days could not have become a secondary god in only 300 years if he had not entered the heaven and been cultivated by the heaven. You are indeed a lobbyist sent by your mother-in-law. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes had no emotion, calmly stared at the moon god, and said, after joining the God's Palace, can I kill the palm teachers of the top 10 holy lands? The moon god was silent for a moment and said, the great enemy of the Terran now is the Tianming Demon Emperor, the demon army in northern Xinjiang. Ning Xiaochuan said, is there still a place for me? As long as you join the divine palace, your mother-in-law will naturally help you explain to the world. The moon god has some expectation in his eyes. She very much hopes that Ning Xiaochuan can enter the divine reserve palace. She doesn't want to see that Ning Xiaochuan continues to sink under the influence of evil forces. Tonight, Ning Xiaochuan killed 2 real people in a row, which made the moon god feel that the magic in Ning Xiaochuan's heart is becoming stronger. Go back. Tell my mother-in-law that my heart will always belong to me. If I kill all those who should be killed, maybe I will go to the God's Palace. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Baozhu Dizong slowly walked over to the moon god and said, Elder Martial Sister, I will stay by his side and help him suppress evil forces. You don't have to worry about him. The moon god glanced at the treasure trove, and his eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan, are you still the Ning Xiaochuan I used to know? If one day you are really lost in the evil way, I will kill you myself. If one day, I will thank you. Ning Xiaochuan carried his hands and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The moon god stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. After a long time, he walked towards the wilderness. Wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly turned around. The moon god's heart was slightly happy, stopped and said, have you finally changed your mind? Ning Xiaochuan went to Baozhu Dizong's body, stretched out a big hand, stroked her face, and said, "Follow her to the God Reserve Palace, don't follow me anymore." Bao Zhudizong said, "We are Taoists now. Do you think I will leave?" "Yes." Ning Xiaochuan rode. As soon as the word "will" was finished, Bao Zhudizong closed his eyes and fainted in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Ning Xiaochuan gave the treasure trove that fainted to the moon god and said, "Your younger martial sister shouldn't follow me. Take her to the god's palace and take care of her for me." The moon god held the treasure and stared at the direction Ning Xiaochuan left. "Ning Xiaochuan, what are you going to do?" "A very dangerous thing, you will naturally understand in the future. Didn't you say that you can't get the fastest cultivation speed without the support of big forces? In the Tianshu continent, in addition to the God Palace, there is another place, which is not weaker than the God Palace." Ning Xiaochuan didn't return. When the last sentence fell, Ning Xiaochuan had disappeared on the river. 3 days later. A bright pillar of blood rose from the dense forest, with an evil spirit, emitting a terrible sword. Phew, phew. In the air, sword chi is flying everywhere. Ning Xiaochuan held the blood-red magic sword and felt the powerful power contained in the magic sword. After being refined by the real person robbery, and absorbing the blood of the crazy real person and the red strong real person, the magic sword finally reached the level of medium-grade supreme weapon. It's dozens of times more difficult to upgrade to the top-grade supreme device than to upgrade to the middle-grade supreme device, and it requires more blood and gas. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, moved and disappeared in situ. The next moment, he stood on the top of the Huanggu mountain hunting in the cold wind, looking at the direction of the demon clan holy country, with a firm light in his eyes, and the magic sword in his hand waved and cut out towards the northern wilderness. Boom! The earth is torn apart. In the wilderness, a sword scar dozens of meters wide appeared, forming a sword rift, extending hundreds of miles away. This is the power of his sword now. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ning Xiaochuan stayed in the wilderness, waiting for Xiaohong to hit the realm of real dragon. After taking Long Yuan, Xiaohong sat under an ancient vine, wrapped by lightning. Every moment, her strength will be stronger. Looking at her speed of refining Dragon Yuan, she can break through the realm and become a real dragon today. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, waiting quietly. While waiting for Xiaohong to break through, he took out half of the star halberd, held it in his hand and observed it carefully. When fighting with Hong Lai Immortal and Crazy Immortal, the rest on the surface of the star halberd fell off, revealing the bronze body and emitting blue streamers. This should be the essence of Wang Qi. If it weren't for the original power of Xinglua halberd and the cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan's first-level realm, it might not be able to win the 2 third-level realms. Although the star halberd is broken, its spirit doesn't seem to have disappeared. If you can get in touch with its spirit, you may be able to find another half of the star halberd and restore this Supreme King's instrument. Gather your mind into shape and fly into the star halberd. Entering the inner space of the star halberd is like entering a sea of stars, boundless, unable to see the end. When fighting with Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal, the spirit of Xinglua halberd woke up briefly. Ning Xiaochuan firmly believes that the spirit of Xinglua halberd is in the inner space. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear, "Master, Master." Ning Xiaochuan looked over his head and saw a star floating there. The sound just now came from that star. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved and fell on the star, saying, "Are you the spirit of the star halberd? Where are you?" "I'm at your feet." The spirit of the star halberd said, "After the star halberd was cut off, I also suffered a heavy blow. I can only live to the present by integrating my soul into the pearl." Ning Xiaochuan said, "You are really badly hurt. How can I help you recover your soul?" "Only when I find the other half of the halberd, and the 2 halberds are integrated, can I really wake up," said the spirit of the star halberd. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Where is the other half of the star halberd?" I'm very weak now, and can't feel its existence. Only when it's close to me, can I feel it. Once I feel the breath of the other half of the star halberd, I will immediately tell my master. The spirit path. Ning Xiaochuan communicated with the spirit of Xinglua halberd again, and learned a lot. For example, the star halberd was brought out of the ruins by a human supreme. Later, it was cut off by the leader of the twin saints in the Middle Earth with an ancient imperial instrument and turned into 2 pieces of disabled soldiers. Qiling didn't tell Ning Xiaochuan why Xinglua halberd appeared in Guizhou. It seems that even it is not clear. It only remembered that the star halberd was a defective product forged by a secondary god. That secondary god originally intended to forge secondary artifacts. When forging, there was an accident. In the end, only one Supreme King artifact was forged. Although Xinglua halberd is only a failed product, the material used is the material used to forge secondary artifacts. Therefore, Xinglua halberd is stronger than most Supreme King artifacts. With my current cultivation, I can play up to 10% of the original strength of the Xinglua halberd remnant, which is enough to cross 2 realms and kill the strong in the 3rd realms of real people. If the 2 pieces of star halberd can be combined into a complete supreme weapon, even if it only plays 10% of the original power, it is estimated that it can compete with the palm teaching of the Holy Land. Of course, the premise is that in the hands of the Holy Earth Palm sect, there are no soldiers at the level of the Supreme King. A Holy Land, as long as there is a Supreme King's instrument, can deter other forces to a great extent and ensure that a Holy Land can flourish forever. The power of this level of soldiers is naturally very important. A mortal supreme in the eternal realm holds a Supreme King's instrument, which can exert its power enough to shake the stars on the 9 heavens. That kind of power is far from what Ning Xiaochuan can imagine now. On Ning Xiaochuan's body, there is another Supreme King's weapon. The jade bottle of Mayan, taken from the hand of Aoki Shensi. Aoki Shensi is also a son of luck. He can not only find the legendary Aoki, but also get a Supreme King's weapon. But his luck was not as good as that of Ning Xiaochuan, and he was finally robbed by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan had previously refined Mayan jade bottle, but he didn't study it carefully. He just knew that Mayan jade bottle was very strong, which could be enlarged and reduced. It can be called the Supreme King's instrument, which definitely has a lot of origins. The surface of Mayan emerald bottle is covered with some ancient words. In the center of the words, 6 skull marks are carved. Ning Xiaochuan put the real yuan in his body into the Mayan jade bottle. Mayan jade bottle is simply like a bottomless pit, devouring Ning Xiaochuan's real yuan continuously. Wow! Suddenly, Mayan jade bottle trembled slightly, and the words on the surface sent out flames and brilliance. The first skull mark was wrapped in flames and gradually became bright. Wow! A strong force broke out from the jade bottle of Mayan. The treasure bottle, which was originally only the size of a palm, immediately suspended in the void and turned into a huge god bottle more than 10 meters high, emitting a stinging fire. Ning Xiaochuan knows that this is not the original strength of Mayan jade bottle. So he continued to inject Xinyuan into Mayan jade bottle. Probably consumed a layer of Xinyuan in the body, and the second skull mark on the Mayan jade bottle lit up. Boom! Mayan emerald bottle expanded to more than 100 meters high, rotating slowly in the void, like a flaming hill flying in the sky. The original power of Mayan jade bottle is still not aroused. Ning Xiaochuan continued to inject Xinyuan into the Mayan jade bottle, but the Mayan jade bottle never responded, and the third skeleton mark did not light up. Ning Xiaochuan's Xinyuan in his body is less and less, and he consumes more and more, and his strength is almost drained. Finally, when Ning Xiaochuan was almost unable to support it, the third skull mark on Mayan jade bottle gradually lit up. Boom! Mayan emerald bottle has become hundreds of times larger, reaching more than 1,000 meters high. It is almost like an ancient flame god bottle suspended in the sky, blocking half the sky, emitting a temperature even more terrible than the scorching sun. Under the baking of Mayan jade bottle, the whole wilderness burned. Ning Xiaochuan controlled the Mayan jade bottle and hit the ground. Boom! The earth shook suddenly, and a large area of barren forest turned into a fire in an instant, and all vegetation and creatures were turned into fly ash. Ning Xiaochuan took back the Mayan jade bottle and turned it into a palm-sized bottle again. The true elements in the body are almost exhausted. Ning Xiaochuan refined 100 pieces of ground product basalt in a row, which made Jinyuan recover half. It seems that with my current cultivation, it is impossible to exert the original power of Mayan jade bottle. To exert the original power of Mayan emerald bottle, you must make all 6 skull marks light up. Every time you activate one more skull mark, the number of true yuan required will increase 10 times. With my current cultivation, activating 3 skull marks is the limit. It is estimated that only figures at the level of Holy Earth Palm sect can play the original power of a complete Supreme King instrument. Fortunately, Xinglua halberd is only a disabled soldier, otherwise, I can't play its original power. Although it can't exert the most original power of Mayan jade bottle, Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation can activate the 3 skull marks, and the power it exerts is considerable. The power of annihilating Yan emerald bottle that Ning Xiaochuan now plays is only the most conventional power. And the most original power of Mayan jade bottle is the power against the sky. For example, a Holy Earth Palm sect, if it can fully stimulate the original power of the Supreme King, can even fight the Supreme with bare hands. The original Guanming sect was to give full play to the original power of the Supreme King's tools. Therefore, it was possible to have a war with the Thor Demon Emperor. If the Thor Demon Emperor does not have the Supreme King's weapon, then it may not be able to kill the Bright Saint, at least the Bright Palm has the chance to escape. However, the Thor Demon Emperor has the Supreme King level Thor Hammer and Thor Cone. In the end, Guanming sect died in the hands of Thor Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan put away the jade bottle of Mayan and took out the warhammer of the mixed world. Another good trophy. 135 million gene. I don't know what material it is made of. If you don't inspire the supreme body of gods and demons, with Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, you can't lift the mixed world warhammer at all. Although it is only a top-grade supreme weapon, its destructive power is not weaker than some Supreme King weapons. He kept breaking the real yuan in his body into the battle hammer of the world. As Ning Xiaochuan injected Jin Yuan into the hybrid warhammer, the weight of the hybrid warhammer continued to increase, far exceeding 135 million gene. 135 million gene only refers to the weight of the mixed world warhammer. However, there are also some advanced arrays carved in the warhammer. As the Jin Yuan is injected into the warhammer, the weight of the warhammer gradually increases. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't lift the mixed world warhammer at all. The warhammer was like a rock, motionless on the ground. I see. The reason why Crazy Immortal can lift the mixed world warhammer is that he didn't inject Jin Yuan into the warhammer at all, but just controlled Jin Yuan in his arm and used his physical strength to lift the warhammer. Only he, who was born with divine power, could have such a powerful physical strength. If you really want to use Jin Yuan, give full play to the original power of the mixed world warhammer. The weight of the Hunter warhammer can never be only 135 million gene, but will only be heavier, 300 million gene, 500 million gene. And even more than 1 billion gene. Give play to the original power of the mixed world warhammer. If you hammer it down, you may really be able to sink a 10,000-mile continent to the bottom of the sea. Ning Xiaochuan took Jin Yuan back into his body, stimulated the supreme body of the gods and demons, turned his body into black and white, and increased his physical strength several times. Get up! Ning Xiaochuan suddenly grabbed it and finally lifted the hammer. Use pure physical strength to lift the mixed world warhammer. Lifting the hammer in the flesh, even without using any real yuan, it can wield terrible destructive power. Put down the heavy mixed world war hammer and put it away again. They are all powerful soldiers. It would be better if we could raise the magic sword to the level of top grade and supreme weapon. For Ning Xiaochuan, the magic sword is the life weapon, which can send out the most powerful force. To raise the magic sword to the level of top grade and supreme weapon, you need to absorb a lot of blood gas, or look for soldier marrow, and use soldier marrow to improve the grade of the magic sword. Only in the Guishu can we find the marrow of soldiers. However, the Guishu is too dangerous. Even after the Emperor of Purple and Gold entered, his divine clothes were stained with blood. Unless he had to, Ning Xiaochuan would never enter the Guishu again. The first method is the most feasible. Blood gas. In the wilderness, monsters are everywhere, which is a good place for demon sword to drink blood. Go. Drink enough blood and come back. Ning Xiaochuan watched the magic sword turn into a blood light and fly into the wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan separated a mind and condensed it into a thought body, controlled the magic sword, entered the wilderness to hunt monsters and swallow blood. And his original statue, still guarding Xiaohong's side, does not allow any creatures to disturb Xiaohong to impact the realm of the real dragon. After Ning Xiaochuan reached the realm of reality, the 7 minds were strong enough to think independently. Reaching the small success of the 7 orifices, you can completely distract yourself and realize the main road independently. One of the minds condensed into a mental body, entered the wilderness to hunt monsters, accumulate combat experience, devour blood and gas, and improve the grade of demon sword. The second mind is also condensed into a mental body, into a human form, open the Earth Sutra, and understand this volume of Nerve Avenue. The third mind turns into a human form. You can understand the Zixia Sutra and understand the Tao of the Zijin Emperor. The fourth way is to cultivate the spirit of destroying the world by practicing the Sutra of Destroying the World recorded on the stone tablet of Destroying the World. The fifth way of mind is to practice receiving the divine way with all strength. The sixth mind, sitting under the demon tower, looked at the sword-shaped mark left by the purple gold emperor on the demon tower, and understood the strongest sword formula of the purple gold emperor, Hunyuan Ichi sword. The seventh way is to stick to the Numenon, refine King Tianmu, integrate into Qingmu Tiani, and help Qingmu Tiani grow. Looking from a distance, you will see that 6 identical Ning Xiaochuan are sitting on the ground, each of them looks like a real body, all of them are concentrating on cultivation. This is the 7 distractions of the 7 orifices Demon Heart Palace. If Ning Xiaochuan is willing, he can use blood and gas to cast 6 more flesh bodies for himself like the Tianming Demon Emperor. Every physical body is equally powerful, can practice, can think independently, and the knowledge obtained by each individual will be shared with the Buddha. If they are integrated, the accomplishments of the 7 people will also be integrated. Only the owner of the 7 orifices Demon Heart Palace can be 7 distracted. Time unknowingly lost. Suddenly, a cloud of robbery came from the sky. The clouds covered the whole wilderness. Xiaohong is going to cross the Real Dragon. Ning Xiaochuan immediately withdrew all his parts into his body and retreated to the outside of the perception area of robbing clouds. Ow! The dragon's chant, which resounded through the sky, came from below the thunder robbery. A huge red fire dragon flew from the ground and rushed straight into the thunder cloud. Crackling! The robbery cloud kept rolling and rotating, turning into a mine pit, wrapping the fire dragon in the center. Thousands of thunder and lightning fell on the fire dragon. It's worthy of being a dragon cub. His body is strong, and he survived the robbery in this way. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiaohong shuttling through the robbery cloud, and no longer worried about her. With her so strong way of crossing the robbery, Lei Jia couldn't hurt her at all. The Dragon Clan is originally a race that controls thunder and rain. Thunder robbery is a common occurrence for them. It is rarely heard that a dragon clan was killed by thunder robbery. Suddenly, the sky was full of clouds, and a reddish thunderstorm surged over, several times stronger than the one just now. Boom! Red pillars shuttle through the thunderclouds. The diameter of each electric pole is more than 1 meter, and it is surprisingly thick, like an electric river rushing towards the fire dragon. Chi-chi! The fire dragon was hit by an electric pole, and its body directly became scorched black, and more than a dozen dragon scales fell from the sky. Is this the real dragon robbery? At this time, Ning Xiaochuan can't help her, and everything can only depend on herself. Boom! Thunder and lightning, like a downpour, constantly poured down, splitting the fire dragon from the sky to the ground. Countless electric lights split on the ground, instantly turning the mountains and forests to the ground, and turning boulders into fly ash. After an hour, the robbery clouds gradually dispersed. On the ground, flames were burning everywhere, and magma even gushed out in many places. Black smoke and dust rushed up from the ground, covering the sky with smoke and dust, turning day into night. Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed into the sea of fire, took out a 3-turn Huanyang pill, and fed it into Xiaohong's mouth. The dying fire dragon gradually regained its strength under the power of the 3-turn Huanyang pill, and began to condense the destructive power in the space to consolidate the newly cultivated Yuan god. Wow! After a while, the huge fire dragon turned into a beautiful girl of 13 or 4 years old, sitting on the ground, with long fire-red hair hanging down to her delicate hips, 2 snow-white peaks towering in front of her chest, flat abdomen and slender willow waist, forming charming curves. The little girl, who was only 7 or 8 years old, grew into a beautiful girl in a blink of an eye. Although the face is still slightly green, it has developed better than a 17-year-old woman, so people dare not look directly at her jade body. Ning Xiaochuan just glanced, then immediately turned around, carrying his hands, slowly closed his eyes. I don't know how long she waited. Finally, Xiaohong consolidated her yuanshan, opened a pair of beautiful eyes, blinked her long eyelashes, looked at her body, pulled her hair with her fingers, and pinched her soft chest, looking very confused. I feel my body is a little different from before. This plump place is very plump. The thin place is also extremely thin. Ning Xiaochuan, I seem to have grown up again. Little Red mobilized a wisp of dragon spirit, and turned into a layer of red clothes and skirts on her body, blocking the flawless beauty. After wearing clothes and skirts, it is more feminine and moving, just like a beautiful dragon princess. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. 2 glittering dragon horns grow on Xiaohong's forehead, only 1 inch long. The surface of the dragon horn flows with wisps of fire, which is like carved with spar. Ha ha. Finally grown up. Ning Xiaochuan, do you think I'm beautiful, or the saint sister is beautiful? Little Red blinked her eyes and turned in a circle in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Her fiery red hair was like a waterfall, and her clothes flew up, revealing a pair of slender beauty legs. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, You? You're just a little girl. Small? Where am I small? Xiaohong didn't agree with Ning Xiaochuan's words. She straightened her chest slightly, and the chest shape that had been slightly bulging became more obvious. In terms of beauty, Xiaohong is indeed top-notch. She is more exquisite and spiritual than Tang Shuyao and Baozhu Dizong. She is simply a beautiful dragon girl who brings disaster to the country and the people. However, in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, she will always be that little girl, and she doesn't look at her as a woman at all. Go, we should start. Ning Xiaochuan's legs radiated colorful brilliance, and he spread the rainbow quickly, like a divine rainbow, heading towards the northern wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan's attitude made Xiaohong very dissatisfied. She stared at a pair of phoenix eyes, revealing a mouthful of snow-white shell teeth, and said, Where are you going? Go to find little Linger. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong's eyes lit up and immediately turned into a beautiful shadow, to catch up. Soon she caught up with Ning Xiaochuan, reconfirmed, and said, "Really want to find Xiaolinger?" Ning Xiaochuan accelerated again and said, "That's right. However, she is in the demon clan. Little Red Road." Ning Xiaochuan said, "So what? I'm going to the demon clan." Xiao Hong showed a charming smile on her face and followed Ning Xiaochuan closely behind. She was very happy. Finally, she could see Xiaolinger again. Cut the barren mountains. The Demon Emperor has ordered to destroy all human civilizations in northern Xinjiang. Why is there still a 5-level human civilization in the territory under your jurisdiction? King Qing, should you give an explanation? King Jiu stood in the center of the demon hall, with a bad look on his face, and asked King Qing. King Qing lay lazily on the throne above the demon hall, revealing a long snow-white leg, and said softly in his voice, "King Jiu, my king is very measured in his work, and you don't need to meddle in your own business. Your land centipede demon emperor is not the power after harvesting the stone G demon. How do you care about my floor? Are you ready to deal with my Brahma demon emperor after dealing with the stone G demon?" King Jiu said. King Qingyu laughed. "My king only has a heart of awe for the Brahma demon emperor. Even if I lend my king a courage, I don't dare to offend the demon emperor. However, King Qingxi, there is a human civilization on your territory, but you let it go. I'm afraid the Vatican demon emperor doesn't know about it. If the king reports it to the Vatican demon emperor, or even to the Tianming demon emperor, can you bear the responsibility at that time?" The apricot eyes of the Green King narrowed slightly and said, "All creatures in the world are one family, why should we kill them all?" The king of the Qing dynasty originally promised Ning Xiaochuan to help him protect the Yulan Empire. Yulan Empire is in the whole north. Xinjiang can only be regarded as a small place, and it is located in a remote place. As long as there is the protection of the king of Qing, the demon clan will not find this human civilization at all. However, nothing is absolute. Jiu King, under the throne of the Earth Centipede Demon, chased and killed the rebellious party members under the throne of Shiji Demon, and unexpectedly chased and killed to the beheading wasteland, and found this 5-level human civilization. So King Jiu came to the demon hall of King Qinghe in person and asked him to immediately order to attack the Yulan Empire and destroy this human civilization. Otherwise, King Jiu will report the matter to the Vatican demon emperor and let the Vatican demon emperor punish the king of Qinghe.